Chapter 1281 Dragon Bone Plane. Although the black dragon cannot speak, because it is Song Jian's battle pet, it can tell Song Jian what it wants to express through a telepathic method. This is a special way of communication between battle pets and their masters. But Song Jian rarely gets such complex information from battle pets. Usually, it is simple emotions such as eating, hungry, fighting, resting, and anger. Then, another large stream of information appeared in Song Jian's mind. This time, it was more detailed information about the promotion of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon God altar is located deep in the Dragon Bone Plain. This is a place that only the Dragon Clan knows. A pure dragon will only go here twice in his life. One time is when he is promoted from the Lord level to the command level. He needs to go to the Dragon God altar to receive the blessing of the Dragon God, develop his own blood power, and obtain his own blood inheritance. The other time is when the dragon is about to die. He must return to the Dragon Bone Plain and die in this dragon-specific tomb. Are you sure I can go with you? Song Jian showed a strange look on his face. You know, because the black dragon is his battle pet. He is even hostile to the dragons. Even an ancient red dragon broke into the City of Hope and almost razed it to the ground. The dragons are very disgusted with being other people's battle pets and mounts. The black dragon glanced at Song Jian, uttered a soft hum, nodded slightly, and pulled the corner of Song Jian's clothes to let him get on his back. Huh. Okay. I'll go with you. Song Jian nodded, turned over and rode on the black dragon's back. With a dragon roar, a strong wind blew, and the black dragon waved its flesh wings and flew into the sky. The players of the City of Hope saw Song Jian riding the black dragon away, and their eyes showed envy. No matter who they were, they all dreamed of having a powerful flying mount. And the black dragon was the top one. Riding a black dragon in the air is indeed much more comfortable than flying with wings or flying a sword. And the speed of the black dragon is not slower than flying with a sword. After a while, Song Jian could no longer see the City of Hope. Song Jian didn't know where the Dragon Bone Plain was, so he could only ride on the black dragon and let it fly him in the sky. At first, Song Jian remembered some features on the ground. But when the black dragon flew out of the clouds, Song Jian completely lost his sense of direction. After flying for at least a day and a night, the black dragon slowly landed. They came to a forest and found a cave at random. Song Jian lit a ball of medicine bags and threw it into the cave. After a while, a strong smell of sulfur medicine spread from the cave, with thick dark yellow smoke. This is an insect-repellent medicine bag made by a player with pharmacy. When it is lit, it can produce a strong irritating smell to drive away the surrounding poisonous insects. Players who go on adventures in the wild always wear some such medicine bags. Soon, a large number of poisonous insects jumped out of a seemingly deserted cave. Song Jian waited until the smoke in the cave slowly dissipated and no more poisonous insects came out. Then he put the black dragon into the battle pet space and walked in alone. It was still unknown how long it would take to get to the Dragon Bone Plain. But at this time, Song Jian was at least 800 kilometers away from the City of Hope. Just when Song Jian had just settled down, he suddenly heard a roar from the depths of the forest. It seemed that some monsters were fighting each other. Song Jian turned over. This forest seemed to have not been set foot by players yet. There were many powerful monsters. But because of the breath of the black dragon, all the monsters near the cave fled. The roar lasted for most of the night before it slowly stopped. It sounded like two powerful monsters were fighting. Song Jian could feel the faint smell of blood in the air and the occasional vibration of the mountain. When the sky turned white, Song Jian turned over and sat up, summoned the black dragon, and continued on his way. When the black dragon flew into the air, Song Jian saw a huge one-horned python lying in the forest, which was hundreds of feet long. It lay softly on the forest, and there were traces of fighting around it. Song Jian's eyes flashed, and the Eye of Insight was immediately used. This one-horned python turned out to be a 120-level command-level boss. It was probably the protagonist of the battle last night. Unfortunately, it seemed to have been defeated, leaving only a corpse here. It won't be long before this corpse will be gnawed into a pile of bones. Song Jian thought to himself. The corpse of a powerful boss is very attractive to other monsters. Eating their flesh and blood can improve the qualifications and promotion chances of weak monsters. However, this one-horned python is the trophy of another boss. Before the victor's breath has dissipated, other monsters dare not move forward. The black dragon quickly flew into the clouds again and flew in one direction. After flying for almost a week, the black dragon finally fell from the clouds and continued to soar in the sky. Song Jian knew that the dragon bone plane should be approaching. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt that he and the black dragon were covered by a large shadow. He originally thought it was a large cloud. But when Song Jian looked up, he suddenly found that above his head was a giant dragon that was dozens of times larger than the black dragon. This dragon was like a small island, floating above Song Jian's head, with a very elegant posture and a seemingly slow but actually fast speed. In a short while, it flew in front of the black dragon. Song Jian looked at the giant dragon and was shocked. Moreover, the strength of this giant dragon was beyond his perception. Although it was so huge, Song Jian could not feel its existence at all. This situation only occurs when the perception is crushed. However, Song Jian felt the breath of death from this dragon. This should be a dying dragon. It had a premonition of its own death. So it came to the dragon bone plane and advanced to find its last habitat. You know, even if a dragon has entered the dying stage, it still has more than 10 years or even decades to live. It is completely possible to find its last habitat and cemetery during this period. Soon, Song Jian saw a vast plain in front of him. In this plain, pale bone fossils stood one after another, and the corpses of countless giant beasts were scattered throughout the wasteland. Are these all dragon bones? Song Jian was surprised. Even the nails of these giant beasts were bigger than his whole body. However, the black dragon just glanced at him and sent him a message. These are not dragon bones, but the corpses of poachers who want to enter the dragon bone plane to obtain the remains of dragons. Song Jian was shocked, but soon realized that dragons are full of treasures. The dragon bone plane is their last habitat. The corpses of dragons that are hard to find in other places can be easily found here. If you find one, even if you eat some of the dragon's flesh and blood, these beasts can get huge benefits. But obviously, this plane has its own defense power, which makes these beasts return in defeat. Some of the beasts even stay here forever, and their bones have become fossils, warning those guys who want to enter the plane to poach. Roar. An angry roar suddenly exploded in Song Jian's ears. In the empty air in the distance, a translucent shadow suddenly condensed. This shadow looked like a giant dragon, blocking the black dragon. This is the dragon soul, Song Jian said in surprise, staring at the dragon soul in front of him, his body trembling slightly. Chapter 1282 Cave. Facing this huge dragon soul, Song Jian instinctively felt fear. This was the natural pressure from high-level creatures deep in the cells to low-level creatures. If Song Jian was not strong, he would have fallen to his knees long ago and would not have been able to stand in front of this dragon soul. Roar. The black dragon roared at the dragon soul. The dragon soul looked at the black dragon with its scarlet eyes, and then looked at Song Jian carefully. Song Jian could feel the anger transmitted by the dragon soul. This emotion rushed towards Song Jian like a tide. If it were another ordinary person, this tide-like anger alone would cause the other party's sea of consciousness to fall into chaos. In severe cases, the sea of consciousness might even be directly destroyed, turning into a vegetable. However, Song Jian's immortal body has been playing a role, like a seawall, resisting the emotional impact of the dragon soul. Although he was able to resist, Song Jian was not feeling well. He felt as if there was a red-hot iron rod in his head, stirring constantly. His head was swollen and painful, and his face became ugly. At this time, the black dragon also let out an angry roar, spread its wings, and showed its fangs in its big mouth. A ball of hot dragon breath began to condense in its throat. The dragon soul looked at the black dragon, and the anger began to subside. Soon, even the dragon soul began to slowly dissipate, and the pressure Song Jian was under also began to slowly disappear. Song Jian knew that there should be many dragon souls like this in the entire dragon bone plane. They acted as guards. It was because of their existence that there were so many corpses of giant beasts in the dragon bone wasteland. The black dragon continued to fly forward with Song Jian on his back. Here, he could no longer fly too high like he did before. Once he flew too high, he would feel a strong pressure, although there was no power of the formation. Song Jian felt that the pressure from the sky was similar to the Forbidden Formation. The further he went into the dragon bone wasteland, the more desolate it felt, and the temperature continued to drop. In some places, He could even see condensed frost attached to the bones of the giant beasts. In these cold wildernesses, there were ghosts with bodies similar to those of ordinary humans, wandering around. These were poachers who broke into the Dragonbone Wasteland. After being killed by the guards of the Dragonbone Wasteland, their souls could not rest, and could only wander in the wilderness all day long. After a long time, they would lose their minds and become bloodthirsty monsters, becoming alternative guardians of the Dragonbone Wasteland. How far is the Dragon God Altar? Song Jian couldn't help asking. He had already flown hundreds of kilometers for the Dragonbone Wasteland alone. The area was terrifyingly vast. Roar. The black dragon responded. Song Jian could only feel an emotion similar to almost there, but he couldn't express how far it was. It would be great if you could become a human. Song Jian patted the black dragon's head and said to himself, I remember that the giant dragon clan has the ability to change their body shape. I don't know if you will have this ability after you are promoted. Because he raised a black dragon battle pet. Song Jian also specially collected a lot of information about the giant dragon clan. After the giant dragon clan grows up, they will have the ability to change into other races. Generally, the dragon clan will have the ability to switch between the three body shapes of giant dragon, human and elf at will. Moreover, the human and elf forms that are switched will have corresponding racial talents. And even if the detection spell is cast, no abnormality can be detected in the other party's body. Only those spells that can detect the soul can discover those dragons that have transformed into human or elf forms. Therefore, many dragons will transform into humans or elves after adulthood, and gain experience in the human world or the elf race. Many historical books and folk poems will have relevant records. The temperature is getting lower and lower. I don't know how long I have been flying. Suddenly, snowflakes floated in the sky, and the wind became stronger. The Dragonbone wilderness in front of Song Jian suddenly turned into a vast expanse of white. At this moment, Song Jian felt that the flying speed of the black dragon slowed down and began to slowly fall to the ground. Have we reached the Dragon God Altar? Song Jian was delighted. Although staying on the back of the black dragon did not consume much energy, the surrounding scenery was too monotonous and boring, which made Song Jian's spirit become a little sluggish. Soon, the black dragon landed under a rolling mountain range. The black dragon raised its head and looked towards the mountain range. There was a hint of excitement in its dark golden vertical pupils. It seems that the Dragon God Altar should be in this mountain range. Song Jian thought to himself, tightened his windbreaker, followed the black dragon, and walked step by step towards the mountains covered with ice and snow. After walking for nearly a day, the wind and snow had stopped. The man and the dragon came to the foot of a mountain. At this time, what caught Song Jian's eyes was a huge cave under the mountain. The cave was hundreds of meters high. Black Dragon and Song Jian stood in front of the cave and felt insignificant. At this time, Song Jian looked at Qian. The dark cave entrance was like a beast with a big mouth, choosing people to eat, which made him have some bad premonitions. Is this where the Dragon God Altar is? Song Jian patted Black Dragon's front legs and asked loudly. Black Dragon didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and walked towards the cave. After a few steps, Black Dragon turned around and motioned Song Jian to follow, and at the same time passed him a message. You must come with me to accept the blessing of the Dragon God in the Dragon God Altar. Otherwise, the War Alliance contract between us will be terminated. This message is clear and unambiguous, completely different from the vague message that Black Dragon sent him before. As if there was a bonus from the system prompt, Song Jian took a deep breath, stepped forward, and followed Black Dragon. He and Black Dragon came here together, not to terminate the War Alliance contract. If I can get the blessing of the Dragon God, then there will be no scene of the dragon chasing me in the future. Right? Song Jian thought to himself. In the game, it is impossible to force a dragon to become a battle pet or mount. If the dragon is forced, then the person who forces it will be chased by the dragon clan endlessly. Song Jian had encountered it once before, but because of the black dragon's recognition, the pursuer did not continue. But the dragon mark on Song Jian's body has never been eliminated. As long as he has it, Song Jian will not be truly recognized by the dragon clan. A dragon and a human entered the dark cave at the same time. The black dragon's eyes emitted a faint dark golden light, which made it unaffected in the dark. Song Jian also had dark vision long ago. Even without opening his eyes, he could see everything around him. Young tribesman, I can feel the boiling blood power in your body. Is this human the fighting partner you found? Are you sure you want to participate in the dragon trial with him? A grand voice sounded in the ears of the black dragon and Song Jian, causing Song Jian's heart to jump, and he looked around nervously. Chapter 1283 Dragon God Altar. Roar. The black dragon roared in response. But Song Jian looked a little confused. Dragon trial? Isn't it the blessing of the dragon god? How did it become a dragon trial? Song Jian looked at the black dragon speechlessly. You, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, have also learned to lie. Huh? The black dragon's hot breath left 2 traces of white frost in the air. The temperature in the cave is much lower than outside. If ordinary people come here, they will probably freeze into popsicles in a short time. Follow your wishes. Young tribesman, I wish you to pass the trial smoothly, become a real dragon clan, and get the blessing of the dragon god. The grand voice began to gradually dissipate. As if it had never appeared, the black dragon signaled Song Jian to continue walking forward. The wide cave was silent. Not long after walking, Song Jian saw a huge dragon skeleton lying in the cave in front of him. This skeleton was similar to the giant beast corpse he had seen before, both of which were extremely huge. But the skeleton in front of him was obviously much more complete. It can be seen that it was a giant dragon about 80 to 90 meters long. Moreover, there were obvious strong magic fluctuations on the surface of the skeleton in front of him. Such a skeleton can be used as an excellent magic material, while the giant beast skeleton fossils encountered before were of no use at all. This should be the real cemetery of the dragon clan. It's a pity that we can't take away all these dragon bones. Song Jian took a look at the remains of the giant dragon and felt a little regretful. The deeper you go into the cave, the more complete skeletons you will find. Some of them have even weathered into bone powder, accumulating a thick layer on the ground. Song Jian looked around with interest as he walked. Suddenly, a group of objects that looked like a small sun and emitted a scorching glow appeared in front of him. That is... Song Jian was excited and couldn't help but look at the object twice more. There was a trace of greed in his eyes, and he almost couldn't suppress the urge to rush up. Dragon crystal. It's actually a complete dragon crystal. Song Jian was very excited. On the head of a huge dragon skeleton, this object that emitted a scorching glow and was as big as a football was a dragon crystal that could only be condensed by the roar of a giant dragon. This was the essence of a giant dragon. The legendary dragon power potion must be made with dragon crystal as the main material. The dragon power potion is the only legendary alchemical potion Song Jian has ever heard of. After using it, it can not only improve the user's physical attributes, but also give the user a certain chance of having dragon blood, which can be recognized by the dragon clan. In other words, as long as you take a bottle of dragon power potion, you may become a real humanoid dragon and gain a lot of benefits. The formula of this legendary potion is circulated among the nobles and is difficult to obtain. With Song Jian's current strength and status, if he is willing to spend a little price, he can still exchange for the potion formula. But it is hundreds or thousands of times more difficult to refine such a potion than to obtain the formula. You should know that only adult dragons have a certain chance of condensing dragon crystals after death. And not every dragon will leave dragon crystals after death. In the history of the game, there was once a king of a country who sent thousands of warriors to slay dragons in order to obtain the dragon power potion. After killing 3 dragons, he finally obtained dragon crystals and made the dragon power potion. But his country did not become more prosperous because he took the dragon power potion, but angered the dragon clan. His country was razed to the ground and became a purgatory on earth under the revenge of more than a dozen ancient dragons. And the king himself was turned into charcoal by the dragon's breath. And even his soul did not escape. Since then, no one dared to hunt dragons to obtain dragon crystals. This dragon crystal in front of me is an ownerless thing. If it is placed on the ground casually, even if I get it, I will not get the dragon slayer mark. And I will not arouse the hatred of the dragon clan. Song Jian's thoughts were flying in his mind, and his footsteps could not help but deviate towards the dragon crystal. At this moment, the black dragon raised its foot and gently touched his shoulder, almost knocking him down. Song Jian staggered and finally stabilized his body, looking at the black dragon's dark golden vertical pupils. Song Jian suddenly felt like a puff of cold water was poured over his head. Damn it! What kind of place is this? I actually dared to take the dragon crystal. I really don't know how to live or die. Song Jian said in annoyance. Sure enough, greed is the original sin. I was blinded by greed. If I really dare to take that dragon crystal, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave here alive today. This is the last cemetery of the dragon clan. If it were normal, let alone coming in, I would probably be killed by the dragon soul guards before I even get close. I actually dared to dream of getting the dragon crystal that appeared in the cemetery. I really don't know how to live or die. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Song Jian followed the black dragon in an orderly manner, and never dared to look at the dragon crystal again. Previously, it was because of his greed that the immortal body did not work at all. If it was not for the black dragon to remind him, Song Jian would have done something irreversible. In this way, the man and the dragon continued to move forward in the dark cave. Along the way, Song Jian saw at least dozens of dragon skeletons and found 3 or 4 dragon crystals. Some of these dragon crystals were the size of footballs, and some were only the size of fists. But no matter what the size, the essence would not change. Without greed blinding his eyes, Song Jian could already look at these dragon crystals normally. After careful experience, Song Jian found that these dragon crystals were nothing more than some high-quality special energy bodies. If they were placed in the open air, after decades or even hundreds of years, the energy in these dragon crystals would all spread out and eventually disappear. Just when Song Jian was lamenting that it was a waste, the black dragon in front of him suddenly stopped. Song Jian looked up and saw a huge cliff in front of him, as if someone had split it open with a sword. At the end of the cave, there was an endless abyss. Even if Song Jian opened his eyes, he could not see anything under the abyss. In the center of the abyss, there stood a stone pillar like a mountain. A winding stone staircase stretched from where the black dragon stood to the top of the stone pillar. At the top of the stone pillar, there was a magnificent palace. From a distance, the palace seemed to be floating above the endless abyss. Is that where the dragon god altar is? Song Jian looked at the palace in front of him, a thoughtful look on his face, and thought to himself. Chapter 1284 Dragon Sacrifice. Song Jian saw that on the stone steps leading to the palace on the top of the stone pillar, there were many mutated ghosts wandering around. These ghosts had the appearance of humans and elves, but their hands had mutated and looked like the claws of wild beasts. Moreover, the handsome faces of those elf ghosts had also mutated into the appearance of evil ghosts, with only the long pointed ears remaining, leaving a trace of elf appearance. These ghosts hunched their backs and wandered back and forth on the stone steps, looking very confused, and had no idea what they were doing. Song Jian opened his eye between his eyebrows and used the Eye of Insight skill, and found that these ghosts were actually elite monsters of about level 100, which was equivalent to each of them having the strength of an elite boss. Song Jian looked at the black dragon, which was only over level 80, although it was 1 level higher than these monsters. The levels of these monsters were nearly 20 levels higher than him, and there were too many of them. Are you going to let us fight all the way up? Song Jian pointed at the ghost monster on the stone steps and said with a relaxed look, No wonder you asked me to come over. Without me, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to climb the dragon god altar. The black dragon roared at Song Jian and slowly lay down. Why? You don't want me to fight these ghosts alone? Song Jian suddenly felt something was wrong. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. As a fighting partner, you must be recognized by the dragon clan. Strong strength is the prerequisite for being respected. These wanderers were once despicable thieves. After being killed, their souls cannot be liberated. They can only wander here endlessly. They will kill all creatures that approach them and plunder their flesh and blood. You must kill them all before you can ascend the dragon god altar and let the dragon clan recognize your identity as a fighting partner. Before ascending the dragon god altar, the black dragon must ensure its own physical strength and will not participate in the battle. All of this depends on you alone. Let me kill all these ghosts by myself. Song Jian was stunned. Although this was not a difficult task for him, he looked at the black dragon lying beside him and felt that he was being used by it. Thinking of this, Song Jian snorted coldly, summoned the sky-breaking sword, and slowly walked towards the stone steps. Perhaps it was because of the surging blood and energy in Song Jian's body that these ghost wanderers with no ferocious faces became excited one by one, screaming from their throats, and slowly surrounded the stone steps. Perhaps because of some restraint, these ghosts could not leave the stone steps, and could only squeeze under the stone steps, with greed in their scarlet eyes, staring at Song Jian's figure. Boom! Song Jian suddenly burst into a dark red flame. and the red lotus fire was ignited by Song Jian and wrapped around him. Song Jian, who seemed to be wearing a fire suit, felt very warm without any burning sensation. But the ghost wanderers, who were close to him, showed fear on their faces, screaming and moving away from him, as if they were afraid of the flames on his body. If it were other monsters, I might have to spend some effort. But ghost monsters, Song Jian sneered and said to himself, I am their natural enemy. Song Jian walked up the stone steps, and the sky-breaking sword in his hand casually slashed at the ghost wanderers. These monsters, who were higher than Song Jian, did not dare to fight back at all, and hid away from him. Black Dragon stood up in surprise and stared at Song Jian, as if he had never seen Song Jian like this before. In fact, Song Jian had never really mastered the Red Lotus Karma Fire before, and he had only used the 10,000 swords technique to generate the Karma Fire. But as time went on, Song Jian found that he seemed to be able to generate the Red Lotus Karma Fire without using the 10,000 swords technique. Puff! The sky-breaking sword slashed fiercely at a ghost wanderer. Originally, this attack would cause at most a few thousand points of damage to it. But now, the ghost wanderer, who was stained with the Red Lotus Karma Fire, was directly burned to ashes. After a shrill scream, only a pool of gray-black powder was left on the ground. Kill instantly. The elite boss, which was more than 10 levels higher than Song Jian, had no resistance in front of him, and was killed instantly by a sword. If other players knew this, they would probably drop their jaws in surprise. At this time, the Black Dragon looked at Song Jian in shock. It had been separated from Song Jian for too long. It still had its impression of Song Jian's strength when they entered the poisonous swamp together. It didn't expect that in just a few months, Song Jian's strength would improve so quickly. The ghost wanderers fled to the top of the stone pillar, and Song Jian became the pursuer, holding the sky-breaking sword and climbing up step by step. At this time, the Black Dragon also stepped onto the steps. It had discovered that these ghost wanderers on the steps could not cause any trouble to Song Jian. In the Dragon God Temple, several dragons that looked like human sacrifices looked at Song Jian's figure emerging in the air. They all looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Huh. This is the most boring trial I have ever seen. Why not just let them in? Those ghost wanderers are all collected by us with great difficulty. A woman with long fiery red hair held her chin and stared at the slightly distorted picture in the air, sighing and saying, what is the identity of this human? And why does he have such a strong power? A middle-aged man with 2 horns on his head, who still retains some dragon features even after changing into a human, shouted loudly. His strength is not strong, but those flames are too restrained for ghosts. It's simply cheating. Another white-haired old man slowly opened his eyes, and his dark golden vertical pupils shone with a terrifying light. I suspect he knew the content of the trial in advance. This is impossible. Another man with purple hair and wearing a battle armor stood up and said loudly, the content of the trial is different every time. How could he know it in advance? Unless some of us here leak it. Even this Black Dragon who is about to advance cannot know the content of the trial. How could he? A human. No. It's just a coincidence. Don't be suspicious of each other. The woman with long fiery red hair also stood up and said, this little guy's promotion can proceed normally. But I think I have to increase the difficulty of the trial for this human, so that he knows that it's not so easy to become a fighting partner of the Dragon Clan. Agree. 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 Several dragon priests looked at each other, smiled, and agreed. But this violates the rules of the Dragon Clan trial. The white-haired old Dragon Clan man showed a hesitant look in his eyes. The final result of the Dragon trial is to allow the younger generation to advance. We have agreed to let this younger generation advance. We just want to test his fighting partner again. This does not violate the Dragon trial, the red-haired woman said with a smile on her face. The old man of the Dragon Clan was silent for a moment, slowly closed his eyes, and stopped talking. Chapter 1285 Indie. Song Jian forced all the monsters to the top of the stone pillar, and he and Black Dragon climbed up the winding stone steps one step at a time. This is the Dragon trial. Isn't it a little too simple? Song Jian said to Black Dragon beside him with a smile. His words were naturally heard by all the dragon priests in the Dragon God Temple without missing a word. Now, even the old man who was a little hesitant before began to close his eyes and kept silent, tacitly agreeing to teach this young human a lesson. Black Dragon looked at the densely packed ghost wanderers at the top of the stone pillar and in front of the Dragon God Temple, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. You know, even with his strength, he couldn't fight so many elite bosses at the same time. These ghost monsters have a strong attraction to the flesh and blood of living things. Even though they were all scared by Song Jian's red lotus fire and huddled together, their eyes looking at Song Jian and Black Dragon were still full of greed, and they wanted to pounce on them and eat their flesh and blood immediately. Is the trial completed just by escorting you to the Dragon God Temple safely? Song Jian couldn't help asking when Song Jian and Black Dragon stepped onto the last stone step and stood on the top of the stone pillar in front of the Dragon God Temple. At this moment, the grand voice from before sounded again on the entire stone pillar. Younger generation of the Black Dragon Clan. You have passed the Dragon Clan trial and can enter the Dragon God Temple. Ascend the Dragon God altar and receive the Dragon God's blessing. Hearing this voice, the Black Dragon showed a look of surprise in his eyes. You know, climbing the stone pillar is only the first step, and there will be more brutal fighting behind. The reason why Song Jian was escorted up was to save his physical strength and energy to deal with the fighting in front of the Dragon God Temple. How come he passed the trial directly as soon as he came up? The Black Dragon was confused. This was very different from the inheritance information he got from his bloodline. However, since there was no need to fight, it was also a good thing for him. Looking at Song Jian, the Black Dragon walked towards the Dragon God Temple step by step. Soon, the huge body disappeared in the temple gate. Song Jian glanced at the densely packed ghost monsters on both sides of the Dragon God Temple, and suddenly felt that he seemed to have become a little redundant. With a sword flower, Song Jian walked towards these monsters step by step. There's nothing to do anyway, so I might as well kill you all and raise my level, Song Jian said to himself. Although these ghost monsters can't give a lot of experience and purple crystals like the monsters in the Demon Temple, they are at least elite bosses of around level 100. It's rare to encounter so many of them gathered together. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Killing all these elite bosses of level 100 can at least raise one level. 10,000 swords. Song Jian's mind moved, and countless spirit swords floated up, forming a huge fire red lotus sword formation in front of the Dragon God Temple. Strong suction came out from the sword formation, and countless ghost monsters screamed, their bodies twisted by being pulled, and flew towards the sword formation. Watching these ghost wanderers turn to ashes in the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, Song Jian showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, the Karma Fire was very effective in restraining ghosts. A level 100 elite boss was like a helpless child in the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. As long as a little Karma Fire touched them, they could be burned to ashes. It was really convenient. Several dragon priests quietly watched the slightly distorted picture in the air, seeing that Song Jian killed all the ghost wanderers with just one move, and the ashes flying in the sky were all ghosts' dead ashes. They all had solemn expressions on their faces. This human is more powerful than we thought. I feel a hint of that powerful profession in him. It's very faint, but very pure. Thousands of years have passed. Will the professional masters of the human race that have been annihilated before appear again? It seems that this world will undergo earth-shaking changes. The top 10 professions, are the top 10 disasters for other races. What should we do now? Should we continue the trial we discussed before? Just as several dragon priests were silent and hesitant, heavy footsteps sounded in the hall, and the old man with white hair waved his right hand, and the picture in the air disappeared instantly. After a while, the black dragon slowly appeared in front of several people. Seeing the human-like dragon priest in front of him, a trace of doubt flashed in the black dragon's eyes. It could feel the strong dragon breath emanating from these people, but it didn't know why these dragons had to maintain the appearance of humans. The black dragon lowered its head and performed a dragon etiquette to several dragon priests. Kandu, this is your tribe. You will be in charge of its advancement, the woman with long red hair said lightly, and then kept silent. The man with a pair of dragon horns on his head showed an evil smile on his face, waved to the black dragon and said, "Come with me. I will take you to the Dragon God altar to receive the Dragon God's blessing. As for whether you can be favored by the Dragon God and what kind of talent skills you can obtain, it depends on your luck. Little guy, roar." With a roar, the man with the dragon's horns began to change his body. After a while, a larger black dragon appeared in front of everyone. "Follow me," the black dragon priest said to the black dragon behind him in dragon language, and walked towards the interior of the dragon temple. Soon, the figures of the two black dragons disappeared in the dragon temple. and the other black dragons cast dragon magic to show the scene outside the temple again. At this time, Song Jian had already sat cross-legged outside the empty temple. There was no ghost wandering around. The square outside the temple became clean, but there was still a trace of hot breath in the surrounding air. Song Jian felt the surging breath in his body and tried to calm down. At this time, his level had been raised to about 61% of level 88. Because the level was raised too quickly, none of his skills were raised to the maximum level, and the skill points could only be retained again. Looking at Song Jian's appearance, the dragon priest with purple hair and armor showed a scorching light in his eyes. I really want to fight him. Although he has not grown up yet, he is already a strong man. The dragon said to himself. You are a legendary dragon, but you want to bully a human boy who has not even reached the 3rd level combat power. Where is your face? The red-haired girl next to him showed a sneer on her face and snorted coldly. Haha. I'm afraid that I won't be able to beat him when I reach the legendary realm. The purple-haired man showed a simple smile, scratched his head and said. Then he looked into the depths of the temple and whispered, what a lucky little guy. I can actually become a fighting partner with him. I'm really envious. Chapter 1286 The Test of the Dragon. Song Jian sat bored in the square in front of the dragon temple. It was dark all around, and he could not see anything. But the air around him was filled with strong fluctuations of breath, one after another, like a tide, constantly spreading around. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a wave of fluctuations coming from the broken kingdom of God. With a thought, everything in the kingdom of God suddenly appeared in his mind. It turns out that the Holy Spirit Temple was successfully built. Let me see what this building that cost 25 points of divine power to build is used for. Song Jian said to himself. The Holy Spirit Temple in the kingdom of God looks like a building like the Temple of Athens. On the walls and stone pillars, there are war scenes. Various warriors are fighting bloody battles. The most exciting scenes of their battles have all become reliefs on the surface of the walls and stone pillars. These reliefs are full of vitality, giving Song Jian the feeling that the warriors on them seem to be able to walk out of the reliefs at any time. When Song Jian checked the properties of the Holy Spirit Temple, he suddenly discovered that in order to cultivate creatures in the Holy Spirit Temple, it is actually necessary to sacrifice souls. The stronger the souls sacrificed, the stronger the Holy Spirit warrior created. Song Jian felt that the Holy Spirit Temple could refuse to accept souls that were too weak, which gave people a feeling of being very temperamental. It will only accept the soul of a Lord-level boss above level 80. Song Jian was surprised, and it can only train the lowest-level miscellaneous Holy Spirit warriors. Most importantly, there is a limit on the number. If you want to increase the number of Holy Spirit warriors, you must continuously upgrade the level of the Holy Spirit Hall. Song Jian shook his head. From the building of the Holy Spirit Hall, it can be seen that the buildings in the Kingdom of God are definitely big dogs that devour divine power. Before Song Jian can generate divine power himself, these buildings can only remain at a lower level. With Song Jian's current strength, even if he creates Holy Spirit warriors, it actually doesn't help him much. Song Jian shook his head and withdrew from the Kingdom of God. Most of the monsters he was facing were above level 80. But it was not easy to encounter bosses above the Lord level. You don't need to cultivate them. You just need to kill some Lord level bosses you encounter in the future. Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian was a little disappointed with the Holy Spirit Temple in the Kingdom of God. At this time, he heard footsteps coming from the Dragon Temple, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the open door of the Dragon Temple. Soon, several humans of different appearances and a little girl who looked only 13 or 14 years old with smooth black hair walked out of the Dragon Temple. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and his body instinctively tensed up. Although these people in front of him were all human, Song Jian could feel the strong aura emanating from their bodies. Most importantly, Song Jian could even vaguely feel their souls. They were giant dragons that were over 1,000 years old. Legendary. At least legendary dragons. Song Jian glanced at these people and judged their strength in his heart. There are two people whose strength is unclear. Like the small town girl before, their strength has definitely surpassed the legendary realm. That is a whole new realm. I am no match for them now. Human. Are you the fighting partner chosen by Kamata? A woman with long fiery red hair walked up and asked with a smile on her face. Kamata? If you are talking about the black dragon that just entered, then I should be it, Song Jian said, staring at the woman opposite. The woman had a surging flame aura. Before he got close, Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. With his current strength, he could stay in the magma of thousands of degrees for a short time. But when facing the woman in front of him, he still couldn't stand the high temperature exuding from her body. Kamada has enviable potential, and her advancement is very successful. She is favored by the dragon god, the woman said to Song Jian with a smile on her face. As her fighting partner, I have a small test here. If you can pass it, we will give you a gift. Are you willing to accept this test? Song Jian glanced at the black-haired girl beside the others. He could feel the connection between him and this black-haired girl. After the adult black dragon advances, it can actually transform into a human form. But this human form still looks a little immature. Song Jian thought to himself. Feeling Song Jian's gaze, the black dragon Kamada snorted arrogantly and turned his head to the side. Can I know the content of the test and what kind of gift I will get? Song Jian asked. For you, this test is not difficult. In the Dragon Bone Wilderness, there is an evil necromancer who steals the corpses of dragons to create undead creatures. We hope that you can find and kill him, and at the same time release the dragon souls imprisoned in his bones. System, you get the trial mission. The Test of the Dragon. System, the Test of the Dragon. Mission difficulty, unknown. Mission content, find the evil necromancer Manzala in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Defeat and kill him. Obtain his head, and give it to the dragon priest, the fire dragon Yalafu. Mission reward, dragon's gift. Level increased by 2 levels. After Yalafu told Song Jian all the mission content, a new mission appeared in Song Jian's task bar as expected. Level increased by 2 levels? Song Jian's eyes lit up. At his current level, a 2-level increase is already a very generous mission reward. And there is also an unknown reward, the dragon's gift, which can be expected. Song Jian accepted this mission without hesitation. Camarada, take your fighting partner and go find the necromancer. I wish you success. The fire dragon Yalafu stroked the little girl's black hair and said with a smile. Humph. His strength is so weak. What if he is killed by the necromancer? The black dragon Camarada rubbed his nose and said with some concern. Song Jian. Hee hee. Camarada, don't you know what kind of strength the fighting partner you chose has? Hurry up and take him to find the necromancer and complete the task. That gift. Isn't it what you also want? Let him give it to you when the time comes. Yalafu said with a smile. Kamada thought about it, nodded slightly, jumped into the air, and flew into the air, transforming into the appearance of a black dragon, shouting to Song Jian, follow me closely. I know you can fly with a sword. The voice of a young girl came out from the huge black dragon body, which felt very inconsistent. Song Jian shook his head, summoned a flying sword, stepped on it and flew into the air, following the black dragon closely. Why do I feel that this guy is getting more and more difficult to get along with after the promotion? Song Jian thought to himself. I didn't expect it to be a female dragon. This is really... Chapter 1287 Intimacy. Song Jian followed the black dragon, left the huge cave, and flew towards the depths of the Dragon Bone Wasteland. Along the way, Song Jian saw many monsters in soul state on the ground, wandering around some huge skeletons. These monsters were ordinary monsters above level 80. If ordinary players leveled up to level 80, it would be a good idea to come here to level up. These monsters only gathered around a certain skeleton in 2s and 3s, and they would not appear in groups. As long as 1 or 2 players joined forces, they could deal with them. If they had some equipment that could restrain ghost-type professions, even one person could have fun killing monsters here. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a figure behind a skeleton, teleporting directly to the shadow of another skeleton area 7 or 8 meters away from him. Is this a player? Song Jian stood on the flying sword and looked at the figure on the ground with some surprise. Obviously, the other party did not find Song Jian, but was carefully searching every inch of the skeleton, while avoiding the translucent soul monsters around. After observing for a while, Song Jian smiled slightly and thought to himself, it seems to be a treasure chest hunter, who is exploring the high-level monster area that players have not yet set foot in. There are many such players in the game. They use their professional skills to go to high-level monster areas and search for wild supplies. Although it is dangerous, they can often get rich rewards. In the high-level monster areas that players have not yet set foot on, there are rich resources such as ores and herbs. If you are lucky, you can even encounter some wild treasure chests. At the same time, These players will record the locations of the boss they encounter, make them into maps, and then sell them to them when the players are strong enough to set foot in this area, and get rich rewards. These players are generally agile professionals, and they have at least 1 or 2 stealth skills and skills to reduce their presence and not attract the attention of monsters. Song Jian stared at the player carefully and found that the player was only level 58. In this Dragon Bone Wilderness, any ordinary monster in it was probably not something he could deal with. At this time, the player seemed to have discovered something and was carefully digging something behind a huge skeleton, being able to avoid the Dragon Soul guards and enter here. This guy is quite capable, Song Jian thought to himself. After taking a look, Song Jian didn't care and continued to follow the black dragon to fly deep into the Dragon Bone Wilderness. At this time, Tang Li, who was digging at dragon bone grass on the ground, looked up at the sky. He always felt as if someone was spying on him. This is the Dragon Bone Wilderness, an area with level 80 monsters. How could anyone appear here except me? Tang Li carefully explored the surroundings. Apart from a few ghost monsters, he found nothing else. Looking at the worn-out pocket watch hanging around his neck, Tang Li shook his head. He only had less than half an hour left in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. If he exceeded this time, the probability of him being discovered by the surrounding monsters would greatly increase. He had to leave the Dragon Bone Wilderness in the last possible time. Looking at the parcel column, Tang Li smiled. In less than 2 hours, he had collected 3 dragon bone grasses and 2 pieces of bone ore. These were high-quality materials that could be sold at a good price. At this moment, Tang Li suddenly found that the ground under the shadow of a skeleton not far away suddenly turned over, as if something was drilling up from the ground. After a while, a skeleton as white as jade came out from the ground, twisted its head, and made a crackling sound of bone friction. After looking around, it walked towards the southwest with a worn-out bone knife in its hand. Tang Li showed a puzzled look in his eyes. He had been adventuring in the Dragon Bone Wilderness for more than half a month, and had never seen a monster like a skeleton soldier. You know, there are only ghost monsters in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. This kind of skeleton-like monster will never appear, because there is no death power for them to survive here. Now Tang Li suddenly found a skeleton soldier. As a shadow hunter, his keen intuition told him that this must be something serious. He looked at the time on his pocket watch, and then looked up at the skeleton soldier that was about to disappear from his sight. Tang Li gritted his teeth and began to use Shadow Shuttle, following closely behind the skeleton soldier. Song Jian followed the black dragon to a rolling hill. It looked even more desolate. There were not even patches of green plants around. There were withered weeds everywhere, and 3 to 5 meter high earth mounds. There were even small animals, like foxes, appearing in these hills. The black dragon descended from the sky and transformed into the appearance of the black-haired girl before. It raised its head and its nose twitched, as if it was sniffing something. The black dragon closed its eyes slightly and continued to move forward, relying on its sense of smell, ignoring Song Jian behind it. Song Jian looked at the girl in front of him, who was running fast with her head raised and relying on her nose. He felt funny in his heart, as if he was following a hound to hunt prey. At this moment, the black dragon Kamata suddenly stopped, turned his head, and stared at Song Jian, his dark golden vertical pupils exuding a dangerous look. Song Jian was stunned, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his face. Could this guy hear what I said in my heart? Just when Song Jian was a little nervous, the black dragon Kamata snorted coldly, rolled his eyes at Song Jian, and continued to run forward with his head held high and his nose twitching. Song Jian opened the Battle Pet interface and wanted to see the attributes of the black dragon after the upgrade, but found that the Battle Pet interface was blurry, as if a layer of fog blocked the attribute interface. At the same time, on the fog of the interface, there was a line of small words. Intimacy is 45. When the intimacy reaches 60, the attribute interface of the Battle Pet can be displayed. How did the intimacy become so low? Wasn't it more than 80 points before? Song Jian couldn't help but take a breath. You know, if the intimacy of the Battle Pet drops below 30, the Battle Pet will defect at any time. Now the intimacy between the black dragon and him has dropped to 45 for some reason, and there is not much left from 30 points. He must be more careful. Thinking of this, Song Jian took out a pot of yuya wine, handed it to Hei Lung with a smile, and said, "You must be tired from running. Take a break and have a drink." Song Jian opened the lid of the pot of yuya wine, And immediately, a strong aroma of wine floated out of the pot. Chapter 1288 Big Event. Black Dragon glanced at Song Jian, disdained his attentive behavior, turned his head and hummed softly, and continued to walk forward. But soon, her movement slowed down. Her nostrils kept twitching, and even her breathing became faster. After a while, Black Dragon Kamada's cheeks were slightly red, and she asked in a low voice, What kind of wine is this? Why is it so fragrant? Song Jian smiled slightly. Jade liquid wine is a fine wine that even the elders of the Yujian sect can't resist. It's a bit of a waste to use it to increase the intimacy of the battle pet. But Song Jian didn't care. He handed a wine pot filled with a pound of jade liquid wine to Black Dragon Kamada and said with a smile, This is jade liquid wine. It's not easy to drink it at ordinary times. Do you want to try it? The Black Dragon Kamada hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it, and whispered, Thank you. If Song Jian hadn't had good hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard Kamada's mosquito-like voice of thanks. Kamada took a sip, and his eyes lit up immediately. He drank a pound of Yuya wine in one breath, and after drinking it, his cheeks only blushed slightly. He handed the empty wine pot to Song Jian, and then looked at Song Jian expectantly. It's delicious, Kamada shouted. Looking at Song Jian expectantly, Song Jian looked at the battle pet interface, and his favorability with the Black Dragon directly increased from 45 points to 60 points. A full 15 points. Smiling and shaking his head, Song Jian took out 3 more pots of jade wine from the parcel column and handed them to Black Dragon Kamada, and reminded him, Drink slowly. Don't get drunk. Black Dragon Kamada showed a look of joy on his face, hugged all 3 pots of jade wine in his arms, and laughed foolishly. Gulp. The Black Dragon couldn't wait to drink another pot, and said with a smile, It's delicious. Song Jian shook his head and continued to walk forward. Not long after, Song Jian suddenly felt a boom sound of falling to the ground behind him. Turning his head, he saw a huge black dragon, lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. At its feet, 3 empty wine pots rolled down. Song Jian was stunned. It was drunk by 4 caddies of jade wine. How can it accompany me to complete the task? Looking at the sleeping black dragon, it might not wake up in a few hours. Song Jian sighed and put it back into the battle pet space. At this time, the intimacy between the black dragon and him has reached 80 points, which is the limit that can be improved by external objects. Song Jian thought with some regret, I should have known not to give it so much. Just thinking about it, Song Jian suddenly saw a shadow in front of him. A huge skeleton monster struggling to climb out of the hill. The monster looked like a giant beast skeleton, but inside its skull, a green flame was burning. The entire skeleton fossil monster was 5 or 6 meters tall. After it crawled out of the mud, it left a big pit in the original place. The pit exuded a faint power of death. But soon, the power of death dissipated. Song Jian hid behind a hill and looked at the monster that suddenly appeared. Level 89 Undead Creature. Elite Boss. Skeleton Giant Beast. Song Jian frowned slightly. This is the Dragon Cemetery. The Dragon Clan strongmen will never allow themselves to become undead creatures after death. They believe that resurrection after death is a blasphemy against life. Therefore, in the Dragon Bone Wilderness, it is difficult to condense the power of death. Of course, there are also a few powerful dragons who are unwilling to accept the fate of natural death. Before they die, they will use sacrificial rituals to transform themselves into dragon liches. However, there are very few such creatures. Once discovered, they will be hunted down by the dragons. The more powerful the creature is, the more difficult it is to turn into an undead creature after death. If there is no accident, such a giant beast will never turn into an undead creature, Song Jian said in his heart. And the necromancer, who was required to be killed in the task, naturally emerged in his mind. He believed that the appearance of such an undead creature must be the work of the necromancer. Thinking of this, Song Jian quietly followed the giant skeleton beast, wanting it to lead him to find the necromancer. The black dragon was drunk, and no one could lead him to find the necromancer. This was Song Jian's own fault. The giant skeleton beast in front of him just filled the gap of the black dragon. Soon, Song Jian followed the giant skeleton beast to a hill. In addition to the giant skeleton beast, Song Jian saw more and more skeleton creatures gathering here. It seemed that the necromancer seemed to have known that his position was exposed. and was summoning the undead creatures scattered throughout the Dragon Bone Wilderness to form an undead army. Song Jian shook his head. If this necromancer was hiding in the Dragon Bone Wilderness, the Dragon Clan would probably not bother to trouble him. At most, they would send some small characters like Song Jian to hunt him. But now that it dared to make such a big noise, could it be that it disliked the Dragon Soul Guard's knife was too blunt and couldn't cut it? Looking around, thousands of large and small undead creatures were scattered all over the hill. At this time, Tang Li was also trembling with excitement. He lay on the back of a hill and carefully poked half of his head out. Big event. This must be a big event. Maybe an epic or even legendary plot mission. It would be great if it could be triggered. I'm rich. I'm rich. Haha, Tang Li's face was full of excited smiles. When you encounter monsters gathering in the game, they are often related to story missions. Once you are involved in the missions that can affect the direction of the game, such as the Abyss Invasion, you will get rich rewards. If you can trigger several missions related to the story, the mission rewards for completing the missions alone can make people earn a lot of money. However, such missions are often hard to come by. Once players find signs of such missions, they will often try to contact them to see if they can trigger related story missions. The same is true for Tang Li. The undead creatures that are usually not seen in the Dragon Bone Wilderness suddenly gathered together. Tang Li, who has a keen sense of adventure, immediately felt that things were not simple. He approached carefully to see if he could trigger related missions. At this time, on the other side, Song Jian also stood on the top of a hill and looked forward. He was also shocked by the dense undead creatures. He didn't expect that there were so many undead creatures hidden in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Those Dragon Soul Guards are simply dereliction of duty. They actually let so many undead creatures appear in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Song Jian shook his head. Thinking back to the Dragon Soul Guard he met when he just entered the Dragon Valley Wilderness, and couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 1289 Necromancer. Just when Song Jian lamented that the Dragon Soul Guards were somewhat irresponsible, a violent explosion suddenly occurred in a hill surrounded by undead creatures. Boom! Mud flew everywhere. And with a huge explosion, the original 5 or 6 meter high hill was directly shattered, and the debris splashed dozens of meters away, and some even directly smashed the bones of several skeleton monsters. The hill was razed to the ground, revealing layers of huge buildings hidden under the hill. The first thing that emerged was a huge statue, which was carved from obsidian. This kind of stone is a low-level forging material and a kind of additive. The price is not high, but the statue in front of the 5 or 6 meter high statue is carved from a complete piece of obsidian. The price is at least tens of millions of Doomsday coins. After all, such a complete piece of obsidian is also very rare. This statue is a man wearing a black cloak, holding a giant sickle in his right hand that is almost as tall as him. His entire face and body are covered by the cloak, and only the right hand holding the sickle is exposed. This right hand has no flesh and blood, and is completely a skeleton hand. It is conceivable that the body and face hidden under the black cloak should also look like a terrifying skeleton. Is this the god of death? Seeing such an image of the statue, the first thing that came to Song Jian's mind was the legendary god of death. It makes sense that the necromancer is a believer of the god of death. Song Jian smiled slightly, and immediately became very interested in this necromancer. Soon, the altar under the statue slowly emerged. The altar seemed to be connected to the statue, but it was actually carved from 2 pieces of obsidian. On the altar, there were also some limbs and internal organs of some creatures. The blood on them had not dried up yet, and it was dripping down the altar slowly, dyeing the entire black altar dark red, which looked very bloody. Smelling the smell of flesh and blood, the surrounding undead creatures also began to become irritable, roaring one after another, and kept rushing forward. But the undead creatures closest to the statue and the altar seemed to have seen something scary, and kept hiding in fear. Soon, the undead creatures were in chaos. Those who wanted to move forward and those who wanted to retreat collided with each other. Some of the hot-tempered ones even started fighting directly. At this moment, an angry roar came from under the stone statue. Silence. You idiots! A thin man wearing a black wizard robe and holding a bone staff in his hand appeared on the altar at the foot of the statue. His eyes were bloodshot, and there seemed to be no flesh on his cheeks. The shriveled skin was tightly attached to the bones, which looked a bit scary. However, in his body, the surging power of death spread outward like a tide, wave after wave, and the whole person was like a huge energy radiation source. Song Jian's eyes lit up. The man in front of him should be the necromancer required by the task. The strength of this necromancer is a little higher than expected. Song Jian frowned and stared at the necromancer. The Eye of Insight was released immediately to check his attributes. A 120-level necromancer, with the strength of a king-level boss. And it seems that he has just broken through, and cannot fully control the powerful power after the breakthrough. So the breath on his body leaks out. Song Jian thought to himself. This is probably the first real king-level boss that Song Jian has to face. If it were another person, he would probably not be qualified to stand in front of this necromancer. But Song Jian, a player who had not even reached the third-level combat power, faced such a powerful enemy without any fear, but was eager to try. The appearance of the necromancer made the already chaotic undead creatures quiet down. Even Tang Li, who was far away, entered the invisible state, not daring to reveal a trace of breath, for fear of being seen by the necromancer. With his current strength, even if the necromancer stood still and let him hit him, he probably couldn't break the opponent's defense. For a moment, Tang Li was a little timid and regretted it in his heart. Such a terrifying guy. I can't be its opponent at all. If I rashly intervene in such an incident, I'm afraid I will die miserably and ugly, Tang Li said in his heart. And he had already thought of escaping quietly. The story mission is very precious. But one's life is more important. If one triggers a story mission that one cannot complete, there will be no other result except death. At this moment, Tang Li accidentally saw Song Jian standing on the hill without any cover, and his eyes suddenly showed shock. He is an NPC, or a player. How could he stand on the hill so openly? Is he crazy? Tang Li said in surprise. Here comes another guy who wants to die without knowing his own ability. The necromancer also found Song Jian, turned his head, and a bloodthirsty look appeared in his scarlet eyes, and a smile appeared on his dry cheeks. The right hand holding the bone staff was slightly raised, and it gently pointed in the direction of Song Jian, and whispered, "Kill him and bring his body to me." For a necromancer, the body of a strong man is the best material for making. It can feel the strong aura emanating from Song Jian. But this aura also tells him that Song Jian's strength is only over level 80, and has not yet reached the level of third-level combat power. Such a body can at least make a skeleton warrior. If you are lucky, you may even make a skeleton knight. The necromancer said in his heart. Boom. Almost all the skeleton monsters in the hills moved and rushed towards Song Jian. There were thousands of monsters, at least level 80, and the lowest level was elite skeleton monsters. It was a monster army, not to mention Song Jian, a player who had not yet reached the third level of combat power. Even a legendary warrior would feel difficult and embarrassed when encountering such a situation. Tang Li, who was far away, was so scared that his eyes were wide open. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. Putting himself in Song Jian's shoes, he didn't think that Song Jian could escape the hunting of so many monsters. Song Jian snorted coldly, and with a thought, a pair of four-winged wings about 5 or 6 meters long appeared behind him. The red and black wings gently waved, and directly took Song Jian up. At this time, 2 bone dragons about 10 feet long roared and crushed several skeleton monsters, then waved their bone wings and flew up, rushing towards Song Jian. In their ferocious mouths, a ball of thick green undead dragon flame was quickly condensing, and the target was Song Jian, who had already flown up. Chapter 1290 Pursuit. Among these undead monsters, only these 2 bone dragons can fly. Song Jian looked at the 2 bone dragons with a strange smile on his face, as if he had seen something particularly funny. This is the Dragon Bone Wilderness, the final burial place of the Dragon Clan. You dare to use the bones of the Dragon Clan to make undead creatures. You are simply courting death, Song Jian thought to himself, and even had the urge to take out a camera and take pictures of the scene in front of him. If the dragon priests in the Dragon Temple knew about this, I'm afraid Song Jian wouldn't have to do anything. They would fly over angrily and beat the undead mage to death, so that he couldn't be reincarnated. Whoosh! 2 balls of thick green dragon breath flew towards Song Jian, leaving a green trail in the air, and the air was filled with a faint smell of corrosion. Song Jian flapped his wings and easily dodged the 2 attacks. The power of the dragon breath of the bone dragon and the dragon breath of a real dragon was very different. The dragon breath of the bone dragon was like a poison gas bomb, while the dragon breath of a real dragon was like a flamethrower. No matter how you dodge, it will chase you behind. Both the power and the psychological pressure it causes are countless times greater than the dragon breath of the bone dragon. With his wings spread, Song Jian rushed towards the two bone dragons at an extremely fast speed. The sky-breaking sword slashed fiercely on the bone dragon's body. But the bones were harder than metal, and the sky-breaking sword encountered strong resistance after only cutting less than an inch. Fighting a bone dragon in close combat. I really admire your courage. The necromancer not far away saw Song Jian rushing towards the bone dragon and couldn't help laughing, although they are just two dragon corpses over 100 years old. After my refining, their bodies are stronger than those giant dragons over 1,000 years old. How can your sword cut through their bodies? Song Jian and the two bone dragons fought in the sky. He found that except for the instinctive long-range attack methods such as poisonous dragon breath, the two bone dragons seemed to be unable to cast other dragon spells, and only relied on their strong bodies to fight Song Jian. Without those dragon spells, your two bone dragons, apart from being able to fly, are not much stronger than those big lizards. Song Jian thought to himself. In fact, as the strength and rank of real bone dragons increase, they will learn the unique undead spells of bone dragons, such as Aging Barrier, Death Ray and other skills. At that time, if a flesh and blood creature dares to approach them, it will only take a few minutes for the flesh and blood to dry up and turn into a pile of bones. The two bone dragons in front of them are dragons that have not grown up yet, and their strength has not been developed, making them into undead creatures. They can't inherit the unique talents of the dragon family at all. They can only fight with their strong bodies. Their real combat power is actually not much different from those skeleton beasts on the ground. After testing the abilities of the two bone dragons, Song Jian lost his patience to continue to fight with them. With a thought, he used the 10,000 swords technique. The scorching red lotus fire illuminated half of the sky. The terrifying flame aura made the necromancer standing at the foot of the statue in the distance look horrified. How can there be such a terrifying sense of threat? What kind of flame is this? The necromancer couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This sense of threat from encountering a natural enemy made it tremble all over, and the idea of retreating had already emerged in its heart. The red lotus fire is the natural enemy of all undead creatures. It naturally suppresses them in terms of grade. The gap between the two cannot be made up in terms of quantity. The two bone dragons also felt the instinctive fear, and their originally fierce momentum suddenly weakened. After floating in the air for a while, they actually began to slowly retreat. Although they were controlled by the necromancer, their bodies instinctively retreated. The skeleton beasts on the ground, which had originally been eager to tear Song Jian to pieces, now lay on the ground one by one, and some even began to drill into the hills. Tang Li, who was far away, saw this scene and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. He couldn't see the opponent's strength. The level was also a skeleton, so he couldn't see the specific number. But from the previous battle with the two bone dragons, the opponent didn't seem to be much stronger than him. But he didn't expect that everything before was just like an illusion. When the other party really showed his strength, Tang Li suddenly realized that everything he saw now was just like an illusion. In the Dragon God Temple, several dragon priests stared at the slightly distorted light curtain in the air, and angry expressions appeared on their faces. Damn it. I thought it was just a small insect, but I didn't expect it to be so bold and dare to desecrate the dragon corpse. I will cut it into pieces, extract its soul, and roast it in the dragon's breath for 10,000 years. The angry roar of the dragon priest shook the entire Dragon God Temple, and the strong man in armor even stood up directly, eager to kill this necromancer. Tidum, what are you going to do? The white-haired old man stared at the dragon priest, who stood up and asked loudly. Elder, I'm going to kill this bastard who desecrated the dragon corpse. Tidum roared in a muffled voice. Sit down. The dragon priest elder said angrily. This guy has existed in the Dragon Bone Wilderness for hundreds of years. He can survive for so long under the detection of the Dragon Soul Guard. He is not so easy to find. This time it was because of the appearance of that human that this dirty and hateful guy showed up. If any of you go, he will definitely shrink like before, and we can't find his trace. Be patient, and see how Kamada's fighting partner will deal with it. Maybe he can give us a surprise. At this time, countless spiritual swords burning with dark red flames fell on the skeleton beasts on the ground like a rainstorm in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Explosions continued. The two bone dragons in the air were surrounded and chopped by more than a dozen spiritual swords. The red lotus fire had spread to their bodies with the slashing of the spiritual swords. Dark red flames began to burn on their tarsal bones. The two bone dragons no longer cared about attacking Song Jian. They rolled and roared madly in the air, trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. But the flames never went out. Instead, they spread to their whole bodies little by little. The necromancer stared at Song Jian fiercely for a few seconds, then turned around and walked towards the big hole under the stone statue altar. Soon, his figure disappeared in the layers of underground buildings. Song Jian's eyes were always fixed on the necromancer. When he saw him fleeing to the underground buildings, Song Jian jumped towards the huge hole without hesitation. Chapter 1291 Phoenix. Song Jian passed through a light curtain that looked like water waves and truly entered the underground building that the necromancer had spent hundreds of years to build. At this time, the entire underground building was like an inverted funnel, narrow on top and huge below, following a spiral stone staircase. Song Jian entered the entire underground building area. At this time, Tang Li on the ground suddenly discovered that countless skeleton beasts had turned into ashes. But there were still many skeleton beasts that still retained their last breath under the burning of the dark red flames and entered a dying state. Tang Li excitedly drew out two daggers and pounced on the skeleton beast closest to him. Puff! The dagger flashing with silver light easily pierced through the skeleton beast's defense and stabbed into the burning green flame in its head. This was the undead flame that maintained the existence of the skeleton beast. If the skeleton beast was intact, Tang Li would not be able to harm this flame with his strength. But now, the skeleton beast, which was in a dying state, could no longer maintain its own defense. Tang Li didn't waste much effort and directly stabbed it. The undead flame, which was originally thought to be very weak, exploded with a puff with this blow, turning into countless tiny flames that spread out from the skeleton beast's head. The head of the skeleton beast, which was originally held high, fell down silently. After losing the power to maintain its body, it collapsed and turned into a pile of broken bones. A pale golden treasure chest shone in the pile of broken bones. Tang Li found that his experience value increased by about 5%. Although I killed a seriously injured monster, these monsters are more than 20 levels higher than me. The experience of leapfrogging alone is enough for me to level up several levels. Tang Li shouted excitedly. He had never encountered such a good thing before. There was a monster that was in a dying state and more than 20 levels higher than him for him to kill. Tang Li didn't bother to pick up the pale golden treasure chest and rushed directly to the second monster that was in a dying state. Song Jian killed hundreds of undead monsters at once, and the experience gain greatly increased his experience bar. Although it was not yet at the maximum level, it was only about 6% to 7% away from upgrading. The funnel-shaped underground building complex was connected by a solid stone staircase. Huge palaces were built here. On the surrounding rock walls, there were oil lamps inlaid, emitting light green light. Song Jian even saw translucent souls wailing and struggling in the oil lamps. These oil lamps were burning the souls of living things. Song Jian did not encounter any monsters along the way, which made him, who had been vigilant all the time, relax a little. Although he did not know where the necromancer had escaped to, this was his lair. As long as he followed the stone steps all the way down, he would definitely be able to track him down. At this time, the necromancer was at the bottom of the huge space, and it was unknown how far away from the ground. A huge purple-black flame, like a black sun, hung above the last layer, and a phantom of a phoenix could be seen faintly inside. It can be seen that the phoenix seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and the crisp sound of the phoenix, like a whisper, was constantly transmitted from the small sun. The entire flame was breathing in and out with the sound of the phoenix, as if it had its own life. The necromancer knelt on the ground. At this moment, in front of him, there was a huge pentagram array. From the center of the pentagram array, a trace of purple-black light was constantly absorbed and sank into the small sun above his head. Great Tanos, you are my only faith. I am willing to offer you everything I have and let you become the only master. The necromancer knelt in front of the pentagram array and prayed in a low voice. With his prayer, the purple-black light in the pentagram array suddenly became brighter. The phoenix and the flames continued to absorb the purple-black light in the pentagram array. With the prayer of the necromancer's mumbling began to sound in its ears. The phoenix, which had fallen into a deep sleep, also became irritable and its body began to tremble slightly. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the sun above suddenly exploded, and a huge purple-black phoenix slowly floated in the air, staring at the necromancer kneeling on the ground. With angry eyes, Song Jian walked down the stone steps slowly, and suddenly heard a roar from below, and at the same time, a scorching, corrosive heat wave gushed out from below. Before Song Jian, who was standing on the stone steps, could come to his senses, the sudden heat wave suddenly disappeared, and only the scorching temperature remaining in the air told him that all this was not an illusion. This smell? Song Jian frowned. Although the corrosive smell in the air was dissipating quickly, Song Jian accidentally inhaled it, and immediately felt a stimulating burning sensation in his respiratory tract. At the same time, a strong breath came from below. This breath became stronger and stronger, giving Song Jian the feeling that a giant beast was waking up from sleep. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw that the task in the taskbar was inexplicably completed. Is the necromancer dead? Song Jian was surprised. You know, the necromancer has the strength of a king-level boss. Although the undead creatures he summoned were killed by Song Jian in one move by hundreds. For a necromancer, these undead creatures, as many as he wants, as long as the materials are sufficient, he can make as many as he wants, and it does not harm his own strength. But now, such a powerful necromancer suddenly died, which surprised Song Jian and made him a little afraid. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian turned around and ran up the stone stairs. At this time, in a cave that was unknown how deep it was from the ground, a handsome man with purple-black hair, wearing a luxurious purple-black robe, was standing at the bottom with an angry face. In front of him, there was a pool of charred shadows that had penetrated into the floor. You dare to smash me, you little idiot. A series of dirty words spewed out of the handsome man's mouth, and the surging breath emanating from him became more and more agitated. Cracks began to appear on the surrounding ground and rock walls, and dark red light faintly shone in the cracks, as if streams of magma were about to flow out of the cracks. At this moment, he suddenly looked up, as if he noticed something, and with a slight shout, the man's figure, like a ball of black flame, flew into the air. Chapter 1292 Chaos Sword Chi. Song Jian sensed that a ball of energy was approaching rapidly under his feet. He looked down and saw a dark purple flame rising into the sky and rushing towards him quickly. With his brows slightly furrowed, Song Jian snorted coldly, and the wings of the sky spread out behind him. His figure rushed towards the bowl-sized exit above his head like lightning. Just after Song Jian flew out of the underground building, a handsome man in a purple-black robe also flew out. The evil fire phoenix Norstein flew into the air and stared at the statue of the god of death at the exit of the cave for a long time. The cold expression on his face became more and more intense. Humph, a little god of death. Is he worthy of being worshipped? Norstein sneered, raised his right hand, and a ball of purple-black flames burned in his palm. Then, Norstein threw the purple-black flame in his hand directly towards the statue at the entrance of the cave below. In an instant, the statue, which was originally made of highly fire-resistant obsidian, melted in just a few seconds and eventually turned into a pool of magma, flowing along the stone stairs towards the underground buildings. Song Jian felt the terrifying aura from the man in front of him, just like the small-town girl before, and realized that he was no match for the man in front of him. My mission has been completed. Although I didn't kill him myself, the necromancer is indeed dead, Song Jian thought to himself, and he had already thought of retreating. At this time, Tang Li's face was full of horror. Although his level and strength were not high, the player who dared to open up the wilderness in Lunghu Lake had a basic vision. He had seen that Song Jian was very afraid of this man, and the man's attack just now also made Tang Li feel what fear is. If that kind of flame burns on me, I'm afraid it will burn me directly to ashes, Tang Li thought to himself. Looking at the few dying skeleton beasts, his figure began to fade slowly, moving towards a low hill behind him. The evil fire phoenix Norstein now focused all his attention on Song Jian. After his sleep was disturbed by the necromancer, the first thing he did after waking up was to kill the necromancer who disturbed him. And then his attention shifted to the second creature he saw. Human, you disturbed the sleep of the great Norstein. Norstein looked at Song Jian with contempt and said loudly, in order to calm my anger, dedicate your body and soul, and I can consider forgiving your sins. As soon as Norstein finished speaking, Song Jian swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand towards him fiercely. Open the sky. A sound echoed over the entire hill. In an instant, the sword energy in Song Jian's body was completely drained, and there was no trace of blood on his face. At this time, a huge axe quickly emerged in the sky. What was different from before was that a hand appeared on the handle of the huge axe today, tightly holding the handle of the huge axe. This hand looked a little pale, and there was nothing at the wrist. The moment this hand holding the huge axe appeared, Song Jian seemed to have suffered some backlash. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. His legs lost strength, and he knelt directly on the ground. About 1/3 of his spirit and blood were also drawn. Song Jian was horrified, but he also had a glimmer of hope. He had never given up on the practice of the Chaos Sword Cannon. As his level increased, his Chaos Sword Cannon also improved. Before, to perform the Tianqing style, he had to perform the Wanjian Ju first, and then use the sword formation to evolve and naturally transition to the Jinchi Kaitian axe. If the Tianqing style was performed directly at ordinary times, the power would often not be as strong as the Jinchi Kaitian axe in the Wanjian Ju. But now, under the pressure of the evil fire phoenix Norstein, Song Jian directly performed this style, and performed it with all his strength. Although the Kaitian style had further changes, this change was something that Song Jian could not control for the time being, so he was backlashed by this move. A trace of Chaos Sword Chi slowly flowed through Song Jian's meridians as he performed the Kaitian style. As this trace of Chaos Sword Chi flowed, Song Jian's meridians began to break apart. He felt as if there was a stream of magma flowing through his body. This was not cultivation. It was simply a torture. However, this trace of Chaos Sword Chi was not something he could end just because he wanted to. He could only grit his teeth and force it to disappear. Boom! As the giant axe appeared in the sky, bursts of thunder also resounded through the clouds. The originally contemptuous look of the evil fire phoenix Norstein also became cautious. Behind him, a phoenix phantom burning with purple-black flame slowly emerged, spread its wings to the sky, and made a crisp cry. Evil phoenix breaks the sky. With a sharp shout, Norstein did not retreat but advanced, his figure soaring into the sky, and punched at the giant axe in the air. The fire energy in the sky was as brilliant and glorious as the wings of a phoenix. Half of the sky was dyed dark purple. A huge phoenix slammed into the giant axe in the air. A roar resounded throughout the area of several kilometers. Gusts of wind blew in the air, and the earth was shaking. Hills were completely shattered. Large chunks of hard rocks were twisted into fine sand by the energy in the sky. Tang Li only felt a strong force coming, and his eyes went black immediately. He knew nothing. His body was like a leaf, swept up by the wind and blown away dozens of miles away. Song Jian was also horrified at this time. It was the first time he saw someone dare to confront Kai Tian Isher head-on. For a moment, the threat value of the evil fire phoenix Norstein quickly increased several levels in his mind. With the end of this attack, the trace of chaotic sword energy in Song Jian's body began to slowly dissipate. After this trace of chaotic sword energy dissipated, Song Jian's powerful recovery ability began to take effect. The meridians that had been broken began to heal slowly, and the previous backlash disappeared. The power returned to his body again. What was strange was that the sword energy that had been dried up, after the chaotic sword energy circulated for a while, was instantly filled up. It seemed that this trace of chaotic sword energy was much higher in quality than the thousands of points of sword energy in Song Jian's body. Even if there was only a trace of circulation, it would instantly restore the consumed sword energy to perfection. Song Jian struggled to get up and couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that my body is not strong enough to contain the trace of Chaos Sword Chi. Otherwise, the Chaos Sword Chi is extremely condensed, and it only appears when Song Jian performs the Tianqing style. Each time it appears, there is only a trace. If Song Jian can capture this trace of Chaos Sword Chi and nourish it in his body, it will be possible to replace all the sword bodies in his body with Chaos Sword Chi in the future. By then, Song Jian can perform any ordinary sword style at will, and the power will be 10 times or 100 times higher than before. The power of Chaos Sword Chi is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary sword Chi. Otherwise, Chaos Sword Classic would not be able to become the treasure of the ancient sword sect. At this moment, a figure slowly fell from the sky. His right fist was stained with blood. Dripping down, the blood fell on the ground, burning into purple-black flames. Human, I didn't expect you to be able to hurt me. The evil fire phoenix licked a wound on his right hand, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Chapter 1293 Demon Fire Burning Heaven Formation. Song Jian showed a look of horror on his face. You know, in a sense, the power of the Heaven Creation Formation is even greater than the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Formation. But the evil Fire Phoenix Norstein confronted it head-on, not only breaking this move, but also only suffering some minor injuries. This kind of strength is definitely not something Song Jian can match now. This is the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Aren't you afraid that the giant dragon clan will cause trouble for you? Song Jian shouted. Dragon Bone Wilderness? The evil fire phoenix Norstein showed a look of surprise and hesitation on his face. Obviously, the giant dragon clan was not someone he could provoke. After a moment, a strange smile appeared on Norstein's face, and he slowly walked towards Song Jian, saying as he walked, I only need one punch to kill you now. Your body and soul will be burned to ashes in my flames. And then who will know my existence? Norstein raised his bloody right fist, and the dark purple flames wrapped his entire fist. He punched at Song Jian. It looked like a punch, but it covered the area of hundreds of meters around Song Jian. Song Jian's body was motionless, and he felt that no matter how he dodged or escaped, he could not avoid this punch, even if he could teleport and immediately escape thousands of miles away. The moment he appeared after escaping, this fist would follow and hit him. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Technique. Song Jian had no choice but to endure the dull pain from his meridians, and use his best swordsmanship to fight against him. Countless spirit swords appeared around Song Jian's body, and flew towards Norstein like a torrential rain. Boom! 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 Countless roars exploded around Norstein's body. His punch actually hit countless spirit swords. The first spirit sword he hit directly broke apart and turned into countless crystal fragments that dissipated in the air. Then came the second, third, 10th, under the attack of countless spirit swords. The power of Norstein's punch was weakened layer by layer. After destroying dozens of spirit swords, the power of Norstein's punch was completely wiped out, and the remaining spirit sword slashed Norstein's body fiercely. Boom! In addition to the physical attack of the spirit sword, the red lotus fire also collided fiercely with the evil fire on Norstein's body. The two flames with completely different properties collided together, just like water and fire, and immediately burst out with the strongest power. In this case, only when one side is completely destroyed will the power dissipate. Norstein's body moved slightly, and his heart was shocked. The human in front of him was weak, but he controlled such a flame that was not weaker than the purple emperor demon fire on his body. For a while, he was evenly matched with him. At this time, countless spirit swords had begun to condense into lotus leaves and began to evolve into the red lotus sword array of karma fire. A trace of the power of the array began to spread around Norstein. Ha! Human, do you think you can fight me with this little trick? You are simply courting death. The evil fire phoenix Norstein looked at the constantly evolving fire red lotus sword formation around him, with a hint of contempt in his eyes. The demon fire burns the sky and destroys everything. Norstein roared, and pieces of dark purple feathers floated around him. Each feather was like a ball of flame, emitting dazzling light. Song Jian narrowed his eyes. The other party also understood the way of formation? These pieces of dark purple flame feathers looked so similar to his own spirit sword. Boom! Countless feathers began to slowly rotate, forming a large dark purple flame with Norstein as the center. The flame was extremely hot, melting gold and iron, just like a wildfire, rushing towards Song Jian's Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation with an unstoppable force. The power of the two formations collided and consumed each other in the hills. Half of the sky was dark purple, and half of the sky was dark red. The earth was also melted by the two flames. Seeing that Song Jian's Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation was as powerful as his own Demon Fire Burning Heaven formation, Norstein also showed a look of surprise in his eyes. At this moment, Song Jian's mind moved, and the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation immediately accelerated the evolution process, and a dazzling long sword about 10 feet long began to condense in the air. At this moment, Norstein's attention was all attracted by the Red Lotus Sword formation, and he did not notice that a long sword was gathering above his head. After a moment, a warning suddenly emerged in Norstein's heart, and a white light flashed in the corner of his eyes. He looked up and saw a long sword about 10 feet long, slashing towards him at lightning speed. How could it be? Norstein showed a look of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that the other party would have the energy to sneak attack him. This was not the time to sigh. Just when he looked up, the Red Lotus sword was less than 10 meters away from Norstein. Boom! Nostein's entire body turned into a ball of fire, condensing into the figure of a phoenix. The Red Lotus sword slashed through the middle of the phantom of the flaming phoenix, directly splitting the ball of fire in half. Unfortunately, he was discovered. Song Jian clenched his fists, feeling a little regretful. The sharpness of the Red Lotus sword had the bonus of the sky-breaking sword. If Nostan hadn't been prepared, this sword might have killed him in seconds, or at least seriously injured him. Ha ha ha. Good trick. Good trick. The phantom of the flaming phoenix slowly merged together, and a figure slowly emerged from the phantom of the flaming phantom. At this time, the dark purple robe on Nostin's body had disappeared. He only wore a pair of purple trousers and a dark golden belt around his waist. But his upper body was naked. A faint sword mark spread from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. Purple-red blood oozed out of the wound, exuding a hot breath. Although Norstein was smiling, the murderous intent in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. Even the air around him began to twist. Some small stones on the ground slowly floated up after shaking slightly, and in an instant, they turned into ashes and scattered in the air. Song Jian was shocked. The other party's murderous intent towards him had reached the point of being eliminated. It seemed that he had indeed angered the other party. However, since the battle had come to this point, Song Jian would naturally not retreat. Although the other party was powerful, Song Jian was not without the strength to fight. Thinking of this, Song Jian gritted his teeth, stretched out his left hand, pressed hard towards the void, and shouted in a low voice, "Sword Chi Palm Seal! Press!" Suddenly, the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation, which was originally fighting against the Demon Fire Burning Heaven formation, suddenly collapsed, and the spirit swords overflowed and flew quickly into the air. In the air, a palm of more than 10 feet in size was quickly condensed, and it pressed down hard towards the surging Demon Fire Burning Heaven formation in Norstein. Chapter 1294 Strengthening. The Demon Fire under the sword energy palm print quickly shrank into a ball and was directly suppressed by a palm. And the figure of the Demon Fire Phoenix Norstein was also suppressed by the palm print. Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at the sword energy palm print, still holding the sky-breaking sword tightly in his hand. The strength of the evil fire phoenix is too strong, far beyond what Song Jian can deal with now. He can suppress the opponent for a while, but it is impossible to suppress it all the time. In the attack just now, starting from the evolution of the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword, Song Jian actually had some traces of sneak attack, bullying the evil fire phoenix for not understanding the 10,000 Swords Art evolution formation. If it happens again, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to suppress the evil fire phoenix. The same moves won't produce the same effect the next time I meet him. Song Jian has already felt the surging powerful aura under the sword energy palm print. This attack seems to have no effect on him. The evil fire phoenix has become even more angry. Li! A sharp phoenix cry sounded, and under the sword energy palm print, dark purple flame suddenly burned, and kept coming out from the surroundings of the palm print and the gaps between the fingers, becoming more and more intense. In just a few seconds, cracks appeared on the surface of the sword energy palm print, and dark purple magma-like energy substances were constantly flowing in the cracks. After a while, the entire sword energy palm print began to dissolve rapidly, and after a while, the palm print was completely dissolved in the purple flame. With a sharp phoenix cry, after the sword energy palm print was dissolved, the dark purple flame burned more and more fiercely, and dark purple flame feathers more than 1 foot long flew out of the flame, flying densely in the sky. Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The evil fire phoenix Norstein clearly took the blow of the sword energy palm print head-on. Why was it unscathed? And it seemed that the momentum seemed to be a few points stronger than before? Just when Song Jian was puzzled, the feathers of the flaming phoenix in the air suddenly lit up with dazzling light. These feathers gathered together, and soon, a huge phoenix appeared in front of Song Jian. The phoenix spread its wings, which were hundreds of meters long. The purple flames were burning all over its body, exuding a strong aura. This is... Song Jian was shocked, and he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. This is a bit like the process of performing the Golden Saint Lion Demon Binding Seal. But the materials for refining the formation were all replaced by those flaming phoenix feathers. Song Jian didn't think that it was a real phoenix feather, but just some high-intensity condensed energy bodies, which looked like phoenix feathers. But Norstian's move showed his extraordinary skills in the art of formation. Even Song Jian couldn't completely give up the formation materials, and use the spirit sword to replace the Saint Lion Demon Seal. In an instant, Song Jian's thoughts flew in his mind, and there were constant spiritual lights colliding and blooming in his mind. Song Jian seemed to have touched a direction on how to use the spirit sword to construct the formation. Boom! A huge roar interrupted Song Jian's perception. The phoenix above his head continued to condense the fire elements around it, and gathered a huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters in the air. Damn it! I was distracted in the battle. I didn't know how to live or die. Song Jian took a deep breath, condensed the sword energy in his body, and rushed to the sky-breaking sword in his hand. He slashed forward fiercely, and Song Jian shouted softly, "Sword Chi Stone Tower! Suppress the demons!" Hundreds of spiritual swords appeared around him, under Song Jian's control. These spiritual swords quickly flew into the air. At this time, a sword energy stone tower more than 10 meters high in the air had condensed into shape. Just as the sword energy stone tower was about to suppress the evil fire phoenix, more than 100 spiritual swords suddenly flew around the stone tower and began to continuously insert into the stone tower. Every time a spiritual sword was inserted, the aura of the sword chi stone tower became more solid. After more than 100 spiritual swords were inserted into the stone tower, which was only more than 10 meters high, suddenly became more than 30 meters high, and the aura seemed more solid and heavy. Obviously, the sword chi stone tower was strengthened by Song Jian. In the distance, the eyes of the evil fire phoenix were full of anger. It controlled the evil fire phoenix true spirit formation and condensed a fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It originally wanted to kill Song Jian directly with this attack, but soon he was attracted by the more than 30-meter high stone tower in the air. What is this? Norstein gritted his teeth. The human opposite looked like he could be crushed to death with one hand. But there were endless gadgets. Sometimes it was a long sword. Sometimes it was a palm. And now, a stone tower was created, which made him a little annoyed. The previous Karma Fire Red Lotus sword only caused him some minor injuries, but the sword chi palm seal really made him spit out blood. If it weren't for the innate skill Immortal Phoenix taking effect, this time, he might really be seriously injured. Song Jian looked at the suddenly expanded sword chi stone tower, and was excited. Although he couldn't use the spirit sword as a material to build a formation now, he could use the spirit sword as an auxiliary material to enhance the power of the existing formation. This step was a world of difference compared to the previous cluelessness. Even if he used the spirit sword as a material to build a formation, Song Jian already had a general direction in his mind. As long as he was given some time, he believed that he could use the spirit sword to build a formation. Song Jian's sword energy value was restored to 1/5, so he only summoned more than 100 spirit swords. Moreover, the time he spent summoning the spirit swords was too long for him to dodge the huge fireball. Seeing the sword energy stone tower expand to more than 30 meters, Song Jian smiled. The dark purple fireball was less than 10 meters away from him, and the speed was so fast that he had no time to dodge. With a thought, Song Jian disappeared from the spot. At the moment he disappeared, the fireball hit the place where he was standing before, like a meteorite falling. The huge roar could be heard dozens of miles away. Inside the Dragon God Temple, the surveillance footage began to distort violently. With a bang, a strong energy fluctuation interfered with the surveillance magic. Several dragon priests looked at each other in bewilderment. They could not imagine that they were just trying to hunt down a legendary necromancer. But why would an evil fire phoenix that had surpassed the legendary realm and was close to the demigod realm appear? Yalafu, you should go there. The strength of this evil fire phoenix has reached the peak of the legendary realm and has even touched the realm of demigod. Only you can beat him. The old dragon priest opened his dark golden vertical pupils, looked at the flame dragon Yalafu and said, Chapter 1295 Shattering. The huge fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters, like a falling star, hit the place where Song Jian stood before. The terrifying flame spread rapidly around the area of hundreds of meters in radius. The dirt hills were all melted by the flames, and the ground was like magma, flowing everywhere. Tang Li stared at the distance in amazement, while pouring the healing potion into his mouth. and said in his heart, "This kind of power is simply a natural disaster. Not to mention a head-on confrontation. Just the aftermath. I am afraid that I can be killed in seconds." At this time, Tang Li finally felt a little scared. You know, he has been in the Dragon Bone Wilderness for more than half a month, and even encountered the Dragon Soul Guards several times. But he was able to escape safely every time. Over time, he couldn't help but feel a little arrogant. But the scene before him made him completely sober up and realize his insignificance. Fortunately, he was several kilometers away from the place where the fireball exploded. Otherwise, with his strength, he might not even be able to escape. The aftermath of the fireball slowly dissipated. The evil fire phoenix Norstein carefully sensed that Song Jian's breath seemed to have disappeared. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, the phoenix originally floating in the air suddenly turned into countless dark purple feathers and flew towards him. After a while, these feathers merged into Norstein's body. Norstein showed a disdainful smile on his face and turned around to leave. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something strange, turned around abruptly, and looked up into the sky. How could this happen? Norstein showed a surprised look on his face. That tiny human. I have clearly killed him. Why? Why is his skill still not dissipated? Could it be that the human has not yet? At this time, the sword-powered stone tower above Norstein's head has changed from a phantom to a real thing. The simple stone tower exudes a trace of vicissitudes and ancient breath, and the sharp sword energy keeps circling around the stone tower, like a guard. After a while, Song Jian's figure slowly emerged from the original place, standing on the ground that seemed like glass. And Song Jian couldn't help showing a look of horror on his face. It's really terrifying. This attack actually melted all the soil in the area of hundreds of miles into a crystal-like state similar to glass. Song Jian muttered to himself. Such a temperature was many times higher than his Red Lotus Karma fire. If he hadn't hidden in the Broken Kingdom of God, this time, he would probably have really triggered the passive skill of the Enemy of Death, which he hadn't used for a long time. The moment Song Jian appeared, the speed of the Sword Chi Stone Tower's condensation suddenly increased countless times. In just 2 seconds, the Sword Chi Stone Tower fell towards the evil Fire Phoenix with an unstoppable force. After Song Jian hid in the Broken Kingdom of God, although the Sword Chi Stone Tower did not collapse immediately, the condensation speed was obviously affected. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to condense for so long without falling. You are not dead. The anger in the eyes of the evil Fire Phoenix burst out again, and he stretched his hands towards the sky, and countless dark purple flame feathers flew out of his body again. This time, the number of feathers was twice as much as before. But the Sword Energy Stone Tower had begun to fall, and he had no time to condense these feathers into a formation. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The evil Fire Phoenix controlled the feathers, and flew towards the Sword Energy Stone Tower. Countless feathers continuously impacted and collided with the Sword Energy Stone Tower, trying to disintegrate the power of the Stone Tower by relying on the number. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sparks bloomed on the surface of the Sword Energy Stone Tower. The power of each evil Fire Phoenix feather was not weaker than a rocket. With such a number of Phoenix feathers, even the wall of the City of Hope could be blown into a big hole. But in front of the Sword Energy Stone Tower, it was defeated and did not even break through the Sword Energy defense on the surface of the Sword Energy Stone Tower. The evil Fire Phoenix's eyes were filled with more anger. He had never expected that his evil Fire Phoenix feathers would have no effect on the Sword Energy Stone Tower. Damn human. Norstein cursed inwardly, stepped hard on his feet, and rushed towards the Sword Energy Stone Tower in the air like an arrow. Evil Phoenix breaks the sky. With a sharp shout, Norstein once again used his ultimate move. Song Jian frowned immediately. This punch could break the opening of the sky, although the Sword Energy Stone Tower was strengthened by himself. Song Jian had no idea whether it could withstand this punch. Boom! Norstein's punch hit the base of the Sword Energy Stone Tower fiercely. An explosion sounded, and the first floor of the stone tower exploded directly, turning into countless rubbles that shot in all directions. Song Jian's heart sank. The Sword Energy defense that even the evil Fire Phoenix feather could not break through before was directly penetrated like a piece of thin paper by Norstein's punch. And the first layer of the stone tower was also destroyed. Boom, boom, boom. Not only the first layer. Norstein's figure was like a meteor going upstream, constantly impacting upwards. Every layer of the stone tower was shattered wherever his figure passed. the second layer, the third layer, the fourth layer. The stone tower, which was originally more than 30 meters high, was broken into more than 10 meters in just a few seconds. Moreover, Norstian's figure showed no sign of stopping. His fist, like a mountain-breaking cone, smashed the sword energy stone tower layer by layer. Song Jian's face was terribly gloomy. Norstein was too strong. During the battle, no matter what moves Song Jian used, Norstein was like a reckless man. He just pushed forward and broke all of Song Jian's moves. It seemed that the fight was fierce. But Song Jian knew that it was just that the gap between his strength and Norstian's was too big. The opponent didn't need to use tricks at all, no matter what situation he encountered. He just needed to break it with force. Boom! The 8th floor of the Sword Chi Stone Tower was also broken. But this time, Norstian's fist strength seemed to have been exhausted, and he was no longer able to break the last floor. Norstian looked at the bottom of the 9th floor stone tower, which was only 5 or 6 meters in diameter, with a trace of regret in his eyes. It's a pity that my strength has not fully recovered. Otherwise, with a cold snort, Nostan's figure fell to the ground. The height of this last floor of the stone tower was less than 3 meters, which seemed to be Song Jian's last face. This floor of the stone tower made a sharp whistling sound in the air and smashed towards Nostan fiercely. Nostan's moves were already old. Looking at the sword-like stone tower less than 1 meter away from him, he could only rely on his strong body to bear this blow. Boom! The sword-powered stone tower hit Norstian's back hard, and there was a deafening explosion. Norstian's straight body bent down, and his right hand subconsciously stretched towards the ground. But when his palm was less than a foot away from the ground, Norstein stopped suddenly. His palm trembled slightly, and then clenched into a fist. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Norstein slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at Song Jian. The anger in his eyes seemed to want to burn Song Jian to ashes. Chapter 1296 Dragon Soul Guard. Song Jian's strength was somewhat beyond Norstian's expectations. In his eyes, Song Jian was just an ordinary human who had not even reached the 3rd level combat power. But he did not expect that this ordinary human in front of him would fight with him for so long, and even injured him, although it was not very serious. In Norstian's view, this was the greatest humiliation for him. The door of the last floor of the Sword Chi Stone Tower opened, and a suction force surged towards Norstein. Norstein hummed and pointed casually, leaving only the last floor of the Sword Chi Stone Tower, which exploded. Little trick, Nostan sneered, but suddenly felt a little itchy in his throat, and couldn't help coughing twice, and immediately sprayed out bloody droplets. The hot breath quickly burned the blood in the air, but Nostan's face became more and more ugly. Song Jian looked at Nostan and sighed in his heart. He is not an opponent at all. He had released all his most damaging attack skills, and took advantage of the opponent's underestimation to hurt him. But if Song Jian used it again, I believe Nostan would easily break his attack moves. If Nostan is willing to dodge, I am afraid he will not even be slightly injured. The gap in strength and realm between the two was too big. When Norstein was not serious, Song Jian could still take advantage of him. But now, from Norstian's eyes, Song Jian had noticed that he was beginning to treat him as a real opponent. We have been fighting here for so long. What are the Dragon Soul Guards in the Dragon Bone Wilderness doing? Haven't they noticed anything unusual? Song Jian's mind was racing. He glanced at Norstein, whose aura was getting stronger and stronger, and he had already begun to think about the route of retreat. Norstein, who had rich combat experience, saw Song Jian's face at this time and immediately understood what the other party was thinking. He couldn't help but sneered. Isn't it a bit late to think about running away now? As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing purple flame suddenly burned on the surface of Norstan's body, and a set of exquisite close-fitting armor appeared on his body. At the same time, countless evil fire phoenix feathers appeared out of thin air and floated around Norstan's body. Norstan waved his right hand, and most of the evil fire phoenix feathers flew into his hand. In his right hand, a 3-meter-long war bow was condensed. This war bow looked very luxurious, just like a phoenix spreading its wings and soaring in the sky. The remaining evil fire phoenix feathers condensed into 3 long arrows, floating beside Norstan. The arrow blades of these 3 long arrows were more than 1 foot long, and they were covered with fine barbs, which looked like the fangs of a beast, emitting a terrifying fierce light. Since I woke up, you are the first enemy I have encountered, and also the first real opponent I have encountered. Norstein stared at Song Jian and said word by word, "As an opponent who can hurt me, I will give you enough respect and will use my 100% strength to kill you." Song Jian's heart trembled slightly, and he even had the idea of entering the Broken Kingdom to hide. At this moment, a dragon roar suddenly came from a distance, and 3 huge dragon soul guards, with a height of more than 20 meters, were flying towards this side quickly. Seeing the figure of the dragon soul guard, Song Jian's face showed a touch of joy. Each of the dragon soul guards here has the strength of the legendary realm. Even if they are not Norstein's opponents, they can always delay the opponent for a while. Blasphemer! The leading dragon soul roared, and the originally clear sky suddenly became cloudy and condensed into a thundercloud with a range of about 1 kilometer. Lightning flashed like a silver dragon, looming in the clouds, and the thunder roared like a heavenly calamity, exuding endless power. "Is it a forbidden spell right at the beginning?" Song Jian asked in surprise. But soon he found that the spell cast by the Dragon Soul Guard actually covered him as well, which means that once this spell falls, he will suffer the same damage as Norstein. Norstein glanced at Song Jian, whose smile was frozen on his face, and snorted in the eyes of the Dragon Soul Guard. "What is the difference between you and me?" Song Jian realized that the Dragon Soul Guard protected the entire Dragon Bone wilderness, except for the Dragon Clan. Any other creatures were within its killing range. The most important thing is that after the death of the Dragon Soul Guard, its self-consciousness will slowly fade away with the passage of time, and eventually it will become a war machine that can only fight. In the end, it will only kill any other creatures except the giant Dragon Clan, and will not care about anything else, even the orders of the giant Dragon Priest. If you want to avoid being attacked by the Dragon Soul Guard, you can only enter here with a giant dragon like before. But now the black dragon is drunk and unconscious, even if Song Jian releases it from the battle pet space. I am afraid it will not be recognized by the Dragon Soul Guard. Maybe the Dragon Soul Guards would think that Song Jian had hurt the black dragon, and attack even more fiercely. Damn it. How could this happen? Song Jian cursed in a low voice, and his mind moved, and his whole body suddenly disappeared on the spot. Originally wanting to see Song Jian's joke, Nostan was stunned. Thinking back, he seemed to have used this trick to avoid a fatal attack before. At that time, Nostan still felt strange. The opponent didn't seem to know profound space magic. How could he avoid a fireball attack with a diameter of more than 10 meters in such a short time? Carefully feeling the space fluctuations around him, Nostan showed a puzzled look in his eyes. This is not teleportation, nor is it entering a different plane. Why does this space fluctuation feel like entering the star realm? Impossible. How could he, an ordinary human being, have the qualifications to enter the astral world? Could it be that he is a believer that a certain god particularly values? Norstein's eyes were filled with doubt. If that was true, killing him might cause trouble for a god. Although Norstein was very confident in himself, he also knew that he could not be a match for a god. Once any god fixed his eyes on him, he would not need to take action himself. His believers alone would be enough to make him suffer. So what if he is a god? When I recover my strength and find the eye of the Phoenix ancestor, all the gods in the sky will bow down to my Phoenix dance demon fire. Norstein stared at the place where Song Jian disappeared and snorted coldly. As for the attack of the Dragon Soul Guard on him, Norstein did not take it seriously at all, and did not even raise his head. Boom, boom, boom. There were bursts of thunder in the sky, accompanied by lightning, and fire continued to fall to the ground. Norstein stood upright, looking fearless, looking at the 3 Dragon Soul Guards with eyes full of contempt and disdain. Chapter 1297 Soul Attack. A group of souls that have lost their self-awareness and only know how to kill are not qualified for me to dodge. Nostan sneered, and with a wave of his right hand, countless dark purple feathers appeared again. These feathers quickly gathered into a large piece of demon fire, rushing towards the 3 Dragon Soul Guards. If Song Jian saw it at this time, he would have recognized that this was the demon fire array that Nostan had cast before. It was from this array that Song Jian realized the key to arranging the array with the spirit sword to surround the materials. Lightning, thunder and fire kept bombarding Nostan, but above his head, a series of mists or -1 words kept floating up. It seemed that there was an invisible mysterious force protecting Nostan, so that these powerful lightning and thunder and fire could not touch him at all, and even the most basic defense could not be broken. Seeing that their attacks could not break Norstian's defense, the 3 Dragon Soul Guards were horrified. At this time, a large area of dark purple demon fire attacked them. The 3 Dragon Soul Guards tried their best, but could not resist the attack of the demon fire. They could only retreat helplessly. Looking at the 3 Dragon Soul Guards, who retreated repeatedly in the face of the demon fire array, Norstein sneered, "They are just guard dogs raised by the Dragon Clan. They survive by relying on the dragon energy in the Dragon Bone Wilderness. They dared to bark at me. They are simply ignorant." Norstein looked at the 3 legendary Dragon Soul Guards with a playful look in his eyes. You know, Norstein is only at the peak of the legendary realm. Although he has touched the realm of demigod, he just pushed open the door and saw the scenery inside the door, but did not really step in. Therefore, in fact, Norstein and the 3 Dragon Soul Guards were all in the same realm. But the strength shown in the battle was not as good as Song Jian. You know, Song Jian had met a Dragon Soul Guard before, and was surprised by its strength. But now it seems that Norstein has obviously seen through some weakness of the Dragon Soul Guard. In his eyes, the threat that the legendary Dragon Soul Guard can pose to him is probably not as great as Song Jian. Blasphemer. You are courting death. A Dragon Soul Guard with dark purple flames burning all over his body suddenly showed a clear look in his originally turbid eyes. He ignored the flames on his body and rushed towards Norstein without any care. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and a giant dragon shadow with a diameter of more than 100 meters appeared behind the Dragon Soul Guard. In the hands of the Dragon Soul Guard, a war halberd emitted a dazzling light. Go to hell! After rushing to the range of about 10 meters from Norstein, the Dragon Soul Guard threw the war halberd in his hand fiercely. Who? The war halberd made a low whistling sound and drew a dazzling arc in the air. The Dragon Soul Guard looked at the war halberd in the air with satisfaction, and his figure fell to the ground with a bang. The dark purple flame quickly covered his whole body. In a short while, the Dragon Soul Guard was burned clean. You know, the Dragon Soul Guards are just the residual souls of the dragons after their death. Once they are seriously injured, their souls will be broken, and not even a trace of the true spirit will be left. Obviously, this Dragon Soul Guard also knew that he would die, so he concentrated all his soul power on the battle record in his hand. Regardless of whether he could kill the opponent, this Dragon Soul Guard had done his best and died without regrets. Facing the slash that was flying towards him like a falling meteor, Norstein finally showed a trace of caution on his face. He felt the threat from this war halberd. The previous battle with Song Jian had made him suffer from carelessness. This time, he couldn't be careless. Without even looking at the other 2 Dragon Soul Guards trapped by the demon fire array, Norstein shouted softly, and countless demon fire phoenix feathers emerged again, condensing into a trident in his hand. Norstein held the trident with both hands and slashed at the flying halberd fiercely. Swish! A sharp arc suddenly appeared in front of Norstein, and the trajectory of the arc coincided with the trajectory of the flying halberd at a point. Just when Norstein had a confident smile on his face, the trident that was supposed to hit the halberd did not feel any force. Norstein's face changed drastically, and the halberd thrown towards him, like a phantom, penetrated the trident and smashed towards his chest. How can there be a formless body? Norstein was surprised, but he had no time to react. He could only rely on his strong body to bear the blow. Boom! Norstein heard a roar in his ears, and felt as if his chest was hit hard by a giant beast, and he was directly knocked out. In midair, Norstein was surprised to find that on the ground, there was an identical self standing there stupidly. At this time, a sharp pain came from his chest. Norstein looked down and saw that there was a wound of more than 1 foot on his chest. The wound extended from the chest to the abdomen. The most important thing was that there was no blood flowing out of the wound, just like a cracked black hole. What's going on? Norstein's eyes showed a puzzled look. At this moment, a strong suction suddenly pulled him towards the figure on the ground, who looked exactly like him. At this time, Norstein had no power to resist, and was pulled towards the figure on the ground. In an instant, Norstein couldn't help but rush forward 2 steps. After standing firm, he found that the previous feeling was like an illusion, and there was no damage to his chest armor. The halberd before Norstein's eyes showed a look of surprise and uncertainty. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his chest, and the pain seemed to come from the depths of his soul instead of the body. The halberd of the Dragon Soul Guard hurt my soul. Norstein suddenly shouted in surprise. His face changed greatly. You know, it is more difficult to recover from a wounded soul than a wounded body. I thought I had treated the Dragon Soul Guard very carefully, but I didn't expect that I would be attacked by him in the end. At this moment, a strong pressure suddenly came from a distance, and a fiery red figure quickly flew towards him. Flat-haired beast, you dare to invade the forbidden area of the Dragon Clan. You don't know how to live or die. In the distant sky, a large cloud of fire came, and the dragon priest, the flame dragon Yalafu, looked at the two Dragon Soul Guards, who were constantly rolling and struggling in the dark purple flames, and her eyes revealed a terrifying murderous intent and endless anger. Chapter 1298 Flame Dragon. Although the Dragon Soul Guards are far from being comparable to real dragons, they are the group that has made the greatest contributions to the Dragon Clan. These Dragon Soul Guards were also powerful members of the Dragon Clan before their death. After their death, they were transformed into Dragon Soul Guards in order to continue to guard the Dragon Clan's forbidden land. You should know that after being transformed into Dragon Clan Guards, although they can continue to exist for thousands of years, once a battle occurs, they may be killed by the opponent and their souls will be destroyed. In this case, if they are killed, the Dragon Soul Guards will not be able to leave behind any marks of their true spirits, and they will not be able to continue to reincarnate, which is equivalent to disappearing from this world forever. The two Dragon Soul Guards were dying from the demon fire, and a few sparkling spots of light appeared on their bodies. This was the manifestation of the true spirit mark. This situation also indicated that the true spirit mark had been irreversibly damaged and was collapsing bit by bit. The flame dragon Yalafu's face was ashen. She only took a look at the Dragon Soul Guards and realized that they could not be saved. Without saying anything, she raised her hand, and a dragon-shaped flame rushed towards Norstein. Norstein could not care about the attack of the Dragon Soul Guards. The Dragon Soul Guards were originally in the soul state. Even if they cast dragon language magic, the actual power was less than 1/10 of the real dragon, and could not cause any harm to him. This is also the reason why Norstein dared to resist the Dragon Soul Guard's dragon language magic without suffering much damage. But the attack of the soul halberd of the Dragon Soul Guard made him suffer a great loss. Although his body was not injured, the trauma on his soul was more difficult to heal. Now Norstein's condition is much worse than when he fought with Song Jian. Damn it. I have to find a quiet place to rest now. Otherwise, my soul will have problems. Norstein's face was also very ugly. But facing Yalafu, he had to be alert. Otherwise, he might really fall here. Yalafu didn't see Song Jian, thinking that he had been killed by Norstein. The Dragon Clan didn't care about Song Jian's life or death. But Song Jian was the fighting flame of the Black Dragon Kamata. Once Song Jian died, it would also affect the Black Dragon Kamata, and it might cause irreparable damage to Kamata, causing her strength to never improve again. In the history of the Dragon Clan, such things have happened. This is why the Dragon Clan is very disgusted with their own people signing a fighting partner contract with humans. After all, compared with the dragons, in their eyes, the lifespan and strength of humans are no different from those of reptiles on the ground. Thinking of this, the giant fire dragon Yalafu was even more furious. After sending a dragon-shaped flame to the evil fire phoenix Norstein, Yalafu actually waved her fist and rushed towards Norstein, apparently preparing to fight him in close combat. Norstein waved the trident in his hand, almost using all his strength to disperse the dragon-shaped flame that Yalafu casually sent out. Then, he was met with a pair of iron fists from Yalafu. Bang, bang, bang. What surprised Norstein was that Yalafu's pair of iron fists dared to fight against his Fire Phoenix halberd. You know, his Fire Phoenix halberd was not forged from ordinary materials, but from a 1,000-year-old fire stone, which was thousands of times harder than steel alloy. Yalafu's strength is much higher than Norstein's. In addition, Norstein has been seriously injured and needs to find a quiet place for treatment. He has no intention of fighting with her, so he has been suppressed by Yalafu. We must get out as soon as possible. This woman is crazy. Facing Yalafu's violent attack, Norstein has already retreated. At this moment, Song Jian's figure suddenly appeared in the distance. After hiding in the Broken Kingdom for a while, Song Jian estimated that the opponent's attack had ended, and immediately came out of the kingdom, looking at the devastated crystalline earth reflecting the sun's light. Song Jian couldn't help but exclaimed, "If I hadn't hidden in the Broken Kingdom, even if there was an enemy of the god of death, I would probably die again." The range of the resurrection of the enemy of death is 1,000 meters. And the attack range of the previous move of Norstan has obviously exceeded this range. Feeling the heat from the ground, Song Jian believes that except for the initial impact, the subsequent fire damage lasted for at least 5 minutes. Even if his passive god-level enemy of death was triggered, he could not escape the subsequent fire damage. Boom! There was an explosion in the distance. Song Jian looked up and saw a fiery red figure and a dark purple figure entangled together. Go to hell, invader. Your body is left in the Dragon Bone Wilderness, which is a blasphemy to the dragon race. Yalafu dodged the opponent's halberd and punched Norstan's head. The dark purple figure holding a halberd was unexpectedly knocked to the ground by the fiery red figure from midair, flattening a small hill. This is... Song Jian narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized the giant fire dragon Yalafu. And his heart was relieved. Since Yalafu is here, this evil fire phoenix is probably really going to die here today. Song Jian thought to himself. This place was originally the territory of the giant dragon clan, and several giant dragon priests were specifically guarding the dragon god temple and the dragon god altar, and also directly monitoring the existence of the entire Dragon Bone Wilderness. With the existence of these giant dragon priests, plus the countless dragon soul guards in the Dragon Bone Wilderness, there was no one in the entire Dragon Bone Wilderness who dared to confront them head-on. I am from the Nanming Fire Phoenix clan. If you kill me, you will stir up hatred between the dragon and the Fire Phoenix clan. Norstein, who was lying in a big pit, spat out a mouthful of blood, looked at his limp left shoulder, and roared loudly at Yalafu in the air. His left shoulder had been broken by Yalafu's punch, and the bones of his entire arm were completely shattered. Unable to bear the force, even the Fire Phoenix halberd could only be held with one hand. For a time, his combat effectiveness dropped greatly. Norstein, who had a premonition that he was going to fall here, quickly moved out the forces behind him to stop Yalafu from continuing to attack. But Yalafu did not show any hesitation on her face. She snorted coldly and stretched her hands into the air. A huge fireball began to condense rapidly more than 10 meters above her head. The diameter of this fireball was no more than 1 meter, but it emitted light and heat, which was more than 10 times that of the fireball Norstein had released before. Just like a blazing sun. No! Feeling the strong murderous intent emanating from the other party, a look of despair appeared on Norstein's face. A moment later, his body was covered by this round of fireballs that looked like the sun. Song Jian covered his eyes with his hands. After the fireball hit the pit where Norstein was, it did not explode. Instead, it slowly dissolved without making any explosion sound or causing any damage to the surrounding ground. It was as if it was not real, but an illusion. But the pit where Norstein was already full of magma. Just like a lava pit, the magma inside slowly overflowed, emitting a dark red light. Song Jian couldn't help but gasp. The opponent's attack actually compressed all the energy into the pit where Norstein was, without leaking out. This kind of control. Not to mention Song Jian. Even a being like Norstein couldn't have it. There really wasn't even a complete corpse left. Song Jian looked at the magma pit with bubbles rolling around, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Chapter 1299 Admit. The giant fire dragon Yalafu floated in the air, and the red robe behind her slowly landed on the edge of the magma pit like wings. Staring at the magma pit, Yalafu's face was ashen, and she still looked extremely angry. Staring at the magma that was emitting high temperature and rolling on the surface, Yalafu stretched out her right hand and gently pointed into the magma pit. A dazzling red light bloomed from her fingertips, and with a whoosh, a finger-thick beam of light shot into the magma. Roar. A beast roar erupted from the magma pit, and a dark purple phoenix covered with magma flew out of the magma pit. At this time, Norstan looked very embarrassed. The long and luxurious feathers on his body had all disappeared, leaving only a layer of bird feathers, tightly attached to the skin, which was very ugly. A fist-sized wound appeared on the chest of the phoenix. From the wound, it can be seen that a heart with only 2/3 left was still beating tenaciously, but large amounts of blood kept gushing out of the heart, making the evil fire phoenix Norstian's breath more and more sluggish. How did you find out that I was not dead? The evil fire phoenix landed, and Norstein, who had turned into a human form, knelt on one knee on the ground, supported himself on the ground with one hand, barely raised his head, stared at Yalafu and asked. A trifle. Yalafu seemed to not want to explain to Norstein at all. Her eyes, which were originally like red crystals, suddenly turned into dark golden vertical pupils. Two golden rays of light shot out of her eyes, and hit Norstein fiercely. Norstein had no power to resist. As if he was hit by a train. Flying backwards. Smashing a hill directly. And falling heavily to the ground. The rest is up to you. Kill him! The fire dragon Yalafu turned her head, and glanced at Song Jian. Saying, although Yalafu's murderous intent was not directed at Song Jian. This glance still made Song Jian feel like he was falling into an ice cave. He nodded to Yalafu. Grasped the sky-breaking sword. And leaped towards Norstein. Open the sky. With a thought. The sword energy in his body poured into the sky-breaking sword like a tide. And a trace of chaotic sword energy was nurtured in the Dantian, flowing along the meridians in Song Jian's body. And together with other sword energy, it flowed into the sky-breaking sword. Wherever the chaos sword chi passed, the meridians felt a tearing pain. During the operation, Song Jian found that this trace of chaos sword chi seemed to be able to absorb the sword energy in the body to strengthen himself. But the time was too short. And this change was minimal. If Song Jian's strength had not increased a little, he would not have noticed this slight change at all. Norstein looked at the shadow of a giant axe slowly appearing in the air. And a look of despair appeared on his face. If I hadn't just woken up. If the Dragon Soul Guard hadn't injured my soul. If it hadn't been for that giant dragon. How could you? An ant? Norstein laughed wildly. Before he finished speaking, the axe of creation in the air fell fiercely and struck Norstein. A damage of tens of millions of points floated up from Norstein's head, taking away his last bit of blood. Boom! A dark purple flame burned from Norstein's body and wrapped his whole body. In a short while, Norstein's body turned into ashes. At the same time, a purple gold treasure chest appeared next to the ashes. A white light suddenly emerged from Song Jian's body. Killing the demon fire phoenix gave him a lot of combat experience, and his level was raised by 1 level. However, compared to the level increase, Song Jian was still attracted by the treasure chest next to the ash. Legendary treasure chest. Song Jian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but step forward and pick up the treasure chest. Although the rank of the treasure chest dropped by Norstein was reduced due to the participation of the Dragon Soul Guard and the Flame Dragon Yalafu, Song Jian still felt a little surprised when he saw the treasure chest emitting legendary light. You know, with his strength, it is simply impossible to kill Norstein. Although Norstein is just a newly qualified attribute and his strength has not reached the peak state, he is still not something Song Jian can deal with now. This is also why, even though the Dragon Soul Guard and Yalafu participated in the killing, Norstein still dropped a legendary treasure chest after his death. His strength is far beyond that of an ordinary legendary boss. Lord Yalafu, this is the head of the necromancer. Song Jian handed a palm-sized white jade skull to Yalafu. This was the quest item that automatically appeared in Song Jian's package after the necromancer died. Although the necromancer was not killed by Song Jian himself, his death was indirectly caused by Song Jian. Therefore, after he was killed by the demon fire phoenix, the system assumed that Song Jian had completed the quest. All these bastards, who broke into the Dragonbone Wilderness, deserved to die. Yalafu grabbed the skull of the necromancer and crushed it into powder with her hands. After crushing the necromancer's skeleton with her own hands, Yalafu seemed to be in a better mood. She glanced at Song Jian and nodded, saying, "Your performance this time has exceeded our imagination. From now on, you will become a member of the Dragon Clan and can declare yourself a member of the Dragon Clan." Under normal circumstances, the Dragon Clan would only recognize Song Jian's identity as a fighting partner, and would not regard him as a member of the Dragon Clan. However, in this mission, Song Jian accidentally eliminated a huge hidden danger in the Dragonbone Wilderness. The Dragon Priests did not expect that this necromancer would be so good at making trouble, and actually created so many skeleton beasts. And they were right under their noses, hiding so well. If it weren't for Song Jian, I'm afraid the necromancer wouldn't have exposed all these skeleton beasts this time. The most important thing is that the Dragon Priests would never have thought that there was a demon fire phoenix hidden underground in the Dragonbone Wilderness. You know, the mature demon fire phoenix is comparable to a demigod. Now that it is exposed in advance, it can be regarded as solving a hidden danger for the Dragon Clan. Therefore, Song Jian was recognized by the Dragon Priests and enjoyed the privileges and welfare of the Dragon Clan. In the reputation column, because of capturing the Black Dragon as a war pet, Song Jian's Dragon Clan reputation is extremely low, and it has reached the lowest limit of indifference. If it goes down a little, it will turn into hatred. But now, because of the recognition of the dragon priest Yalafa, Song Jian's dragon clan reputation was instantly raised to respect. And with more than 20,000 points, it can reach reverence. If Song Jian is determined to stay in the Dragon Bone Wilderness for a year or two, do tasks every day, and brush the Dragon Clan reputation to worship, he can not only buy the precious treasures in the Dragon Clan treasure, but also hire dragons to fight for him. You know, the Dragon Clan likes to collect treasures very much, and the items that can appear in the Dragon Clan treasure are definitely the top quality equipment that players dream of. Come back with me. Yalafa regained her dragon body, turned her head, and said to Song Jian, motioning him to ride on her back. Song Jian suddenly felt flattered. You know, the Dragon Clan hates people riding on their backs. Since Yalafu is willing to let Song Jian ride on her back, it is obviously a recognition of Song Jian. When Song Jian sat firmly, the fire dragon spread its wings and flew into the air, flying towards the location of the Dragon Temple. Chapter 1300 Dragon God Blessing. In the Dragon God Temple, several dragon priests all looked at Song Jian. It was obvious that the attitude of these dragon priests towards Song Jian had become much kinder. Song Jian, I am the dragon priest Kanwatia, and Kamata is my fellow tribesman. I am glad that you can join the dragon tribe. The dragon priest with two horns on his head said to Song Jian with a smile on his face. Kanwatia is also a black dragon, but he is more than 3,000 years old. He is a real dragon with the strength of a legendary realm. Before, the black dragon Kamata followed him into the dragon god altar, received the dragon god's blessing, and opened the power of the dragon bloodline inheritance. Song Jian, I am the dragon priest Ada. Are you interested in fighting with me? Don't worry. I will suppress my strength to the same level as you. A handsome man with long purple hair and wearing silver armor said to Song Jian with a smile. Don't pay attention to him. Song Jian, Ada is a fighting madman. Every time he fights, it's like fighting with the murderer of his father. Even if it's a sparring match, he will drag his opponent to death. A white-haired old man laughed and said, although his strength level can only be regarded as upper middle among the dragon priests, his combat power is definitely ranked first. Welcome, Song Jian. I am the dragon priest Gear. Your bravery is comparable to those legendary heroes in ancient times. The white-haired old man opened his arms and gave Song Jian a hug, and then said, by the way, what happened to Kamata? Is she injured? Why didn't I see her figure in the battle? The test given to Song Jian by the dragon priest actually took into account the combat power of the advanced black dragon Kamata. With him and the black dragon Kamata, it should be no problem to kill a necromancer who has just entered the legendary realm. The dragon priest didn't know that there was an evil fire phoenix under the hills and plains of the Dragon Bone Wilderness. Oh, Kamata. She is drunk. Yes, drunk, Song Jian said calmly while looking at several dragon priests. In fact, Song Jian was a little flustered at this time. Judging from Kamata's human form, she was actually just a 13 or 14-year-old girl. He gave her wine and was known by the elders of the same tribe. Song Jian felt a little embarrassed at this time. However, as long as the dragon clan can transform, they are assumed to be adults. But as they grow older, they will have a second and third transformation in the future. Seeing the surprised look of the dragon priest, Song Jian sighed slightly in his heart and summoned Kamata, who was sleeping soundly in the battle pet space. The black dragon, which was more than 10 meters in size, suddenly appeared in front of the dragon priest, exuding a strong smell of alcohol. While sleeping, he drooled and had a weird smile on his face. Seeing the appearance of the black dragon Kamata, several dragon priests looked at each other. With the physical fitness of the dragon clan, how much alcohol did he have to drink to get so drunk that he was unconscious? Well, okay, let her rest for a while. After all, she just succeeded in the promotion, Jill said helplessly. Song Jian smiled awkwardly, put the black dragon Kamata into the battle pet space to rest, and looked at several dragon priests with some embarrassment. Don't feel embarrassed. In fact, for the dragon clan with a long life, some little hobbies are harmless. Ahem. Jill glanced at Song Jian and smiled. Song Jian, you are already a member of the dragon clan, but you haven't completed the last step. That is, go to the dragon god altar and get the blessing of the dragon god. Only the dragon clan that has received the blessing of the dragon god can be considered a real dragon clan. Blessing of the dragon god? Isn't that something only those with dragon blood can get? Song Jian asked with some doubt. You know, Song Jian has only been recognized by a few dragon priests. In fact, he is still an out-and-out human player. How could the dragon god bless him? Of course, it is different from a real dragon. But you can get the recognition of the dragon clan. And the dragon god will also regard you as a member of the dragon clan and bless you. Jill smiled and said, at the very least, it can increase your lifespan by decades or even hundreds of years. Isn't that good? Song Jian nodded. This was simply a pleasant surprise. The most important thing is that he is just a player, not an NPC in this game. Once anything unfavorable to him happens, he will get a system prompt in advance and make the right choice according to the system prompt. Following the white-haired gear into the depths of the cave, a huge altar covering an area more than 1,000 square meters and more than 30 meters high appeared in front of Song Jian. All the materials used to build this altar were actually white bones. Are these all dragon bones? Song Jian said in surprise. These are the bones left by the elites of the dragon clan. Being able to integrate part of their bodies into the dragon god altar after death is the greatest compliment to the dragon clan. Gear showed a strange look in his eyes, staring at the dragon god altar with an excited expression on his face. It seems that he is looking forward to seeing a bone from his body appear in the dragon god altar after his death. Song Jian was somewhat speechless. He could not understand this fanatical worship. But this was the tradition of the dragon clan, and he could not make any comments. Following the steps, Song Jian climbed up the dragon god altar step by step. The dragon priest gear stood respectfully below the altar. The dragon clan only had 3 chances to climb this altar in their lifetime. Each time, they were allowed to climb the dragon god altar only when their strength reached the peak, and they needed to break through the blood inheritance. Gear had climbed the altar 3 times. In this lifetime, he might never have the chance to climb this altar again. He stared at Song Jian's back with a complicated look in his eyes. As soon as Song Jian stepped onto the dragon god altar, he immediately received a system prompt. System, you have discovered a special area. The dragon god altar. You must have a dragon clan reputation of respect or above to enter this area. Otherwise you will be hunted down by the dragon clan. System, when you step onto the dragon god altar, please offer an item of quality not less than gold. The dragon god will give you a corresponding blessing. The higher the quality of the item you offer, the stronger the blessing effect of the dragon god will be. Song Jian was stunned and looked up at the dragon god altar in disbelief. Hey, what's going on? Didn't I come here and then the dragon god blessed me? Why do I have to offer items? Is there something wrong? Am I being discriminated against? The black dragon battle pet didn't offer any items when it came here. As the owner, Song Jian doesn't know what Kamada has. Why does he have to offer items when he comes here? Song Jian, can't stand this grievance. Song Jian's face suddenly became ugly. He opened the parcel column and began to look for some items that he didn't use and had to get at the grade. Chapter 1301 Evil Phoenix Eyes. Song Jian was a little hesitant about the Dragon God altar. But after the game system certification, Song Jian was relieved. However, Song Jian was a little dissatisfied with the fact that the Dragon God altar still required sacrifices. But this dissatisfaction soon dissipated. This is not part of the task reward content. In the game, you have to pay as much as you gain. Even if Song Jian, like the Black Dragon Battle Pet, can get the Dragon God's blessing without sacrificing items, then the effect of this blessing can be imagined, and it is probably useless. But now, by sacrificing high-quality items to obtain the Dragon God's blessing, the higher the grade of the sacrificed items, the stronger the effect of the Dragon God's blessing will be. For such an opportunity, Song Jian will firmly grasp it. After searching all over his body, the highest quality items were probably the Sword Immortal set, the Hun Yuan Wings, and the Skybreaking Sword. However, these equipment were all part of Song Jian's strength, so he couldn't bear to sacrifice them. This is a rare opportunity. I have to sacrifice at least one legendary equipment, Song Jian thought to himself. At this time, his eyes fell on the legendary treasure chest he had just obtained. This was the spoils dropped by the evil Fire Phoenix. Although there was an external force involved in the killing, it still dropped a legendary treasure chest, with the participation of NPCs in the killing. Even if there are legendary items inside, I'm afraid they won't be very powerful items. Maybe 1 or 2 legendary materials will be dropped. If this is the case, then use it to sacrifice the Dragon God altar, Song Jian thought to himself. Although there are some differences between legendary quality materials and legendary quality equipment. This is for players. For game buildings like the Dragon God altar, the difference between the two is negligible. Song Jian started to open the treasure chest in the parcel column without hesitation. You know, the treasure chest will emit dazzling light when opened. If it is seen by the dragon priests, it will always be a troublesome thing. Opening it in the parcel column will not have such trouble. However, when opening a treasure chest in the parcel column, it is necessary to leave enough parcel space. If the parcel space is not enough, the treasure chest cannot be opened. The moment Song Jian clicked the open button of the treasure chest, the treasure chest disappeared, and Song Jian's parcel column suddenly had more than a dozen items. Song Jian glanced at them, and found that these items were of different colors, mostly silver or even blue quality items. But there was one item that emitted a faint purple gold light. Evil Phoenix Eyes Legendary. Special item. Attribute, after use, the user can replace one of their eyes with this item, and master the special pupil technique of the Phoenix family, and at the same time possess a trace of the purest Phoenix blood. Song Jian opened his eyes slightly, and his breathing became heavy. This blood item was actually a legendary quality blood item. Phoenix bloodline is the top existence among all bloodlines known and unknown to players. While pupil skills only appear in legends, players need a lot of luck and opportunity to master a pupil skill, even the lowest white quality pupil skill. And the time and energy spent on mastering the pupil skill is definitely 10 times, or even 100 times more than other skills of the same quality. However, the power of the pupil skill is also worthy of the time and energy it consumes. The power is often very great, and except for a few and very special pupil skills, there will be some bloodline and occupation requirements. Most other pupil skills have no requirements for occupations, which is equivalent to an additional skill outside of the occupation. Such skills are what all players dream of and desire to obtain. Even Song Jian was a little tempted by this item. If he was willing to auction it, it would probably alarm the players and NPC professionals in the surrounding cities, and the transaction price would definitely be an unexpectedly high price. Damn it. What can I do? I thought I would only get a useless legendary item, but now I got a top-grade bloodline item, and I can also master the pupil technique. Song Jian showed a hesitant look on his face. At this moment, the Dragon God altar suddenly trembled slightly. The Dragon God altar, which was originally built with countless dragon bones, seemed to be a living thing at this time. A strong breath began to spread in the altar, and a faint dragon roar sounded. Several dragon priests standing under the Dragon God altar suddenly became excited. Dragon. The Dragon God actually responded to the sacrifice. The Dragon God's eyes began to look here. How could this be possible? The giant dragon priest Gel was trembling with excitement. His eyes were full of incredible expressions, and his white hair began to move without wind. Originally, Gel had always acted very old and weak, but now, a surging breath emanated from him, which made the other giant dragon priests around him look at him sideways. This was because Gel was too excited, and for a moment, he did not even cover up his breath, which was exposed. Gel's age is almost 10,000 years old. In these 10,000 years, there have been only a few sacrifices that have been responded to by the Dragon God. Every time a sacrifice is responded to by the Dragon God, it will be given an extremely powerful blessing. No matter what, he is just a human. How could the Dragon God? The flame dragon Yalfa next to him was also surprised, and said in a low voice. Although Song Jian was recognized by the Dragon Clan, he did not have a trace of dragon blood. The reason why he was recognized was, on the one hand, because Song Jian was strong and made contributions to the Dragon Clan, and on the other hand, because he was the fighting partner of the Black Dragon Kamar. Such a human actually got the attention of the Dragon God, which immediately overturned the 3 views of several dragon priests, who had been guarding the Dragon God Temple and the Dragon Bone Wilderness. At this time, the system prompt in Song Jian's eyes changed again. System. Something in your parcel column has caused a change in the Dragon God altar. This item has attracted the Dragon God's attention. He earnestly hopes that you can sacrifice this item to him. Song Jian's eyes fell on the parcel column. At this time, all the items in the parcel column, except for the evil Phoenix eyes, turned gray and were sealed. They could not be taken out or moved freely. Only the evil phoenix eyes did not change in the parcel. Song Jian had a bitter smile on his face. It seemed that the evil phoenix eyes had attracted the attention of the dragon god. If he did not sacrifice it, he might not be able to leave the dragon god altar. Thinking of this, Song Jian took out the evil phoenix eye that was emitting purple gold light, and gently placed this palm-sized bright eyeball into the altar. In an instant, a purple gold light burst out from the altar, like a beam of light, rushing straight into the sky, illuminating the entire cave like daylight. Chapter 1302, Breaking the Delusion Eye. A clear phoenix cry sounded, and a huge purple phoenix appeared on the dragon god altar. The size of this phoenix was larger than the entire altar. It appeared above the altar, with an angry look and dark purple flames burning on its body. Seeing the phoenix phantom appear on the dragon god altar, several dragon priests seemed a little nervous. But at this time, the phoenix phantom kept staring at Song Jian. If the anger of hatred could be turned into substance, it would be enough to burn Song Jian to ashes. Human. You. The voice of the evil fire phoenix Nosedan sounded on the altar. But before he finished speaking, a golden chain appeared out of thin air above the altar and shot straight at it. A shrill scream sounded, and the golden chain directly penetrated the chest of the evil fire phoenix Norstein. Dark purple blood, like flames, gushed out from its wound and burned in the air. These flaming blood seemed to be illusory. Even if it dripped on the altar, it did not change the altar at all. No, dragon god. Phoenix ancestor will not let you go. Not let you go. The evil fire phoenix Norstein let out a desperate roar, and struggled hard to break free from the shackles of the golden chain. However, soon, this golden chain as thick as a finger seemed to be controlled by an invisible arm, constantly shuttling through the body of the evil fire phoenix. After a while, the body of the evil fire phoenix was heavily entangled by the chain, and then slowly pulled towards the void. No. No. Spare me. I beg you. Dragon god. The evil fire phoenix struggled more and more frantically, trying to get rid of the golden chain. Even half of its wings were cut off by the chain because of its fierce struggle. But the evil fire phoenix didn't care at all. However, just as this half wing fell down, the golden chain shot out like a snake again, and tied up this half wing tightly. Seeing this scene, the evil fire phoenix became more desperate, and tried its best. The purple flames on the surface of its body rose up, and even the golden chain that bound it showed a trace of melting. However, no matter how the evil fire phoenix struggled, it was still dragged into the void little by little. The other end of the chain seemed to be connected to another passage. When the figure of the evil fire phoenix completely sank into the void, the temple where the dragon god altar was located became quiet again, and even the light column that had shot up into the sky before disappeared. Song Jian looked at the altar, and the eyeball that was originally placed there also disappeared out of thin air. It should be taken away by the dragon god along with the last trace of the evil fire phoenix's soul. At this moment, Song Jian's system prompt bar suddenly appeared with several lines of golden prompts. System, you sacrificed the legendary item, the evil phoenix eye, and won the praise of the dragon god. Your reputation among the dragon clan has been raised to revered. System, you sacrificed the legendary item, evil phoenix eyes, and received the blessing of the dragon god. Please choose the one you are most satisfied with from the following three options. Option 1, Dragon Physique. Attributes, get the strong physique of the dragon clan. The physique attribute is increased by 100 points. And the defense and resistance brought by the physical attribute improvement are improved. The speed of blood value recovery is greatly improved. And the passive talent skill, Super Regeneration, is obtained. Super Regeneration, immune to any damage below 100 points. Has the ability to recover from injuries in a very short time. The more serious the injury, the slower the recovery speed, and the more recovery energy is needed. Option 2, Dragon Rune. Attributes, a mysterious rune containing all dragon language magic, which can be integrated and inlaid. If you fully master this rune, you can start a secondary profession. Dragon Mage. Option 3, Breaking Illusion Eye. Attribute, raise the skill Eye of Insight to the maximum level. Merge the Eye of Insight skill with the exogenous equipment Vertical Eye. Blend in a trace of Dragon God's power, and raise the Vertical Eye to Breaking Illusion Eye Zulong. Song Jian showed a surprised expression on his face. The three options of Dragon God's blessing were simply too generous for Song Jian now. Dragon Physique is a dream ability for every melee profession. A 100-point improvement in physique can make Song Jian the top blood cow in the entire game. Although after the job change, Song Jian's professional attribute has changed from melee to a medium-range physical attack profession with spiritual attributes as the main attribute. But after obtaining the ability of Dragon Physique, Song Jian's survivability has been greatly increased. In a game with only one life, survival ability is a skill that will never satisfy you no matter how you improve it. As for the second option, Dragon Language Mage, a legendary profession in the game world. Only players with dragon blood can have it. This prerequisite alone can block 99% of the players from entering the game. Moreover, Dragon Language Magic can be said to be one of the most powerful spells in the game. And it is also the magic with the most forbidden spells. The most important thing is that choosing it will not conflict with Song Jian's existing profession, but also play a good complementary role. A brand new secondary profession. A complete set of Dragon Language Magic skill trees. This is definitely a skill that all players are jealous of. As for the third delusion-breaking Divine Eye, from the description, there is not much surprise. And even the attribute ability of the delusion-breaking Divine Eye Ancestor Dragon obtained at the end is not explained. The most important thing is that if you choose the third option, you also need to integrate the Eye of Insight and the exocolonial equipment, which is equivalent to consuming a reconnaissance skill and then improving the grade and ability of the vertical eye. If it is placed in normal times, it can be said to be a good option. But in a Dragon God Blessing, it seems a bit abnormal. Where is the blessing? And there is a price to pay? Song Jian's eyes only glanced at the third option, and then turned back to the first and second options. Just when Song Jian was hesitating between the first and second options, a sudden inspiration came to his mind. In the game, you get what you give. Song Jian suddenly thought, the third option requires me to consume a skill. If I only improve the quality and ability of the vertical eye, wouldn't it be too inconsistent with the Dragon God's blessing? Or, the value of the third option delusion-breaking Divine Eye Ancestor Dragon is too great. It is not enough to sacrifice an evil phoenix eye. I must also consume the skill of the Eye of Insight to match it. Thinking of this, Song Jian slowly smiled. After reading the third option again word by word, he immediately made a choice. I choose the third option, the Eye of Delusion. After making the choice, a dark golden light immediately enveloped Song Jian. In the skill column, the level of the Eye of Insight increased rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. Even after the Eye of Insight skill was upgraded to level 12, it still did not reach the maximum level. But the upgrade speed began to slow down significantly. What's going on? Song Jian frowned. He did not expect that the upper limit of the Eye of Insight skill was so high. It seemed that he had underestimated this skill before. At this moment, the skill points that had been accumulated for 7 points suddenly decreased inexplicably. Instead, the upgrade speed that had slowed down soared again. Chapter 1303 Satisfaction. Why do I need to consume skill points? Song Jian was stunned. After a skill point disappeared, the experience value of insight increased rapidly again. This time, the speed was very fast, and it increased by 1 level in a blink of an eye. Level 13. Level 14. When it was almost level 15, the speed of improvement slowed down again, and Song Jian's face fell. As expected, another skill point disappeared, and the speed of improvement increased again. You know, although Song Jian didn't master many skills, he saved a lot of skill points because of his proficiency. But these skills will always have a time when the proficiency is full, and skill points will become more precious as the level becomes more and more difficult to improve. Originally it should be a cost-free upgrade, but now it is obvious that Song Jian's effort has increased. Soon, the 7 skill points that he had accumulated with great difficulty were consumed, and the insight skill was upgraded to level 21, reaching the maximum level. For a moment, Song Jian suddenly felt that he could see everything within a radius of 100 meters. Even if he closed his eyes, everything around him was reflected in his mind, as if he had an extra pair of eyes, observing everything around him from a god's perspective. In the dark, Song Jian seemed to hear a sigh. But soon, this feeling of insight suddenly disappeared. Song Jian opened his eyes, and sure enough, in the skill column, the Eye of Insight skill disappeared, and instead, a ball of fiery light appeared in the center of his eyebrows. The area between his eyebrows was getting hotter and hotter, as if there was an endless amount of energy pouring into it. Crack, crack. Song Jian could feel that the vertical eye between his eyebrows was completely unable to withstand such terrifying energy, and began to break apart bit by bit. Song Jian could even see the dents and fine cracks on the surface of the vertical eye. The entire vertical eye looked like it was made of thousands of fragments that were forced to stick together by external forces. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly spread in the dragon god altar. Several dragon priests immediately knelt on the ground, lowered their noble heads, and chanted dragon hymns. The powerful aura in the altar only existed for a short period of time before it all rushed to Song Jian's forehead. This time, Song Jian felt no more heat, but pain. A heart-wrenching pain spread from his forehead to his body, as if a red-hot iron rod had pierced his head from his forehead. Ah! The sudden pain made Song Jian scream. He wanted to cover his forehead with his hand, but his whole body lost control in an instant. Like a puppet, he was dragged off the ground and slowly floated up. At this time, Song Jian was floating in the air, his body leaning back. Only his head stretched forward, and a brilliant purple-gold light beam bloomed from his forehead. The pain quickly spread from the center of his eyebrows to his entire body. Song Jian had never experienced this kind of pain before. He wanted to faint. But as time went on, his consciousness became clearer and clearer. He could even feel the pain from every muscle and every bone, which made him feel like he was falling into purgatory. In the pain, Song Jian had lost his sense of time. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his body sink and fell heavily towards the dragon god altar. Fortunately, Song Jian did not fly very high, only about 2 or 3 meters at most. Although he was completely unconscious, he did not fall hard. Song Jian, lying on the dragon god altar, had no strength at all and felt sore all over. But this pain was much relieved compared to before. Just like a muscle strain after working all day and getting up early the next morning. Several dragon priests looked at Song Jian lying on the altar and had no way to help him. Normally, they were not qualified to go up to the altar, so they could only wait for Song Jian to wake up. After a long time, Song Jian regained consciousness, took out a bottle of potion to restore his physical strength from the parcel column, poured it into his mouth, and rested on the altar for a while before turning over and standing up. Huh? It was then that Song Jian realized that his body had become light and fluttery. Just a simple flip allowed him to fly 2 or 3 meters into the air, as if the gravity's restraint on him had suddenly become much smaller. Surprised, Song Jian quickly opened the attribute bar and checked it carefully. Sure enough, his physical fitness had improved a lot. Almost every item had improved by 20 to 30 points. In total, it was equivalent to an increase of more than 100 attribute points. This was simply a pleasant surprise. At the same time, the vertical eye at the center of the eyebrows was like a ball of energy light at this time. Although there was no change in appearance, Song Jian could feel that the center of the eyebrows was continuously providing energy, flowing through every corner of the body. This energy seemed to be changing his physical fitness, although slowly, but for a long time. At this time, the vertical eye between the eyebrows seemed to have completely merged with his body, no longer an external equipment. But at this time, the vertical eye between the eyebrows seemed to be still in the process of brewing, and had not completely evolved into the delusion-breaking divine eye. Looking at the evolution time, it would take about 12 hours. Although he was already a little impatient to experience the effect of the delusion-breaking divine eye, Song Jian could still wait for 12 hours. Walking slowly down the dragon god altar, Song Jian suddenly found that the attitude of several giant dragon priests towards him seemed to have become respectful. Before, the attitude of several giant dragon priests towards him was just kind, just like treating other tribesmen. But now, the attitude of several giant dragon priests towards him was completely respectful. Standing beside him, they kept their heads down, their hands folded on their abdomens, without any unnecessary movements. You guys, what are you doing? Song Jian was puzzled. Sir, you have been recognized by the dragon god now. It can be said that you are the spokesperson of the dragon god in this world. It is not an exaggeration to call you the son of God. We should respect you and serve you. The white-haired dragon priest Gel explained respectfully. Song Jian was shocked. Wow. Even the word serve is used. It seems that the blessing of the dragon god I received can be regarded as the highest standard of blessing. Right? What Song Jian didn't know was that there was a trace of the breath of the dragon god in the eyes of the god of breaking delusion. This breath was too intimidating to the dragon clan. Several dragon priests served in the dragon god temple for many years, and were very familiar with the breath of the dragon god. As for why the dragon god gave Song Jian a trace of the dragon god's breath, several priests were puzzled. But since it was a decision made by the dragon god, they naturally obeyed it 100%. Now in their eyes, Song Jian is the spokesperson of the dragon god in this world. This identity is much more noble than the ordinary sons and saints of God. From the attitudes of several dragon god priests towards him, Song Jian can also guess that although he has paid a lot by choosing the third option, he can also be said to have made a lot of money. The first two options can only allow Song Jian to obtain a trace of dragon blood, but the third option allows him to obtain a trace of dragon god's aura. The difference is simply a world of difference. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but smile, and he became more satisfied with his choice. Chapter 1304 Centaur. After leaving the Dragon Bone Wilderness, Song Jian flew towards the direction of the City of Hope. The speed of flying with a sword was faster than that of riding a black dragon, but the comfort was not comparable to riding a black dragon. Although he didn't know the way back, Song Jian still remembered the general direction. He might fly in the wrong direction, but now he could only wait until the black dragon Kamado woke up and correct the direction. It will take at most half a day, and he should wake up, right? Song Jian glanced at the black dragon sleeping soundly in the battle pet space and thought to himself. However, it was obvious that Song Jian overestimated the black dragon's alcohol tolerance. 10 hours later, the black dragon Kamado woke up from a deep sleep. After receiving the system prompt, Song Jian quickly summoned her out of the battle pet space. The black-haired girl sat on the ground, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Song Jian blankly, as if wondering who the human in front of her was. "Are you awake?" Song Jian spread his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. But Black Dragon, who was a little grumpy, opened it. Because of the jade wine, the intimacy between Black Dragon and Song Jian has increased to 80 points. He slapped away the hand blocking his eyes. Black Dragon also recognized Song Jian, rolled his eyes at him, stood up, and began to look at their location. At this time, they were standing in a vast grassland. The green grass was waist high. Black Dragon Kamado showed a surprised look in his eyes. "Why did you run here?" Song Jian also remembered that he did not pass through a grassland when he came here. It seemed that he must have taken the wrong road. He couldn't help but say with some embarrassment on his face, "My test mission is completed, so I am going back to the City of Hope. But I don't remember the way. Is it far away?" Song Jian looked around and asked. "Not much. Just over 100 kilometers. This is the Sakaner grassland, ruled by a group of centaurs. Their ruler is King Sakaner, who has the strength of a legendary realm." Black Dragon said expressionlessly. "King-level boss." Song Jian frowned slightly. With his current strength, he has been able to fight with the king-level boss for several rounds. But it is impossible to say that he will win. Although he has the possibility of hurting the opponent also has the ability to kill Song Jian. The main reason is that my level is too weak. If I can pass the third level combat power assessment, I will not be afraid of the general king level strength. Song Jian thought to himself, if I can reach the peak of the third level combat power, level 120, I can wear the swordsman suit. At that time, with my strength, I am afraid that I can defeat most king level boss. Let's leave here quickly and return to the City of Hope, Song Jian said. I'm afraid we can't leave. We seem to be surrounded. Black Dragon looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, less than 100 meters away from them, there appeared dense figures of centaurs. These centaurs have the upper body of humans, and from the waist down, they look like horses. These centaurs are all around level 100, and they look very strong. They are only wearing very simple leather armor, and their faces show fierce looks. They walked in the grassland, surprisingly quietly. If Black Dragon hadn't discovered them, Song Jian would probably have to wait until they were within 50 meters before he noticed them. At this time, the Black Dragon already possessed the strength of a commanding level boss, and its level had soared to level 99. No matter how many of these centaurs there were, they were no match for her. Most importantly, the Black Dragon could fly, while these centaurs only ran faster and did not have the ability to fly. Forget it. Let's go. Don't make trouble. Song Jian looked at the ordinary monsters of level 100 around him, shook his head slightly, and said, these centaurs seem to be numerous, but they were just ordinary monsters. For Song Jian, no matter how many of these monsters came, they would not pose a threat to him. But now Song Jian was eager to return to the City of Hope as soon as possible, and had no intention of fighting at all. Okay, fly in that direction. In 5 or 6 days at most, we should be able to enter the range of the City of Hope, Black Dragon said, pointing to the left. After the promotion, all the attributes of the Black Dragon were greatly improved. It took about 10 days to come here before, but now it only takes a week at most to return. The centaurs surrounding them seemed to have discovered that the other party had noticed them, so they did not hide their figures, shouted loudly, and ran towards them quickly. These centaurs were very fast. In a few seconds, they ran dozens of meters, and each of them had several spears hanging on their bodies. After running to the right distance, they took off a spear and threw it towards Song Jian and Kamada. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds of spears were thrown at Song Jian and Kamada, almost covering a large area around them. If an ordinary person encountered such an attack, he would not even have a chance to escape. Song Jian summoned the sky-breaking sword and chopped at a spear that was shot at him. With a clang sound, there was actually a sound of metal colliding, which made Song Jian stunned. You know, these spears seem to be made of wood. With the sharpness of the sky-breaking sword, it should be easy to chop them off. But unexpectedly, the sky-breaking sword seemed to chop on alloy steel, leaving only a shallow mark on the spear. If there weren't too many attacks, Song Jian would have wanted to pick up a spear and observe it carefully. Roar. With a roar, Kamada beside him suddenly changed his body shape and returned to the appearance of a giant dragon. With a flap of his wings, a strong airflow surged out, and the spears shot at them were blown away one after another. Even if a few of them shot at the Black Dragon, they couldn't break the Black Dragon's defense. The hard dragon scales blocked all the spears. Song Jian took the opportunity to pick up a spear and held it in his hand. He suddenly felt a heavy feeling. You know, Song Jian's current strength attribute is close to 300 points. He wouldn't feel this way even if he held hundreds of kilograms of objects in his hands. At least 300 Jin. And the material looks like wood. Song Jian looked at the spear in his hand with some surprise. After thinking for a while, he picked up all the 7 or 8 spears around him and put them in the packing column. At this time, the Black Dragon had already spewed out hot dragon breath towards the charging centaurs. Song Jian frowned, turned over and rode on the back of the Black Dragon, patted it, and shouted loudly, "Don't worry about them. Let's get out of here." Once these centaurs with ordinary attributes are contaminated by dragon breath, even if they don't die immediately, these hot dragon breath flames will be like maggots on the tarsal bones, using their flesh and blood as fuel, and continue to burn until they are burned to ashes. Soon, more than a dozen centaurs turned into moving torches, screaming and running around. A trace of bloodthirstiness flashed in the dark golden eyes of the Black Dragon Kamada. He ignored Song Jian's roar, but waved his wings and strode towards the centaurs. For a moment, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, the Black Dragon killed the centaurs in all directions. The wings, claws, fangs, and any part of the Black Dragon's body could be turned into weapons, coupled with the dragon breath that could be spewed at any time. These centaurs had no power to fight back. Soon more than half of them were killed or injured. The remaining centaurs fled in fear. Chapter 1305, Waiting for the People. The level of the Black Dragon is similar to these centaurs, but the Black Dragon is a dominant level boss, and is only one step away from the king level. The gap in strength can no longer be made up by numbers. In just a few minutes, the Black Dragon killed 70 or 80 centaurs. Every part of its strong body can be used as a weapon, even without using dragon language magic. These centaurs are not its opponents. Moreover, Song Jian felt that the Black Dragon Kamada seemed to particularly like this kind of bloody close combat, and did not like to use dragon language magic. After the battle began, even dragon flame was rarely used. Soon, the remaining centaurs fled in all directions. The Black Dragon Kamada seemed to be unsatisfied and flew into the air, trying to catch up with him. After a moment, Kamada seemed to have thought of something and flew back. This grassland belongs to this group of centaurs. Let's leave quickly. If we kill so many of them, we may be retaliated. The Black Dragon Kamada stared at Song Jian and said a little embarrassedly, "The killing was too pleasant before." And Kamada temporarily chose to forget the strength of this centaur tribe. You know, to be able to control such a large grassland. This centaur tribe is very amazing in terms of both quantity and number of masters. Song Jian turned over and rode on the black dragon. The black dragon turned around and flew towards the direction of the City of Hope. After flying for half an hour, Song Jian suddenly sensed a strong breath approaching them quickly. An enemy is approaching. Song Jian immediately warned. But looking at the black dragon's expressionless face, it seemed that he had already known that a strong man was approaching. Roar. With a dragon roar, the black dragon turned around and flew in the direction where the opponent was running. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the opponent again. The opponent may be a legendary strength. Song Jian frowned slightly and couldn't help saying. At this time, Song Jian just wanted to rush back to the City of Hope and didn't want to cause any trouble. The legendary realm masters all had their own trump cards. If they were restrained, Song Jian could still fight them. But if they encountered a peak master like the evil Fire Phoenix, Song Jian couldn't even run away. The black dragon Kamada didn't seem to hear his words, and his flying speed was even faster. Song Jian was a little speechless. Since the black dragon Kamada was promoted to the domination level, he seemed to have become a little arrogant. He didn't even take the monsters that were one level higher than him seriously, and dared to challenge them head-on. Soon, a centaur with golden light all over his body appeared in front of Song Jian. The centaur in front of him was extremely burly, at least 1 meter taller than the ordinary centaur. Perhaps he had practiced some special skills. The centaur was golden all over, just like it was made of gold. On the left side of the centaur was a warhammer that was 2 or 3 meters long, and on the right side were 3 war spears that were about 2 meters long and as thick as arms. Level 98. King level boss. Is this the centaur leader? King Sakaner? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. The delusion-breaking divine, I had not yet evolved completely. So Song Jian could only rely on the simple identification system and experience given by the game system to judge the other party's attributes. This is King Sakaner's cub, the third son of King Sakaner. The data records that King Sakaner's 8 sons were all at the command level. I didn't expect that this guy had already reached the king level. The black dragon Kamada seemed a little surprised, staring at the golden centaur in front of him and said, all the inherited memories of the black dragon Kamada come from her bloodline. After starting the evolution of her bloodline and receiving the blessing of the dragon god, the information of the black dragon clan for nearly 1,000 years was open to her. This information was all inherited from her bloodline. If the black dragon Kamada goes one step further and advances to the legendary level, then the information of the black dragon clan for tens of thousands of years can also be open to her for her to check at any time. The information and materials handed down by each dragon clan of the giant dragon clan are different. Some focus on elemental magic, some focus on time and space magic, and some focus on close combat. But for some historical information, all dragon clans have handed down similar information, with no difference. So, it's just a guy who has just entered the legendary realm. Song Jian's eyes lit up. If the opponent has just entered the legendary realm, then it may not be impossible to fight. Just then, the centaur on the opposite side suddenly took off a spear and threw it fiercely at the black dragon. The sound of breaking through the air whistled out, and the sharp hissing made Song Jian's eardrums feel uncomfortable. Seeing the flying speed of the spear, Song Jian's face changed. So fast. This has broken the speed of sound, Song Jian was thinking. The black dragon Kamada suddenly turned sharply and rotated 180 degrees in the air. The spear almost stuck to Kamada's abdomen and flew out. Song Jian subconsciously exerted his strength with his feet to prevent himself from falling off the black dragon. But this made the black dragon Kamada a little dissatisfied. He looked back at him and roared, "Get down quickly. You have wings and can fly. How can you fight on my back?" Song Jian is not a dragon knight, and can fight on the back of a giant dragon. Riding on the back of a black dragon in battle will not only fail to exert the strength of one person and one dragon, but will become a burden. Song Jian's legs loosened, and his figure fell off the back of the black dragon. A flying sword drew an arc in the air, flew to Song Jian's feet, and carried him back to the ground. Although there are some advantages in fighting this centaur in the air, Song Jian feels that he can better cooperate with the black dragon to fight on the ground. After missing the first strike, the golden centaur was not discouraged. Instead, he took off another spear, aimed at the black dragon, and threw it out fiercely. This time, the spear was faster. Song Jian saw that each of the 3 spears had purple runes carved on its surface. After being thrown out, these runes began to emit light. which seemed to increase the flight speed and damage of the spears. Whoosh! The black dragon passed over the golden centaur's head and spewed a ball of dragon breath flames at it. Valankata! The golden centaur suddenly roared. And the spear that had originally flown away by the black dragon's conical tail actually drew an arc in the air strangely, turned around and stabbed the black dragon's back fiercely. Poof! The black dragon Kamado was not careful for a moment, and did not notice the spear behind him. He was stabbed in the back by the spear. The spear was more than 2 meters long, and stabbed more than 2 feet deep in his back. Blood splattered, and the hot blood splashed on the grassland. Boom! Because the golden centaur was controlling the spear, he had no time to dodge the dragon's breath flame. He could only bear the blow, and was hit hard by the dragon stream flame and flew 7 or 8 meters away. The grassland where it was located was contaminated by the dragon's breath flame and began to burn fiercely, which soon spread more than 10 meters away. The golden centaur turned over and stood up. A charred mark could be clearly seen on his chest. Seeing the grassland ignited by the dragon's breath flame, a trace of anger appeared in the eyes of the golden centaur. Living on the grassland, they least wanted to see a grassland fire. The golden centaur looked up at the culprit, the black dragon, and immediately roared. He took out a bullhorn from his waist, put it to his mouth, and blew it hard. Suddenly, a low and desolate sound began to echo across the grassland, and Song Jian suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. They're calling for help before they even start fighting? Song Jian thought to himself. Chapter 1306. So weak. You are a king-level boss, facing a second-level combat power, and a command-level boss of the same level. And you still want to shake people. Do you have any shame? Song Jian's face suddenly became terribly gloomy. Black Dragon Kamada said that this grassland is ruled by the centaur tribe. Their tribesmen exceed 100,000. And there are countless centaurs with lord-level and command-level boss strength. The most important thing is that the golden centaur in front of him is only the third son of King Sakiner. Who knows whether his first 2 sons have also broken through to the king level? If they have, then with King Sakiner, there are 4 king-level bosses. No matter how arrogant Song Jian was, he couldn't think that he could resist the attacks of 4 legendary bosses at the same time. 10,000 swords. Open heaven! Song Jian shouted, and swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand fiercely forward. Countless spirit swords emerged from thin air, like swimming fish, flying towards the golden centaur. The Chaos Sword Classic was too profound. Song Jian felt that he had to be at least in the legendary realm to begin to comprehend and practice it. However, by chance, Song Jian comprehended the open heaven style from the Chaos Sword Classic. Although he only comprehended some of the fur, the power was not comparable to that of ordinary sword techniques. In addition, his 10,000 swords technique was at a high level. In combination with each other, using the spirit sword of the 10,000 swords technique to construct the open heaven style was much easier for Song Jian than directly performing this move. This move is extremely powerful, and can be regarded as Song Jian's trump card, compared with the sword formation that takes time to evolve. This move is faster. If you are lucky, you may be able to seriously injure the opponent with one move. The golden centaur seemed to feel the threat of this move, and gave up throwing the spear. Instead, he took off the war hammer from his body, held it tightly with both hands, and rushed towards Song Jian with a roar. Do you think you are also at the peak of the legendary realm? Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and showed a look of disdain on his face. The power of the Kaikion move is extremely great. At that time, the evil fire phoenix was at the peak of the legendary realm, so it dared to fight this move head-on, and only suffered some minor injuries. The golden centaur in front of him was obviously just entering the legendary realm. It was obviously a bit overconfident to confront the Kaikion move head-on. The spirit sword quickly condensed into a battle axe in the air, and chopped fiercely at the golden centaur that rushed over. The war hammer in the golden centaur's hand also burst into dazzling golden light. The powerful aura burst out in an instant, and a violent roar sounded within a radius of dozens of meters. The energy scraped off a thick layer of the ground within a radius of dozens of meters. The originally dense grassland suddenly revealed a bare black ground. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and stared at the fluttering wind. The war hammer of the golden centaur flew up high at some point, and hit the ground fiercely. The golden centaur also disappeared from the spot, and it was unknown where he was knocked away. At this moment, a series of dragon language suddenly sounded overhead. Looking up, the dark golden vertical pupils of the black dragon Kamada were full of traces of anger. A series of dragon language came out of her mouth, and the fire elements within a radius of hundreds of meters around her began to become agitated. After a while, a dark red fire cloud covering a range of hundreds of meters appeared over the grassland. The previous battle spear had obviously angered Kamata. She began to cast the dragon language magic that she had rarely used before, and it seemed that it was a magic with a very large range, covering a range of hundreds of meters. Boom, boom, boom. Giant fireballs with a diameter of more than 3 meters slowly condensed from the fire cloud and slowly broke away from it. The moment they completely broke away from the fire cloud, the speed of the fireballs suddenly increased, and they smashed down hard on the ground. The fireballs, like meteorites, dragged long tails of flames and exploded on the grassland. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, a raging fire suddenly burned. This time, it was not as easy to put out as before. Such a large fire could easily form a large-scale fire. It was killed with just one strike. After all, it's a legendary realm. It can't be that weak, right? Song Jian looked at the warhammer that was thrown more than 10 meters away, and the golden centaur couldn't even see his figure, and frowned immediately. You know, the golden centaur is also a legendary realm strongman. The evil fire phoenix was able to fight against Kaikion head-on, and only suffered some superficial injuries on its fist. The golden centaur couldn't be so weak that it was killed instantly with one strike, right? Just when Song Jian was confused, the black dragon in the sky suddenly roared and swooped down towards the grassland. In its slightly open ferocious mouth, a ball of fire that kept spinning was brewing rapidly. It's there! Song Jian was stunned, and immediately rushed towards the place where the black dragon was rushing. The black dragon was in the air, and its field of vision was much larger than his, so he could naturally see the golden centaur faster. Sure enough, at this time, half of the golden centaur's body was charred, and there was a wound more than a foot long on the chest, which was constantly gushing out blood. Half of the body was already stained red with blood. Its hands were hanging unnaturally, and it seemed that they were either broken or dislocated, and it had lost the ability to continue fighting. However, its 4 legs looked intact. Seeing the black dragon and Song Jian rushing towards it, the golden centaur turned around and ran without saying a word. Song Jian's eyes lit up. The other party's injuries were more serious than he expected, and at least he suffered a blow from the dragon language magic later. Otherwise, he would not lose his fighting ability so quickly. Still want to run? Song Jian roared, and the wings of the sky appeared behind him. His figure rushed towards the centaur like lightning. In the sky, the black dragon roared, and a rotating fireball locked onto the running golden centaur, drew an arc in the air, and slammed hard on the side of its body. Looking at the golden centaur struggling hard but unable to get up, Song Jian, who had originally raised the sky-breaking sword high, could not help but put it down again. Why is it so weak? Song Jian stared at the golden centaur and felt very confused. After all, it was a legendary boss. That is, a king-level boss. How come after the fight, he found that the strength of this boss was not as good as some command-level bosses? With the joint efforts of him and the black dragon, it couldn't even last 2 or 3 encounters. Huh? The wind whistled, and a shadow enveloped Song Jian and the golden centaur. Looking up, they saw the black dragon Kamata flapping its wings and slowly falling down. Seeing the golden centaur, Kamata raised his front legs angrily and stomped on it fiercely. Puff! The centaur didn't even scream, and was directly trampled into a ball of meat by the black dragon Kamata, leaving only a horse leg, which was left between his fingers. Chapter 1307 Divine Eyes. Song Jian glanced at Black Dragon and felt that she seemed to have become more irritable since her promotion. Don't move. I'll pull out the spear on your back. Song Jian patted Black Dragon's strong body and said softly. After Black Dragon trampled the centaur to death, his anger seemed to have dissipated a lot. He glanced at Song Jian, bent down meekly, and lay on the grass. Song Jian stood on Black Dragon's back, holding the spear tightly with both hands, and pulled it out fiercely. Black Dragon's body trembled slightly, and he endured the pain and let out a low hiss. He took out a bottle of advanced healing potion from the parcel column and poured it on Black Dragon's wound. With Black Dragon's recovery ability, this kind of skin injury can be healed in 1 or 2 days at most. But with the help of healing potions, the recovery time can be shortened to a few minutes. Feeling the coolness coming from the wound on his back, the Black Dragon became more docile. Song Jian jumped off the black dragon and began to pick up the items dropped by the golden centaur. After picking up all the spoils, Song Jian's face became very ugly. It was obviously a king-level boss. But it didn't even drop an epic-level equipment. Only a golden quality war spear. This war spear is also a long-range throwing weapon equipped in the offhand, with good damage. After throwing it out, it does not need to be picked up. After 20 seconds, it will automatically return to the offhand equipment column. However, if it can be picked up again immediately after throwing it out, then the cooldown time will be refreshed immediately. After Song Jian carefully checked the properties of the war spear, he immediately replaced it with the skeleton crossbow. The war spear is not a weapon used by the sword master. If Song Jian attacks with it, the damage will be reduced by 80%. It may not be able to break the defense of ordinary monsters of the same level. However, the additional properties of this war spear are very good, almost 5 or 6 times that of the skeleton crossbow. The most important thing is that although it cannot cause damage to the enemy hit by the war spear will be delayed for 5 seconds. And this delay has field priority. Ordinary elimination skills have no effect on it. Counterfeit. Song Jian looked at the corpse of the golden centaur and shook his head. Although a war spear with good attributes was given, a king-level boss only dropped a gold-quality item. No matter who encounters it, they will probably curse it as a fake. Song Jian turned over and rode on the back of the black dragon. The black dragon spread its wings and soared into the air, flying towards the direction of the City of Hope. Not long after they left, a rumbling sound came from the grassland, like thousands of horses galloping. From a distance, more than 5,000 centaurs were fully armed and rushing from a distance. The leading centaur wore a golden crown on his head, a set of close-fitting soft armor, a shield in his left hand, and a one-handed hammer in his right hand. His face looked a little old. This centaur is King Sakaner, the ruler of this grassland. Behind him are 5,000 guards. These guards have the strength of elite bosses at the worst. King Sakaner slowly walked to the body of the golden centaur. Looking at the scars on the golden centaur, King Sakaner's face became ugly. After a long time, a desolate and ancient war song rang out from King Sakaner's mouth. The grassland of Sakaner nurtured the fearless warriors of the tribe. Facing the enemy, go forward bravely without fear. King Sakaner's hoarse and low voice sounded, and the guards behind him began to sing with King Sakaner. And the song spread throughout the Sakaner grassland. Several guards slowly stepped forward and gently lifted up the body of the golden centaur. The body of the centaur, which was originally burning with transparent flames, disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Take Gao's body back and bury it properly. King Sakaner's face, as if cut by a knife, showed a determined look, and said to the guards behind him, "Send 1,000 people to chase the enemy with me. Even if I chase them to the ends of the earth, I will take off the enemy's head and commemorate my son." The guards were slightly confused after hearing King Sakaner's words. A burly centaur hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and whispered, "King, you are the leader of the tribe. Leave the pursuit of the enemy to us. I will definitely bring you the head of the enemy who killed the third prince. He killed my son." King Sakaner stared at the centaur expressionlessly. After a long time, the centaur retreated silently without trying to dissuade him. After a while, King Sakaner led 1,000 guards to chase the black dragon in the direction it left, while the rest of the people escorted the body of the golden centaur back to the tribe. Song Jian rode on the back of the black dragon and didn't know that there was a team of centaurs behind them chasing them. After flying for a distance, Song Jian suddenly felt a burning pain in his forehead. He subconsciously covered his forehead with his hand and groaned in pain. Black Dragon turned his head and looked at Song Jian, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Seeing Song Jian's painful expression, Black Dragon hesitated for a moment and slowly descended. At this time, they had left the scope of Sakaner grassland and came to a desolate Gobi desert, where large rocks and clusters of brown weeds were everywhere. A strong wind blew, and a sound like ghosts crying and wolves howling suddenly sounded on the Gobi desert. These were the sounds made by the strong wind passing through the weathered rocks. After landing on the ground, Black Dragon turned into a black-haired little girl. Looking at Song Jian, who was kneeling on the Gobi desert with his hands covering his forehead and trembling all over, he couldn't help but frown. "Song Jian, what happened to you? Are you sick?" Black Dragon Kamata asked Song Jian standing beside him. "The delusion-breaking divine I has been successfully bred. Now, now it is Song Jian was sweating all over, panting, and looked very uncomfortable. There seems to be something in the center of the eyebrows. Drilling out. Song Jian felt as if there was a small insect in the center of the eyebrows, constantly gnawing at his flesh and blood, while trying hard to drill out. After a while, a colorful divine light bloomed from the gaps between Song Jian's fingers, and for a moment, it illuminated the area of dozens of meters in radius. A trace of the dragon god's breath bloomed from Song Jian's eyebrows. The black dragon Kamata showed a look of surprise on his face, retreated repeatedly, opened his mouth slightly, and trembled involuntarily. How is this possible? Song Jian suddenly let out a low roar, and only felt a crisp cracking sound in his mind. Crack. After a light sound, Song Jian felt that he seemed to have gained a new life, as if he had shed a thick layer of body. The whole world seemed to be rejuvenated, and his perception became sharper. The surrounding scenery became more bright and beautiful, and the smell became clearer. Although it was already evening, Song Jian could see the scenery even hundreds of meters away clearly. Everything around him conveyed various and colorful information to him. Even the wind blowing in the air was conveying information from miles away. The delusion-breaking divine eye has been successfully conceived. Song Jian felt a cool breeze coming from his brows. He slowly stood up and moved his hands away. A dark golden vertical pupil at his brows was slightly turning, observing everything around him, exuding endless majesty. The black dragon Kamata only took a look at this vertical pupil, and he couldn't help but kneel on one knee, lowered his head, and chanted a prayer in praise of the dragon god. Chapter 1308 Golden Heart. Is this the delusion-breaking divine eye? Song Jian muttered to himself, closing his eyes slightly, and feeling the power that was continuously transmitted from his brow to his whole body. Originally, I thought that the delusion-breaking divine eye was an enhanced version of the vertical eye at the brow, and at most it was just a legendary quality external equipment. But now it seems that it is far from being as simple as an external equipment. At this time, the delusion-breaking divine eye was like a new organ growing in Song Jian's body, and it was not as simple as an ordinary organ. This divine eye was like an energy source that was emitting energy all the time. This energy was transmitted to all parts of the body through the meridians in Song Jian's body, constantly improving Song Jian's physical fitness. The most important thing is that this eye of the breaking god contains a trace of the dragon god's divine power. As long as Song Jian can absorb and digest this divine power, then any of his attacks in the future will contain this divine power. And even an ordinary attack will have the power to create the world. Creatures below the god level have no power to resist the divine power. At this time, the black dragon Kamata also felt the trace of the dragon god's aura emanating from Song Jian's eyebrows, and became more respectful. If Song Jian opened the battle pet information at this time, he would find that the intimacy of the black dragon Kamata to him has been directly increased from the previous 80 points to the full value of 100 points. Song Jian closed his eyes slightly, and began to slowly adapt to the delusion-breaking divine eye. He was just an ordinary player with only a second-level combat power. If he was an NPC in this game, it would be impossible for him to have such a powerful organ. Even if he had it, this organ would slowly occupy his consciousness, take over the host's position, and replace the brain function of his body, and eventually become a puppet with the delusion-breaking divine eye as the main body. Because Song Jian was a player, he had the protection of the game system, and the delusion-breaking divine eye was a reward he received, which was recognized by the game system. So there were no sequelae. However, it was not an easy task to adapt to this organ. Song Jian stayed in the same place for almost an hour, and the colorful light emitted by the divine eye slowly shrank, and even the divine eye slowly retracted into Song Jian's skull, leaving only a dark golden vertical mark between his eyebrows. The divine eyes converged. The divine power dissipated, and the black dragon Kamata also raised his head and looked at Song Jian in surprise. She could never have imagined that a human could become the spokesperson of the dragon god, which is what ordinary people call the walker on the ground. The gods cannot appear directly in this game world, and can only manifest their existence by descending, performing divine arts, and being the son of God, the saint, etc. The so-called walker on the ground is the spokesperson of the gods, with a lofty status. Such people, without exception, have divine power and can perform divine power skills. How did you get the favor of the dragon god and become the spokesperson of the dragon god? The black dragon Kamata couldn't help asking. You know, although the dragon clan admitted that Song Jian had the same qualifications and treatment as the Dragon Clan. He was just a human after all. Selecting a human as the spokesperson of the Dragon God. This kind of thing has not happened for thousands of years. Maybe it's because I'm your fighting partner. The Dragon God thinks highly of you. Song Jian patted the black dragon Kamada on the shoulder and said with a smile. Humph. I got the highest level of blessing from the Dragon God this time, and got a golden heart. Black Dragon Kamada said proudly. This golden heart is the foundation of becoming a saint. In the future, I will grow into a golden holy dragon. This is the glory that only the descendants of the Dragon God can have. The Golden Dragon is a legend among the Dragon Clan. Only the dragons with the blood of the Dragon God can become golden dragons. Therefore, the Golden Dragon is also called the Golden Holy Dragon, which is the royal family among the Dragon Clan. However, there has been no Golden Holy Dragon for thousands of years, and this legend has gradually been forgotten. Only the Dragon Clan still believes that this legend is true. The Black Dragon Kamada is just an ordinary black dragon. In the future, he can only become a dragon at the peak of the legendary realm. It is almost impossible for him to break through the legendary realm. But now, the Black Dragon Kamada has the possibility of breaking through the legendary realm. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face, and the dark golden vertical mark between his eyebrows opened slightly. Suddenly, a beating golden heart appeared in Song Jian's eyes at the heart of Kamada. This golden heart kept beating. Every drop of blood that entered the heart would have slight changes when it came out again. The blood vessels connected to the heart were also constantly infected by the heart, and the surface was stained with a hint of golden luster. This heart is slowly changing Kamada's physique. Maybe one day, her body will turn golden because of this heart. Song Jian thought to himself. However, the speed of this change was too slow. Far less than the speed of the divine eye between his eyebrows to transform his body. Let's go. Let's go back to the City of Hope. Song Jian patted Kamada's shoulder and said softly. At this time, Kamada no longer had any resistance to Song Jian's orders. He obediently changed his dragon body and lay on the ground. Just as Song Jian was about to ride the black dragon back to the City of Hope, he suddenly turned his head and looked behind him, as if he noticed something. This has flown more than 300 kilometers. And it's still chasing? Song Jian said to himself in surprise. It seems that I have underestimated the status of this centaur prince. Song Jian did not expect that the centaur race would be so vindictive. Just because he killed a son of King Sakiner, he was like a maggot on the tarsal bone and pursued him relentlessly. If I keep running, will I be able to catch up with the City of Hope? Song Jian smiled. You know, this place is 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers away from the City of Hope. Song Jian doesn't believe that these centaurs can really keep up with the speed of the Black Dragon. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Song Jian summoned the sky-breaking sword, with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. However, he didn't know that it was King Sakiner himself who led the pursuit this time. If he knew, he might not have such a strong murderous intent. Although King Sakiner and his third son are both king-level boss. His third son has just entered the king level, while King Sakiner himself has been a king for a long time. As if sensing Song Jian's presence, a roar suddenly came from afar. This sound was like thunder, and it instantly changed the color of the wind and clouds. The originally clear sky suddenly became windy and cloudy, and the surroundings became much darker. Song Jian's face changed drastically. At this time, he finally knew that it was King Sakiner who was chasing him personally. At this time, King Sakiner was unconcealed, and his breath rushed towards Song Jian like a tide. Wherever he passed, all the plants were cut off. Legendary peak. Song Jian's face was solemn, staring at King Sakiner, who was rushing towards him quickly, and whispered softly. Chapter 1309 Abyssal Human Race. A person who can suppress hundreds of thousands of people in a tribe and rule the grassland for hundreds of years should not be underestimated. Judging from the aura, King Sakiner's strength is comparable to that of the evil fire phoenix. There is a boss that can challenge Kaitian. Thinking of this, Song Jian snorted coldly, called the Black Dragon, and immediately fled to the distance. At the peak of the legendary realm, Song Jian is still unable to compete. When he reaches the peak of the third level combat power or enters the legendary realm, he may be able to fight such an existence alone. Seeing Song Jian riding the Black Dragon to escape, King Sakiner showed grief and anger on his face. He should be strong enough to kill Gala. Facing the challenge of a strong man, he should not turn around and run. If King Sakaner knew that Song Jian only had the second-level combat power, he would probably not show his strength without any cover. Do you still have any dignity as a warrior? King Sakaner roared loudly. After chasing for most of the day without sleep, King Sakaner and the 1,000 guards were seriously weakened. If they continued to chase like this, they would run at most 100 kilometers. And I am afraid that some of the guards would be exhausted and fall out of the team. There are so many of you, bullying the few with your numbers. Do you have any dignity as a warrior? Song Jian, riding on the back of the black dragon, heard King Sakaner's roar and shouted disdainfully. Come down. I will fight you one-on-one. A fair fight. King Sakaner waved his shield and war hammer and roared at the black dragon and Song Jian, who had already flown into the air. Song Jian looked back at King Sakaner, whose hair and beard were all angry, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. Without saying a word, he controlled the black dragon and continued to fly away. King Sakaner roared and was about to continue chasing. A guard commander beside him hesitated and stepped forward and whispered, King, the soldiers are exhausted. Should we take a break before chasing? King Sakaner was full of anger at this time. He looked back and saw that although thousands of guards were standing in an orderly manner, the faces of each centaur guard were full of fatigue. You know, this is a long-distance raid of at least 3 or 4 hours. Running 300 or 400 kilometers. Even Iron will feel tired. With so many people, that guy will definitely not come down to fight me. King Sakaner thought to himself. Take everyone to rest nearby and wait for me to return. King Sakaner shouted loudly. After that, King Sakaner actually chased after Heilung and Song Jian alone. King, the commander of the guards, showed an embarrassment on his face. After turning around and giving 2 instructions, he also stepped forward and followed King Sakaner closely. Most of the guards are elite level, but the commander of the guards is lord level, and his strength is much higher than that of ordinary guards. Seeing that the king is unwilling to give up, the commander naturally has to follow the king closely. Otherwise, if something happens to the king, all the 1,000 guards, including himself, will be executed. Seeing that only 2 centaurs were chasing him, Song Jian smiled slightly. Even if it was a king-level boss, if the physical strength was too much, it would not be able to exert its full strength. Song Jian is still in the process of adapting to the delusion-breaking divine eye. The divine eye between his eyebrows is like a high-quality energy source, constantly emitting energy. If he cannot adapt to it, Song Jian cannot fight at all. Chase. Chase. Chase for a while. I'm afraid you won't even have the strength to raise your weapon. Song Jian muttered to himself. And the divine eye between his eyebrows also emitted a dark golden light from time to time. King Sakaner and the commander behind him actually chased for a day and a night. Their speed was far inferior to that of the Black Dragon, but they had special tracking methods. Song Jian didn't know why he didn't let the Black Dragon fly too high, so the 2 of them could barely keep up with the Black Dragon. King Sakaner was tearing a piece of dried meat while looking at a small black dot in the distance. He began to hesitate whether to keep chasing. King, drink some water. The commander beside him handed over a kettle. King Sakaner took it and gulped down a few gulps of water. Hughes, let's go back. King Sakaner sighed and stared at the direction of the black dot that had disappeared in the distance, and said with a depressed look, King, we have recorded the breath of that human. Once he appears on the grassland, our warriors will definitely avenge the 3rd prince. The commander comforted him. Go back. King Sakaner swung the war hammer in his hand and smashed it hard on a rock over 3 meters high beside him, smashing it into pieces. Song Jian didn't know that King Sakaner had given up chasing. The man and the dragon saw a large lake in the air. Song Jian patted the black dragon and pointed at the lake. The black dragon adjusted its direction and fell towards the lake. Those 2 centaurs should have given up. Right? Song Jian laughed. After possessing the delusion-breaking divine eye, Song Jian's perception was greatly enhanced. King Sakaner was like a small sun. Even if he was far away, Song Jian could sense his existence. However, after a long time, Song Jian could no longer sense the energy fluctuations emitted by King Sakaner. It was equivalent to that King Sakaner, who had been chasing for 2 days and 1 night, finally gave up, which made Song Jian feel relieved. Being chased by a powerful peak legendary realm expert, Song Jian was also under considerable pressure. Wait until I break through to the legendary realm, and then come to Sakaner Grassland to meet you. The king, Song Jian said in his heart. The level of strength is too low. Even if you have powerful skills, you can't exert your full power. When Song Jian reaches the legendary realm, he should be able to practice the Chaos Sword Cannon. At that time, a peak legendary centaur may not be taken seriously by Song Jian. After the black dragon fell, it changed into a human form. The two of them started to collect water and cook at the lakeside, preparing to take a good rest. They chased all the way, but they didn't have a good meal. When they were hungry, they ran and ate some simple cooked food like King Sakaner. They didn't take a good rest for 2 days and 1 night. Just as the two were cooking, there was a sound of fighting in the distance. After a roar of a beast, a snow leopard with a body size of more than 5 meters suddenly rushed out of the jungle. This snow leopard has a single horn on its head, and its fur is as white as snow. But now it is stained with a lot of blood. At the same time, there is a deep scar on its right hind leg and waist, which makes its movements a little deformed. A level 80 Lord level boss? Song Jian looked up, and the delusion-breaking divine eye between his brows opened a little, and he immediately saw the attributes of the snow leopard clearly. The delusion-breaking divine eye inherited all the effects of the Eye of Insight, and it did not have the sequelae of the Eye of Insight, so it would not attract the attention of the person being spied on. And the attributes it checked were more comprehensive than the Eye of Insight. Seeing that it was just a level 80 Lord level boss, Song Jian immediately lost interest in it. Judging from its appearance, it should be a prey being chased by someone. Being able to chase a level 80 Lord level boss to this extent, it was obvious that the person chasing it was quite powerful. Soon, 3 humans with black auras came out of the jungle. They were holding weapons in their hands. When they saw the snow leopard, they were all excited. Abyss people. Song Jian looked at the 3 people who rushed out, frowned, and slowly stood up. Chapter 1310 Battle Formation. The humans in front of us are not players, but human beings living in the Abyss Hell. Equivalent to human NPCs in the Abyss Hell. They have existed in the Abyss Hell for thousands of years, and have long become an Abyss race like the Abyss demons. These humans have undergone obvious Abyss mutations in their bodies. The most notable feature is the black Abyss aura emanating from their bodies. However, these Abyss auras are not possessed by any human being. Only those humans with strong strength can produce Abyss auras in their bodies. Players who have transformed into the Abyss race will also emit Abyss auras all over their bodies when they become stronger. As their strength increases, these Abyss auras will become more and more intense, which can not only improve their physical fitness, but also enhance the power of their skills. In the eyes of NPCs in the game world, this Abyss atmosphere makes people feel disgusted and fearful. But in the eyes of many players, it is very cool. Especially in battle. It is just like adding special effects. Why are there Abyss people here? Song Jian frowned. After the Abyss invasion plot began, a large number of Abyss castles appeared in the game world. But these castles were evolved from the previous Abyss copies, and most of the Abyss copies only appear near cities where players gather. Song Jian is now in a large lake in the wild. It is rarely visited by people. In addition to dense plants, there are only wild beasts like snow leopards. Several abyssal humans chased the snow leopard out of the jungle. They had already injured the snow leopard, and now they deliberately chased after it, but did not go forward to fight, just to let the snow leopard die of exhaustion and avoid being hurt in the battle. Seeing the snow leopard staggering towards the lake, the 3 abyssal humans suddenly showed excitement in their eyes. It seemed that the snow leopard's physical strength had been almost consumed, and it was time to harvest the spoils. Just as the 3 were about to rush towards the snow leopard, one of them suddenly saw Song Jian and the black dragon Kamada, who had transformed into a human form, and his movements suddenly stagnated. Human! The middle-aged abyssal human who led the group shouted with a vigilant face, and pointed the weapon in his hand at Song Jian. The other 2 abyssal humans were shocked and looked towards Song Jian. The entry of regional races into the game world is essentially an invasion. Those Abyss players have seen the game world, so it doesn't matter. However, the Abyss humans, who have been born in the Abyss Hell and have never set foot in the game world, feel that even the Gobi Desert environment is like heaven when they enter the game world, and are even said to be more prosperous. After all, no matter how desolate and barren the game world is, it is 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than the Abyss Hell. Retreat! The Abyss human who led the group shouted in a low voice, and then slowly retreated. Suda, they only have a boy and a little girl. Just kill them directly. Why retreat? The snow leopard is almost unable to work. The prey in hand, Are we going to give it up in vain? Another abyss human said with some dissatisfaction. Yes, Uncle Suda. It's not like we haven't killed humans here before. Just kill that man and take the girl back to town. We can sell her for a good price after we're done. The three of them used the abyssal language. Others couldn't understand it. But Song Jian heard it clearly, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. Suda was the strongest among the three, and he could vaguely feel how strong Song Jian was. Moreover, a man in his 20s, who dared to bring a little girl here naturally couldn't be an ordinary person. Since you're here, don't go back, Song Jian said to the three in the abyssal language, and the three's faces changed drastically. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly rushed towards the three people, and Suda shouted, "Form a formation." The three people immediately stood in a triangular shape, and at the same time a light black halo appeared under their feet, linking the three people's aura together. Battle formation? Interesting. Song Jian smiled slightly, and the Xianyu Liuwang sword was used, stabbing fiercely at the leading abyss human. Song Jian was not unfamiliar with the battle formation. Luo Tianyu of the City of Hope was good at it. But compared with the battle formation of these three people, Luo Tianyu was good at the military formation with more people. These military formations were also a kind of battle formation. But the number of people must be at least hundreds to exert their power. After the three abyss humans formed a battle formation, their strength increased by at least 15%. In total, it was equivalent to adding half a person's strength. However, Song Jian did not take it seriously. The sky-breaking sword easily tore through Suda's defense and pierced into his chest. At this time, the other two humans also waved their spears and stabbed Song Jian. Song Jian's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only a translucent figure in the eyes of the three people. Relying on the barrier-free crossing effect of the first 3 seconds of the soul walk, Song Jian dodged the attack of the three people, and the sky-breaking sword once again slashed at the neck of the abyss human on the left. The innate skill Holy Sword often has a high chance of triggering when attacking the vital part of the neck, which is also the experience summed up by Song Jian in the battle. The three abyss humans are all around level 85. The highest level is the middle-aged man named Suda, who is the leader, who is level 88. The lowest level is the abyss human that Song Jian is attacking now, hoping to behead him with one blow. He is only level 83, which can completely crush the level of Song Jian, who is already level 89. Puff. The sky-breaking sword seemed to have no obstacles and passed through the neck of the abyss human. At the same time, a bright golden light shone on the blade of the sky-breaking sword. Song Jian's mouth curled up slightly. Sure enough, the holy sword effect was triggered with one strike. Otherwise, even if the opponent's level was lower than his, it would be impossible to kill him with one strike. Gu Jiao. An angry voice sounded from behind. Song Jian felt a gust of wind coming from the back of his neck. It seemed that the opponent also wanted to kill him with one strike. However, the duration of the soul walk was still 6 seconds. As long as the opponent's attack could not hurt him in the soul state, he could be regarded as immune to damage. However, just as Song Jian was about to withstand the opponent's attack and kill another person directly, he suddenly felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up one by one, and a needle-like pain appeared in the back of his neck. Song Jian's heart trembled, and he gave up the attack. He retreated quickly, and a dark purple light drew an arc in the air, slashing fiercely on Song Jian's left shoulder. Suddenly, a piercing pain came from his left shoulder. Song Jian showed a surprised look on his face. How could it be? After retreating to a safe distance, Song Jian directly lifted the soul walking state. When performing soul walking, although he can be immune to any damage except soul damage, once the opponent's attack can hurt the soul, Song Jian will suffer double the damage. Song Jian's eyes were fixed on the spear in the opponent's hand. There was a piece of dark purple crystal that was polished more than 1 foot long on the tip of the spear. If you don't look carefully, you might think it was a piece of wood that can be burned. What kind of weapon is this? Song Jian asked in the abyss language, and the dark golden vertical line between his eyebrows suddenly opened slightly, looking at the weapon in the opponent's hand. Chapter 1311 Town. The weapon in the hands of this abyss human was obviously homemade. It looked quite crude, but its power was 3 times stronger than the general golden quality weapons, especially the blade of the war spear in his hand, which was made of a dark purple crystal. It was extremely sharp and could hurt the soul. Such characteristics made it more powerful than the general epic weapons. What weapon is this? Song Jian asked the abyss human in the lead. The middle-aged man in the lead had a sad and angry look on his face, and blood was constantly gushing from his chest. He raised the war spear in his hand, pointed at Song Jian and shouted, "God's favored one. The Golden Royal family will not let you go." As he said this, the middle-aged man actually waved his spear again and rushed towards Song Jian. Because he had killed one person, and the battle formation of 3 people was broken, the strength of the injured middle-aged man was greatly reduced. Song Jian didn't even use his skills, but just relied on the sky-breaking sword in his hand to fight with the opponent. After 3 or 5 moves, Song Jian slashed forward fiercely and knocked him to the ground. He stepped forward and pierced the opponent's throat directly. Cough, cough, cough. The abyss human spewed blood foam from his mouth, struggling, and the spirit in his eyes disappeared little by little. After a moment, his head tilted and fell softly. Several items rolled out from under his body, one of which was the weapon he used before. The war spear. Soul-chasing spear? It's just an 80-level gold-grade weapon, but it actually has the ability to hurt the soul. Song Jian picked up the war spear and carefully observed its properties. After a long time, Song Jian suddenly discovered that the spear shaft of this war spear was nothing special. It was just a very tough wood, and the spear blade was actually made of purple crystal. Purple crystal. This is actually purple crystal, and it's high-quality purple crystal. Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. You know, the color of this spear blade is already dark purple, and ordinary purple crystal is much lighter than it, which is why Song Jian didn't recognize it at first. The better the quality of the amethyst, the higher the level, the darker the color. The dark color of this spear blade is definitely the highest quality amethyst that Song Jian has ever seen. Using amethyst to make weapons is a waste of resources. Song Jian took the spear in his hand and looked at it for a long time before putting it into the parcel column. The amethyst that has been made into a weapon cannot extract the energy inside to increase the level. It is necessary to find a special forger to decompose it into materials. After the life professional forger is promoted to the master level, he can learn the decomposition technique, which can decompose the damaged equipment into materials for recycling. Although Song Jian has also learned some forging techniques, his forging level is still low, and he has not yet learned the decomposition technique. They are so extravagant that they use amethyst to make weapons. These abyss humans must have discovered an amethyst mine, Song Jian thought to himself, looking up at the abyss human, who was running away in the distance. When Song Jian was fighting with the middle-aged man before, the remaining abyss human had already turned around and ran away. Song Jian did not take this person seriously, but now that he has obtained the clue of the amethyst mine, the abyss human in front of him has value. Kamada, let's go. Follow the person in front. Song Jian waved behind him and shouted in a low voice. The black dragon Kamada has been standing in front of the campfire, staring at the beast meat that is about to be cooked on the fire. She didn't even turn her head to look at the previous battle. It seems that the barbecue in front of her is more attractive to her than Song Jian's battle. Hearing Song Jian shout, Kamada took the barbecue down, took a careful bite, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Putting out the bonfire, Kamada held the barbecue and kept biting it, while quickly following Song Jian. The abyss human was running while looking back. He was the weakest among the 3. After Song Jian directly beheaded one of them, he had already thought about running away. When Song Jian fought with the middle-aged man, the fear in his heart was beyond description. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to lose, he immediately turned around and ran away. Passing through the jungle, he looked back and did not see Song Jian. His tense nerves finally relaxed a little. However, what he didn't know was that Song Jian had been keeping a distance of 20 to 30 meters from him. Within the range of spiritual perception, he could not get rid of Song Jian's tracking. If he hadn't wanted to find clues to the amethyst mine, he would not have survived until now. Kubota stumbled through the jungle and continued to run forward. After crossing a hill, he saw the town under construction in front of him and the densely packed abyss humans around the town, and finally showed a relaxed smile on his face. Seeing Gubotu, several abyss humans carrying a log shouted in confusion, Gubotu, what's wrong? Why didn't Gu Jiao and Suda come back together? Enemy attack. There are enemies. Kubota shouted loudly. There are 2 gods in Shuejing Lake. He killed Gu Jiao and Suda. I came back to report the news. When several abyss humans carrying logs heard this, they were immediately shocked. One of them ran over to support Gubotu, and the other 2 quickly ran towards the town under construction. After a while, A burst of urgent alarm bells sounded from the center of the town. The surrounding abyss humans also stopped their work and began to gather towards the town. Song Jian stood on a hill in the distance and looked out. The town under construction in front was not big, and could only accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 people at most. However, the abyss humans in the town were not as weak as Song Jian imagined. There are strong people in the town. Song Jian frowned slightly, and his mental power probed towards the town. At this time, the abyss humans in the town were like small flames in Song Jian's mind. But in the town, there were 3 people whose auras were like 3 small suns. 3 legendary realm experts. Song Jian muttered to himself. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly groaned. Blood gushed out of his mouth and nose, and his mind seemed to be pricked by a needle. Someone who is good at mental power discovered my spying. Song Jian wiped the blood oozing from his mouth and nose, rubbed his eyebrows hard, and muttered to himself. 3 legendary realm experts made Song Jian hesitate. If there was only one, Song Jian might be able to kill the opponent unexpectedly with the help of the delusion-breaking Divine Eye. But 3 legendary realm experts were not something Song Jian could deal with now. But if he didn't capture this unbuilt town, how could he find out where the purple crystal mine was? It's a bit of a headache. Let's spy on it first to see if we can find the exact location of the amethyst mine. Song Jian thought to himself. He glanced at the black dragon beside him and put her into the battle pet space. He then activated the function of the hidden necklace and slowly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1312 Wild Wolf Squad. A terrifying aura passed over Song Jian's head and flew towards the big lake. It seemed that the people in the town had received the news from Gubotu, and one of the legendary realm experts went to Shuejing Lake to investigate the situation. Song Jian was careful and restrained all the aura in his body. Although the concealment necklace was an epic necklace, its level was too low, and it could not keep up with Song Jian's current strength. Moreover, the skill attached to the equipment, the Abyss Concealment Technique, was at most equivalent to an advanced stealth skill. If he was not careful, it would easily lose its effect in front of a legendary realm expert. However, this legendary Abyss human race expert, who flew low over the lake, was focused on the matter of the appearance of a divine person in the snow crystal lake and did not explore the surroundings. Otherwise, with the strength of a legendary expert, even if Song Jian restrained his aura, he might be seen through. Seeing the legendary expert heading to the snow crystal lake quickly leaving, Song Jian breathed a sigh of relief and flew towards the town in stealth mode. Approaching the town, Song Jian saw that many Abyss humans were already holding weapons and looking vigilant, patrolling around the unbuilt town. These Abyss human races were of high level, mostly between level 80 and 90. There were also some Abyss human races who looked like small leaders, whose levels had exceeded level 100. The Abyss aura on the surface of their bodies was so strong that it could almost be transformed into substance. Such experts could even use the Abyss aura to attack the enemy in battle. At this time, the Abyss aura was no longer a simple enhancement effect. Song Jian looked around. It seemed that this town had not been built for a long time. The city walls in many places had not been fully built. If Song Jian wanted to enter the town, it would be very simple. He just needed to enter from the unbuilt places. There are 2 legendary masters in the town. I can't get too close to them, so as not to be discovered by them. Song Jian thought to himself. Not to mention the 2 legendary masters. Even those Abyss humans who were level 100 and had reached the initial stage of the 3rd order combat power had a certain chance of seeing through Song Jian's hidden state. Therefore, Song Jian was unwilling to take the risk of entering the town. After waiting patiently for a while, a loud voice suddenly sounded in the town. By order of the Golden Royal family, the Mad Wolf Squad went to the Amethyst Mine for reinforcement. If there is an enemy invasion, light a bonfire and smoke immediately. The Golden Royal family will send the Venerable to support. Yes, sir. A 120 level Abyss Terran shouted loudly. And at the same time, the 100 Abyss Terrans following him began to run out of the town. Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. He originally came here to explore the traces of the Amethyst Mine. Unexpectedly, after alerting the enemy, these Abyss Terrans actually took the initiative to send people to reinforce the Amethyst Mine. This was simply taking the initiative to lead him. After taking a look at the castle in the center of the town, Song Jian turned around and followed the Wild Wolf Squad, running towards the location of the Amethyst Mine. The castle in the center of the town is the Abyss Castle evolved from the Abyss Dungeon. It is the passage connecting the Abyss Hell and the Game World. However, it seems that the Abyss Castle here is a bit special. There are not many Abyss monsters appearing, but the Abyss Terrans occupy it. You know, in the entire Abyss Hell, among the many races, the human race ranks very low, and is not a match for the 8 Abyss demon races. If one of the 8 demon races appeared here, Song Jian would not be surprised. But it was a bit strange that the Abyss human race occupied a demon castle. The most important thing is that Song Jian did not find an Abyss player in the town, which is also a very strange thing. These thoughts flashed through Song Jian's mind, and he did not delve into them. The main purpose of his coming here was the amethyst mine. These Abyss human races were so extravagant that they used high-quality amethyst mines to polish their weapons. It is conceivable how rich the amethyst mine they occupied was. If I can really plunder a purple crystal mine, I will really get rich. Song Jian was so excited that he trembled slightly when he thought of this. After the level was raised to more than 80, the combat experience required for each level was an astronomical figure. It used to take a month to kill monsters to upgrade a level, but now it takes at least half a year to upgrade a level. If Song Jian only relies on monsters to upgrade, his level will slowly be caught up by those behind him. So he must use purple crystals to upgrade. Moreover, in the game, the way to upgrade the level is not just to rely on purple crystals. The most common way is to find tasks that can reward level upgrades, and the other is to obtain some natural treasures with similar effects. In the game, many high-level players have various opportunities to upgrade their levels. Now Song Jian's level is only a dozen levels higher than the fastest group of players. The people behind are also catching up very closely, which makes Song Jian feel a little urgent. This time, I will be at least 20 levels behind you. Song Jian looked at the level honor list and smiled. The Mad Wolf squad has a total of 114 people, including a captain of level 120, the peak of the 3rd level combat power, as well as 3 vice captains of level 110 or above, the middle of the 3rd level combat power, and 10 captains of the 3rd level combat power. Most of the other team members are above level 90, and their overall strength is among the best in the town, which is why they were asked to go to reinforce the amethyst mine. You know, the reason why they built the town here is mainly to mine this amethyst mine. After climbing over a hill, Song Jian saw a 5 or 6 meter high mine at the foot of the mountain in front. Some creatures that looked like goblins were going in and out of the mine. Every goblin who came out held a large or small amethyst ore in his hand, and then handed the ore to the Abyss human guards guarding the entrance of the mine. Feeling someone approaching, the Abyss humans guarding the mine began to yell at the mining goblins and drove them all into the mine. Then, they lined up with weapons in hand and looked at the distance with vigilance. When they saw the Mad Wolf squad, the Abyss humans guarding the mine put down their guard and went up to chat with the Mad Wolf squad. When they learned that the Mad Wolf squad was coming to reinforce them, the Abyss humans guarding the entrance of the mine were obviously a little surprised and asked the reason. What? A god-favored person was found nearby and killed 2 of his people? The Abyss human, with a single horn on his forehead, showed an angry look on his face. He is the leader of the Abyss human team, the Python team, which guards the mine. His name is Kanta, and his strength is also at the peak of the 3rd level combat power. Hearing the information brought by the Crazy Wolf team, Kanta angrily waved the long knife in his hand and chopped it hard on a boulder at the entrance of the mine, splitting it in half. None of the god-favored ones are good. They are all a group of greedy beasts. It was the wisest choice for the king to drive them away, Kanta said with resentment. Kanta, just guard the mine. The god-favored one, Venerable Lifeng, is gone to investigate and will kill him sooner or later. Gubodu escaped from him. According to Gubodu, the god-favored one is only at the 2nd level combat power, but it is extremely fast. It's no big deal. Maybe soon we will receive news that the Venerable killed him. Abraham, the captain of the Crazy Wolf team, patted Kanta on the shoulder and said, Humph, I really hope he can come to the amethyst mine. You know, those gods' favored ones are a group of mole beasts with the noses of abyss hyenas. They might come here by smelling the amethyst. A disdainful smile appeared on Kanta's lips, and his eyes became more fierce. Chapter 1313 Excavation. Some NPC forces in the game welcome the god-favored ones. After all, the god-favored ones can level up very quickly. They can level up by killing people. For the NPCs in the game, they are simply geniuses with outstanding talent and potential. However, the profit-seeking behavior of many god-favored ones also disgusts many NPC forces. The tribe where Kanta belongs once recruited some God-favored ones, who transformed into the Abyss race. But these God-favored ones were eventually driven out by the tribe's golden royal family, causing the entire tribe to be somewhat disdainful of the God-favored ones. Song Jian stood in the distance and looked at the cave entrance. At this time, the mine was already full of Abyss human warriors, with a number of 200 or 300 people. Among these Abyssal human warriors, there are 2 commander-level warriors with 3rd-level combat power, and the remaining Lord-level bosses with 3rd-level combat power are more than 10. Even ordinary warriors are mostly elite bosses of around level 90. If the 10,000 swords art is used, it will take at least 2 or 3 times to kill all these people. Don't say 2 or 3 times. Just 1 time will be enough to attract the attention of the 3 legendary realm warriors in the town. Song Jian frowned slightly. The 10,000 swords art made too much noise, and the amethyst mine was not far from the Abyss Castle. Once a battle broke out, the 3 legendary realm warriors might appear here within a dozen seconds. At that time, Song Jian could only run away, and his intentions were exposed. And there was no way to enter the amethyst mine. We must find a way to get into the mine, and we have to bypass these Abyss human guardians, Song Jian thought to himself. Song Jian slowly retreated and began to explore the surroundings. This purple crystal mine is located in a rolling mountain range, surrounded by rock walls. Song Jian went around to one side of the mine, which is about 700 to 800 meters away from the mine. It belongs to the same mountain as the mine. If we dig here, we should be able to dig into the mine. However, we don't know how thick the rock wall is from here to the mine. If it is too thick, it will be counterproductive, and we can't move too much. Otherwise it will attract the attention of the goblin miners in the mine. Thinking of this, Song Jian summoned the stone man Gulu, who had been sleeping soundly in the battle pet space. Gulu's level has been raised to level 120. But unfortunately it is still at the Lord level, and has not broken through. If it can break through to the command level, then Gulu may also be promoted to the legendary level. But unfortunately, if it cannot be promoted to the legendary level, its level will remain at level 120. Gulu, dig a hole here for me. Dig all the way inside, and make less noise, Song Jian ordered. Gulu shook his head. At this time, Gulu, who was more than 10 meters tall, was a giant in front of Song Jian. After hearing Song Jian's order, Gulu pressed his hands on the rock wall. After a while, a large amount of rock flowed down from the part where his hands touched like water. Walala. Countless gravels flowed out and rolled to both sides. After a while, a hole of 5 or 6 meters appeared in front of Song Jian. Gulu was very efficient in digging holes. It didn't make much noise. He just needed to put his hands on the rock wall and walk forward slowly. The hard rock wall in front of him would naturally break into gravels smaller than his fist and roll out from his side. In just 10 minutes, Gulu dug a hole nearly 100 meters deep. You know, even professional miners can't dig such a large and deep mine in such a short time. Song Jian followed Guru leisurely, and now he found that it was really comfortable to have a pet that was good at digging holes. Although Guru was already a 120 level Lord level boss, there was nothing particularly obvious in terms of attack or defense. Its defense was stronger than that of ordinary pets, but it was slightly inferior to top level pets like the Black Dragon. Its attack was even worse than that of monsters of the same level. However, Guru could also cast some earth magic, whether it was range magic or single attack magic, which was a compensation for its lack of attack. But everything is afraid of comparison. Compared with the Black Dragon, Guru's earth magic naturally could not be compared with dragon language magic. This was why Song Jian had not released Guru to participate in the battle. But now, seeing the hard rock wall, it was almost instantly turned into rubble under Gulu's hands. After a while, a cave appeared in front of him, which made Song Jian feel inexplicably surprised. Not only the mine cave. If we attack the city in the future, if the opponent's city wall has no formation or magic defense, Gulu will just touch it, and it will collapse directly. The scene will be very beautiful at that time. Song Jian muttered softly as he walked. As Gulu continued to dig forward, the light around him gradually became darker. But in Song Jian's view, it was no different from daytime. Originally, because of the vertical eye between his eyebrows, Song Jian mastered the dark vision. Now that the vertical eye between his eyebrows has been upgraded to the delusion-breaking divine eye, darkness can no longer be an obstacle to Song Jian's progress. Everything around him is clearly visible. Crash. A cracking sound was heard in front, and a beam of light shone in from the front. Song Jian was delighted. Did he dig through? With a thought, the stone man Gula disappeared and returned to the battle pet space. Song Jian walked forward quickly. The rock wall in front of him cracked a crack more than 1 meter high, and a strong purple light leaked out from the crack. Amethyst. It's all amethyst. I didn't expect that there would be so many amethysts in this mine. Song Jian leaned sideways and got in through the crack. Looking at the fist-sized amethysts embedded in the surrounding rock walls, he showed a look of surprise on his face. Song Jian looked around and saw that everything was quiet. It seemed that all the goblin miners had gathered at the entrance of the mine, and were not scattered inside the mine. Carefully plugging the gap behind him, Song Jian began to look around in large quantities. The purity of the amethyst ore here doesn't seem to be very high. Song Jian looked at the amethyst in the rock wall, which was emitting a faint purple light, and whispered to himself, "The capital ore scattered here is indeed not of high purity, and even the light purple light it emits is very weak. But the amethyst ore here is very abundant. The surrounding rock walls are densely packed with capital ore, some as big as a basketball, and some as small as a fist." Song Jian couldn't help but reach out and grab a piece of amethyst ore, and started digging hard. "Hey, the rock wall here is so hard?" Song Jian frowned slightly. With his current strength, ordinary rock walls in front of him are no different from soil. Even writing on the rock wall with fingers is a piece of cake. But when he was digging the amethyst ore with his bare hands, he encountered obstacles. The rock wall near the amethyst ore was particularly hard, even harder than ordinary alloy steel. Thinking of this, Song Jian directly summoned the sky-breaking sword and inserted it into the junction of a piece of capital ore and the rock wall. Chapter 1314 Discovery. Crack. With a slight sound, the originally hard rock was penetrated by the sky-breaking sword like tofu. Song Jian pushed hard, and with a pop, a fist-sized fund ore was dug out. It was so easy to dig out a purple crystal ore. If the abyss humans saw it, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. You know, those goblin miners can only dig 2 or 3 purple crystal ores a day at most. If they were as easy as Song Jian, this purple crystal mine would have been dug out by the abyss humans long ago. Fortunately, the sky-breaking sword did not disappoint me. Song Jian smiled. The capital ore in his hand exuded a faint purple light. Song Jian held it in his hand, and a trace of warmth seeped out from the amethyst ore. With his eyes slightly closed, the energy in the capital ore was quickly extracted by Song Jian, and his combat experience increased accordingly. 1%, 2%, 3%. This amethyst ore directly increased Song Jian's combat experience by 3.6%, which surprised him a little. I originally thought that these ores with lower energy content would not provide much combat experience, but I didn't expect. Song Jian's smile became brighter and brighter. Looking around, there were at least 200 or 300 amethyst ores in this mine pit. Although the quality was low, it was enough for him to upgrade 3 or 4 levels. There must be higher quality amethyst ore inside. This time, I'm going to get rich. Song Jian laughed. Mine entrance. Abraham, the captain of the Mad Wolf squad, looked into the mine. The deep mine was emitting a faint purple light. All the goblin miners were squatting at the entrance of the mine, looking around blankly. These goblin miners were not high level, only about level 40, with ragged clothes on their bodies and a simple miner's hoe in their hands. What was surprising was that the front end of their miner's hoe was also polished from amethyst ore. However, the rock wall of the amethyst mine was very hard. With the strength of these goblin miners at level 40, if they didn't have a good miner's hoe, they would not be able to dig out the amethyst ore. Kanta, do you think that God's favored one will come to the amethyst mine? Abraham stared at the depths of the amethyst mine and said to himself, those God's favored ones are extremely greedy. If they knew there was an amethyst mine here, they would definitely pounce on it like the hyenas of the abyss. If he himself is not strong enough, he will summon more God's favored ones. Kanta, do you think the Golden Royal family can really resist them? Just like the turmoil that broke out last time. Abraham seemed to have thought of something, and his whole body trembled, and he dared not continue. Abraham, don't scare yourself. Didn't you just say that there was only one God's favored one? The Venerable has passed. The God's favored one's strength has indeed increased rapidly, but it is impossible for him to be a rival of a Venerable. Maybe you will receive news of returning to the castle soon, Kanta said in a muffled voice. Abraham sighed in his heart, shook his head slightly, and thought to himself, the God-favored ones are a group of locusts. They have special transmission channels between each other. As long as one person finds this place, it won't take long for more and more God-favored ones to appear here, and their strength will become stronger and stronger. After waiting for a few more hours, there was no movement near the mine, and no information came from the Crazy Wave team returning to the castle. This cast a shadow on the hearts of the two captains. It seems that the Venerable did not find the God-favored one. Kanta turned his head and glanced at the entrance of the mine, and his mood became a little anxious. You know, they are stationed here, and there will be mining tasks every month. If they delay for half a day in vain, today's task may not be completed. Start working. Let the goblin miners go into mine. Kanta couldn't help but yelled, let these reptiles pay attention and report any abnormalities in time. The goblin miners began to walk noisily towards the depths of the mine. Several abyss humans guarding the entrance of the mine saw the purple light emanating from the entrance of the mine, and greed flashed in their eyes. The abyss humans can also use amethyst ore for cultivation, although they can't absorb it as fast as the gods. A fist-sized amethyst ore, even if the quality is lower, can save them more than 10 days of cultivation time. Even these abyss humans guarding the entrance of the mine, tightly absorbing some of the energy emanating from the mine, are 2 or 3 times faster than usual. Therefore, such guarding work is a good job in the eyes of the abyss humans. Abraham glanced at his team members. Some of them were already a little restless. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart and said, Kulu, Zohan, you guys are on guard. The others start practicing. The faces of the members of the Mad Wolf team showed a hint of joy. You know, there are thousands of people in their tribe, and there are not many opportunities, like guarding the mine. This time it is considered a win. Just when everyone started practicing, a cry suddenly came from the mine. The people who had just entered the practice state were startled, and some even lost their minds and were backlashed, spitting out blood. What's going on? Abraham stood up suddenly and looked towards the entrance of the mine. After a while, a goblin miner ran out of the mine entrance and started yelling at Kanta nervously. Kanta listened for a while, and his face turned ugly. Someone sneaked into the mine and stole a lot of purple crystal ore. Kanta said, What? How is it possible? Where did he get in? Abraham was stunned, looking unbelievable. Let's go in and take a look. Kanta gritted his teeth. The capital mine was stolen, and he, as the guard, was most responsible. Once the Venerable in the town knew about it, he would definitely punish their team. Kanta and several third-level combat team members walked quickly towards the mine. Abraham hesitated for a moment, and followed with 2 deputy captains. Although they had just arrived, they were also guardians. If the mine was really stolen, the Mad Wolf team would also be implicated. Damn it. I've only been here for less than 3 hours. Abraham was angry. He didn't get any benefits, but was punished for being implicated. He was so unlucky. After a while, under the guidance of the goblin miners, Kanta and Abraham came to a mine. Looking at the pits on the rock wall, Kanta's face was so gloomy that water could drip. Someone sneaked in. These raw ores were just dug out. Kanta stared at a pit and said with gritted teeth, there was still a trace of the smell of purple crystal ore in the pit. If it was dug a long time ago, there would be no smell of purple crystal ore at all. Moreover, this mine was an unmined area, and no goblin miners would come in to dig. Let all the team members come in. Even if they turn the mine upside down, they must find this mole beast for me. Kanta's eyes were red, and he shouted loudly. Chapter 13:15 Venerable Tungwang. At this time, Song Jian, after absorbing all the purple crystal ore in the mine, is now exploring deep into the mine along the mine tunnel. So many purple crystal ores, because of their low grade and low energy, only allowed Song Jian to upgrade 3 levels. And now his level has been upgraded to level 92. In less than 3 hours, he was upgraded from level 89 to level 92. These 3 levels of combat experience are enough to allow a level 60 player to directly upgrade to level 70. There is not a single ore of capital in this mine tunnel, and all of them are concentrated in the mine? Song Jian thought to himself as he explored. There are many pits in the mine, which are connected by passages dug by goblin miners, and the amethyst ore is in those pits. The closer the pit is to the entrance of the mine, the lower the grade of the amethyst ore inside, and most of them have been almost mined out. The deeper you go, the smaller the pit is, and the higher the quality of the amethyst ore contained in it. But it is also more difficult to dig. Song Jian walked through 5 or 6 pits in a row, but the amethyst ore in most of the pits had been mined out, and some only had a few pieces of extremely low quality ore left, which Song Jian didn't like. After walking for an unknown period of time, Song Jian suddenly heard a noisy sound behind him, and several ragged goblin miners holding mining hoes were slowly walking towards him. Song Jian immediately used the invisibility technique, and his figure slowly disappeared. The invisibility technique was very effective for these goblin miners, who were only over level 40. Even though they passed by each other, these goblin miners did not notice Song Jian's presence. Ding ding dang dang. Soon, the goblin miners who entered the mine began to dig. The miners' picks in their hands kept hitting the hard rock wall. Every time they hit, a spark would be aroused, and only a shallow white mark would appear on the rock wall. With such digging, a goblin miner could only dig out 1 or 2 purple crystal ores a day. If they encountered a particularly hard place, they could not even dig out 1 purple crystal ores a day. Their efficiency was simply not comparable to Song Jian's. I'll go deeper and explore to see if there are any purple crystal ores with higher quality, Song Jian thought to himself. The purple crystal ores in the mines in front of him were similar to the purple crystal ores he had absorbed before. The quality was not much improved, but the hardness of the rock wall was improved a lot. After walking forward for more than 10 meters, Song Jian suddenly heard a burst of hurried footsteps. He hurriedly approached a sunken place in the passage and carefully explored it. Along with the footsteps, there were also the conversations of the Abyss people. They seemed to have discovered that someone had sneaked into the mine and were looking around. Who sneaked in, and where did he come from? There are so many people at the entrance of the mine, but no trace of sneaking in was found. That guy's mining speed is too fast. He mined all the 200 purple crystals in a whole mine in just a few hours. If we can have this speed, this mine would have been mined out long ago. What method did he use to mine? Who knows? Maybe it was the God-favored one. The God-favored ones are all mole beasts. They run very fast. The Venerable went there but didn't find anything. Maybe it was the God-favored one who sneaked into the purple crystal mine. Yes, the God-favored ones always have some strange abilities. It's not surprising that they have such a high mining efficiency. I don't know if he will break into the high-quality area where the Venerable Tungwang is guarding. If he dares to break in there, we don't have to come in and suffer. This mine is small and stuffy. Humph. These are all low-quality miscellaneous ores. The high-quality area is the core. However, with Venerable Tungwang guarding, we cannot get close. Practicing there is more than 10 times faster than at the mine entrance. The several Abyss humans in the passage were perfunctorily patrolling the various mines while whispering. After listening for a while, Song Jian knew that the place he was in belonged to the periphery of the mine, and the real high-quality purple crystal ore was still deeper. After waiting for a while, after the patrolling Abyss humans walked away, Song Jian came out from his hiding place, pondered for a moment, and continued to walk towards the depths of the mine. The area inside the mine is very wide. Many mine passages are not actually built by humans. Instead, they are like underground cracks, which are only slightly excavated on the basis of these cracks. The deeper you go, the fewer traces of artificial excavation there are. Some places can only accommodate one person bending over to pass through. The deeper you go, the fewer the number of goblin miners, and the higher the quality of the amethyst ore. After a while, Song Jian suddenly saw a section of crystal similar to plant roots in the passage ahead. These root-like crystals are crystal clear. Like crystals, this section of roots is wrapped around a piece of amethyst ore on the rock wall. The top of the roots has penetrated into the amethyst ore. A faint energy fluctuation is coming, and the energy in the amethyst ore seems to be flowing out continuously through these roots. Are these roots the Vine King Venerables mentioned by the Abyss humans? Song Jian narrowed his eyes and carefully investigated. In his heart, the delusion-breaking divine eye slowly opened a crack and looked at the roots. Soon, the properties of these roots appeared in front of Song Jian. Sure enough, these roots belonged to a boss named Abyss Demon Vine. Each root had an independent health value. Cutting off these roots could also gain combat experience and loot, just like killing a small monster. However, if you attack these roots, it will attract the attention of the Abyss Demon Vine. At that time, I am afraid that you will have to fight this king-level boss named Abyss Demon Vine in this place. This is the home ground of the Abyss Demon Vine. As you can imagine, there are tens of thousands of such roots for the Abyss Demon Vine. Even if all of them are cut off, it will not cause fatal damage to the Abyss Demon Vine. Instead, it will be trapped to death by these roots. Just as the delusion-breaking divine, I was staring at the roots. The roots wrapped around the purple crystal ore suddenly trembled twice, as if it had noticed something. Song Jian quickly closed the delusion-breaking divine eye. He has just obtained the delusion-breaking divine eye and cannot fully control it. Every time he uses it, it will reveal the power of the dragon god contained in it and attract the attention of the person being spied on. However, as long as Song Jian slowly adapts and fully controls it, such sequelae will be resolved, and it will not attract anyone's attention during the investigation. Song Jian took a look at the entangled amethyst ore and continued to move forward. This amethyst ore was of extremely high quality, similar to the spoils he had obtained before. One amethyst ore could at least increase combat experience by about 8%. There must be amethyst ore of higher quality inside. But those high-quality amethyst ores are all near the main body of the magic vine. It may not be an easy task to avoid it and dig, Song Jian thought to himself. Chapter 1316 Amethyst Ore. Song Jian never thought that there was a legendary boss guarding the mine in the depths of the mine. You know, the boss in the mine is not just guarding the mine. It will also devour the mineral resources. Just like this abyss demon vine. Its roots are entangled in the amethyst ore, devouring the energy of the amethyst ore every moment. If this amethyst mine belongs to Song Jian, he will never allow such a thing to exist in the mine. Perhaps this mine was first discovered by the abyss demon vine. And as for those abyss humans, they also discovered this mine later. And they only dared to dig some miscellaneous ores that the demon vine disliked in the marginal area. Song Jian thought to himself. If we continue to explore deeper, we may encounter the abyss demon vine. You know, there are 3 legendary masters in the abyss human race. They would rather dig the miscellaneous minerals at the edge of the mine than drive away the abyss demon vine. It is conceivable how powerful this abyss demon vine is. With Song Jian's current strength, he is probably no match for the abyss demon vine. Moreover, once a battle occurs in the mine, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of the abyss human race. By then, when the 3 legendary masters arrive, Song Jian may not even be able to run away. If it doesn't work, I can only dig some purple crystal ore of average quality, Song Jian said in his heart. Although the quality is average, it is much better than the miscellaneous ores in the marginal areas. However, Song Jian has no way to dig the purple crystal ore in the core area. Carefully avoid the roots of the abyss demon vine. These roots have already shown signs of energy because they have absorbed a lot of energy from the purple crystal ore, which makes them more sensitive. If they are touched, they may be discovered by the abyss demon vine. Song Jian passed through a narrow crack in the ground, and suddenly his eyes were clear. There was a mine with an area of about 100 square meters below. The mine was full of high-quality purple crystal ore. The color of these purple crystal ores has turned into a rich dark purple, which is exactly the same as the color of the weapons in the hands of the abyss human race that Song Jian saw before. Song Jian showed a look of surprise in his eyes. If he absorbed all the high-quality purple crystal ores, his level would probably rise to level 100. Level 100 has already touched the threshold of the 3rd level combat power. As long as the player passes the 3rd level combat power assessment, his strength will be greatly improved. Song Jian couldn't help but walk forward. At this moment, he seemed to step on something and made a crack sound. Looking down, he found several skeletons that looked like children. Goblin miners? These are the skeletons of goblin miners. Song Jian thought to himself. I didn't expect that the goblin miners have already discovered this place. Song Jian saw traces of the roots of the abyss demon vine on the skeletons of the goblin miners. It seemed that these goblin miners were killed after being discovered by the abyss demon vine. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but feel depressed and looked carefully at the surrounding purple crystal ore. Sure enough, on the surface of each purple crystal ore, there was a thin root of the magic vine that penetrated into it, and was continuously extracting the energy from the purple crystal ore. Song Jian couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on his face. This place has been discovered by the abyss demon vine. The purple crystal ore has become the private property of the abyss demon vine, and can no longer be mined. What a pity. Song Jian wanted to leave here, but he was unwilling to do so. He continued to explore deeper. He was afraid that the purple crystal ore was occupied by the abyss demon vine, just like the mine in front of him. The most precious purple crystal ore in the entire mine is probably occupied by the abyss demon vine. What realm can the purple crystal ore in a mine allow it to advance to? Does it want to break through the legendary realm with this mine? Song Jian thought to himself. You know, It is too difficult for ordinary creatures to break through the legendary realm. They need to absorb a lot of energy. Moreover, the legendary realm strongman, who occupies a huge energy land, is also very powerful. Just like the King of Fire in the Hot Canyon. It occupied the entire magma lake under the Hot Canyon, and continuously extracted energy from the magma lake. If the Flame King does not fall in the middle of the journey, it will sooner or later be able to break through the legendary realm and reach another realm. The current Abyss Demon Vine is also the same. It occupies a purple crystal or mine cave. Its strength is much stronger than that of the general legendary realm. This is why the Abyss human race has 3 legendary realm masters. But they can't do anything about it. Looking at the hundreds of dark purple crystal ores in the mine, Song Jian couldn't move his steps for a while. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't bear to leave. This should be a distance from the main body of the Abyss Demon Vine. If all these purple crystal ores can be mined out within a few seconds, there may be time to escape, Song Jian said in his heart. His mind was racing, and he anticipated various possible situations. Let's do it. Song Jian gritted his teeth and thought, at worst, I can hide in the Broken Kingdom. Hiding in the Broken Kingdom can only temporarily avoid attacks. Song Jian can't stay in the kingdom forever. He will come out sooner or later. But after he comes out, he will still return to the original place. If the Abyss Demon Vine finds him, I'm afraid it will always guard here. However, for so many high-quality purple crystal ores, it is worth taking some risks. Thinking of this, Song Jian summoned the Stoneman Gulu. The 10-meter-tall Stoneman Gulu seemed too big in this mine. He couldn't even straighten his waist. He could only bend over and squat on the ground. Seeing Gulu looking at Song Jian with a wrong face, Song Jian patted its body and was about to comfort it, but suddenly found that Gulu's eyes suddenly burst into excitement, looking at the purple crystal ore on the surrounding rock wall, and let out a joyful roar. Fuck! This purple crystal ore should also be very attractive to stone elements. After all, they are all minerals, Song Jian suddenly thought. Before Song Jian ordered, Gulu reached out and grabbed a purple crystal ore. The hard rock wall was no obstacle for Gulu. It easily pulled down a purple crystal ore. But behind this purple crystal ore, there was a finger-thick semi-jade root tightly wrapped around the ore. Don't move. Don't move. Put it down, Song Jian ordered hurriedly. Gulu grabbed the purple crystal ore and looked at Song Jian with some doubts. It didn't know why Song Jian gave such an order, but because of the high intimacy, Gulu still stopped. The roots behind the purple crystal ore were very tight and seemed to be about to break. Once it broke, the Abyss Demon Vine would probably know immediately that someone broke into the depths of the mine. At that time, Song Jian could only escape, and escape with empty hands. Gulu, melt the surrounding rock walls first, and take all these purple crystal ores away at once, Song Jian ordered. Chapter 1317, Holy Spirit Warrior. Gulu's intelligence was not high, and he could only understand some simple commands, but he still understood the command to melt the surrounding rock walls. Throwing the amethyst ore aside, Gulu pressed his hands on the surrounding rock walls. Seeing the amethyst ore hanging limply, Song Jian's heart suddenly rose to his throat. These jade-like roots almost lost the flexibility of living things and were easy to break. Once broken, Song Jian could only hide in the kingdom of God or quickly escape from here. These jade-like roots have lost the ability to attack weapons and can only be used as alarms. Crash! The hard rock walls around began to turn into gravel and roll down, and the purple crystals embedded in the rock walls, after losing their support, hung down like fruits, connected by the roots of the Abyss Demon Vine. Fortunately, although these roots have been semi-jade, they are tougher than Song Jian imagined. Some purple crystal ores fell from the top of his head, swaying but never falling, and the purple crystal ores close to the ground had already fallen to the ground. Looking around, the ground was full of fist-sized purple crystal ores. You know, although these purple crystal ores are not as good as the ores in the core area, they are of extremely high quality. Otherwise, they would not appear in the depths of the mine. The problem Song Jian is facing now is how to collect all these purple crystal ores into the parcel column, or the kingdom of God within 1 or 2 seconds. Only by collecting these purple crystal ores in a very short time can we escape from here safely without alerting the Abyss Demon Vine. With my current strength, I can only pick up dozens of purple crystal ores within 3 seconds. I can't even pick up 1/5 of the purple crystal ores in this mine. If it's just like this, it's too wasteful, Song Jian thought to himself. The stone man next to him, Gulu was already a little impatient, and kept making a low gula sound, as if urging Song Jian, asking if he could swallow these purple crystal ores. Song Jian smiled bitterly and asked Guru, "Can you collect all these amethyst ores in a few seconds? The shorter the time, the better?" Gulu looked puzzled, as if he didn't understand, but he still tried to reach out to grab a piece of amethyst ores. Song Jian quickly stopped him, gestured at the amethyst ores in the mine and said, "All of them. Take them away. Take them away quickly." Gulu's eyes showed a look of realization, and he pressed his hands on the ground of the mine. After a while, Song Jian saw the amethyst ores on the ground began to shake slightly. Song Jian showed a look of surprise in his eyes, but soon, he became disappointed. Song Jian found that the purple crystal ore that Guru could control only accounted for 1/3 of the purple crystal ore on the ground, not counting the purple crystal ore hanging in the air. Is there still no way to take away all these purple crystal ore? Song Jian thought disappointedly. You know, this is just the purple crystal ore in a mine in the mine cave. This mine cave is extremely deep, and there are countless similar mines. If Song Jian can occupy this mine cave, he may be able to directly enter the legendary realm. But now, he can't even take away all the purple crystal ore in a mine pit. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly had an idea in his mind, and his figure suddenly disappeared. In the broken kingdom of God, Song Jian's figure floated in the air, overlooking the entire land of the kingdom of God. At this time, a large area of farmland was densely growing snake grass, and dozens of abyss puppet beasts were working in the farmland. On the other side, in the dense forest, countless fist-sized light spots slowly swirled around the big trees that were as thick as a man's embrace. From time to time, a wisp of green breath seeped out from the tall trees and entered the bodies of these tree spirits. After a while, another wisp of translucent breath floated out from the body of the tree spirit and seeped into the big tree. The tree spirit and the ancient tree are in a symbiotic state, which can promote each other and grow together. But it is probably impossible to ask the tree spirit to help him pick up the purple crystal ore. After all, the tree spirit has no limbs and is weak. I am afraid that it does not even have the strength to move the purple crystal ore. Although the abyss puppet beast can also help, the number is too small after all. At most, it can help pick up a part, and Song Jian has to divide a part of his mind to control them, which is not worth the loss. Soon, Song Jian's eyes fell on the newly built Holy Spirit Hall. At this time, there were faint shouts and killing sounds coming from the Holy Spirit Hall. Song Jian's eyes slightly glowed, and the walls of the Holy Spirit Hall suddenly became transparent in his eyes, and the scene inside came into his eyes. At this time, there were not many Holy Spirit warriors bred in the Holy Spirit Hall. Only about a dozen. But this was not the limit of the Holy Spirit Hall. A first-level Holy Spirit Hall could breed up to 100 warriors. Now it was just because there was not enough soul energy, so it was impossible to breed Holy Spirit warriors quickly. You know, the soul power absorbed by the Holy Spirit Hall now is part of the soul power obtained by Song Jian from killing monsters after it was established. If there is enough soul power, the number of warriors in the Holy Spirit Hall will hide quickly. If there are 100 Holy Spirit warriors, one person collects 2 purple crystal ores in an instant. Plus the Stone Man Guru and me. We should be able to collect all the purple crystal ores in 1 or 2 seconds. Song Jian calculated in his mind, and his eyes showed excitement. With a thought, the soul power stored in the broken kingdom turned into a beam of light and fell towards the Holy Spirit Hall. The soul energy decreased sharply, and the environment of the kingdom of God, which was originally slowly improving, slowed down. In the Holy Spirit Hall, golden light spots emerged one by one, and these golden light spots turned into human forms at a very fast speed. Everyone was wearing simple leather armor, holding a spear and a round shield, and there was a big red cloak behind them, waving in the Holy Spirit Hall, looking like a Spartan warrior. Fight! 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 100 Holy Spirit warriors automatically lined up, forming a simple battle formation, holding up their spears, and roaring loudly. A strong blood and fighting spirit surged up to the sky, stimulating Song Jian in midair, and small bumps appeared on the skin of his arms. Holy Spirit warriors are born for battle. Never retreat, and never regret even if they die. Song Jian's eyes lit up. Such warriors are much stronger than those hired NPC guards in the City of Hope. Having such an army is definitely the biggest trump card in Song Jian's hand. It's a pity that the Holy Spirit warrior's first battle is just mining with me. It's a bit. Song Jian shook his head. But when he thought of the amethyst ore in the mine, Song Jian's heart suddenly became hot. Chapter 1318 Riot. In the mine, the stone man Gula stood there blankly, looking at the purple crystal ore all over the ground. And Gula kept making gurgle sounds. These purple crystal ores were also very tempting to him. After swallowing and digesting them, he could improve his strength. However, Song Jian's order prevented him from touching these purple crystal ores. Although Gula wanted to swallow them, he did not dare to disobey Song Jian's order. After a while, Song Jian's figure reappeared in the mine. Seeing Gula's aggrieved look, Song Jian suddenly woke up and broke into a cold sweat. If Guru secretly swallowed a purple crystal ore after entering the kingdom of God, he would definitely be discovered by the Abyss Demon Vine. Now that he came out, he might face the wrath of the Abyss Demon Vine. Not bad. I'll give you a few to try after we get out. Song Jian patted Guru's thigh and said softly. With a thought, dozens of Holy Spirit warriors appeared in the mine. Song Jian began to instruct each Holy Spirit warrior to take at least 2 purple crystal ores from their respective areas, and the rest would be taken by him and the Stone Man Guru. Soon, most of the purple crystal ores in the mine were held in the hands of the Holy Spirit warriors. Hold them tight. Don't let go, Song Jian ordered. Hey! A low shout sounded, and all the living warriors held the purple crystal ore tightly in their hands. Crack! With a slight sound, Song Jian turned his head and saw that the purple crystal ore in the hand of a Holy Spirit warrior was actually broken into 2 halves. Song Jian's face suddenly fell. Fuck. Brother. Is your hand a little too strong? Song Jian was surprised. At this moment, the roots that had originally penetrated into the purple crystal ore suddenly shook. Song Jian thought to himself that it was not good, and he directly thought about it, and took all the Holy Spirit warriors into the kingdom of God. In an instant, all the roots connected to the amethyst ore broke apart, and the cracks were as smooth as a mirror, just like a sharp sword blade splitting apart. Squeak! All the roots trembled, like thin snakes. In the distance, a sharp hissing sound was heard, like the sound of 2 pieces of frosted glass rubbing against each other, amplified 100 times. And it was like a needle-piercing ear. Gulu, gather all the remaining amethyst ore, Song Jian shouted loudly. Gula's body began to shake slightly, and the amethyst ore within a few meters around him all gathered towards him. Song Jian took a look at the amethyst ore that kept rolling towards Gulu, and his figure immediately ran towards the amethyst ore that was far away from Gulu and could not be controlled by Gulu. 1, 2, 3. Song Jian kept picking up the amethyst ore in the mine. After a few seconds, Song Jian suddenly felt a creepy sense of threat coming over him, which made him stagnate. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Song Jian looked at the dozen or so amethyst ore hanging in the air, and a look of regret appeared in his eyes. Looking back at Guru, Song Jian found that there was not a single amethyst ore around Guru, and he was stunned. Guru, where is the ore? Song Jian shouted. Guru opened his mouth wide, pointed his finger into his mouth, and showed a satisfied and silly smile on his face. Fuck. You swallowed it all. Song Jian's face suddenly turned ugly. Crash. A purple-black vine as thick as an arm suddenly broke out of the stone and stabbed towards Song Jian. The vine was covered with strange black patterns and covered with tiny barbs. At the tip of the vine, a ferocious mouth full of fangs opened. Is this a plant or an animal? How did it mutate like this? Song Jian was shocked and dodged to the side. The purple-black vine rubbed Song Jian's cheek and pierced into the rock wall beside him. The hard rock wall was like fragile tofu in front of the vine. A big hole was pierced and gravel splashed. Song Jian felt a sharp pain on his cheek, and smelled a faint fishy smell at the tip of his nose. This smell only appeared in those ferocious beasts that feed on raw animals. Song Jian didn't care about that at this time. He raised his right hand and put the Stone Man Golem into the battle pet space. He immediately used the soul walking skill and rushed out of the mine. However, at the moment he rushed out of the mine, countless roots that had pierced into the purple crystal ore and had been half-jade began to shake and chased after Song Jian. Walala. Countless roots were entangled with each other. In the mine, it seemed like a giant python was swimming quickly. But the mine passage was too narrow, which restricted the movement of the giant python. As more and more vines appeared, the rock walls around the mine passage also continued to collapse. In the Abyss human town not far from the amethyst mine, The ground shook violently, and cracks appeared on the ground, causing everyone to panic. What happened? Was there an earthquake? Run quickly. The houses are about to collapse. And if you don't run, you will be buried. Two strong men, with a strong black aura, flew out of the abyss castle and floated in the air. One of them had a pair of dragon horns on his head and a thick spindle tail behind him, while the other had a pair of black wings stretched out behind him. Zack, what's going on? Is someone attacking us? The abyss human with a pair of dragon horns on his head asked solemnly. No. I feel that it is coming from the mine. It seems that someone has disturbed the abyss demon vine. Thor, do you think it is that god's favored one? The abyss human with black wings behind him guessed. Lifeong is still searching for that god's favored one in the snow crystal lake. Should we send someone to notify him and ask him to come back? No. Let's go over and take a look. If it is just the abyss demon vine riot, you and I will work together to suppress it. If it is that god's favored one, can't you and I kill a god's favored one with only a second level combat power? Okay. Let's go over there first. Soon, the whole town began to mobilize, and all the abyss human warriors began to quickly gather to protect their unfinished town. Two legendary realm warriors flew towards the mine. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain where the purple crystal mine cave was located suddenly exploded, and thick dark purple vines emerged from the mountain. In a short while, the vines covered the entire mountain. From a distance, it looked like a huge tentacle monster crawling out of the mountain. Abyss Demon Vine. The Abyss Demon Vine is rioting. Oh my god! Is that the real body of the Abyss Demon Vine? How could there be such a terrifying monster? The Abyss humans looked at the distant mountain with fear and talked about it. The two Abyss humans of the legendary realm paused in midair and looked at each other. They saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Even the legendary realm strongmen would be afraid when encountering such a terrifying monster. Otherwise, wait for it to calm down before we go over. Zack hesitated. Yes, if we go over now, its anger may pour on us. Let's wait for Lifeong to come back. Then we can go over. Thor looked at the Abyss Demon Vine waving wantonly in the distance and hesitated. Chapter 1319 Seed of the Demonic Vine. Song Jian activated the Soul Walk skill, and his figure became translucent. He quickly shuttled through the mine cave, and met many goblin miners and abyss human guardians along the way. However, because his figure became translucent, it was not obvious in the dim mine cave, so no one could find him. However, the soul walk time was only 9 seconds, and with the enhanced skill duration of equipment and other skills, it was less than 12 seconds. This short time was not enough for Song Jian to run out of the mine cave. Puff puff puff. The sharp vines were like spears, easily piercing the goblin miners' bodies, like stringing candied haws, stringing them together. Even those powerful abyss human guardians had no power to fight back in front of the abyss vines at the peak of the legendary realm, and were hit and vomited blood and flew out one by one. Song Jian ran all the way, his figure slowly emerging in the process of running. The abyss demon vine seemed to have locked onto his aura. Even though Song Jian entered the soul state, he did not lose his target and chased him closely all the way. Boom, boom, boom. Every time he dodged, the thick vines of the demon vine would hit the rock wall of the mine cave hard, causing large holes to appear on the rock wall. At the same time, cracks began to appear in the mine cave and continued to spread. Not long after, the interior of the mine cave collapsed. The collapse of the mine cave did not have much impact on the demon vine. After all, the hard rock wall was as crisp as tofu in front of the demon vine, and it had no effect on it at all. However, it was a devastating disaster for the goblin miners and the human guardians of the abyss in the mine cave. Even those goblin miners and abyss human guardians who were hiding in other mines and not attacked by the abyss demon vine were buried by the collapsed rocks. Most of the goblin miners and abyss humans were killed by the rocks. Only a small number of them avoided the first wave of collapse by luck. However, with their strength, they had no way to escape from the mine by their own ability and could only wait for rescue in the narrow area. However, with the angry state of the abyss demon vine at this time, it is unknown whether anyone will dare to come here to rescue them in the future. Song Jian was extremely fast. 2 pairs of wings appeared behind him. The effect of the Hun Tian wings was not much better than the flying sword for long-range acceleration and sustained flight, but it was better than the flying sword in terms of dodging and short-distance sprinting within the range. It was also with the help of the Hun Tian wings that Song Jian could barely get a step faster in the pursuit of the Abyss Demon Vine. Intruder. There is an intruder in the mine. It's the God-favored one. An Abyss human guardian discovered Song Jian and screamed loudly, trying to stop him. But Song Jian swung the sky-breaking sword and chopped him off with one blow, hitting the rock wall hard. Before he could stand firm, he felt as if he was hit by a train. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his eyes went black. He knew nothing. His body was hanging on a thick vine, and it kept running in the mine. In order to escape, Song Jian didn't care about hiding his body at this time. Soon, the Abyss humans knew about his appearance in the mine. However, even if the Abyss humans guarding the entrance of the mine knew that Song Jian was in the mine, they didn't dare to enter to capture and kill him. At this time, the Abyss humans guarding the entrance of the mine were all staring at the top of the mountain in amazement. The Abyss magic vines that looked like tentacle monsters showed a look of fear on their faces. Run! A shrill scream sounded, as if the switch was pressed, and all the Abyss humans fled down the mountain in panic, while a large number of magic vines gushing out from the top of the mountain flowed rapidly down along the rocks. Any animals and beasts encountered along the way were killed by the magic vines, and then entangled by the magic vines and slowly devoured. At this time, Song Jian had already seen the light in front of him. The entrance of the mine was right in front of him. As long as he could leave the mine, his chances of escape would increase greatly, and his spirit could not help but tremble. Puff, puff, puff. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt a sense of crisis behind him, and heard a sound similar to that of a bullet being fired. Before he could turn around, he felt something hit his back. Song Jian's blood value suddenly dropped a lot, and there was a sharp pain in his back. This magic vine also has the ability to attack from a distance? Song Jian was shocked, but the attack from behind made Song Jian speed a little faster. Like a cannonball, he flew straight into the sky from the mine entrance and escaped. Song Jian, who originally thought he had escaped, had just shown a look of joy on his face when he saw the entire mountain, and the overwhelming dark purple vine surged down from the top of the mountain. Countless vines were like tentacles, bearing their teeth and claws, almost covering the sky above the entire mountain. At this time, Song Jian was still within the range of the vines. It would not be long before the vines emerging from the top of the mountain would spread to the entrance of the mine at the foot of the mountain. We should continue to run. Song Jian stomped his feet and ran quickly. At this time, he did not dare to fly into the air. He could only shuttle through the mountains and forests. The vines behind him changed direction in unison the moment Song Jian escaped from the mine and chased in the direction of Song Jian's running. Damn it. It has locked my breath. Unless I escape from the range of its vines, I will be caught by it no matter where I hide, Song Jian said in his heart. With the strength of the peak of the Abyss Demon Vine legendary realm, Song Jian did not find it strange at all even if these vines could spread for dozens of kilometers. It was simply impossible to escape from the range covered by the Abyss Demon Vine in a short time. Thinking of this, Song Jian glanced at the Abyss human race town that had not yet been built in the distance, and immediately changed direction and fled towards that town. The disaster moved eastward. After all, the Abyss human race had 3 legendary realm powerhouses. With their strength, even if they could not kill the Abyss Demon Vine, they had the strength to fight the Abyss Demon Vine together. Otherwise, they would not have dug and mined the mine cave when they knew there was an Abyss Demon Vine in the purple gold mine cave. Song Jian was thinking, when he suddenly felt his eyes darken. He looked up and saw countless black dots the size of fists appearing in the sky. These black dots seemed to be spewed out by countless vines of the Abyss Demon Vine. What? What is this? Swish. 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 These black dots the size of fists in the sky actually fell towards the ground quickly, and a sharp whistling sound suddenly sounded in the air. Looking at where they landed, it was exactly where Song Jian was, and almost all of the 100-meter radius around Song Jian was covered. In the blink of an eye, these black dots were already very close to the ground, and only then did Song Jian see clearly what these black dots were. These things are the seeds of the Abyss Demon Vine? Song Jian asked in surprise. At this moment, a seed of the Abyss Demon Vine fell on the ground, and immediately smashed a big hole in the ground. At the same time, after the seed landed, it actually exploded directly, like a bomb. With a boom, the air waves rolled, and the debris flew. The surrounding trees were actually directly blown to pieces by the explosion of this fist-sized seed. The power was almost comparable to that of a missile. Song Jian's face suddenly changed drastically. Without thinking, he disappeared directly from the spot and entered the broken kingdom of God. Such a terrifying power, and the number of abyss demon vine seeds above his head made Song Jian immediately admit his fear and choose to escape. A moment later, a series of explosions suddenly sounded in the forest, venting boiling sky, dust flying, and a large forest was almost razed to the ground. Chapter 1320 Abyss Player. The Abyss Demon Vine's ultimate move made Song Jian's aura disappear without a trace. In the eyes of the Demon Vine, it should be the thief who stole the purple crystal, or that was killed. It's just a pity that it didn't find the purple crystal, or that the thief stole. You know, every purple crystal or has its roots left, which can be sensed in a short time. Just when the Abyss Demon Vine felt a little regretful, and was about to retreat back to the purple crystal mine, Song Jian's aura suddenly appeared again. After the Abyss Demon Vine was stunned for a moment, it suddenly became more and more angry. Countless vines were like giant pythons, constantly moving through the mountains and forests, chasing Song Jian. Song Jian entered the kingdom of God and dodged an attack. Seeing that the Abyss Demon Vine was still chasing him, he hurriedly continued to run towards the town of the Abyss Humans. When he was about to get close to the town, Song Jian activated the invisibility technique attached to the Abyss necklace, and his entire figure suddenly disappeared. However, this could only deceive ordinary Abyss Humans, and could not deceive the Abyss Demon Vine that had locked his breath. As for whether it could deceive the 3 legendary Abyss Humans, it would only be discovered after getting close to them. Just as the Abyss Demon Vine was rushing towards the town, the legendary Abyss Human Lifeong who had been patrolling the Snow Crystal Lake also returned to the town, because the Abyss Demon Vine made too much noise. Looking at the vines all over the mountain, the 3 legendary realm warriors all felt very difficult. At this moment, a teleportation array suddenly appeared in the center of the town, and the Abyss Human players slowly walked out of the teleportation array. Why are there God-favored people here? The faces of the 3 Abyss Human warriors changed drastically. You know, these NPCs are extremely disgusted with Abyss Human players, and have been driving them away in their town. There is a crisis in our town, which should have triggered the regional mission, because there are no God-favored people around. The Creator God recruited God-favored people from other places to help defend the city. Zack guessed with an ugly face. After these Abyssal Human players came out of the teleportation array, they looked curious. Some of them even stared at the weapons in the hands of the Abyssal Humans with greed in their eyes. Many weapons in the hands of the Abyssal Humans were polished from amethyst ore. Now the players have generally improved their levels and started to come into contact with amethyst. Naturally, they understand what these amethyst weapons that appear in large quantities represent. No wonder the reward for this task is amethyst. It turns out that this town actually has a large number of amethyst weapons. A player with a faint black aura all over his body shouted excitedly. These NPCs haven't even built a town. Why do they have so many amethysts? And are they so extravagant as to use them to make weapons? Amethysts are extremely hard. In addition to being used to increase combat experience, can they also be used to make weapons? Are there any brothers who are learning forging? Are there any special effects of weapons made with amethysts? I'm already a forging master, and I haven't obtained the relevant drawings. However, if I can get an amethyst weapon, I can decompose the materials and have a certain chance of understanding the relevant drawings. Then I will know the effects of these amethyst weapons. Ha ha ha. With so many amethyst weapons, I'm not going to leave after completing the mission. There must be a lot of missions in this town, and maybe I can get more amethysts. The number of players is increasing, but the task of guarding the town is also limited to the number of tasks accepted according to the size of the town. When the number of players has reached more than 200, no more Abyss players appear in the teleportation light gate. These gods have bad intentions. Zack waved his black wings and stared at the Abyss players coming out of the teleportation array, saying with a gloomy face, "Humph! They have been staring at the weapons of the warriors. That familiar look makes people sick. Wait until the Abyss Demon Vine is driven away, and then expel them all. Our town does not need these gods. Let them deal with the Abyss Demonic Vine. Humph! With their strength, they are just going to die. Wouldn't it be better if a group of them died? It would be better if all of them died." The 3 legendary realm masters talked openly, floating in the air and looking down at the god-favored below, with contempt on their faces. At this moment, someone among the players suddenly exclaimed, because they found that the Abyss demonic vine was quickly attacking the town. They had never seen such a terrifying monster before. You know, the task of resisting monster attacks is not open to all Abyss players. Only those players with strong strength and high level are qualified to accept this task. Therefore, the players who appeared in the town were all the best players in this Abyss invasion plot, and their levels were no less than level 80. However, with their strength, they rarely encountered legendary bosses, especially powerful bosses at the peak of legendary level like the Flame King and the Abyss Demon Vine. Now seeing the dark purple vines covering the sky and the sun coming towards the town, almost all the players looked terrified. No wonder purple crystals are used as quest rewards. Can we really resist such a terrifying boss? A player cried with a sad face. Don't be afraid. We can't deal with such a powerful boss. There must be more powerful ones in the town. We are just helping. Don't you see the NPC army in the town? Someone shouted. At this moment, someone saw 3 legendary masters of the Abyss above his head, and immediately pointed at them and shouted, "Look! Are these 3 people the real defenders of the town? Their strength should be about the same as that of the Abyss Demon Vine. The aura of the 3 legendary masters is like the Abyss and the sea. Although it is slightly inferior to the Abyss Demon Vine, it is at least in the same realm. As a player, judging the strength of monsters is the most basic skill. Even if it is not accurate and specific, the approximate strength can still be judged. Otherwise, it is impossible to make so well in the game." At this time, Song Jian had already arrived at the edge of the town. Looking at the 3 legendary masters above his head, he did not dare to continue rushing towards the town. Otherwise, he would be easily discovered by them. If I can't enter the town, how can I lead the Abyss Demon Vine to fight them? Song Jian frowned slightly. You know, the Abyss Demon Vine's target is him. If he doesn't enter the town, the Abyss Demon Vine will not attack there directly. Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took out a purple crystal from the parcel column and held it in his hand, and then ran towards a section of the city wall that had not yet been built in the town, throwing the purple crystal from the gap in the city wall to an inconspicuous corner. Song Jian turned his head and looked at the Abyss Demon Vine. When the Abyss Demon Vine was 5 or 6 meters away from him, Song Jian showed a smile on his face, and his figure slowly disappeared. Chapter 1321 Both Sides Suffer. The Broken Kingdom of God is the reward Song Jian received after passing the combat power assessment. It was exchanged for points. Such a divine object is generally difficult to be exchanged for. Only Song Jian, who has obtained a large number of points in the combat power assessment, has the opportunity to obtain it. Before, Song Jian did not take the Broken Kingdom of God too seriously. After all, he was still too far away from the realm of gods, and repairing the Kingdom of God required a lot of divine power, which he had no way to obtain. But after discovering that soul power could also slowly repair the Kingdom of God, Song Jian began to slowly focus on the Kingdom of God. You know, the Broken Kingdom of God is not the City of Hope, which must be fixed in a certain place. The Broken Kingdom of God is carried by Song Jian, and as long as he has soul power, he can enter and exit at any time. Before, Song Jian only used the Broken Kingdom as a larger storage equipment. But gradually, Song Jian found that although the Broken Kingdom was incomplete, its effect was more powerful than he imagined. Avoiding the attack of powerful enemies is one of them. But after hiding in the Kingdom of God, Song Jian knew nothing about what happened in the game world, and could only rely on guesswork to make the next move. After throwing a purple crystal ore stained with the breath of the Abyss Demon Vine into the town of the Abyss humans, Song Jian hid in the Kingdom of God. At this time, in front of the Holy Spirit Temple, each of the 100 Holy Spirit warriors held 2 purple crystal ores of varying sizes. After piling up these amethyst ores, Song Jian found that there were at least more than 260 amethyst ores here, including the ones he had obtained. Unfortunately, all the amethyst ores collected by the Stone Man Gula were swallowed into his stomach. Song Jian thought with a little regret. The Stone Man Gula took away at least 1/3 of the amethyst ores in the mine. At this time, in the battle pet space, Gula fell into a deep sleep again, apparently consuming the amethyst ores that had been swallowed. I don't know if there is a problem with my order, or Gula misunderstood something. It actually thought that the amethyst ores that Song Jian asked it to collect were all for it. Song Jian didn't know whether the Abyss Demon Vine would start to attack the town or retreat in front of the 3 legendary Abyss human race warriors. However, Whether it was an attack or a negotiation, it would take some time. Song Jian was not in a hurry. He sat cross-legged in front of the purple crystal ore and began to absorb the energy inside to improve his level. Song Jian held a purple crystal ore in his hand, and the energy inside was quickly absorbed by him. After a while, this ore that originally emitted purple light completely turned into a translucent crystal. Crack! With a shattering sound, the purple crystal ore that had lost all its energy shattered directly, turning into countless crystal fragments, sliding from Song Jian's fingertips. After looking at the increased combat experience, Song Jian smiled. This level increase was too fast. One amethyst ore could save him at least 2 or 3 months. He continued to grab another amethyst ore and absorb it. After a while, Song Jian's level increased by 1 level, and all his states were restored to the peak, while a few skill points were added. It was unknown how long it had been, but a thick layer of glittering debris accumulated in the center of the square in front of the Holy Spirit Hall. Song Jian looked at the 3 fist-sized amethyst ores beside him, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. At this time, Song Jian's level had been raised to level 100. Even in the entire game world, no one could surpass this level. At level 100, Song Jian has already touched the threshold of the 3rd level combat power. As long as he can pass the 3rd level combat power assessment, he will have a large number of attribute points and be promoted to the 3rd level combat power. After level 100, the level is locked and can no longer be improved. Unless he passes the 3rd level combat power assessment, he can no longer improve his level by fighting monsters or using purple crystals. Song Jian put 3 fist-sized purple crystal ores into the package column, stood up, and looked at the 100 Holy Spirit warriors in front of the Holy Spirit Hall, thinking in his heart whether he could rely on them to attack this town of the Abyss humans. It would be great if the Abyss Demon Vine and the 3 legendary Abyss human race strongmen were both injured. Song Jian thought to himself, this situation is the best one expected, but it is more likely that they will retreat after intimidating each other. The Abyss Demon Vine is very powerful. In order to build a town here and continue to mine amethyst ore, the Abyss human race must compromise with it. As long as the Abyss Demon Vine cannot find Song Jian's breath, it is probably impossible to make it continue to attack the town with just a piece of amethyst or contaminated with its breath. Song Jian waited patiently for more than 2 hours and finally decided to leave the Kingdom of God and go out to take a look. At this time, the human Abyss town was full of corpses. Not only Abyss human NPCs, but also many Abyss players. Song Jian's figure slowly emerged from the shadow of the city wall. As soon as he appeared, Song Jian entered the hidden state. Looking at the town that was almost half destroyed, Song Jian showed a look of surprise on his face. The Abyss Demon Vine actually attacked the town? Song Jian thought to himself, looking at the corpses all over the ground and the large sections of the Abyss Demon Vine. Song Jian couldn't help but be amazed. It seems that this war was very fierce and just ended. I just don't know the current situation of the 3 legendary masters in the Abyss human town. Are they seriously injured or dead? At this time, 2 Abyss players who were cleaning the battlefield slowly approached the direction where Song Jian was, and whispered as they walked. This defense battle was really tragic. What on earth is that monster? It is so terrifying that it destroyed most of the town. It seemed to be a king-level boss. I didn't dare to show my head at all. The president of the Flame Meteorite Union, an 83rd level Abyss mage, was hit by a vine and killed instantly. The damage was simply overwhelming. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, we have 3 strong Abyss humans on our side. If they hadn't killed most of the vines, I'm afraid our mission would have failed. 3 purple crystals. Hee. At least can increase my combat experience by 40%. It's worth it this time. Such a guarding mission can only be done in vain. Don't look at those who are rewarded with more than a dozen purple crystals. They are simply risking their lives. It's not worth it. The 2 Abyss humans were chatting while carefully picking up the chopped vines of the Abyss Demon Vine. Most of the vines were worthless, but there was a very small chance that a vine with material properties would appear. Such vines were at least of gold quality. If you were lucky, you could sell one for a lot of money. Hearing the 2 talking, Song Jian's heart moved, and he couldn't help but look towards the direction of the purple gold mine. It seems that the Abyss Demon Vine seems to have been seriously injured. I wonder if I can get some bargains if I go there now. Song Jian thought to himself. You know, there are at least hundreds of NPC guardians in the Abyss human town at this time, and most Abyss players did not leave immediately after receiving the task rewards. It is a bit unrealistic to sneak attack the 3 legendary realm powerhouses now. But the Abyss Demon Vine is just a lone person, although he is at the peak of the legendary realm. But listening to the conversation between the 2 Abyss players, it seems that he was also seriously injured in the battle. Otherwise, he would not have retreated on his own initiative. Now is the time to pick up bargains. Thinking of this, Song Jian glanced at the town and immediately ran towards the purple gold mine. Chapter 1322 Mining. The entrance of the amethyst mine was in a mess, with many bodies of goblin miners and abyss human warriors lying in disorder. As if to vent their anger, these bodies were torn into pieces by the abyss magic vine, which looked very miserable. Most of the amethyst mine had collapsed, which made Song Jian look a little ugly. The abyss magic vine was deep in the mine. Did he have to dig out another mine? The stone Mangulu was in a deep sleep of promotion at this time. Although the black dragon had woken up, it was obviously impossible to let it dig a hole. Song Jian looked at his hands and tried to dig the mine. After simply moving a few stones, he heard a noisy sound behind him. Looking back, it turned out to be a group of abyss human players. After they completed the task, a small number of players left, but most of the players were frantically searching for information in the town. In the end, these players finally got the information about the amethyst mine cave. They were all surprised and happy. One person told 10 people, 10 told 100 people, and as a result, the players who stayed behind all knew that there was an amethyst mine cave here. At this time, they could no longer sit still and began to rush towards the amethyst mine cave. Song Jian frowned slightly. These players were quite strong, and the highest had reached level 94. It seemed that many players had gained a lot in this task. After all, the task reward was amethyst. As long as they worked hard to cause damage to the Abyss Demon Vine, they could complete the task. Moreover, the higher the accumulated damage value, the richer the task reward. Some players even got more than 10 or dozens of amethysts and upgraded several levels in a row. Amethyst mine? I didn't expect that there is an amethyst mine in such a remote town. It's like pie in the sky. Why is the mission reward amethyst? It turns out there is an amethyst mine here. Haha. My mining skills have reached the expert level, so I should be able to mine amethyst ore. Right? Hey, I say you should be careful. That's the territory of the Abyss Demon Vine. Although it is seriously injured, it is still a boss that we can't resist at all. What are you afraid of? They have been digging here for so long and nothing happened. We can just dig a little bit in the edge area and don't go too deep. Yes, we will dig some in the edge area. As long as I can reach level 90, I will stop digging. A group of people walked towards the mine happily. Behind them, 500 Abyss human warriors with dark purple magic vine juice still on their armor looked at them coldly, as if they were looking at a group of dead people. These players dared to want to mine so openly because the Abyss magic vine and the 3 venerables in the town were both injured. You know, the purple crystal mine is the forbidden delicacy of this group of Abyss humans. Not to mention that they want to mine. Even if they know the news, none of them will survive. Now, they are nothing but baits for the Abyss NPCs in the town. On the one hand, because the goblin miners died completely, they were short of manpower and could not repair the collapsed mine in a short time. On the other hand, they also wanted to let these people test the Abyss magic vine to see how badly it was injured and whether it could continue to fight. If this group of players reopened the mine and the Abyss magic vine did not kill them, then what awaited them would be a thunderbolt attack from 500 Abyss warriors. There were only more than 100 Abyss players left. If a fight really happened, they would not be able to match the 500 well-trained Abyss warriors. At this time, Song Jian had already used the stealth technique to hide aside, watching the group of Abyss players happily moving the stones that blocked the entrance of the mine. At this time, Song Jian had already noticed the neat formation of Abyss human warriors in the distance. The fierce killing intent emanating from them made Song Jian look at the group of players with a strange look. How could they not feel such targeted killing intent? Why would they dig the mine again like fools? Song Jian was a little puzzled. But soon, he realized that this group of players must have a way to leave quickly, such as using a teleportation scroll. Teleportation scrolls are not omnipotent. Random teleportation scrolls can teleport people to any place within 100 kilometers. Sometimes it may just teleport you from the front of the enemy to the back of the enemy. And sometimes it even teleports you directly to the enemy's lair. Therefore, it is very unreliable. Only in the early stage of the game, when players have no money, Will they buy one or two to gamble on their luck? The most used teleportation scroll by players is the return scroll, which locks the teleportation destination. The only disadvantage of this teleportation scroll is that it is expensive and has a limited teleportation range. The lowest level return scroll is only effective within 100 kilometers. Beyond this range, the return scroll is useless. The higher the quality of the return scroll, the greater the teleportation range. As for the return scrolls of gold quality and above, they are all sky-high prices, which are not affordable for ordinary players. This group of Abyss players cannot buy return scrolls in any city in the main plane of the game. Most of the return scrolls in their packages were purchased in the Abyss Hell and cannot be used in this main plane of the game. It seems that there should be similar trump cards. Otherwise they would not ignore the group of warriors behind them. Song Jian thought to himself. The biggest possibility now is the previous mission. After completing the mission, they should have a chance to return to their previous location for free. After all, they are all temporarily recruited players, and their locations are different. After half a day, more than 100 players finally dug through the collapsed cave entrance, revealing the deep mine passage inside. The rock wall in the purple crystal mine cave was very hard. If it weren't for the Stone Man Guru, Song Jian would not have been able to dig out a new passage. At this time, the rock wall in the mine passage was full of cracks, and many stones could still be seen scattered in the passage. It seemed that it was about to collapse. The ground of the passage was also full of the bodies of goblin miners. The bones of these bodies were all broken, and they were all crushed by the Abyss magic vines when they were chased. The Abyss players seemed to see no danger at all. After a cheer, they all ran towards the various mines in the mine cave. Amethyst ore. So much amethyst ore. A player exclaimed. We're rich. We're rich. So many amethyst ore. Maybe we can upgrade our level to level 100. Ha ha. Don't rush. There are plenty of amethyst ore here. There must be higher quality amethyst ore in the depths. The crazy laughter and shouts of the Abyss players came from the mine. But when they started digging, they suddenly found that the rock wall in the mine seemed to be much harder than they imagined. Chapter 1323 Killing. Ding ding dang dang. A spark of fire shone in the mine, and all the Abyss players were surprised to find that the hardness of the rock wall was beyond their imagination. Damn it. How can this rock wall be harder than alloy steel? How can we dig it? A famous Abyss player was obviously a little discouraged, looking at the purple crystal ore on the wall, which was less than one step away from him. But this step seemed to be a world away. Although the purple crystal ore in front of him was of average quality, and only had a faint purple color, it was also a considerable fortune for these Abyss players. It was a pity that these purple crystal ores were like carrots hanging in front of a donkey, which could only be seen but not eaten. I don't believe it. The Abyss player with master-level mining skills had a fierce look in his eyes. He held a silver-quality mining hoe in both hands and smashed it hard against the rock wall. Master-level mining skills greatly improved the mining efficiency and ore quality. He smashed it nearly half an inch deep. Some gravel splashed out like bullets, leaving blood marks on his face. But this Abyss human didn't care at all. He kept waving the mining hoe in his hand. 10 minutes later, a circle of shallow marks appeared around the purple crystal ore. It looked like he could dig out this purple crystal ore in 2 hours at most. Others showed envy in their eyes. With this player's speed, he could dig out 4 or 5 purple crystal ores in one day. If he used all of it to improve his level, it would be enough to increase his combat experience by 20% to 30%. In other words, in this mine, he only needed 4 or 5 days to level up. This efficiency is more than 10 times faster than spawning monsters. Others calculated it in their hearts, and their eyes became more excited. If I had known earlier, I would have practiced mining. Who would have thought that one day mining could actually improve the level? Humph. Even if I practiced, it would be useless. I need to at least reach the master level. I already have expert level mining skills, but I can't dig. Some people were unwilling to give up, even though they didn't practice mining skills and didn't have mining tools. They kept waving their weapons and hacking at the rock walls around the purple crystal ore. Should we dig in there a little more? Maybe the rock walls inside will be crisper? Yes. Let's try another place. It can't be so hard. How can we dig here? Could it be that the goblin miners who dug the ore before all have master-level mining skills? Let's go. Let's go inside and have a look. Maybe we'll find a softer place. Moreover, the closer we get to the inside, the higher the quality of the amethyst ore. Some people gave up staying in the mine and walked along the passage to the depths of the mine. The Abyss player with master-level mining skills looked up at the group of people, sneered, and a hint of contempt appeared in his eyes. These people are like fools. They don't know anything. They can't even dig the ore at the entrance of the mine. How can they dream of digging deeper? The higher the quality of the ore, the harder it is to dig. There may indeed be higher quality amethyst ore deep in the mine, but the surrounding rock walls will definitely be harder. These people will soon return disappointed. The mine was noisy at this time. The Abyss players had poor organization and discipline, even worse than the goblin miners. After a while, hundreds of people entered the mine, just like throwing a handful of sand into the sea, and soon disappeared without a trace. Standing outside the mine, an Abyss human NPC wearing armor had a stern face. Behind him, hundreds of Abyss human warriors stood in neat rows, motionless. Hundreds of people stood here, and only the sound of the corners of their clothes being blown by the wind could be heard. And even the loudest breathing could not be heard. Captain, the Venerable ordered us to enter the mine to investigate the situation of the Demon Vine King. And by the way, clear out all the God-favored people in the mine, leaving no one alive. A messenger wearing leather armor quickly ran to the Abyss human in the lead and whispered in his ear. Humph. I've long disliked this group of God's favored ones, who are like locusts. When they were guarding the town before, most of them were just doing their job without putting in any effort. Just throwing two skills casually. They are considered to be guarding the town? It's ridiculous. Lan Chi snorted coldly, waved his right hand, led the team, and walked towards the entrance of the mine. First team, second team, third team, follow me in. Fourth team, guard the door. No God's favored ones are allowed to leave. And all God's favored ones who escape to the entrance of the cave will be killed without mercy. Lan Chi said coldly. Yes, sir. At the command, the Abyss human warriors rushed into the mine like a tide. These were the most elite warriors of this Abyss human tribe. Even when facing such a terrifying boss as the Abyss Demon Vine, they did not retreat at all. It is precisely because of these fearless warriors that the Abyss human race was able to gain the upper hand in this battle with the Abyss Demon Vine. If they relied on 3 legendary warriors alone, they would not be able to defeat the Abyss Demon Vine. However, the Abyss human race suffered heavy casualties this time. There were less than 800 people left in the team of more than 3,000 people. Most of the fighting forces in the town are now here. At this time, Song Jian had already entered the mine with the God-favored one. He also knew that these Abyss human race warriors had bad intentions. But with his strength, even if these Abyss warriors formed an army, they would not be his opponent. What's more, after entering the mine, the surrounding terrain became narrower, which was more advantageous to Song Jian. Song Jian, who had already entered a hidden state, walked silently towards the depths of the mine. The deeper he went, the more severely the passage was damaged. Some places even collapsed completely, and the blocked rocks had to be moved away. The Stone Man Guru was in economic slumber. Once he woke up, he would probably be promoted directly from the Lord level to the command level. At the same time, his level would be greatly improved, and he would be at the same level as the Black Dragon Kadar. But even so, the Stone Man Guru could not be the opponent of the Black Dragon Kadar. After all, Qatar opened the blood inheritance. Not only learned the unique combat skills of the Black Dragon clan, but also learned a lot of dragon language magic. It was not a problem to kill the Stone Man Guru after he was promoted. Song Jian was struggling to move the rocks that blocked the mine tunnel. Suddenly, he heard a sound of fighting and screaming, and his movements were suspended. Had those Abyss warriors started to clear the players who entered the cave? Song Jian thought to himself. Just then, several Abyss players stumbled over, and Song Jian immediately hid in the shadows behind the rocks. Damn it! Are these NPCs crazy? Why did they attack us without saying a word as soon as they came in? We helped them defend the city before. There are still 5 minutes to get out of the combat state. Only when we get out of the combat state can we leave here. In 5 minutes, those crazy people can kill us all. If we are not allowed to mine the ore here, why not just seal the mine? Why let us in? They just want to kill us. Several Abyss players complained while heading deep into the mine. When they saw that the passage was blocked, they showed despair on their faces. One of them even knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Chapter 1324 Trump Card. Why are you crying? Dig quickly. As long as we dig the passage, we can escape. It's just a 5-minute delay. Now there are less than 3 minutes left. Suddenly, people shouted and took the lead in moving the rubble that blocked the passage. Moving these rubble is much easier than digging amethyst ore. With one person's encouragement, the others also started to move the rubble, which made Song Jian, who was hiding in the mine nearby, feel very relieved. These guys don't know that this is a passage leading to a more terrifying monster. They dug this passage with their own hands. Song Jian said in his heart, "There is strength in numbers." In just over 2 minutes, these people dug the passage. However, at this time, the figure of the Abyss Warrior also appeared behind them. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a short spear shining with dark purple light pierced the chest of an Abyss player. Blood splattered, and the short spear went straight through the body, bringing out a large amount of blood. The entrance of the passage had just been dug, and the player still had a hopeful look on his face. But he felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a bowl-sized penetrating wound on his chest. He could actually see the scene on the opposite side from this side. Ahem. Blood foam continued to pour out of his mouth, and a look of despair appeared on the face of this Abyss player. He stretched out his hand to stop the blood gushing from his chest. But as soon as he raised his hand, his whole body fell heavily to the ground. This blow actually killed this Abyss player instantly, and the surrounding players were shocked. Their faces froze, and they turned around stiffly. Although the passage has been dug, if they continue to escape, their backs will be exposed to the Abyss warriors behind them. They will kill them one by one from behind like slaughtering lambs. I can't escape. I still have 1 minute to leave here. Let's fight. If we keep running, we'll all die. The remaining few Abyss players all had livid faces, and a desperate aura emerged from them. They had been forced into a desperate situation, so they had no choice but to fight to the death. Who? A layer of surging black flames immediately emerged from the bodies of these Abyss players. The Abyss aura became stronger and stronger, and the air was filled with an evil and dark smell, just like the smell of burning protein, which smelled like barbecue, but was annoying. Song Jian also heard a series of strange whispers. This kind of decadent sound was full of temptation. Ordinary people would immediately lose themselves and sink into the Abyss monsters. The language of the Abyss, Song Jian thought to himself. He could tell that these words of the Abyss, which consisted of multiple complex syllables, meant simple and crude words like kneel down, surrender, submit, and so on. This is why the Abyss players have an innate advantage in fighting with ordinary players. If there are no skills and items that increase will resistance, ordinary players, no matter how strong they are, will find it difficult to compete with the Abyss players. These are just the basic skills that the Abyss players have. For ordinary people, they are always beneficial. But for the Abyss human warriors, who also belong to the Abyss hell, they have no effect at all. At this moment, the pupils of one of the Abyss players gradually shrank and eventually disappeared, replaced by a blood-red color, emitting a dazzling scarlet light. His cheeks also began to change. The bones slowly extended, forming a demonic face. 2 strange bulges began to appear on his forehead, and the skin on the surface of his body became rough, with thick purple-black scales slowly protruding from under the skin. Demonization. This is the last trump card of the Abyss player, who has the ability to demonize. This ability also requires completing a complex task chain to obtain. Abyss players with demonization will have their strength soar to a higher level after using it. But if the demonization lasts too long, it will also cause irreversible damage to the player. Generally speaking, no one is willing to use this skill until the last moment of desperate struggle. The human warriors of the Abyss are so powerful that these players can't resist them at all. Being forced into a desperate situation, they can only use this last trump card. After the other Abyss players looked at each other, they saw a firm look in each other's eyes. These Abyss players also began to use the ability of demonization. Soon, a group of Abyss demon monsters with a height of more than 2 meters, with bone spurs protruding from the spine, knees and other joints, demon horns on their heads, legs turned into hooves with anti-joints and burning flames, and hands turned into claws, appeared in front of the Abyss warriors. These players who have become Abyss demons have hot white air coming out of their mouths and noses, and there is a dark golden rune on their necks. These runes can temporarily suppress the power of the Abyss demons, allowing them to maintain the last bit of rationality and not be completely occupied by the demons. However, these runes can only exist for a short period of time, if they have not been exposed to the demon state for more than this period of time. they will completely fall into the Abyss Demon. Kill! A low roar came from the mouth of the Abyss player at the beginning, and a pair of flesh wings behind him suddenly waved. The player's figure turned into a flash of lightning and rushed towards the Abyss warrior closest to him. The battle broke out suddenly, facing the players who had turned into Abyss demons. The Abyss warriors showed no fear. They waved their weapons and clashed fiercely with them. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The strong Abyss aura of both sides spread out, turning into strange monsters that tore each other apart in the air, and then recondensed. Song Jian hid at the side of the mine, watching the Abyss warriors and the players who had turned into Abyss demons fighting each other, with an expressionless look on his face. For the Abyss creatures, whether they were players or other monsters, Song Jian adhered to the principle of dead Abyss creatures are good creatures. As long as he saw them, he would kill them if he had the chance. Seeing this group of Abyss humans and players fighting each other, Song Jian suddenly felt a sense of comfort in his heart. The players who transformed into Abyss demons had greatly increased their strength and had the ability to compete with Abyss warriors. The battle immediately entered a stalemate. However, soon, another small group of Abyss warriors appeared in the passage, which made several Abyss players look desperate. The number of Abyss warriors was several times that of theirs. The warriors who had killed most of the Abyss players had now begun the final strangulation. Let's die together. An Abyss player was stabbed in the abdomen by a spear. Looking at more and more Abyss warriors, he roared, and instead of retreating, he actually pushed the spear hard, pierced his abdomen, and hugged the Abyss warrior opposite him tightly in his arms. Boom! With a loud bang, this demonized Abyss player actually activated the self-destruct skill and died together with an Abyss warrior. Several other Abyss players also showed a resolute look in their eyes and rushed towards the Abyss warrior regardless of anything, wanting to take a few more Abyss warriors with them before they died. However, at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly came from the air, and several spears shining with dark purple light were thrown at them like a rainstorm. Puff puff puff. Each Abyss player had more than a dozen spears stuck in his body. His body was seriously injured, and his soul felt a pain like being torn apart. These Abyss players finally had soft knees and knelt on the ground. Before they died, their eyes were full of unwillingness. Chapter 1325 Toxin. These Abyss players are the elites of this conscription mission, and are the best among all the players who participated in the Abyss invasion plot. They were not killed by other players or plot characters, but died at the hands of Abyss human warriors who were also in the Abyss camp. It was simply a kind of irony. Dozens of Abyss warriors lined up in a dozen rows in the narrow passage. Dozens of spears were thrown, and these demonized Abyss players had no place to dodge, and were all stabbed to death by these spears. The Abyss warriors who fought with them came forward expressionlessly, confirmed the death of several players, and began to collect the spoils left on them. Because the players died, most of the items in the parcel column disappeared, but most of the equipment in their equipment column would remain. The equipment of these elite players was much higher than that of ordinary players, and was deeply loved by these Abyss warriors. Continue the search to see if there are any more rat beasts that have escaped, a leader said coldly after looking at several players who still had traces of the Abyss demon. Hundreds of Abyss warriors began to walk along the mine tunnel towards various mines. The leader looked back at the tunnel that had been dug, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. He knew that if he continued to walk deeper along this mine tunnel, he would enter the underground cracks, and through the underground cracks, he would enter the area where the Abyss demon vine was located. He was hesitating whether to block this passage, but after a moment, he shook his head and turned away. After this battle, he didn't believe that anyone dared to enter the depths of the mine. That was simply courting death. After everyone left, Song Jian walked out of the mine next to him. The concealment technique might be exposed in front of the legendary realm strongmen, but in front of these Abyss warriors, who were lower than Song Jian's level, the effect was surprisingly good. Several Abyss warriors had entered the mine where he was to check before, but found nothing. Song Jian looked at the bodies of several Abyss players, which began to decompose slowly, and felt inexplicably sad. If these players did not have special resurrection skills like Enemy of Death, they would disappear silently in the real world if they died in the game, as if they had never appeared. Stepping over these corpses, Song Jian bent down, crawled into the newly dug passage, and continued to move deeper into the mine. The deeper he went, the higher the quality of the amethyst ore in the mine. Looking at the dark purple light shining in the surrounding mines, Song Jian couldn't help but feel excited. You know, there are ores worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of Doomsday coins here. And even with so much money, it is impossible to buy these amethysts, which are stronger than Doomsday coins. It's just like walking in the underground warehouse of the central bank, Song Jian said to himself. Just as Song Jian resisted his greed and continued to walk deeper into the mine, he suddenly heard a slight click sound in his ear. Turning his head, he saw that the sound came from a mine. Just when Song Jian was hesitating whether to go and check, crack sounds suddenly rang out one after another, as if all the purple crystal ore in the entire mine pit was shattered at the same time. Song Jian's face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but run towards the nearest mine pit. When he reached the edge of the mine pit, he found that all the purple crystal ore on the rock wall had cracks on the surface, and these cracks continued to spread like a spider web. Looking inside these cracks, you can see a small section of dark purple roots, which are constantly extracting energy from the purple crystal ore. If the abyss demon vine that Song Jian saw before was gentle in extracting the energy of the purple crystal ore, then now the abyss demon vine is violently extracting the energy from all the purple crystal ore without regard for the consequences. With this kind of extraction, more than half of the energy in the amethyst ore will be wasted. Song Jian saw purple mist constantly floating out from the cracks in the amethyst ore. Damn it! The abyss demon vine must have been seriously injured. Now it is extracting all the high-quality amethyst ore to treat the injury. Song Jian frowned. In his opinion, if he could kill the seriously injured abyss demon vine, these high-quality amethyst ores would eventually fall into his pocket. But now it seems that this may no longer be possible. Seeing hundreds of billions and trillions of ores disappearing bit by bit in front of him, Song Jian felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by someone. And it hurt so much. My ore. Damn it! Song Jian gritted his teeth and rushed forward at a speed that suddenly increased, not caring whether he would be exposed. Just as Song Jian rushed to the underground crack and was about to continue drilling down, a dark purple vine as thick as an arm suddenly emerged from a rock wall next to the crack, as if it had been lying in ambush for a long time, and pounced on Song Jian like a poisonous snake. At this time, Song Jian had already focused all his attention on exploring the road, and did not pay any attention to the purple vine that came out of the rock wall next to him. Just when he sensed the danger, it was too late. The purple vine rushed over quickly, and the ferocious mouth at the tip bit his shoulder fiercely. For a moment, blood splattered, and Song Jian even felt that the bones on his shoulder made a crunching friction sound. He swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand and cut off the vine that popped out. A large amount of dark purple liquid gushed out from the broken part. The cut vine was like a snake, twisting constantly and slowly retracting. The vine on Song Jian's shoulder was like a wolf, biting hard on his shoulder, not letting go at all. Song Jian gritted his teeth and swung the sky-breaking sword. After cutting the vine biting on his shoulder into several pieces, he dug out several fangs that had already penetrated into his skin and flesh, and then took out a bottle of advanced healing potion and poured it into his mouth. The wound on the shoulder was bleeding purple-black blood, and the area around the wound was swollen like a steamed bun. With the wound as the center, countless dark purple lines appeared, like blood vessels, slowly spreading out in all directions. Obviously, the toxins of the abyss demon vine are much more powerful than ordinary toxins. If an ordinary player is bitten like this, I am afraid that there is no way to eliminate it without an epic quality or higher antidote. Song Jian's immortal body in the talent skill was triggered, and the skill bar shone with purple gold light. The lines that were originally spreading slowly seemed to be suppressed, and the speed became slower and slower. Finally, the lines began to retreat back to the wound. A large amount of purple-black blood gushed out of the wound. After a while, the blood turned from purple-black to red. All the toxins were discharged from the body. The hideous wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon a thick layer of scabs formed. Song Jian moved his left arm and only felt a slight pain, which was no longer a problem. Looking at the dark underground crack, Song Jian smiled. It seems that the injury of the abyss demon vine is more serious than I thought. Song Jian muttered to himself. For a moment, his confidence increased greatly, and he continued to drill into the crack deep underground. Chapter 1326 Doubt. The abyss demon vine was seriously injured. Otherwise it would not have been possible for it to ambush Song Jian here with only a vine after noticing his presence, and also attack him with poison. You know, when the abyss demon vine was in its prime, it would not have used these tricks, but just crushed Song Jian openly, making him flee all the way, unable to resist at all. Thinking of this, Song Jian's confidence was greatly boosted, and his heart became hot. Even if the seriously injured legendary peak boss was still a legendary realm, there was still a chance of dropping legendary quality items after killing him. But the chance would be much lower. Even if there are no legendary items, the probability of epic items is quite high. I should change my equipment now, Song Jian thought to himself. He was still wearing the Ant King Ancestor set, although it was a set of equipment that was not inferior to the epic level. It was too low and no longer matched his level 100. Song Jian's figure kept passing through the underground cracks. In the underground cracks, Song Jian could still see the dark purple light flashing. It seemed that there were also a lot of purple crystal ores. And they were purple crystal ores that had not been absorbed by the Abyss Demon Vine. Not only purple crystal ores, but also many other precious ores. Song Jian only took a rough glance while passing through, and did not see it very clearly, but he also saw a lot of ores with high quality and level. This is simply a paradise for miners, and I can get rich overnight, Song Jian thought to himself. As long as I kill the Abyss Demon Vine, this mine will be mine. Even the Abyss human NPCs dare not go deep into the underground cracks. As long as Song Jian kills the Abyss Demon Vine, all the ore in the underground cracks will be his. But at this moment, a click sound shattered Song Jian's dream. It seems that the Abyss Demon Vine did not let go of this area. And because the ore in this area is of extremely high quality, even if the energy in it is violently extracted, these ores can last for a long time, and will not break for a while. Damn it! Song Jian's hope turned into despair, and his anger was burning in his heart. His speed was even faster. After a while, Song Jian came to an underground cave. This underground cave looked like an underground cave. It was very spacious, and there was a gurgling stream under his feet. Looking around, there were strange rocks everywhere. In these rocks, there were still dark purple amethyst ores. However, although the amethyst ores here were of extremely high quality, the energy contained in them had been almost extracted by the Abyss Demon Vine, and only a faint purple light was emitted from the surface. In the center of these rocks, a large group of purple-black vines were entangled with each other, forming a sphere with a diameter of more than 10 meters. The entangled sphere in front of him was the body of the Abyss Demon Vine. It looked like thousands of giant pythons entangled with each other. If people with intensive phobia saw it, they would probably tremble with fear. Song Jian stared at the root of the Abyss Demon Vine, with a look of surprise on his face. What? What is this? It's actually, at the root of the Abyss Demon Vine, there was a pool of water emitting dark purple light. Looking carefully, the water was actually liquid amethyst, and it was a very high-quality amethyst, higher than any amethyst he had ever seen. Above the pool, a thick layer of fog floated, gathering but not dispersing, slowly seeping into the body of the Abyss Demon Vine. As if sensing Song Jian's arrival, the Abyss Demon Vine, which had originally condensed into a ball, suddenly let out a sharp hiss and stretched out its body. The original sphere with a diameter of only 10 meters, after stretching out, turned into a huge monster covering an area of hundreds of square meters, baring its teeth and claws to protest towards Song Jian. Song Jian was startled and could not help but take 2 steps back. But when he saw the state of the Abyss Demon Vine clearly, he could not help but smile. The Abyss Demon Vine looked very miserable at this time. Almost all the vines were broken, and dark purple body fluids were oozing out of the wounds. Even its body, which was as thick as an ancient tree, had a several-meter-long crack on the surface, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The wound was constantly gushing with black abyss aura, and there were traces of burning and corrosion around it. The broken vines were slowly recovering, but the several-meter-long crack on its main body did not seem to heal at all. Are those 3 legendary realm masters so powerful that they could cause such serious injuries to the Abyss Demon Vine at the peak of the legendary realm? Song Jian was secretly surprised, and felt a little lucky that he did not sneak attack the 3 Abyss Demon Vine. If this attack hit him, he would not be able to escape at all, and would be killed on the spot. Crack, crack. Dozens of purple crystal ores broke apart and rolled down the rock wall. Some tiny roots slowly retracted from the rock wall. Song Jian was shocked. It seemed that what the Abyss Demon Vine showed now was not all of it. At least its roots were not revealed. Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly felt a threat slowly surrounding him. With a thought, Hundreds of spirit swords suddenly floated around his body, each of which was burning with dark red flames. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Technique. Go! With a light shout, countless spirit swords cut through the sky and chopped towards the Abyss Demon Vine. And dozens of black vine roots as thick as arms suddenly emerged from the ground beside Song Jian, wrapping around Song Jian. With a thought, Song Jian's body turned translucent and passed through dozens of vine roots. He waved the sky-breaking sword in his hand and rushed towards the Abyss Demon Vine. The vines that can freely pass through the hard rock wall are vulnerable to the spirit sword. Even if the Abyss Demon Vine tries its best to resist, it is still chopped into pieces by the spirit sword. After a while, a thick layer of broken vines appeared on the ground. Each section of the vine is only an inch long. Such vines will no longer pose any threat to Song Jian. Underground, more and more roots are poking out, like long whips, whipping Song Jian. The roots of the Abyss Demon Vine are tougher than the vines on the ground, but the attack power is far inferior. These dense roots can still have some effect against ordinary people, but against Song Jian, even if Song Jian stands still and lets these roots attack, they can't break his defense. The biggest function of these roots is to break through the hard rock wall and extract the energy from the purple crystal ore. Puff puff puff. The flying vines fell to the ground like rain, and the dark red flames kept burning the vines. But the effect was average. There seemed to be a mysterious power in the vines that resisted the erosion of the red lotus fire. Swish. Song Jian rushed to the body of the Abyss Demon Vine, and the sky-breaking sword slashed forward fiercely, cutting a scar more than 3 feet long on the body of the Abyss Demon Vine. A large amount of purple body fluid splashed out, and the Abyss Demon Vine let out an angry hiss, and countless vines smashed towards Song Jian's head. Song Jian dodged, and several black vine roots sprang out from behind him and stabbed at him. With a frown, Song Jian dodged the tree roots and looked at the Abyss Demon Vine. At this time, the combat power of the Abyss Demon Vine was not even as good as that of a command-level boss. Could 3 Abyss human race warriors at the primary level of the legendary realm cause such serious injuries to it? Song Jian was suspicious. Chapter 1327, Trophy. Originally, he wanted to rush up and fight the Abyss Demon Vine in close combat. But now, Song Jian subconsciously retreated, controlling the spirit sword, evolving the sword formation and attacking the Abyss Demon Vine. A brilliant red lotus slowly bloomed, wrapping up the Abyss Demon Vine. A powerful suction force surged out of the sword formation, and the Abyss Demon Vine let out a sharp hiss, and the whole body flew into the air. Soon, Song Jian saw a big pit appear on the ground, and countless densely packed vine roots, which were 10 times more than the number of vines on the ground, were pulled out. The whole Abyss Demon Vine was bound in the air by the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation, and endured the slashing of the spirit sword and the burning of the Red Lotus Karma Fire. The original blood value of tens of millions was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and some edges of the vines and roots began to slowly curl and burn. The Abyss Demon Vine kept struggling, but it could not stop the Fire Lotus from slowly closing. In an instant, the speed at which the Abyss Demon Vine lost its health value suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, millions of health points disappeared. Such resistance was impossible for a peak legendary boss to possess. At most, it was equivalent to a boss who had just entered the domination level. Its injury cannot be so serious, Song Jian thought to himself. According to his previous judgment, the Abyss Demon Vine fought with the 3 Abyss humans. The most likely possibility was that the Abyss Demon Vine was injured, and at least one of the 3 Abyss humans would die, and the other 2 would be seriously injured. As a result, the 3 Abyss humans were only injured, but the Abyss Demon Vine was seriously injured, which really made it abandon its nest and absorb purple crystal, or in a destructive way to heal its wounds. At the same time, its own attributes were greatly weakened. No, even if it was seriously injured in the battle, it would not be so severely weakened. Song Jian's eyes flickered, and a dark golden vertical mark appeared between his eyebrows. He slowly opened a gap, and the colorful light of the delusion-breaking divine eyes looked at the besieged Abyss Demon Vine. At this time, all the attributes of the Abyss Demon Vine were seen by Song Jian. In addition to the severely injured in the status bar, all attributes were weakened by 60%. The blood value was suppressed to 1/3. The blood value recovery speed was weakened by 50%. And a series of bad conditions. There was a strange state in the status bar of the Abyss Demon Vine. Seed hidden. What does this mean? Song Jian couldn't help but stare at this strange state. But no matter how he observed, he couldn't find out the attribute description of this state. And what was even more strange was that this state was actually a gain state for the Abyss Demon Vine. After a series of bad states, there was a strange gain state. Song Jian had never encountered this situation before. No matter what, I'll kill you first, Song Jian said in his heart. At this time, the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation also evolved to the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword stage. A sharp sword about 10 meters long chopped down from the air, and actually directly split the Abyss Demon Vine wrapped in the sword formation into two halves. The main body of the magic vine, as thick as an ancient tree, slowly fell in two directions. All the vines and roots lost control in an instant, fell to the ground, and spread out. System, you killed the king-level boss Abyss Magic Vine severely injured. The target was seriously injured before you killed it. The loot that exploded after killing it will be affected. After killing the Abyss Magic Vine, Song Jian's experience bar only increased by 3%. But at his current level, being able to increase by 3% is equivalent to increasing tens of millions of combat experience. Under the body of the Abyss Magic Vine, a treasure chest emitting dark gold slowly bloomed with light, which made Song Jian's face look ugly. A legendary boss. Even if it is seriously injured and killed by me, it is impossible for it to only drop a dark gold treasure chest. Right? Song Jian couldn't help but mutter to himself. You know, Song Jian had already prepared himself mentally to get only an epic treasure chest. But reality gave him a heavy blow. If he had known that killing the Abyss Demon Vine would only drop a dark gold treasure chest, Song Jian would definitely not take such a big risk to enter the underground to hunt a boss with the strength of the legendary peak. Song Jian picked up the dark gold treasure chest unwillingly and opened it casually. A bright dark gold light almost illuminated the entire underground cave. Song Jian reached into the treasure chest and soon he took out a pair of dark gold quality steel boots. Magic Vine boots. Dark gold quality. As long as you stand still for more than 5 seconds, you will automatically absorb the power of the earth. Increase your defense by 30%. And increase your health recovery speed by 50%. This special effect is tailor-made for MT. Looking at the pair of boots in his hand, Song Jian finally showed a hint of joy on his face. The equipment of defense warriors in the game is the most expensive. This pair of dark gold quality boots has an equipment level of 80 and an item level of 95. The additional attributes are also very tempting, especially the equipment special effects, which will definitely make defense warriors scramble for it. Although it's just a pair of dark gold quality combat boots, the auction price will definitely not be lower than the epic equipment of the same level. Song Jian thought to himself. A piece of top quality dark gold equipment finally made up for Song Jian's unhappiness. Then, he continued to reach into the treasure chest. Soon, 5 or 6 items were taken out of the treasure chest. In addition to the first pair of combat boots, another piece of dark gold quality equipment was taken out from the remaining items. It was a backpack with an expanded parcel column. This backpack had a full 500 parcel slots. You know, Song Jian is the lord of a city. His 4 backpacks have a maximum of only 260 slots. It is conceivable how attractive this 500-slot backpack will be to players. If Song Jian had not broken the kingdom of God, he would have used this backpack himself. But now, this rare backpack has also been put into the queue for sale. It's not too bad. Song Jian shook his head and sighed, preparing to return to the mine to explore and see if there are any remaining purple crystal ore. However, he also knew that with the full absorption of the Abyss Demon Vine, it was very unlikely to leave intact high-quality purple crystal ore. At most, he could find some broken leftovers. But no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. After all, it becomes more and more difficult to upgrade after the level exceeds 100. Just as Song Jian was about to leave the underground cave, he always felt that he seemed to have missed something. He looked back carefully, and suddenly saw a dark purple light shining from under the corpse of the Abyss Demon Vine. Song Jian suddenly had an idea in his mind, and remembered that when he first entered the underground cave, there was a large pool of liquid purple crystals in front of the Abyss Demon Vine. Such treasures are not comparable to those leftovers. How could I forget this? Song Jian slapped his head. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and ran towards the corpse of the Abyss Demon Vine. Chapter 1328, Eye Injury. Song Jian pulled away the vines left after the death of the Abyss Demon Vine, and finally revealed a large pit covered with liquid amethyst. This should be the savings of the Abyss Demon Vine for who knows how many years. It occupied the entire Amethyst Mine Cave, but only accumulated such a pool. Standing by the pool, Song Jian frowned. Why is there only so little left? What Song Jian saw before was a full pool of liquid amethyst. But now, the liquid amethyst was consumed by most of it at some point, leaving only a shallow layer at the bottom of the pit. And this shallow layer of liquid amethyst was still being consumed at a slow rate, as if the bottom of the pool was leaking, and it was slowly seeping down. Song Jian quickly took out several glass bottles, and filled them with liquid amethyst at the bottom of the pit. After some effort, he finally filled them with 50 to 60 kilograms of liquid amethyst. Although it looked like a lot, it was nothing compared to the full pool before. Song Jian sighed, although it was not the same as what he had imagined. The quality of these 50 to 60 kilograms of liquid amethyst was higher than all the amethyst or Song Jian had seen before. The energy contained in them was more than 10 or even dozens of times higher than the amethyst or Song Jian had obtained before. So many liquid amethysts were enough to allow Song Jian to upgrade from level 100 to around level 110. However, Song Jian had not passed the third level combat power assessment, and his experience value could only be increased to 99% of level 100 and could not break through. It would be a bit of a waste to use amethyst to upgrade now. Even with these liquid amethysts, the spoils are still a little less. Song Jian said to himself. You know, the Abyss Demon Vine is a powerful boss that is not weaker than the Flame King. They have both reached the peak of the legendary realm. In the game world, they are almost invincible. In the Scorching Canyon, no one can defeat the Flame King in the underground lava lake. Logically, no one here should be able to defeat the Abyss Demon Vine with a whole amethyst mine. But what is unexpected is that the Abyss Demon Vine was defeated by 3 Abyss human powerhouses in the early legendary realm, and was seriously injured. This puzzled Song Jian. Maybe it's because it left the amethyst mine? Song Jian guessed in his heart. After leaving the amethyst mine, it couldn't absorb the energy in the amethyst and couldn't recover in time. So it was defeated by the 3 people? Song Jian himself didn't quite believe this answer. But obviously, this was the best explanation. After taking away all the liquid amethyst, Song Jian began to collect the remaining amethyst crystals at the bottom of the pit. The quality of these crystals was worse than that of liquid amethyst, but much higher than those amethyst ores. They were the remnants of liquid amethyst, left in the cracks of the stone at the bottom of the pit. These crystals are very small. The largest is only half the size of a fingernail, and the smallest is even the size of a grain of sand. But for Song Jian, they are still rare treasures. After collecting purple crystals for half a day, Song Jian harvested 2 fist-sized high-quality purple crystals, and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly realized that the bottom of the pit seemed to convey a trace of fear, as if something was hidden at the bottom of the pit. But it was full of fear of Song Jian. Song Jian's heart moved, and the delusion-breaking divine eye between his eyebrows slowly opened. A trace of divine light emerged from his dark golden eyes, and looked towards the bottom of the pit. There is something at the bottom of the pit. But, Song Jian frowned slightly, and the delusion-breaking divine eye opened a little more. A ray of colorful divine light suddenly appeared, and the area of nearly 3 meters at the bottom of the pit was clearly visible in Song Jian's eyes. No! How is it possible? Song Jian felt strange. He could clearly sense that there was something at the bottom of the pit. But under the gaze of the delusion-breaking divine eye, he saw nothing. Humph! Song Jian snorted coldly, and closed his eyes, putting all his energy on the delusion-breaking divine eye. You know, with Song Jian's current strength, he can't fully control the delusion-breaking divine eye. After all, it contains a trace of the charm of the dragon god, which is not something an ordinary person like him can bear. Normally, when using the delusion-breaking divine eye, Song Jian only opened a crack, and did not dare to use it with all his strength. But today, Song Jian began to try to control the delusion-breaking divine eye, and a complete eyeball slowly emerged. It can be seen that in this eye emitting colorful divine light, a small dark golden rune slowly rotated. It was this rune that exuded the charm of the dragon god. 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters. The underground area that Song Jian saw was getting larger and larger. At the same time, a trace of blood began to slowly seep out of his tightly closed eyes. After all, using the delusion-breaking divine eye with all his strength was also a great pressure on Song Jian. I see you. Song Jian's mouth suddenly showed a smile, although he hadn't seen what it was. He had seen that there was something underground, and it was constantly drilling deeper. At this time, he had seen the traces left by the other party in the soil. 10 meters, 11 meters, 12 meters. Song Jian finally saw what was underground. It was a creature that looked like a tadpole, an oval ball the size of a fist, with a thin green tail behind it. At this time, it was desperately drilling into the ground. But when the divine light of the delusion-breaking divine eye saw it, its tail suddenly shook violently, and it stopped moving, shrinking in the soil motionlessly, as if it had encountered a powerful natural enemy, and did not dare to resist or escape. Seeing that this thing was frightened by the delusion-breaking divine eye, Song Jian did not dare to waste time. After all, controlling the delusion-breaking divine eye was a very strenuous task. Song Jian dug hard. A distance of 10 meters was a big project for an ordinary person, and it might take a long time. But for Song Jian, it was a very easy thing. After all, the bottom of the pit was all mud, not a hard rock wall. Not long after, Song Jian dug out the tadpole-shaped thing underground. The moment he held it, Song Jian immediately closed the delusion-breaking divine eye between his eyebrows. At this time, Song Jian's face was already covered with blood, and his 2 eyes were seriously injured and could not be opened for the time being. Song Jian was ready to put the thing in his hand into the parcel column, but found that it was actually a living thing and could not be put into the parcel column. In desperation, he could only throw it into the broken kingdom, then took out a bottle of advanced healing potion and poured it into his mouth. After a long time, Song Jian slowly opened his eyes. At this time, he felt that his vision was a little blurry and his eyes were still sore. It seemed that he needed to rest for a while before his eyes could fully recover. At this time, Song Jian felt a little scared. It was too dangerous to open the broken delusion eye completely. If it was open for a longer time, it might cause permanent blindness in both eyes, and then the gain would be more than the loss. If you want to fully control it, you only need to reach the legendary realm. But my current strength is only worth reaching the peak of the 2nd level. Song Jian showed a bitter smile on his face. Mortals. It turns out that they can't control the items of gods. Shaking his head, Song Jian focused his attention on the item he had just dug up. At this moment, his figure slowly disappeared from the spot and appeared above the kingdom of God. The item had disappeared from the spot before, and no one knew where it had gone. However, in the kingdom of God, Song Jian was the one in complete control. No matter where the item was hiding, it would not be able to escape Song Jian's attention. Soon, Song Jian's eyes fell on a dense forest in the distance, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1329 Seed of Life. Do you think I can't find you if you hide in the woods? Song Jian muttered to himself, and slowly floated above the woods. At this time, countless tree elves seemed to sense Song Jian, and suddenly let out a burst of joyful shouts. And the speed of circling the ancient trees also became much faster. The tree elves have very low intelligence, but this does not prevent them from knowing who is the real master of this world. Song Jian saved them, and let them live well. In the simple wisdom of the tree elves, they are very grateful to Song Jian. At this moment, Song Jian raised his right hand slightly, and soon, the ground deep in the ancient forest made a rumbling sound, and a fist-sized dark brown oval object slowly floated up from the soil. Squeak! 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 A sharp hissing sound was heard, and a small green tail behind the object swung rapidly. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and then he realized that the green tail was actually a green vine with purple patterns on the surface. This is... Song Jian's mind suddenly appeared the previous status bar of the Abyss Demon Vine, in which there was a host seed status, and this status was still hidden. If it weren't for the delusion-breaking divine eye, Song Jian might not be able to detect this status. Could it be that the host seed state of the Abyss Demon Vine is to parasitize the seed in front of you? Song Jian guessed in his heart. At this time, he looked at the oval dark brown object and found that it really looked like a plant seed. The green vine behind it was desperately drilling in. It seemed that most of its body had already drilled in, with only a small part left outside. Haha. Do you think I will let you succeed? Song Jian showed a disdainful smile on his face. He clenched his right hand, and suddenly a mysterious force grabbed the green vine tightly, pulling it out hard, trying to pull it out of the seed. Squeak! The cry of the vine became more and more shrill, as if a steel needle pierced into Song Jian's ear, making Song Jian frown. Shut up! Song Jian shouted. The voice stopped abruptly, In this world, Song Jian was the only god who controlled everything in this space, including the air, soil and any living creatures. Song Jian thought that it would be easy for him to pull the last remnant of the Abyss Demon Vine out of this strange seed. But he didn't expect it to be much more difficult than he imagined. It was as if there was a mysterious force constantly resisting the great power he had in this space. Although the emerald green vine was pulled straight and came out little by little, the efficiency was too slow, as if it had become the only object in this world that was not controlled by Song Jian. Song Jian frowned, just as he was about to exert more strength to pull it out. A tree spirit suddenly floated down from the tree that had been swirling around. It landed on the ground and turned into a woman in white. She stretched out her hand to stop Song Jian and said, "You can't pull it hard like this. You will destroy the seeds of life." "Who are you?" Song Jian was stunned and turned his head to look at the girl in white. After looking at her for a while, he turned his head to look at other tree spirits. His eyes shifted back and forth between the other tree spirits and the girl in white, and his face was full of confusion. Nova smiled secretly in her heart. She had been waiting for an opportunity to appear in front of Song Jian openly. Now, she finally waited for it. This time, she was betting that Song Jian didn't know about tree spirits, or that Song Jian didn't fully understand all the properties of tree spirits. Seeing Song Jian's confused eyes, Nova knew that she had made the right bet. "Sir, if you continue, this seed of life will be scrapped." Nova made a respectful look, saluted to Song Jian in the air, and said loudly, pretending to be a little scared, "Are you a tree spirit?" Song Jian squinted and stared at Nova carefully, and the delusion-breaking divine eye in the middle of his eyebrows opened a little. Nova immediately felt a trace of divine power appearing on her body, which made her horrified. Judging from her eyes, although Song Jian was lucky and obtained a fragment of his own kingdom of God, and gradually restored some of the functions of the kingdom of God, Song Jian's own strength was not very strong. But now, Nova actually felt the divine power from the other party, which made her panic and her body began to tremble slightly. But soon, this trace of divine power disappeared from her, and Song Jian had already closed his divine eyes at this time. He just overused the delusion-breaking divine eyes, which caused his eyes to be damaged and have not recovered yet. Therefore, in a short period of time, he can no longer open the delusion-breaking divine eyes completely like before. However, after opening it a little, Song Jian has also checked all the attributes of the girl in white in front of him. She has actually evolved from a tree spirit, which makes Song Jian completely let down his guard against her. "What's your name?" Song Jian asked. "Nova." Nova was relieved. A barely perceptible smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she thought to herself, "It seems that he was using the power of God to check his identity. Fortunately, I really took over the body of a tree spirit before. Otherwise, I would have been exposed just now." "Very good, Nova. Congratulations on your promotion. Now, tell me, what is the seed of life? And why did you stop my previous actions?" Song Jian said in a deep voice. Before, he used the delusion-breaking divine eye to only shock the green vine that kept drilling in. As for the specific properties of this seed, he really didn't pay attention to it. "I originally thought it was nothing, just the last means of escape for the Abyss Demon Vine. Now it seems that there may be unexpected gains. My lord, this seed is a holy object. The seed of life, also called the seed of the ancestor." Nova looked at the oval dark brown seed in the air, and a trace of envy appeared in her eyes. Such a sacred object. Even as a god, she also wanted to get it very much. "My lord, our entire universe is said to have been born on a tree of life at the beginning. This tree of life not only gave birth to our universe, but also connected to other universes. The original gods were all bred in its body," Nova said softly, "and this seed is the fruit of the tree of life. After falling from the tree of life, it absorbed all the nutrients of the fruit and finally condensed into a seed." "What? The seed of the tree of life? You mean, if I cultivate it well, I can cultivate another tree of life?" Song Jian's eyes showed a look of surprise. Since there is such a setting in the game, there must be a tree of life. If he can really cultivate a tree of life that belongs to him, what will he become in the end? The god of gods? For a moment, Song Jian's mind was full of thoughts, and his face couldn't help but show an ecstatic look. Chapter 1330 Transformation. As if she had guessed what Song Jian was thinking, Nova smiled awkwardly. coughed twice and explained, "My lord, do you want to cultivate a new tree of life with it?" Song Jian was stunned and asked, "Why?" "No, my lord. Theoretically, your idea is not wrong." Nova carefully organized her sentences, looking like she didn't want to hit Song Jian, but wanted to explain clearly. But in fact, it is impossible for a second tree of life to appear in this world. Although the seeds of the tree of life are rare, they are not the only ones, because it is too large and connects countless universes. Every year, a large number of seeds of life fall into various universes. There were gods who specially collected seeds of life and wanted to cultivate a second tree of life. But after consuming a lot of precious resources, the seeds of life could not even break the shell. Some people speculate that this may be due to the laws of the universe. The universe we are in is blessed by the tree of life, so it is impossible for a second tree of life to appear. If you want to cultivate a tree of life, you must leave the coverage of the tree of life, Nova said with a melancholy face. But the universe we are in is already extremely vast. Not to mention that the closest universe is also covered by the tree of life. Even the gods do not have the ability to leave the tree of life and find another universe. Therefore, the desire to cultivate a new tree of life only exists in theory. Nova actually once thought about cultivating a tree of life of her own. This is the only shortcut for gods to break through after their strength reaches the peak. Not only Nova, but all gods in the past have tried to cultivate the tree of life, but none of them succeeded. Some gods even consumed a lot of precious resources because of cultivating the tree of life, which led to a significant reduction in their strength and were destroyed by their opponents. So, this seed of life is actually useless? Song Jian said with some disappointment, looking at the seed of life with a small tail. If that's the case, it's better to just let the Abyss Demon Vine successfully host the seed. Maybe it can cultivate another creature. Even if it can't be subdued, killing it can also get some spoils. Song Jian now finally understood why the strength of the Abyss Demon Vine was so much worse than expected. 3 Abyss human powerhouses in the early legendary realm had severely injured it. It turned out that all its energy was put on hosting the seed of life, so its strength was greatly reduced. You know, the natural grade of the seed of life is many times higher than that of the Abyss Magic Vine. If the Abyss Magic Vine can really be successfully transplanted, then it can be said that it has gained unlimited potential. Once successful, with the help of the Abyss Magic Vine's body and the purple crystal in a mine, it will definitely grow in a very short time. At that time, it may really be able to break through the peak of the legendary realm and reach another realm. Just when Song Jian was hesitant, Nova suddenly said, "My lord, even if the seed of life cannot be cultivated, it is also a very precious alchemical material. It can be used to make precious potions that improve talents." Improve talents? Song Jian was stunned, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. He immediately said happily, "Is it a potion that increases gold skill points? You know, if you want to improve your talent skills, you must use gold skill points. And it is much more difficult to obtain gold skill points than a legendary equipment. If you can really make a potion that increases gold skill points, then this seed of life is worth it." Thinking of this, Song Jian saw the small green tail behind the seed of life, and a hint of murderous intent suddenly emerged in his heart. As if sensing Song Jian's murderous intent, the Abyss Demon Vine desperately drilled towards the seed of life, as if there was a warm and safe haven. Nova hurriedly said, "My lord, I have a way to make an alchemical potion, and I also have a way to take it out of the seed of life without hurting the seed of life." Song Jian was stunned, looked at Nova thoughtfully, and with a wave of his right hand, he sent the seed of life to Nova's hand. Will this tree spirit become so powerful after advancing? Song Jian wondered in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to you. Take it out first." Nova's heart clicked. Song Jian's eyes before made her understand that she was a little eager to show off, but instead revealed a flaw. Fortunately, the other party did not know the tree spirit, so there was no danger for the time being. Nova smiled lightly, took the seed of life, and gently stroked the shell of the seed of life with her left hand, muttering something in her mouth. For a moment, the Abyss Demon Vine, which had been trying desperately to get into the seed of life, seemed to be frightened by something. With a whoosh, it escaped from the seed of life. Just as it was about to escape from this place, Song Jian gently pointed, and the purple-green vine, which was less than a foot long, suddenly seemed to solidify in the air and floated motionlessly. Song Jian looked at the Abyss Demon Vine again, At this time, the Abyss Demon Vine looked like a slender green snake, with purple lines on the surface of its body, a narrow and pointed tail, and a ferocious big mouth on its head, split into 3 petals, with densely packed barbed pale white fangs inside, which looked extremely sharp. Looking at the thick black and red liquid dripping from the mouth of the Abyss Demon Vine from time to time, Song Jian felt sick. Such a creature is neither a plant nor an animal, but rather a combination of the two. Only in a place like the Abyss Hell can such a disgusting species appear. Song Jian's mind moved, and a dark red flame appeared in his palm. The Red Lotus Karma Fire has the ability to purify, and has the ability to restrain all monsters with evil attributes. Although the Abyss Demon Vine seems to have the ability to resist this kind of flame, it is now at its weakest. This is Song Jian's home ground. As long as it is stained with the Red Lotus Karma Fire, it will be burned to ashes. As if it felt the catastrophe, the Abyss Demon Vine twisted wildly, and its ferocious mouth kept opening and closing, as if it was constantly biting something. Seeing that Song Jian wanted to kill the Abyss Demon Vine, Nova suddenly had an idea and hurriedly stopped him. "My lord, this demon vine is quite useful. Isn't it a bit of a waste to kill it like this?" "Oh, what is the use of this demon vine?" Song Jian looked at Nova. "Sir, this kind of creature that has reached the legendary realm has its own extraordinary features. The most important thing is that it has been stained with the breath of the seed of life, and its potential has been greatly improved. It is very likely to grow again. At that time, you will gain an amazing fighting force," Nova said respectfully. "But its demonic nature has not faded. What if it backfires when it grows up in the future?" Song Jian asked. "Sir, you only need to place it in the Holy Spirit Hall and eliminate the Abyss demonic energy on it. In the future, it will be loyal to you like those Holy Spirit warriors and will never betray you." Nova smiled. Chapter 1331 End. After listening to Nova's words, Song Jian's heart moved, and his eyes looked towards the only building in the entire kingdom of God. At this time, the Holy Spirit Temple was shining and emitting light. In the square in front of the Holy Spirit Temple, 100 Holy Spirit warriors stood in a neat formation, like sculptures. If Song Jian did not give them orders, these Holy Spirit warriors could stand here until the end of time. Their loyalty is beyond doubt. If the Abyss Demon Vine could be transformed like them, Song Jian would naturally not worry about anything. Thinking of this, Song Jian threw the less than 1 foot long Abyss Demon Vine towards the Holy Spirit Temple. A golden light flashed, wrapped the Abyss Demon Vine completely, and dragged it into the Holy Spirit Temple. Soon, Song Jian received the feedback from the Holy Spirit Hall. "System, do you need to consume 1 divine power to transform the Abyss Demon Vine? Yes/no. Do you need to consume more divine power?" Song Jian was a little surprised. For him, who could not generate divine power continuously, every bit of divine power was extremely precious. Moreover, after building the Holy Spirit Hall, he did not have much divine power to consume. However, after a moment, Song Jian still chose to confirm. If he could really transform the Abyss Demon Vine into a loyal Holy Spirit warrior, a little divine power would be worth it. After choosing yes, a desperate roar came from the Holy Spirit Hall. But soon, the roar stopped abruptly, and then Song Jian received another system prompt. "System, do you want to keep the original appearance of the transformed species and inherit the original potential and ability of the species? If you need to change, you need to continue to consume divine power. But if you keep the original appearance, you don't need to consume it. Yes/no." After seeing this, Song Jian didn't hesitate at all and directly chose yes to continue to maintain the original appearance of the transformed species. "System, it takes 36 natural days to transform the species. The transformed species will eliminate the original attributes and become a species with holy light attributes. It is expected that the initial qualification of this species is a command level boss." "Command level?" Song Jian's eyes lit up. You know, the 100 Holy Spirit warriors he created with divine power are only equivalent to elite level boss. Although they can be promoted in battle, it is too difficult. Unexpectedly, the initial qualification of the Abyss Demon Vine is the domination level, which means that it only needs to grow normally to reach the height of the domination level boss. And as the level increases, it will continue to break through in the future, and may be able to recover to the previous peak level of the legendary realm. No, it is contaminated with the breath of the seed of life, and its potential is much higher than before, and it may be able to break through the legendary realm. Song Jian thought to himself. Thinking of this, Song Jian's eyes fell on the seed of life that had been drilled with a hole. How to use this seed of life has become a problem for Song Jian. Does it really mean to make it into a potion to improve talent? Song Jian felt a little reluctant. Sir, you can give me this seed of life. I can make it into a potion, Nova said impatiently. This seed of life will be of great help to Nova in restoring her strength. As for making potions, only a little shell of the seed of life is needed. Anyway, Song Jian doesn't know how this potion is made. Song Jian glanced at Nova and was about to hand her the seed of life. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a system prompt. System: Abyss players completely occupied a level 5 main city. The plot of the Abyss invasion is over, and the game will be upgraded. After the upgrade, the deep passages everywhere will be permanently fixed. The Abyss race can freely enter the main plane of the game, and the players in the main plane of the game can also freely enter the Abyss Hell. System: The level 5 main city occupied by the Abyss players will be named the Abyss City and automatically obtain the defense formation Abyss Shelter. Only creatures with the breath of the Abyss can approach the city. The city can accommodate 100,000 Abyss players. System: There is a job transfer station outside the Abyss City. The station will regularly issue camp conversion tasks. Players who complete the task will automatically obtain the breath of the Abyss and become Abyss race players. System: All players will exit the game within 30 seconds, and the game will be updated. If the property and materials of the players who have not exited the game after 30 seconds are damaged, the game will not be responsible for any loss. 30, 29, 28, 27. A series of system prompts made Song Jian dumbfounded. He originally thought that the Abyss invasion plot would last for at least a year, but he didn't expect that the Abyss invasion plot would end in just a few months, which was unexpected for Song Jian. The most important thing is that a level 5 city was captured by the Abyss players. This was almost impossible in Song Jian's view. You know, the City of Hope is only a level 2 city now. The level 5 city, whether in terms of population or defense, is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the City of Hope. Such a city would actually be captured, which made Song Jian feel chilling. At this moment, the countdown had entered the last 10 seconds. Song Jian glanced at the option to exit the game. At this time, the option had become selectable. Without any hesitation, Song Jian chose to exit, and his figure slowly disappeared from the kingdom of God. Nova originally stared at Song Jian with expectation, but unexpectedly, the other party left without saying a word. She originally thought that Song Jian had just left the kingdom of God and entered the game, but after waiting for a long time, Song Jian did not come back, and Nova's face suddenly became ugly. Actually, you dare to ignore me like this? It's simply, Nova said angrily in her heart. But soon, her anger subsided. You know, Song Jian didn't know that she was a fallen god, but just regarded her as a lucky tree spirit who was promoted. Damn it. Just one step away. Nova's face turned grim when she thought of the seed of life. The seed of life contained surging vitality. For her remnant soul that had lost more than 99% of its energy, it was the greatest tonic. At least it could repair her injured foundation and give her further possibilities. Otherwise, with her qualifications as a tree spirit, it would be a dream to return to her previous peak state. Next time when he comes back, I must get the seed of life. Nova gritted her teeth and muttered to herself. At this time, Song Jian's figure slowly emerged in the real world. Seeing the dusty room, Song Jian shook his head and smiled bitterly. He looked at the electronic watch hanging on the wall, which was still running automatically. Song Jian suddenly found that the game time and real time seemed to be slowly approaching. The previous 8-to-1 seemed to be approaching 4-to-1 now. In other words, 4 hours in the game was equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. Song Jian didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door in the room. Song Jian? Song Jian? Open the door quickly. Something bad has happened. Meng Tiantian's voice sounded outside the room, sounding very anxious. Chapter 1332 Dragon Whale Beast. Song Jian didn't bother to clean up the house, and hurriedly went forward to open the door. Looking at Meng Tiantian, who looked anxious, and asked, "What happened?" "Monster. A huge monster appeared in the sea, rushing towards the island where we are. Very fast." Meng Tiantian looked panicked. "You know, When players come out of the game world, many equipment cannot be brought into the real world. Without the support of equipment attributes, the power of players' skills is greatly reduced. Some people's strength is weakened by at least half. After all, if you don't even have a handy weapon, how can you fight? This is why the national power still has the initiative, and has even begun to force the implementation of the player registration system. Sharks. Or whales. Song Jian frowned slightly. Although the player's strength has declined greatly in the real world, it is still no problem to deal with some ordinary marine creatures. Especially since most of the players on the island have passed the second-level combat power assessment. Even if they only rely on the attribute points obtained in the combat power assessment. For ordinary people, these players are already superhuman. It is naturally no problem to deal with some ordinary marine creatures. As long as they are not besieged by a large number of marine creatures. It is still no problem to kill some large marine creatures. No. No. It's a monster. A monster. Meng Tian said anxiously. It's just like the monsters in the game. An elite boss of level 80. What? Song Jian was shocked. How could a monster in the game appear in the real world? Then, an idea came to his mind. And he asked hurriedly, is there a player with reconnaissance skills who can check the properties of this monster? Maybe it's a summon or a pet of another player. Under normal circumstances, a player's pet cannot be summoned in the real world. But there are all kinds of strange skills and items in the game. And Song Jian cannot guarantee that no player can summon creatures in the game world in the real world. Meng Tian was stunned. And shook her head in confusion. I don't know either. I just received the alarm and took a look at the monster. Boom! At this moment, the entire island suddenly shook slightly. As if something had hit the island hard. Song Jian's face changed drastically. You know, they are now dozens of meters underground. Once the island is really destroyed by the monster, the players living on the island are likely to be buried alive underground. Hurry up and leave here and get on the island. Song Jian pulled Meng Tian and ran towards the underground elevator. Medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs stored in my room. Meng Tian exclaimed, struggling to return to the room to collect the medicinal herbs she had cultivated and stored in the real world. For her, that was a huge fortune. You're almost dead. What medicinal herbs do you need? Song Jian said anxiously, adding some strength to his hands, and shouted to Meng Tian, if the island is fine, come back and get it. If the island is destroyed, do you have the ability to escape from dozens of meters underground? Meng Tian was stunned, her face pale, no longer struggling, and resigned to her fate. She was pulled by Song Jian and ran towards the elevator. When the island was built, it seemed that it had been prepared for escape at any time. At this time, not only were more than a dozen elevators that could rise to the top open, but there were also more than a dozen channels on the other side that went directly to the sea. In each channel, there was a submarine on standby at any time. Seeing that the elevator was crowded with people, Song Jian rolled his eyes and pulled Meng Tian towards the submarine on the other side. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the island shook more violently. There were screams, and it seemed that someone was injured. There were cries, calls for help, and shouts. All the players were like ants on a hot pot, running around. Just as Song Jian was pulling Meng Tian onto a submarine, he was stopped by a man in black armor and said, sorry, sir, there is only one seat on the submarine now. You and this lady can only come up. Song Jian frowned and turned his head to look. He saw that several of the dozen elevators in the distance were damaged, and the word fault appeared on the display. Hurry up! Song Jian pushed Meng Tian forward and then jumped off the submarine. Song Jian, what are you going to do? Meng Tian said in panic. You know, given the current situation, this submarine will most likely not return after leaving. And Song Jian left her the hope of survival. Meng Tian's tears immediately flowed down. Song Jian waved at her and looked elsewhere. More than a dozen submarines had already begun to dive. The man in black armor took a deep look at Song Jian, then pulled Meng Tian down to the cabin. After a noise, the last submarine also began to dive. Song Jian glanced at the elevator in the distance. Some people had already started fighting for it. There was a commotion in front of the elevator. Boom! With another collision, cracks began to appear on the ground. Song Jian's heart sank. They were below sea level. If the monsters outside the island continued to hit them a few more times, Once the rock wall of the island broke, the strong pressure would directly destroy the island. Thinking of this, Song Jian did not dare to stay any longer and jumped into the channel where the submarine had died before. Since this channel led directly to the ocean outside, Song Jian could also swim out with his own ability. Hurry up. We must swim out before the island is destroyed, Song Jian thought to himself. Although he lost the equipment bonus, Song Jian's fruit suit attribute has exceeded 150 points. If he is simply buried dozens of meters below, he can dig out an escape passage with one blow. But if he is buried dozens of meters below the sea level, Song Jian has no confidence to dig out a passage in the absence of oxygen. Outside the island, a huge dragon whale beast with a body size of more than 80 meters is ramming the island frantically. Its eyes are full of bloodshot, and its body surface is full of wounds from the impact. The blood has dyed the sea around it red. But it does not care about the injuries on its body at all, just desperately ramming the island, as if it will die with the island. In the distance, a man in a black robe floated quietly in the air. His body exuded a strong black aura. Behind him, the strong black aura had even condensed into a pair of huge wings over 3 meters long, with the edges slightly emitting light, like a stream of black light. Humph. Player Island? That's all, the man whispered, with a look of disdain on his face. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several people on the island also flew up. 3 of them flew towards the dragon whale beast, and the other 2 flew towards the man in the air. Grant, is that you? The leading man saw the man with a black aura and showed a look of surprise on his face. Chapter 1333 Sinking. Grant glanced at the 2 people opposite him, with a disdainful smile on his face. He waved his right hand, and the dragon whale beast on the sea, like a huge ship, roared and rushed towards the island again. Boom! The surrounding waves rose several meters high, almost submerging the entire surface of the island. After a while, the waves receded, and it can be seen that the island was obviously tilted to the left. The 3 players guarding the island have begun to attack the dragon whale beast. Groups of fireballs the size of a human head flew towards the dragon whale beast. For magicians, Fireball is only a low-level spell below the 3rd level, but it is one of the most commonly used spells. It is powerful, has a short release time and skill cooldown time, and most importantly, consumes the least among all 3rd level spells. 3 fireballs hit the surface of the dragon whale beast's body fiercely, and the power was no less than that of an RPG rocket. The dragon whale beast screamed and spit out a large amount of seawater barrage at the 3 people. Fist-sized, hard as steel water balls, mixed in a water curtain, flew towards the 3 people. The 3 people dodged quickly, and one of them was hit by the water ball in the water curtain, spitting out blood and falling towards the sea. The other 2 hurried to rescue, and the dragon whale beast actually rushed towards the 3 people like crazy. But Grant just snorted coldly, and the dragon whale beast trembled all over, turned around, and hit the island again. Enough, Grant. Stop it! Bojin shouted at Grant with an angry face. You left here on your own initiative. Why are you coming back now? I left because I was weak. Grant's eyes showed a trace of humiliation and anger, and he shouted in a low voice, I'm back now to destroy. After saying that, the black aura on his body became stronger and stronger, and the whole person turned into a flash of lightning, rushing towards the 2 people, holding a death sickle in his hand, and slashed at Bojin, who was in the lead. Bojin's face changed drastically. The weapon in Grant's hand was shining with dark golden light. This was an in-game equipment, and it actually had the attributes that could be brought out of the game, which made Bojin's eyes reveal a trace of greed. Ding! A metal collision sounded, and the man beside Bojin, who had been silent, waved a long sword in his hand to block Grant's attack. Grant was repelled, but a scornful smile appeared on his face, and he said to the man, Mike, your alloyed long sword. How many times can you resist me? McGill's face was very ugly. He stared at the long sword in his hand, and a look of pain appeared on his face. You know, this long sword was made of a special military alloy that he spent a lot of money to get in the real world. It was extremely hard, but after a collision, a soybean-sized gap appeared on the blade of the alloyed long sword, and a thin and invisible crack extended from the gap to the back. At most 3 more collisions, this long sword will break. McGar thought to himself. Grant, you have become an abyss race, and your strength has indeed increased greatly. But have you ever thought that it will attract the attention of some other people? Boken said in a deep voice. For example, the military? You know, most of the players who can appear on this island are players who are unwilling to register. But they choose to stay here under pressure from the national military. Transforming into an Abyss race in the game is not a big deal. After all, with the Abyss hell behind them, no one comes to trouble them. On the contrary, other races are in danger and are very afraid of the invasion of the Abyss. But in the real world, if someone dares to reveal his identity as an Abyss race, he will definitely be suppressed by the national military. Maybe the military can still have a peaceful dialogue with other ordinary players. But for the Abyss players who have changed their jobs, as long as they find one, the military will eliminate one. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Those who have given up their human identity and become the opposing camp are definitely rats that everyone wants to kill in the real world. Grant's face changed, and he snorted coldly and said, after killing you, I have enough time to leave here. After that, Grant waved the death sickle and continued to rush towards the two people. Bojan and McGill also came up and fought with him. As the battle progressed, more and more players appeared on the sea. Seeing the dragon whale beast, these players who were out of danger also took the initiative to join the battle to attack the dragon whale beast. However, most of the players automatically blocked the battle between the three people in the air. After all, the players who can fly in the real world are definitely elites. If you rashly join their battle, you will probably die ugly. The dragon whale beast became more crazy after being attacked. Under Grant's control, it could not attack those players, but just put all its anger on the island. If it were in a game, there would definitely be a protective formation in such a place. But this is the real world, and such a thing is impossible to exist. Even if the player has the relevant skills, there is no way to get those formation materials. Just as Song Jian swam out of the submarine channel, a rumbling sound suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head, he saw that the original island began to slowly sink to the bottom of the sea, and almost 2/3 of the part above the sea level was submerged by the sea. The huge waves hit, and the players who took the elevator screamed and rushed towards the remaining 1/3. But soon they were swept into the sea by the huge waves. After all, not every player is strong. In addition, without the bonus of equipment, many players at level 30 or 40 only have physical fitness 3 or 4 times higher than ordinary people. In the face of huge waves like tsunamis, they are actually no different from ordinary people. This player's shelter is destroyed. Song Jian showed a sad expression on his face. After all, this is his foothold in the real world. Now it is destroyed. Next time he comes out of the game, he doesn't know where he will appear. Roar. An angry roar sounded, and the huge dragon whale beast actually took off from the sea and jumped more than 10 meters above the sea level. At this time, the dragon whale beast looked extremely miserable, with wounds all over its body and blood gushing out. In some places, you can even see the white bones and internal organs inside. Even if it is no longer attacked, this dragon whale beast may not survive, unless it is a player's battle pet. And now it is immediately put into the battle pet space for recovery. However, in the real world, the battle pet space of players is sealed, and this dragon whale beast does not know how to bring it out of the game. It seems that its mind has been controlled, and it is being used as a disposable item. After the dragon whale beast stayed in the air for a while, it fell hard towards the sea surface. Under its body was exactly 1/3 of the island that had not yet sunk. A large number of players were all in the shadow of the dragon whale beast's body, with desperate looks on their faces and bursts of exclamations. Song Jian took a breath and couldn't help swimming away. This collision would not only destroy the entire island, but also set off huge waves, and the surrounding players would suffer. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon whale beast let out a shrill scream, and the spirit in its eyes gradually dimmed. The huge body also slowly sank below the sea surface with the island. Chapter 1334 Out of Control. Seeing the island sink into the sea, Grant didn't even look at the dragon lizard beast. He laughed loudly, waved the death sickle in his hand, cut out a black blade light, forced the two people back, turned around and turned into a black shadow and flew away. Grant's goal was to destroy the island. In his opinion, destroying the island was more exciting than killing Borgin. Grant! Borgin roared angrily. This island almost cost all his resources, and even his family had exhausted its resources. This made other members of the family have always been very dissatisfied with Borgin. Now that the island has been destroyed, all the previous investments have gone down the drain, which makes Borgin not know how to face the criticism from his family. Grant. Borgin's eyes showed a hint of murderous intent, and he gritted his teeth and recited Grant's name. For a long time, Borgin seemed to have aged 10 years, and his eyes were full of loneliness. He sighed and whispered to McGill beside him, "Mike, did we do something wrong before?" "Bojan, what's wrong with you?" McGill's face changed, and he said to Borgin, "Grant's ambition is too big. He is the kind of person who will do anything to achieve his goals. He not only wants to control the players on the island in the real world, but also wants to control them in the game. How is this possible? If we really do what he wants, sooner or later we will. But now everything is gone. Everything is destroyed." Bojan looked at the location of the previous island, which was now a vast sea, and a look of despair appeared on his face. "Bojan, the destruction of this island does not mean that we have failed," Magar whispered. "Our greatest wealth is those players. As long as we convince them to follow us, we can build such an island again. We don't even need to build an island. We just need to place them in the family castle, and they can still be used by us." Bojan's eyes lit up, and he muttered to himself, "Yes, the players are the foundation. As long as these players follow us, wherever we are, there will be the player island. Most of the players on the island are professional life players. They don't want to be controlled by the country, and they don't have the ability to protect themselves. That's why they come to settle on this relatively free island. Although these professional life players cannot make the same items in the game due to the limitations of materials and other aspects in the real world, many low-level items can still find substitutes in the real world. For example, primary treatment potions. Even if substitute materials are used, the effect of the potions produced is only 80% of the original ones, which is enough to attract the world's top rich people who are dying. At this time, a 10,000-ton cruise ship slowly drove over in the distance. As soon as Bojan found that the dragon whale beast hit the island, he notified the rescue team. At this time, 7 or 8 players flew out of the cruise ship and saw that the original location of the island had turned into a vast ocean. These people all showed confused looks in their eyes. "Kato!" Bojan flew towards the group. "Bojan, what's going on?" Kato pointed at the sea and asked tremblingly. "Let's not talk about this for now. Save people first," Bojan said. Because the island was destroyed, many players had fallen into the water. Now was not the time to greet each other. They had to be rescued as soon as possible. After a busy period, everyone, including the players who left on the submarine, gathered on the cruise ship. Bojan looked at the players wearing blankets and holding a cup of hot drinks, and his face became very ugly. There were more than 3,000 players living on the island. But now, only 200 or 300 people were rescued, and only 1 in 10 survived. Such a loss made Bojan feel distressed. Taking a deep breath, Bojan smiled and started walking towards the group of players. "Everyone, we were attacked by the enemy this time. We will compensate you for all your losses. At the same time, we will meet your reasonable requests. At the same time, we will go to a safer place where professional guards will protect you." Meng Tian kept looking around in the crowd, trying to find Song Jian. But she looked through everyone and didn't find the familiar figure. Dead? Meng Tian felt a little sad. But thinking of Song Jian's strength, she still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. It's impossible. He is so strong. He will definitely be able to escape. Song Jian had already disappeared. With Meng Tian's current strength, there was probably no way to find Song Jian. Meng Tian now hoped to enter the game immediately. Only in the game could she contact Song Jian through the address book. At this time, Song Jian was flying on the sword over the vast ocean. The island was destroyed, leaving him without a foothold. But with his current strength, the world was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. After flying over the sea for a long time, Song Jian still didn't see the land. Strange. I remember that I came to the island from this direction before, and I only took a boat for less than 2 hours before. The speed of my sword flying is much faster than the ship. Why haven't I seen the land after so long? Song Jian stopped and thought strangely. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly saw a black shadow passing through the sky in the distance. Behind him, it dragged a black trail of more than 10 meters. From a distance, it looked like a black stream falling. Song Jian's heart moved, and he turned around and flew towards the black shadow. Soon, Song Jian saw that the Black Shadow was the man who had controlled the dragon whale beast and destroyed the entire island. Gee, Grant. This man is called Grant. Right? Song Jian said to himself. He destroyed an island and did not hide his whereabouts at all. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down? Song Jian flew closer and found that Grant's body was constantly twisting while flying. His face was hideous. His eyes were covered with scarlet light, and his eyeballs could not be seen at all. His exposed skin was constantly shaking, and purple-black scales were slowly growing from under his skin, and his whole body was covered with blood. Is this out of control? Song Jian frowned slightly, stopped approaching Grant. At this time, Grant looked exactly like the humans in the game who were infected by the breath of the abyss, and was undergoing an irreversible transformation into an abyss creature. However, Grant had already transformed into an abyss creature, so how could he be infected by the breath of the abyss again? Roar. A roar like a beast came out of Grant's mouth, and suddenly 5 or 6 dark brown tentacles emerged from his mouth. These tentacles were more than 3 meters long. After they stretched out, they kept dancing in the air, as if they were exploring something. At this moment, Grant hunched over, holding the tentacles tightly with both hands, and let out an indistinct roar. Get out of my body. Grant used all his strength to pull the tentacles out. At this moment, a big lump suddenly appeared on the back of Grant's neck, as if something was about to come out from it. Chapter 1335 Evil Devil. Song Jian saw a hideous skull coming out from the back of Grant's neck. The skull was only the size of a palm, and there was still blood on the surface. The 2 eye sockets were constantly emitting black air, which looked very strange. No! Grant screamed, revealing despair. The tentacles pouring out of his mouth were extremely powerful, and Grant could not control them at all. After breaking free from his hands, all the tentacles wrapped around his entire head, making him look like a monster enjoying its food. The skull that came out of Grant's back laughed strangely, looked around, and seemed to be very satisfied and muttered to himself, "It's really a new world. It's really too barren." Grant's head was wrapped by tentacles, but he still didn't give up. He was struggling desperately, and even took out the death sickle and chopped at the tentacles on his head. After a while, he chopped several tentacles and made them bleed. The strange skull behind his head stared at the waving death sickle and laughed again. "You haven't surrendered yet? In order to gain power, you said you were willing to pay any price." The skull was like a phantom. Even if the death sickle passed through it, it could not cause any damage to it. "The price is your life and soul," the skull roared, opened its mouth, and bit down on the back of Grant's head. A shrill scream sounded, and Grant's whole body began to tremble violently. The hands that wielded the death sickle seemed to have lost all their strength. The death sickle fell from his hands into the sea, and his whole body began to be wrapped in the rolling black mist. From a distance, the black mist looked like an oval egg suspended in the air, with a bulge on the surface from time to time, and a strange chewing sound could be vaguely heard from it. Song Jian could feel the endless evil power emanating from the black mist from a distance. Apparently, the player named Grant accidentally revealed the existence of the real world to an evil demon, who actually used a strange parasitic method to pass through Grant's body from the game world to the real world. It's simply horrifying. How could such a loophole appear? Song Jian suddenly felt unreal. In the distance, the black mist kept surging, and Song Jian slowly approached the black mist. No matter what, he couldn't let the evil demon in the game appear in the real world. Although the real world has been gradually affected by the game world because of the existence of players, this influence is only indirect. Now, monsters in the game have also begun to appear in the real world, which makes Song Jian feel a sense of urgency and crisis. With a thought, the sky-breaking sword emerged and was tightly held in Song Jian's hand. The sword energy in his body surged, and all the sword energy began to converge towards the sky-breaking sword. The dazzling sword light bloomed on the blade of the sky-breaking sword. 10 minutes later, the black mist began to roll violently, and a gust of wind blew around. A vague figure appeared in the black mist. The figure opened his mouth. The wind whistled, and all the mist swirled into his mouth. The mist disappeared, and the figure floating in the air was Grant from before. At this time, Grant looked completely normal, wearing a black suit, with a faint smile on his face, and there was no black abyss around his body. This feeling is exactly. Grant closed his eyes slightly, raised his head and took a deep breath, with a smug look on his face. Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art. A light shout came from behind him, and Grant's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and the threat of death made his whole body tense up. Looking back, countless densely packed spirit swords burning with dark red flames flew towards him. Friend, do we have any misunderstandings? Grant's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated and argued loudly. Did you recognize the wrong person? I don't know you. Evil demon. You shouldn't appear in this world, Song Jian said in a deep voice. And with a thought, he rushed towards Grant. Grant's face sank, and he showed a weird smile. Hee hee hee. It seems that you have seen something you shouldn't have seen. What a pity. As he said that, Grant waved his right hand, and the death sickle that had sunk into the sea suddenly flew out of the sea and was held in Grant's hand, holding the familiar weapon. Grant smiled. What a satisfying sacrifice. It also brought my soul weapon to this world. With a wave of his right hand, the death sickle made a sound like a ghost crying and a wolf howling, and black blade lights burst out from the death sickle, like a meteor, slashing towards Song Jian. This black blade light left traces in the air, as if even the space was about to be shattered by it. Clang, clang, clang. A burst of metal collision sounded, and dozens of black blade lights rushed into the spirit sword, slashing it wantonly. In an instant, more than 10 spirit swords were split into two and scattered in the air. Ha. It's vulnerable. A trace of scarlet light flashed in Grant's eyes, and a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stopped the attack that was originally prepared to continue. He held the death sickle in his right hand, made a knife flower, and held the death sickle behind his back. He looked at Song Jian with a calm look. Song Jian's face changed slightly. The fragility of the spirit sword was beyond his expectation. However, the destruction of more than 10 of the 600 spirit swords did not affect the evolution of the sword formation. Song Jian's mind moved, and the spirit swords that were originally entangled with the black blade light flew towards Grant one after another. Grant's face changed, and he snorted coldly. I wanted to play with you for a while, but I didn't expect that you wanted to die so quickly. So I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, Grant clenched the death sickle with both hands and swung it fiercely in front of him. Suddenly, a black knife energy of more than 10 feet appeared in the air with his chop. Song Jian, who was originally rushing towards Grant, changed his face. I will die. Such a thought emerged in Song Jian's mind, and he quickly stopped his figure. With a thought, two identical Song Jians appeared in Grant's eyes, one on the left and one on the right, fleeing to both sides. Grant showed a hesitant look in his eyes, but soon, he randomly chose the figure on the left and controlled the knife light to chase him. At this time, hundreds of spirit swords were less than 3 meters away from Grant, and the dark red fire of the Red Lotus had made the ends of Grant's hair curl slightly. Feeling the heat of the Red Lotus fire, Grant's face changed, and the spirit sword that he had never taken to heart suddenly attracted his attention. What kind of flame is this? Grant narrowed his eyes, staring at the spirit sword that was coming towards him, and muttered to himself. Chapter 1336 Fear. Red Lotus fire has a purification function, and has a strong restraining effect on evil creatures. Abyssal creatures and ghost creatures have no ability to resist the Red Lotus fire. Even if they are only stained with a trace, they will be burned to ashes immediately. Only those extremely powerful bosses have some resistance to the Red Lotus fire. Grant seemed to feel the power of the Red Lotus fire on the spirit sword. His face became solemn. He snorted coldly and retreated, not caring to continue attacking Song Jian. However, the spirit swords in the sky were like maggots on the tarsal bones, chasing Grant closely. Grant was angry. When would he be forced to this extent by a person with only the peak combat power of the second level? If it weren't for the suppression of this world, you would have been torn into pieces by me. Grant let out an angry roar. At this time, Song Jian was trying to dodge the black blade light of more than 10 feet. This time, he was unlucky. The blade light randomly chose a Song Jian, but he didn't expect it to be Song Jian's real body. 50% chance. My luck is also. Song Jian's face was a little ugly. The blade light behind him exuded a terrifying position. Although it was just a blade force, it gave Song Jian the feeling that it was no weaker than a peerless weapon. At this time, the blade light had locked Song Jian. No matter how he dodged, the blade light was chasing him closely. At this moment, Song Jian's sword shadow clone used the sword control technique to fly towards Song Jian, and took the initiative to rush towards the blade light. 10,000 Swords Technique. The sword shadow clone shouted softly, and countless spirit swords floated around his body. With its control, hundreds of spirit swords flew towards the black blade light. Clang, 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 clang. A series of shattering sounds continued, and the spirit swords were like moths to a flame, breaking one after another in front of the black blade energy. In the end, all the spirit swords turned into crystal fragments and slowly disappeared in the air, while Song Jian's sword shadow clone was cut into two parts from the waist by the black blade energy and fell towards the sea. At this time, most of the black sword energy had been consumed, and the feeling that could threaten Song Jian's life had dissipated a lot. Song Jian gritted his teeth, swung the sky-breaking sword in his hand, and slashed at the black sword energy with all his strength. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly appeared over the sea, just like a bolt from the blue. Song Jian's figure flew backwards more than 10 meters away uncontrollably, and then slowly stabilized his body. Song Jian's face was ugly. His right hand trembled slightly involuntarily, and even the sky-breaking sword in his hand was barely held. The tearing pain surged like a tide, and the whole arm seemed to be out of control and had no strength at all. This is just his casual attack, Song Jian said in his heart, becoming more and more wary of Grant now. Such a terrifying strength can already be compared with the peak of the legendary realm, like the Abyss Demon Vine. The evil demon has just occupied Grant's body, and has not yet fully adapted. In addition, the world suppresses him, so his strength can only be exerted at most 60% to 70%. If I meet him in the game, I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to escape, Song Jian thought to himself. Looking up, Grant was surrounded by countless spirit swords. The flying spirit swords drew strange arcs in the air and attacked Grant at an incredible angle. However, Grant seemed to have an omniscient god's perspective. He knew the attack trajectory of each spirit sword very well. The death sickle in his hand left a trail of afterimages, knocking away all the approaching spirit swords. Facing the siege of more than 500 spirit swords, Grant actually gave people the feeling of strolling on the Champs-Élysées. Such a large number of spirit swords could not cause him even a trace of pressure. Grant even found time to face Song Jian and showed a confident smile, which increased Song Jian's psychological pressure. However, the idea of escaping only flashed through Song Jian's mind. If such a powerful demon was left alone, once he completely merged with Grant's body, he would definitely set off a huge wave in the real world, and even destroy several countries. Thousands of people will die because of him, and countless towns will be destroyed. Song Jian knows that mastering the construction of a transmission channel connecting the Abyss Hell is the basic skill of every powerful Abyss Demon. Once the Abyss Demon discovers a new world, it will not take long for this world to be destroyed by the surging Abyss Demon army and become a vassal of the Abyss Hell. In the game world, the plot of the Abyss invasion has just ended. Hundreds of thousands, millions of human NPCs in the game world have lost their lives because of this so-called plot mission. Although the Abyss Camp only occupies a level 5 city, it is unknown how many other level 4, level 3, level 2, and even level 1 cities have been destroyed. The most important thing is that the plot of the Abyss invasion only ends with the occupation of a level 5 city. It is conceivable that if the game system is not behind the scenes, it is impossible to end the Abyss invasion so easily. Thinking of this, Song Jian took a deep breath and showed a look of being ready for battle, which made Grant's smile suddenly freeze, and his eyes became vicious. What a nasty reptile, Grant muttered to himself. At this moment, the spirit swords in the sky suddenly changed, and turned into lotus leaves burning with flames, gathering towards Grant. The strands of irate power began to bind Grant, like spider silk, entwined around his body. Such a weak force was not worth it for Grant. He just moved his body lightly, and bounced off the countless spider-like irate power from his body. However, although these invisible array forces were bounced off, they were not damaged at all, and they floated towards Grant without being discouraged. At this time, a huge flaming lotus appeared around Grant's body. The strong suction and soul lock made Grant's face change. He smelled a bad smell in this successfully evolved Karma Fire Red Lotus sword array. This kind of fear that can threaten his life has not been encountered for a long time, which made him feel a little strange and uncertain. It was this hesitation that ruined his last hope of escaping. When the Red Lotus sword formation was completely evolved and began to slowly close, Grant finally showed a trace of fear on his face. No. This is... Grant seemed to have found something from a distant memory and recognized the sword formation in front of him. At this time, Grant was no longer as elegant and calm as before. He began to frantically attack the sword formation that was about to close. A series of roars came from the sword formation, and Song Jian's face also showed a look of relief. Chapter 1337 Three-Headed Demon. Song Jian could feel that Grant's strength at this time was at most at the peak of the domination level, or just entering the legendary realm. Even though his strength in the game world had already broken through the peak of the legendary realm. This was the real world. Under the suppression of the world's power, Grant could not exert his strength in the game world. At this time, Song Jian's personal attributes dropped by about 1/3 due to the loss of equipment bonus. But neither the weapons in his hands nor the skills were weakened at all. Therefore, the power of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art only dropped by about 8% to 12%, which was not a big impact. With your current strength, I'm afraid you can't escape the restraint of the sword formation at all. Song Jian stared at the Red Lotus Karma Fire sword formation in the distance, with a smile on his lips. What he was most worried about was that Grant would run away before the spirit sword evolved into a sword formation. With its speed, it could definitely escape from here before the sword formation was formed. But Grant didn't do so. On the one hand, it was because Song Jian's strength was only at the peak of the second-level combat power. And he also knew that after the player returned to the real world, due to the equipment, the strength would drop greatly. So he didn't take Song Jian seriously. On the other hand, from his search of Grant's memory, he learned that there was no high-end combat power in this world. Even if it was suppressed by the power of the world, there was nothing in this world that could pose a threat to it. Even the world's top weapons, nuclear weapons, would only pose some threat to Grant unless they were at the core of the explosion. However, once Grant sensed the appearance of nuclear weapons, he only needed to leave temporarily. With its speed, nuclear weapons could not pose a threat to it at all. This led to its arrogance, and it did not care about Song Jian's attack at all. However, Grant still felt the threat after the sword formation was formed. If it was in the game world, the Abyss demons were notoriously cunning. As long as they felt a little threat, they would flee thousands of miles away. But in the real world, under the suppression of the world's power, Grant actually hesitated a little. It was this hesitation that ruined his last hope of escape. In the sword formation, Grant roared madly, and the death sickle in his hand exuded a strong breath of the abyss and murderous intent, and kept slashing in the sword formation. The sound of booming sounded like thunder in the sword formation. Wherever the blade passed, it even cut through the layers of flame lotus leaves in the sword formation. In the narrow cracks, wisps of black breath seeped out. But soon these cracks were automatically healed by the sword formation. With Grant's current strength, it is impossible to break the sword formation and break free from it. The Karma Fire Red Lotus sword has begun to condense in the sky. The sword of more than 10 feet is horizontal in the air, exuding infinite power. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly turned his head to the left, and a small black dot appeared in his field of vision. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a large passenger plane. The location where they fought was just on the route of this passenger plane. Damn it! Song Jian's face suddenly became very ugly. If the battle is not over after the passenger plane comes over, then the aftermath of the battle between him and Grant can destroy the passenger plane. We must resolve the battle as soon as possible, Song Jian thought to himself. With a thought, the speed of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword floating in the air solidified, and it suddenly accelerated a bit. After a while, the long sword fell towards the sword formation below. Crack! A crisp collision sound was heard, and this sword seemed to be cut on a hard stone, which made Song Jian frown. The flame Red Lotus slowly disappeared, and what appeared in the original place was an abyss demon with a height of more than 3 meters and 3 heads. This demon was strong and sturdy, with a thick layer of scales on the surface, and a pair of huge flesh and blood wings behind him were spread out to a length of 5 or 6 meters. The death sickle had disappeared, replaced by 2 beast-like claws, shining with a cold steel-like light. Song Jian stared at the 3 heads of the demon, the goat on the left, the evil dragon on the right, and the skull in the middle. At this time, the more than 10-foot-long Red Lotus sword of Karma pierced the chest of the demon, piercing through the front chest and nailing the demon in midair. Human, you angered me. I will tear you into pieces. Soul, the skull in the middle said viciously. The soul belongs to me. I haven't tasted the soul of a human strongman for a long time. The goat head on the right suddenly said. Roar. The evil dragon on the left spewed a mouthful of black dragon breath towards Song Jian. and a look of doubt appeared in the black vertical pupil. There is a disgusting smell on this human. He seems to have been blessed by the dragon god. The evil dragon head on the left suddenly said, "The human soul blessed by the gods is even more delicious. Its soul belongs to me." The goat head's eyes lit up and said hurriedly. At this time, Grant had completely restored the image of the abyss demon in the game. And Song Jian had never seen an abyss demon with 3 heads of different species. Abyss 3-headed dog? Song Jian asked tentatively. You know, in his impression, only the abyss 3-headed dog, the abyss race, has 3 heads. The 3 heads that were originally teasing Song Jian suddenly stopped at the same time and looked at Song Jian. Unprecedented anger broke out in the eyes of the 3 heads. Kill him! This reptile that humiliated us. The 3 heads roared almost at the same time. Tear him apart. Tear his soul into pieces. And throw it into the deepest part of the abyss hell. This? Song Jian shrugged his shoulders. Well, it seems that the word abyss 3-headed dog is a taboo for them. The 3-headed demon stretched out its claws, which were as wrinkled as old bark, and grabbed the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword on its chest, pulling it out with all its strength. Crunch! Crunch! The Red Lotus sword rubbed against the body of the 3-headed demon, just like rubbing against a hard rock. As the long sword moved, black and purple blood kept flowing out, dripping from the air into the seawater. After a while, a layer of marine creatures with white bellies floated on the sea surface. The moment the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword was pulled out, the entire long sword completely shattered, leaving only a fist-sized penetrating wound on the chest of the 3-headed demon. Human, if you have any other moves, just use them. The human body was too weak before, so you took advantage of it. Now, let's start the second round. The goat head on the left side of the 3-headed demon said with a grim smile. In fact, the first round is not over yet. Song Jian smiled slightly and pointed at the top of their heads. Chapter 1338 Human Soul. The 3-headed demon looked up at the sky at the same time. A huge hand in the air was about to solidify. This feeling of being locked in the soul was too familiar. This is... Song Jian glanced at the 3-headed demon and turned his head to look at the passenger plane in the distance. At this time, the pilot of the passenger plane should have also discovered the abnormality in front and was trying to adjust the direction. It can be clearly seen that the flight trajectory of the passenger plane has begun to draw an arc. I hope I can avoid it, Song Jian said in his heart. The sword energy palm print in the air has already pressed down hard on the 3-headed demon. Originally, Song Jian thought that it was too late to use all the evolved sword formations on the 3-headed demon. But now seeing that the passenger plane has begun to adjust its direction when it is far away, Song Jian immediately felt relieved and wondered how many levels the 3-headed demon can last in the various evolutions of the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation. The sword energy palm print directly hit the 3-headed demon, and the 3-headed demon's breath became weak. This level of skill is not something that can be dodged at will. Under the soul lock, all the space magic around is banned. Unless you have a method similar to Song Jian's entry into the Broken Kingdom, you can completely dodge this attack. Otherwise, you can only rely on your body to resist. The physical fitness of the Abyss Demon is strong. Many high-level Abyss Demons can even be comparable to legendary quality weapon materials. Their bodies themselves are the strongest weapons. Even if the command-level boss faces the sword energy palm print, even if it is not killed instantly, it will be directly beaten into a near-death state. After the 3-headed demon endured this attack, it just spit out blood and continued to stare at Song Jian viciously. The 3-headed demon felt that the space blockade around them had not ended, and could not help but look up again. Once the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword formation was deployed, the space blockade around them would disappear only after it completely evolved. In other words, once the formation began to evolve, unless they had the ability to break the space, they would have to resist the attack of the sword formation. After feeling the damage of the sword energy palm print, the 3-headed demon looked at each other, and a hint of mockery appeared in their eyes when they looked at Song Jian. Reptile. Such an attack can't cause much damage to me at all. When your skill ends, it's your death. The skull in the middle had 2 purple-black flames flashing in its eye sockets, staring straight at Song Jian and said. Song Jian frowned slightly. He could also feel that the damage of the sword energy palm print to the 3-headed demon was not as great as he had imagined. The opponent's body is too hard. Even the Karma Fire Red Lotus sword can hardly split it, Song Jian thought to himself. As he was thinking, the sword energy stone tower began to condense quickly. feeling the might of the sword energy stone tower above his head. The demon's goat head changed his face slightly. It seemed to sense something, and a cautious look appeared in his eyes. Be careful. I feel the pressure on my soul, the goat head whispered. Boom. The sword energy stone tower, full of traces of vicissitudes of time, suppressed the three-headed demon with overwhelming might. Originally, it was thought that this attack was the same as the previous sword energy palm print. But when the sword energy stone tower approached, the evil dragon head and the skull head suddenly felt a hint of suppression on the soul. How could it be? The three-headed demon was surprised. You know, there are very few equipment and skills that can touch the soul. The death sickle in its hand has a trace of soul damage, which is already an amazing soul weapon. Boom! After suppressing the three-headed demon, the sword stone tower did not disappear like before, but pressed down on the three-headed demon. There are 7 floors in the stone tower, and each floor begins to shine. The tower doors from the first floor to the 7th floor open one by one. A strong suction force emerges from the tower and rushes towards the three-headed demon who has been holding the sword stone tower with gritted teeth. This is... The goat head finally showed a trace of fear on his face. And he screamed, "This is the soul-devouring spirit. Damn it. How can there be soul-devouring spirit here?" The soul-devouring spirit that flowed out from the 7 tower gates turned into 7 ropes and wrapped around the three-headed demon. On the one hand, it had to resist the suppression of the sword stone tower. And on the other hand, it had to resist the soul-devouring spirit. For a moment, the three-headed demon was a little stretched. It can be seen faintly that a translucent shadow was being pulled out of its body by the soul-devouring spirit. The 7 soul-devouring spirits were wrapped around the hands, feet, neck and torso of this translucent shadow, pulling it out of the body with all their strength. The three-headed demon struggled hard to resist. It knew that once its soul was pulled out of its body by the soul-devouring spirit, it would be devoured immediately. A body without a soul, no matter how strong it was, would only be an empty shell. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The three-headed demon struggled hard. It finally came to this new world. Although it was barren, it was a brand new world without any taste of gods. This was a world that belonged to it completely. I will become the new god in this world. The only god. How could I fall in this place? The soul of the three-headed demon, whose half of the body had been pulled out, roared angrily. The 3 heads kept biting the 7 chains that bound its soul. However, these 7 chains were like phantoms, making it impossible for it to touch them. At this moment, the three-headed demon suddenly saw the passenger plane in the distance, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Soul. Human soul full of vitality and vigor. Come here. Come to me. Merge into my body, and you can get eternal life. The three-headed demon roared loudly, with the seductive language of the abyss. The language of the abyss is like an irresistible spell for ordinary humans. Even a trace of it can make ordinary humans fall into illusions. The passenger plane, which had already turned around, strangely adjusted its direction again after the three-headed demon roared, and turned towards the direction where Song Jian and the three-headed demon were fighting. In the cockpit of this large passenger plane, the 2 pilots were confused and stiff, like a walking corpse. They controlled the plane by instinct and flew towards the three-headed demon. Faced with such a strange scene, none of the other passengers and flight attendants in the plane were surprised. They all sat quietly in their seats, as if nothing had happened, looking at the plane turning around. Song Jian frowned. The souls of ordinary people are delicious and tonic for the abyss demon, if it really devours the human souls of a plane. I am afraid that the sword chi stone tower will not be able to suppress it. It must be stopped. Song Jian stared at the speeding plane, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1339 Devour. Song Jian raised the sky-breaking sword and aimed it at the passenger plane. With his current strength, he only needed to swing it lightly, and the sharp sword energy would be able to split the entire passenger plane in half. All the people on the passenger plane would be killed. This was the simplest and fastest way to prevent the three-headed demon from recovering. However, Song Jian hesitated for 5 seconds before finally sighing and putting down the sky-breaking sword. More than 100 lives. Song Jian muttered to himself. In the game world, Song Jian could do whatever he wanted, even attacking humans in the game. In his opinion, humans in the game world were just some NPCs and some data. However, now in the real world, there were more than 100 lives at stake. It can only be like this. Thinking of this, Song Jian turned around and stared at the three-headed demon, who was struggling hard. At this time, only 1/3 of its soul was overlapped with the body, and most of the soul had been extracted by the soul-devouring spirit. However, this 1/3 seemed to be solidified with the body, and could not be extracted. This made the three-headed demon even more crazy to tempt the pilot on the passenger plane to fly towards it. Go to hell! Song Jian raised the sky-breaking sword and chopped at the three-headed demon fiercely. A trace of chaotic sword energy emerged from the dantian. After staying in the dantian for a while, it flowed along the meridians towards the sky-breaking sword in Song Jian's hand. Song Jian only felt that there seemed to be a stream of magma flowing in the meridians, and a burning tearing pain instantly spread throughout his body. This feeling was as if Song Jian's body was too fragile to withstand the chaos sword energy running in his body. Open the sky. Song Jian showed a ferocious look on his face, and endured the pain, swinging the move he learned from the chaos sword cannon. A sharp sword energy like a battle axe condensed in the air, making a low whistling sound, and chopped towards the three-headed demon. The three-headed demon's body stiffened, as if it was stared at by its natural enemy. It can be seen that a look of fear appeared in the eyes of the goat head and the evil dragon head at the same time, as if some bad memories were slowly emerging in their minds. Chaos! The evil dragon's head roared, and it desperately pulled its head to one side, as if it wanted to escape from this body. The goat head and the skull head screamed in fear at the same time, with an unbelievable look, and even gave up resisting the soul-devouring aura. This also caused the originally solidified soul to be pulled out by 70% in an instant, leaving only an arm and a leg, still overlapping with the body, and most of the remaining soul had been pulled out. The sword energy axe was filled with a desolate feeling, as if it was held by a giant and chopped towards the chaos. This kind of power can only be resisted by gods and demons. Mortals have no power to resist or fight back in front of this attack. Unfortunately, Song Jian did not fully master the Chaos Sword Codex, and only comprehended a trace of the power of chaos. This axe chopped down, but it was just a form, and did not show the essence of the axe of creation at all. However, this blow, which was not even as good as the skin, made the three-headed demon give up resistance and endure the blow with its body. Crack! The hard body that could be compared with epic materials was directly split in half by this blow, and even the skull in the middle was split apart. The whole body split from the top to the abdomen, and the goat head on the left and the dragon head on the right were shaky and supported by half of the body respectively. You are not. The goat head showed a trace of anger on his face. At this moment, the 7 chains formed by the soul-devouring spirit condensed, pulled violently, and finally pulled the soul of the three-headed demon out of the body. No! An angry roar came faintly in the air. Heartbroken, the 7 soul-devouring spirits were like sharp blades, dividing the entire soul of the three-headed demon into 7, and each layer pulled 1/7 of the soul back into the tower. The Swordchi Stone Tower shone brightly from the 1st to the 7th floor, and began to devour and digest the soul of the three-headed demon. This soul is also a supreme tonic for the Swordchi Stone Tower. Looking at the Swordchi Stone Tower that slowly disappeared in the air, Song Jian smiled. You know, since the 10,000 swords technique was upgraded to level 12, it has been difficult to upgrade it. Each upgrade consumes too many resources. Even Song Jian cannot afford it. However, the Swordchi Stone Tower can devour the souls of powerful monsters and improve the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique, which relieves Song Jian's pressure to improve the 10,000 swords technique. However, there are too few bosses that can survive until the 10,000 swords technique evolves into the Swordchi Stone Tower, and the Swordchi Stone Tower can suppress it. It is a rare opportunity. So the proficiency of the 10,000 swords technique has been hovering at 1/3 and cannot be upgraded. Now the Swordchi Stone Tower has finally devoured enough souls, and this soul is so powerful that all 7 layers of the Stone Tower must be used. It is conceivable that once the Swordchi Stone Tower has devoured and digested it, the 10,000 swords technique can at least be upgraded by 1 level, and maybe even several levels in a row. Song Jian is full of expectations. In the cockpit of the passenger plane in the distance, the 2 pilots seemed to wake up from a dream, shook their heads fiercely, and there was a brief blank in their memory. Air China T678. Air China T678. You have deviated from the course. You have deviated from the course. Please return to the correct course as soon as possible. A hurried voice sounded in the communicator. What happened to me? The pilot looked at the dashboard and was surprised to find that he didn't know when he had released the autopilot and returned to manual driving. You know, under normal circumstances, after the plane rises to this altitude, it will switch to autopilot mode. The pilot hurriedly got busy. After some operations, he returned the plane to the established route. After explaining to the tower with an excuse, he suddenly felt exhausted. What's going on? It's like I haven't rested for a day and a night. I'm so tired. The pilot couldn't help yawning. Brother Wang, what happened just now? I can't remember anything. A young man in the co-pilot seat asked with a haggard face and bloodshot eyes. The pilot turned his head and glanced at him, his eyes full of confusion. All the passengers on the plane looked exhausted, and their memories were blank, which made this flight a supernatural event that was spread. What they didn't know was that they were only one step away from death. At this time, Song Jian had landed on the sea with the remains of the three-headed demon. This was a real demon corpse. If it was not properly handled, it would probably cause huge pollution. Just when Song Jian was worried about such a corpse that was not inferior to epic materials, he suddenly found that the entire corpse of the three-headed demon began to disintegrate automatically. After a while, the demon corpse disappeared, and instead, a treasure chest that was 1 meter square appeared in front of Song Jian. Is this a treasure chest? Song Jian was stunned, rubbed his eyes hard, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "This is the real world. How can there be a treasure chest? Am I hallucinating?" Chapter 1340 Branded Breath. This treasure chest looked translucent, with a sense of unreality, like some kind of projection. Song Jian reached out to touch it, but found nothing. Song Jian frowned slightly. It was understandable that the three-headed demon appeared in the real world, but a treasure chest that should not have appeared in the real world did appear. And after it appeared, it seemed not to be real, but a projection in the real world. Song Jian had never encountered such a thing. Just when Song Jian was at a loss, wisps of milky white air suddenly appeared around him. These air currents kept rushing towards the illusory treasure chest, seeping into it little by little, and merging with the treasure chest. After a while, the illusory treasure chest gradually became real, and a 60-second countdown appeared on the treasure chest. This is luck. Song Jian had an epiphany in his heart, and this epiphany was like a thought that suddenly entered his mind. No one told him what it was, but Song Jian knew it. The luck treasure chest. This is the world power of this real world, projecting the treasure chest of the game world into the real world. This is a reward for me killing the three-headed demon. Song Jian couldn't help but smile. The milky white luck seeped into the treasure chest, and after it was revealed, there was still a small part of the luck that had not been used up. After these lucks swirled in place for a while, they suddenly flew towards Song Jian and poured into his body. Song Jian felt a cool breeze flowing through his body, and he suddenly felt refreshed, and his state instantly returned to its peak state. Song Jian knew that this was a gift from this world. After condensing the treasure chest, it gave him a little more luck. Although this little luck could not produce a qualitative change, it could make Song Jian's luck in the real world a little better. When the cool feeling on his body slowly disappeared, Song Jian's eyes fell on the huge treasure chest in front of him. Even in the game world, Song Jian had never encountered such a huge treasure chest. "I'm afraid I'm the first one to open a treasure chest in the real world." Song Jian smiled in his heart, reaching out to touch the treasure chest. The treasure chest actually opened automatically the first time Song Jian touched it. Before Song Jian could reach out to take it, dozens of items flew out of the treasure chest and floated around Song Jian's body. "Big explosion," Song Jian said in surprise. Among these items, not only did they include the death sickle used by the three-headed demon before, but also various body materials. Dragon skulls, goat skulls, and skulls. These are the essence of the three-headed demon's body. What a great harvest. I've made a fortune. Song Jian laughed. You know, the death sickle used by the three-headed demon is already a legendary weapon. Not to mention the 3 body materials and skulls, which are also legendary materials. It is equivalent to 4 legendary items falling at once. If it weren't for the luck bonus in the real world, such an explosion rate would hardly appear in the game world. However, how to store these items has become a problem, because the parcel column in the real world is sealed. Most of the parcel slots cannot be used. But Song Jian has used the parcel slot advanced gem several times to increase the parcel slot that can be used in the real world by more than a dozen. But even so, So many items cannot be put into the parcel column. Equipment and these body materials must be put into the parcel column. Otherwise it will be bad if they are seen by others. In addition, these sundries can be carried with you. Song Jian muttered to himself. At this moment, Song Jian's eyes suddenly fell on an inconspicuous item. Why does this thing look so familiar? Song Jian took the fist-sized oval object in his hand and observed it carefully. This looks a bit like the seed of life? Song Jian was surprised, and quickly opened the parcel column again, and took out the seed of life that was parasitized by the abyss demon vine from a parcel box shining with golden light. He held the two items in his hands at the same time, and compared them with each other. The shape and color are almost exactly the same, but the one that the three-headed demon dropped has some gold and green lines on the surface. And it is heavier. Song Jian muttered to himself. More importantly, the one that had dropped contains a stronger breath of life, almost twice as much as the other one. The three-headed demon must have planned to invade the real world for a long time. It also deliberately lured Grant and parasitized his mind through special methods, avoiding the detection of the game. This seed of life. Is it planning to plant a new tree of life in the real world? Song Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and couldn't help but said in surprise, its ambition is so big that it actually wants to plant a tree of life in the real world. Thinking of this, the same idea merged in Song Jian's mind uncontrollably, and an inexplicable expression appeared on Song Jian's face. Can I also plant a tree of life that belongs to me in the real world? You know, in the game, the tree of life has existed for many years, and it is impossible for another tree of life to exist. However, the tree of life has never appeared in the real world, so it is theoretically possible to plant it successfully. Thinking of this, Song Jian held two seeds of life, and something called ambition began to take root and sprout in Song Jian's heart, and grew vigorously. Looking at the two seeds of life, Song Jian took a deep breath. Only one tree of life can be planted in a world. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, put away the seed of life parasitized by the abyss demon vine, and only held the newly obtained one in his hand. After all, this one is better, contains more vitality, and is easier to survive. As if sensing what Song Jian was going to do, the originally clear sky suddenly floated over from nowhere, with a large purple cloud shining with rainbow-like colorful light, as if this world was full of expectations for planting the tree of life. Song Jian held the seed of life, and first had to brand it with his own mark. Otherwise, the planted tree of life would not belong to him completely. In the game, because of the assistance of the system, branding is very simple. But this is the real world. Even if the steps are exactly the same, it is much more difficult to implement. Moreover, when branding, Song Jian faintly felt that there was a resistance from the seed of life, which led to his failure in several consecutive brandings. Song Jian looked at the seed of life in his hand in silence. If he could not imprint his own aura, he would not be able to gain any benefit even if he planted the tree of life. Thinking of this, Song Jian sighed, and could only open the parcel column, take out another damaged seed of life, and start imprinting it. Chapter 1341 Tree of Life. This time, Song Jian successfully imprinted his aura, almost as well as imprinting in the game. After all, in the game, this operation is a basic operation, and any player can easily complete it with the help of the game system. Of course, the object of this type of imprint must be an object without autonomous consciousness. Otherwise, it can only be connected with the contract scroll purchased in the game, and the cost will be greatly increased. Although this seed of life obtained from the abyss demon vine is still alive, it is after all the seed of life that was almost successfully implanted by the abyss demon vine, which is equivalent to being seriously damaged. Compared with the seed of life obtained from the three-headed demon, it is naturally far from enough. If you want to cultivate it, the resources consumed need to be doubled. After Song Jian imprinted his aura, he suddenly felt that this seed of life was another clone of his sword shadow. At the same time, he felt an extremely weak emotion from this seed of life. As time passed, the vitality of this seed was also constantly fading. If it was left alone like before, it would probably die completely in a short time. This feeling was not felt before the aura was imprinted. Thinking of this, Song Jian immediately threw the seed of life in his hand into the sea. At the moment when the seed left Song Jian's palm, the purple cloud in the sky, which had not changed at all, suddenly surged and formed a huge vortex, rushing towards the seed of life and wrapping it up. From Song Jian's perspective, It was as if the purple gas mass quickly condensed and compressed, forming a shell similar to a lavender translucent light shield, which wrapped the seed. As the seed sank to the bottom of the sea, Song Jian could only faintly feel its existence through the branding breath. He could feel that this seed attracted the attention of many marine creatures, although there was no change on the sea surface. In the depths of the ocean tens of meters below, countless fish were swimming quickly towards the seed. At the same time, Song Jian also felt that some large whales and sharks in the distance were swimming quickly towards this side, as if they were attracted by the seed of life. At this time, the seed of life had sunk to the depths of more than 100 meters in the ocean. A huge sea turtle with a body size of more than 10 meters had approached the seed of life, emitting lavender light. Such a huge sea turtle rarely appears in the human world, and only in the vast ocean can such creatures be born. It is unknown how long the sea turtle has lived. There is a look of wisdom in its two eyes. It quickly slides its limbs and bites the seed of life in its mouth. Crack. A crisp cracking sound sounded, and a few strands of blood flowed out of the turtle's mouth. Originally, it wanted to bite the seed, but the lavender-like curtain shell of the seed was harder than the turtle expected, and directly broke its teeth. At the same time, the lavender shell outside the seed of life actually released a strong electric current-like attack, causing the turtle to suffer serious injuries while breaking its teeth. The seed continued to fall to the bottom of the sea. The turtle's experience was seen by other fish around it, but they did not retreat at all and still rushed towards the seed. In a short while, because of this seed of life, a bloody fight broke out on the seabed. Countless marine creatures that had lived for an unknown period of time died in large numbers. However, this fight took place in the ocean more than 100 meters below, and did not cause any ripples on the sea surface. At this time, the seed of life was beyond Song Jian's perception range, and he could only rely on the imprinted breath on the seed of life to barely sense the location of the seed of life. Soon, the seed of life fell to the bottom of the sea. The moment the lavender-like curtain shell touched the seabed, it immediately changed and became a cone-like existence with a pointed bottom and a round top. It kept drilling towards the seabed, and the seed of life was gradually buried as it drilled. Song Jian floated in the air, looking at the direction where the seed of life fell, waiting for changes. But he waited for more than half an hour, and there was no change in the ocean. Just when Song Jian was confused, he suddenly heard a kind of electric noise similar to poor signal contact. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In front of Song Jian, a translucent screen suddenly appeared. At this time, the screen was full of snowflakes, and some constantly distorted lines flashed. This is a game system. Song Jian was stunned, and suddenly he felt that he was still in the game, and that entering the real world before was an illusion. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can there be a game system in the real world? Song Jian's mind was blank, and he was completely stunned. At this moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the ocean. The originally calm sea level suddenly surged up, as if something was growing rapidly upwards, squeezing and pushing the seawater upwards. After a while, a thick tree with a diameter of more than 30 meters broke through the sea level and grew straight up, and the growth speed was getting faster and faster, almost growing upwards at a speed of 3 or 4 meters per second. After a while, with Song Jian's eyesight, he could not see the crown of the tree. As the tree grew taller, its diameter was also undergoing amazing changes. From the original diameter of about 30 meters, it became thicker and thicker, and finally reached a diameter of about 100 meters. In front of it, Song Jian was as small as a speck of dust. Is this the tree of life? Song Jian's face was full of amazement. If it weren't for the familiar smell of branding on this tree, Song Jian really couldn't believe that he actually planted a tree of life in the real world. Song Jian couldn't help but get closer, and slowly reached out to touch the trunk of the tree of life. The result surprised him a little. Why can't I touch it? Just like an illusion? Song Jian frowned slightly, and couldn't help but press hard again. As a result, his palm penetrated directly, but there was no feeling of force at all. It's really just an illusion. Song Jian's face showed a look of loss. After an unknown amount of time, the towering tree in front of him slowly disappeared, just like an illusion, as if it had never appeared. Only the branded aura told Song Jian that the tree of life had not disappeared, but was right where he had dropped the seeds. At this moment, a series of system prompts suddenly appeared in front of Song Jian. Just like in the game, Staring at the system prompts that flowed down like a waterfall, Song Jian finally showed a look of ecstasy on his face. Chapter 1342 Equipment Bar Unlock. The familiar system prompt information flowed past Song Jian's eyes like a waterfall, making Song Jian feel as if he had entered the game again. System, you are preparing to plant the seeds of life in the real world. The will of the world feels your kindness and sends down the cloud of luck. You are infected with the cloud of luck in the real world, and your own luck is improved. The luck value is +1. System, you start planting the seeds of life. The will of the world feels your kindness, and you get a luck value of +1. System, the seeds of life are coveted by marine life in the real world. Please pay attention to protect them. If the protection is successful, you will get a luck value of +1. System, the seed of life is coveted by marine creatures in the real world. Please pay attention to protection. If the protection is successful, you will get +1 luck value. System, the seed of life has begun to take root and sprout. The world grade of the real world has been improved. You will be rewarded by the will of the real world, and the luck value is +10. System, the seed of life has begun to grow. The world grade of the real world has been improved. You will be rewarded by the will of the real world, and the luck value is +10. System, the tree of life has begun to grow and begin to absorb void energy. The world grade of the real world has reached the promotion requirements, and the world grade of the real world has been promoted. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has revived, and the strength limit barriers of various creatures in the world have been broken. The upper limit of the strength level has been raised to level 40, and the world protection barrier has loosened. You will be rewarded by the will of the real world, and all attributes have been increased by 10 points. System, the tree of life has completed its initial growth, escaped into the void, and began to absorb void energy. The world grade of the real world has been improved. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased, and the upper limit of the strength level of various creatures in the world has been raised to level 50. The world protection barrier has loosened. You have received the reward of the real world and started to complete the docking with the game world. The docking is complete. You will also receive assistance from the game system in the real world. Note, this reward attribute is unique. Song Jian looked at a series of system information prompts with a complicated mood. Planting the seeds of life seems to be of great benefit to the planet Earth. Otherwise it would not have attracted the attention of the world will, and even directly reduced its luck. Most of the luck clouds were used to protect the smooth growth of the seeds of life. Song Jian only shared a little bit of it, especially in the early stage of the planting of the seeds of life. When they needed protection, Song Jian did nothing at all and relied entirely on the protection of the luck clouds. But even so, every time he resisted a marine creature, Song Jian still shared a little luck value. In general, Song Jian's luck value has exceeded 100 points. It can be said that he is one of the luckiest people on Earth, the kind who can win the first prize by buying a lottery ticket. The Earth has also gained great benefits because of the Tree of Life. Originally, the Earth was just a low-level planet with a lack of spiritual energy. It was impossible for two powerful creatures to appear. However, as the Tree of Life grew on the Earth, the spiritual energy on the Earth began to recover because of the Tree of Life. The limit of the biological level was raised, and the highest strength could reach the level of first-level combat power. Moreover, as the Tree of Life continues to grow, the Earth will benefit more, and as the planter and owner, Song Jian will naturally benefit more in the future. This is beyond doubt. Now, the most significant benefit Song Jian has gained is that the real world and the game world have been connected. At the same time, as a reward for planting the Tree of Life, Song Jian has become the only player on Earth who can get assistance from the game system. Thinking of this, Song Jian couldn't help but open the parcel column to check. Before, only those parcel slots with golden borders could be used. Now the seal of the entire parcel column has been completely unlocked. At the same time, the seal of the equipment column has also appeared. A countdown has appeared. It seems that as long as some time passes, all of Song Jian's equipment can also be used in the real world. This is undoubtedly good news for Song Jian. Song Jian, who has reached the peak of his strength, is no longer afraid of most weapons in the real world. Ordinary guns may not even be able to break the defense of Song Jian's equipment. Unfortunately, the broken kingdom of God still cannot be opened. Otherwise, even if it is a nuclear weapon in the real world, I can ignore its power. Song Jian tried to communicate with the broken kingdom of God, but still could not connect. He felt a little regretful. The most dangerous thing about nuclear weapons for Song Jian is the first explosion and impact. As long as he can avoid the first wave of attacks with the highest damage, the subsequent radiation damage and attack aftermath will not pose a live threat to Song Jian, whose physical fitness has exceeded 300 points and can stay in the magma for a short time. Song Jian felt the state of the Tree of Life and found that it had entered a state similar to sleeping. In this state, the consumption is minimal. Although the earth has recovered its spiritual energy, it is still unlikely to rely on the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to support the growth of the Tree of Life. Therefore, the Tree of Life can only enter a state of sleeping. If you want to cultivate a Tree of Life, even a god will feel stretched. I am only at the peak of the second level of combat power now, and I have not even reached the legendary realm. It is really a bit presumptuous to want to cultivate the Tree of Life, Song Jian said in his heart, and at the same time, he made up his mind to speed up the third level combat power assessment, and then quickly upgrade the level and enter the legendary realm as soon as possible. You know, once Song Jian passes the third level combat power assessment, he can quickly improve his level with liquid amethyst. It is still very easy to reach level 120 and enter the threshold of the legendary realm. 50 kilograms of liquid amethyst should be able to guarantee my promotion to level 120. Right? Song Jian glanced at the package column and thought to himself. At the same time, Song Jian's eyes fell on the seed of life that the three-headed demon exploded. Since he has left his own mark on a Tree of Life, this seed of life with stronger vitality is no longer useful to him. It is more cost-effective to refine it into a potion to improve talent skills. After a rest, Song Jian planned to return to China. When he set foot on the land of China, the seal of the equipment column should be completely unlocked. At that time, with his strength, he would not be so afraid of the state machine. Just as Song Jian was about to leave, he suddenly saw a cruise ship in the distance, slowly heading towards him. The vast sea was boundless. Even if he looked for it deliberately, it would take great luck to find a cruise ship. As a result, Song Jian had just thought about returning to China, and immediately a cruise ship appeared in his sight. And Song Jian was sure that the final destination of this cruise ship must be China. When the time comes, the world will work together, and the hero of luck is not free. Song Jian also tasted some of the benefits of the son of the earth's luck at this time. With a slight smile, Song Jian flew towards the cruise ship with his sword. Chapter 1343 Magic City. The cruise ship slowly entered the port of Magic City. At this time, Song Jian's equipment bar was completely unlocked, and his strength reached the peak state in the game. All the equipment on his body was in a hidden state. It would not appear in normal state. It would only appear on the surface of his body when fighting with all his strength. With his current strength, in the real world, even if he faced an organized army, it would not pose any threat to Song Jian. The number of people was useless in the face of the huge gap in strength. Using the abyss hidden technique, Song Jian quietly disappeared from the port, just like a drop of water merging into the sea, and entered the big city of Magic City. Fanbin Middle Road, Shanghai. On a slightly old street, Song Jian, carrying a backpack, strolled casually like a tourist. There were shops on both sides of the street, which looked quite old. The cement road in front of the shops was already modeled, and there were obvious signs of repair in some places. Even the signs of these shops were mostly faded, shaking in the wind, making a creaking sound. Song Jian walked into a shop with a sign Warm Heart Agency and looked around. In this small room of only more than 30 square meters, there were promotional pages everywhere, including new real estate launches, second-hand housing transaction information, recruitment information, and Song Jian even saw a pink promotional poster for single men and women for Chungwang Temple Day Tour. Hey, little brother, how can I help you? A middle-aged man with a middle-parted hair, a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, a greasy face, and a mercenary vibe came up with a smile on his face. You have a wide range of business here. Song Jian pointed to the promotional posters around and said with a smile. Of course, the service tenet of our warm-hearted agency is to stand on the customer's side and serve the customer. The customer's request is our order. As he said, the middle-aged man came over, handed over a business card with both hands, and smiled. Brother, is this your first time in Shanghai? Are you here to find a job? As he spoke, the middle-aged man looked Song Jian up and down, and judged in his mind the purpose of Song Jian's coming here. I want to rent a house. It doesn't need to be too big, But it must be comfortable. And I also need to find an hourly worker to cook and clean the room. Song Jian smiled, took the business card and took a look, and continued, I need to travel frequently and take care of the house when I'm not at home. With Song Jian's current financial strength, it is still a bit difficult to buy a villa in Shanghai, but it is still no problem to buy an ordinary house. But he can't guarantee that he will stay here forever, so renting a house is the best choice. The name card had the 3 characters Wang Chaoyang written on it. There was no title behind the name, but there were a few lines of contact information below. However, on the back of the name card, all the services of the agency were written down. Song Jian found that the service scope of this warm-hearted agency was even wider than what he saw in the room. And it also involved a series of services such as housekeeping, unlocking, unclogging sewers, running errands, and receiving express delivery. It can be said that this small business card covers all aspects of living and life. Even if it is useless, most people will carefully collect it for emergency use. After listening to Song Jian's words, Wang Chaoyang's eyes suddenly lit up. And he thought to himself, big customer. His attitude could not help but become more enthusiastic. Come on, boss. There are many communities near us, all in different areas. Let's take a look at the pictures first. Wang Chaoyang enthusiastically led Song Jian to the coffee table. First brewed a cup of hot tea for him. Then took out a thick booklet, opened it, pointed at the pictures inside, and began to introduce the relevant location, house area and other aspects. It took more than an hour for Song Jian to get everything done. And after paying a year's rent directly, under Wang Chaoyang's guidance, he finally settled down in a community less than 500 meters away from Chengwang Temple Square. At the same time that Song Jian paid, a shrill alarm suddenly rang in a room in a high-rise building in Shangjing. A staff member who stayed behind was excited for a moment, and rushed to the computer monitor. After taking a look at the information on it, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He grabbed the phone on the table and reported immediately. Leader, the bank card that has been monitored has withdrawn a sum of 53,000 yuan a minute ago. And the location is in Shanghai. Because the young nanny introduced will not come to work until tomorrow. Song Jian can only order a takeaway to fill his stomach, and then stand in front of the window, overlooking the entire city. Song Jian rented a room on the 27th floor. Standing in front of the French window, the entire city god temple square is in full view. At this time, the sky is a little dim, but the city god temple is brightly lit and looks very lively, which makes Song Jian interested in playing. In the game world, Song Jian is almost always in a state of combat. Even in the City of Hope, he is always dealing with the city's official business. It is rare to be so relaxed in the real world. This makes Song Jian feel a little helpless. Ordinary people play games for leisure and entertainment. But he plays games. But he is in a life-and-death battle every day. And he may lose his life if he is not careful. But if Song Jian is given a chance to choose again, I am afraid he will still choose to enter that weird game world without hesitation. Is it really just a game? Song Jian smiled bitterly, shook his head slightly, and prepared to go out to the city god temple for a walk. Just as he reached the door, Song Jian suddenly stopped, sighed slightly, and stood in front of the door waiting quietly. 10 seconds later, the doorbell rang, and Song Jian opened the door directly, looking calmly at the man and woman in plain clothes outside the door. Although the two people were dressed in plain clothes, they exuded the special temperament of soldiers. Lord Song, we meet again. The man who looked to be in his 30s smiled slightly, and said to Song Jian. Song Jian was stunned, with a look of doubt on his face, staring at his face and looking carefully. After looking for a long time, Song Jian did have a sense of familiarity. He should have seen him in the game, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. Seeing the look on Song Jian's face, the man suddenly felt embarrassed. He glanced at the woman next to him, and found that she had a faint smile on her face without any change in expression. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking at the moment from her face. The man stared at Song Jian and added, My name is Guo Jijun, and I belong to the Fire Phoenix Corps. Seeing that Song Jian still looked confused, the man sighed in his heart and finally said helplessly, During the Abyss invasion plot, we guarded the City of Hope. We met in the City Lord's mansion. I am now a deputy commander of the Fire Wind Corps, and only belong to the leadership of Commander Luo Tianyu. Hearing Luo Tianyu's name, Song Jian's face showed a look of sudden enlightenment. The other party should be a member of the Hope City Alliance. Being able to get the position of Deputy Legion Commander is already a relatively senior management. Song Jian smiled and stretched out his hand to shake hands with Guo Jijun. Although it was a bit awkward. The previous atmosphere of slight confrontation disappeared without a trace. Both of you. Come in and sit down. We can talk slowly if there is anything, Song Jian said with a smile. Chapter 1344 One Man Makes a Country. Song Jian's management of the City of Hope was completely laissez-faire. Almost all specific matters were handled by Wang Qilai. Even the entire leadership team. Song Jian only knew the first few people. A deputy commander of a legion was also a senior manager in the City of Hope. Guo Jijun originally thought that even if Song Jian was not familiar with him, he should know him. Unexpectedly, the other party had no impression of him at all, which made him feel very embarrassed and even lost face in front of his beautiful colleague. I originally thought that it was just a rumor that the city lord hardly managed the affairs of the entire city. But I didn't expect. Guo Ziyuan shook his head with a wry smile. If the chairman of a company in the real world dared to do this, he would be sidelined by the people below in minutes. The company would not be able to develop, and it would be considered that the people below had a conscience if it could not go bankrupt. Let's sit down and talk. Are you from the country? Song Jian smiled and sat on the sofa with the two of them. He did not intend to discuss the management of Hope City with the other party. Wang Qi seemed to be the manager of Hope City, but without the city lord seal, he was just a role similar to an executive director. In fact, through the city lord seal, Song Jian knew everything about Hope City. It was just that because of the beginning of the Abyss invasion plot, many people were not optimistic about Hope City, and even the management had undergone major changes. Otherwise, people like Guo Jijun, who joined later, would never have been able to climb to the position of Deputy Legion Commander in such a short time. Yes. Guo Jijun became serious when talking about business, and said, "This is my colleague Song Meiyun. We are now affiliated with the Special Affairs Investigation Department, mainly responsible for the players' affairs. What is the purpose of your visit this time?" Song Jian interrupted Guo Jijun directly and asked, "We are here on behalf of the country. We want to invite City Lord Song to form an organization similar to the City of Hope in the real world." Guo Jijun did not show any strangeness for Song Jian's interruption, but directly answered Song Jian's question. Gathering people from the City of Hope in the real world? Song Jian's eyes lit up and fell into deep thought. It would be best for him, the City Lord, to do this kind of thing. Although Song Jian rarely appears in the City of Hope, his appeal in the City of Hope is unquestionable. As long as he nods, it is easy to gather the power of the City of Hope in the real world through the promotion of the country. But what good will this do me? Song Jian thought to himself. If all the players in the City of Hope are really gathered together, this will be a huge force, which is a big deal for the entire country. But for Song Jian, he may not be able to gain much benefit from it. You know, even in the game, Song Jian also handed over the daily affairs of the city to Wang Qi. After all, with the existence of the City Lord Seal, Song Jian was not worried about being sidelined. But in the real world, if an organization similar to the City of Hope was really established, Song Jian was not sure that he would not be sidelined. Moreover, once the country gets involved in such things, it is likely that they will just use Song Jian's appeal in the end. After success, Song Jian will become a dispensable character. After a moment of silence, Song Jian shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested in this matter. But if you want to do this, I won't object." Song Jian decided to neither support nor oppose this kind of thing. There are many players in the City of Hope, and it is impossible for him to make every player obey any of his decisions. This is simply unrealistic. Hearing Song Jian's refusal, Guo Jijun showed obvious disappointment in his eyes. You know, without Song Jian's appeal, I'm afraid that even 1/10 of the players in the City of Hope can't be summoned. They have done this before, but the effect is too poor. Mr. Song, you are still a Chinese after all. Is it so difficult to do something for the country? Song Meiyun next to him said with an ugly face, "You know." Song Jian narrowed his eyes and stared at Song Meiyun. Suddenly, a huge pressure made Song Meiyun freeze. Just like a frog stared at by a poisonous snake. Unable to speak, with a look of fear on his face. "I think you should first change your attitude towards me." Song Jian snorted coldly and said, "Maybe in your eyes, I am just a stronger player, or just an ordinary person with some powerful abilities. But," speaking, Song Jian stood up, and his mind moved, and the Emperor Ant ancestor suit on his body suddenly emerged. At the same time, behind him, 4 pairs of wings slowly spread out, and the wings of chaos were filled with a terrifying aura. Ordinary people did not dare to face it at all. At this time, Song Meiyun had an impulse to kneel down and worship immediately. Fortunately, Song Meiyun was sitting on the sofa. If she was standing, she would have fallen to her knees. How is this possible? Gui Jijun looked at Song Jian, who was like a god, with a shocked expression on his face. He knew that Song Jian, who had a full set of equipment, had reached the peak of strength. Such an existence could ignore the threat of nuclear bombs. I am afraid that only the gods in the legend could be comparable to him. Gui Jijun had seen Song Jian kill hundreds of players with one sword. Otherwise, he would not be so respectful to Song Jian. Okay, you can go back, Song Jian said. And at the same time, he slowly put away the light on his equipment, and the wings of chaos slowly disappeared. It seemed that all this was an illusion, but the residual power in the air made the two understand that everything that happened before was real. City Lord, your equipment bar is unlocked? Gui Jijun said with surprise. Then ours will be unlocked soon? Equipment accounts for a large part of the player's strength. And as the player's level increases, the proportion of equipment in the strength division will become larger and larger. Once the player's equipment bar is unlocked in the real world, the strength will immediately soar. The higher the level of the player, the higher the degree of strength soaring. Song Jian smiled slightly, shook his head and said, sorry. This is a hidden task reward I made. At present, I am afraid I am the only one. Gui Jijun's face suddenly showed a lonely look. It is difficult for people who have mastered powerful forces to endure the life of ordinary people. Being able to become the deputy commander of the Fire Wind Corps, Gui Jijun's strength can be imagined. He is much stronger than ordinary players. However, in the real world, without the bonus of equipment, Gui Jijun's strength is very close to that of ordinary players. Some players with lower levels than Gui Jijun have purchased some blue and green equipment that can be brought out of the game, and their combat power is stronger than Gui Jijun. This makes him a little difficult to accept. We have to report to the top immediately, Song Meiyun stuttered. At this time, she just wanted to leave here immediately. She felt like a little white rabbit who accidentally broke into a dragon's den and tiger's lair. City Lord, then we'll say goodbye first. Gui Jijun stood up and said. Song Jian nodded, stretched out his hand to make a pleased gesture, watched the two people leave, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 1345, Level 3 Combat Strength Assessment. With Song Jian's strength in the real world at this time, it can be said that he is a country. His own strength is not weaker than nuclear weapons. In fact, to some extent, his power is greater than nuclear weapons. Gui Jijun obviously understood this and left very quickly. Song Jian stood outside the window. He could clearly feel that there were many people watching him from the street, the building opposite, and even the roof of the building where he was. This made Song Jian feel very uncomfortable. Humph! Song Jian snorted coldly. This sound was like a thunderclap, ringing in the ears of all those who were watching him, and they immediately covered their ears and screamed. With a thought, all the surveillance equipment exploded out of thin air. After that, the surveillance feeling that made Song Jian feel uncomfortable disappeared. Song Jian didn't dare to do this before. After all, it was a provocation to the country's majesty. But now, after Song Jian exposed his strength, they still didn't remove the surveillance. In Song Jian's view, it was an offense to him. In the next few days, Song Jian got a rare rest time, and Gui Jijun and others did not contact Song Jian again. I'm afraid the country is now evaluating Song Jian's strength and weighing what kind of attitude to negotiate with him. A few days later, players all over the world received a message on their mobile phones that the game had been updated and could be entered. For Song Jian, this prompt message appeared directly on his retina, just like a prompt in the game. Seeing that the game could be entered, Song Jian felt relieved inexplicably, as if the game world was his main world, and the real world was a world of leisure and relaxation. With a slight smile in his heart, Song Jian's figure slowly disappeared in the room. Returning to the game world, Song Jian took a deep breath. A smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, this should be my main world. The first thing Song Jian did after returning to the game world was to take out the newly acquired seed of life, and then began to imprint his own aura. In the game, such an operation is very simple. and it was successful after only one use. The instinctive consciousness resistance in the Seed of Life was not worth mentioning in front of the game system. Although he successfully imprinted his own aura of life, it was impossible to plant another tree of life in both the game world and the real world. The meaning of this Seed of Life could only be used as a material for making potions to enhance talent skills. Thinking of this, Song Jian suddenly remembered that there was still an abyss magic vine that was being holy in the broken kingdom of God. I wonder how the progress was after so long. With a thought, Song Jian appeared in the kingdom of God. At this time, Song Jian saw that Nova was actually planting trees on the edge of the forest. This is in line with her identity as a tree spirit. Song Jian smiled in his heart. At this time, he looked towards the Holy Spirit Hall, the only bright building in the kingdom of God. At this time, a vine about 1 meter long and as thick as an arm was floating above the Holy Spirit Hall. The originally purple-black vine was now being slowly penetrated into the body by countless golden light spots. At this time, 2/3 of the body of the Abyss Demon Vine had turned golden. It seems that it will take some time to completely become a Holy Spirit, Song Jian said in his heart. Finally, he took another look at Nova, who was busy, and Song Jian's figure slowly disappeared in the kingdom of God. Nova, who had been waiting for Song Jian to ask questions, froze after Song Jian left. She felt that everything she did was like flirting with a blind man, without any effect. Throwing the wooden spoon in her hand to the ground angrily, Nova stared at the place where Song Jian had stood before, her eyes full of murderous intent. Song Jian, who left the kingdom of God, did not return to the City of Hope immediately, but flew towards the Battle Power Assessment Temple. He had reached the peak of the 2nd level battle power. Only when he broke through to the 3rd level battle power would his level continue to rise. There are still many people in the Battle Strength Assessment Temple, but most of them are NPCs. Most players have not entered the game at this time. In the absence of restrictions, many people will choose to stay in the real world for a while and relax. The light gate for the 3rd level Battle Strength Assessment has a light gold frame, and only a few people are waiting in front of the light gate. Song Jian walked forward, and the people surrounding the light gate suddenly showed a hint of joy on their faces. Finally, the last person came. I have been waiting for 3 days. 3 days is nothing. I heard that a noble in the City of Sin had bad luck and waited for more than 3 months without getting enough people. As a result, he gave up the assessment directly. As a result, he had to wait another 3 months before reapplying. Song Jian was stunned. It seemed that these people were all here to take the 3rd level combat power assessment, and the assessment seemed to require a certain number of people to be met before it could be conducted. God-favored. A God-favored is going to take the 3rd level combat power assessment? A burly orc warrior stared at Song Jian with a look of surprise on his face and shouted, God-favored. Are you kidding? It's only been 2 years since the God-favored appeared. How could someone take the 3rd level combat power assessment? One of them didn't believe it and stared at Song Jian with suspicion. It's really a God-favored. My God. This world is getting more and more incomprehensible. The God-favored is indeed a person who is favored by the gods. In just 2 years, he has caught up with my 30 years of hard work. Just as a group of people were talking, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s came forward and said to Song Jian, young God-favored one, I am Tyr. You are able to reach the peak of the 2nd level combat power in such a short time. Even among the God-favored ones, you should be one of the best. I am glad that another strong man has appeared among humans. And I am also glad that in this 3rd level combat power assessment, the human camp has gained another reliable ally. Okay. Stop talking nonsense. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. A lizard-headed alien said in a cold tone. Its 2 eyes were gray and white, and it looked like a blind person at first glance. But when these eyes stared at Song Jian, they revealed a strong murderous intent without any concealment. Humph. Let's get started. The middle-aged man squinted at the lizard man, snorted coldly, and said to Song Jian, you just need to step forward and choose the assessment. With you. We have enough people for this assessment, and we can start the assessment immediately. Song Jian was completely in the dark about the content of the 3rd level combat power assessment. But seeing so many people looking at him, he could only bite the bullet and step forward to apply for the assessment. Just as Song Jian approached the light gate, a translucent light curtain appeared in front of him, and the content on it was exactly the content of this 3rd level combat power assessment. Chapter 1346 Camp Selection. The moment Song Jian approached the third-level combat power test light gate, the assessment content of the third-level trial appeared on the information screen in front of him. System: the third-level assessment trial is a competitive trial. After entering the portal, the assessors will choose the two camps of human race and inhuman race. In each assessment, only one camp will win, and everyone in the other camp will fail. System: the assessment content is to generate a world at random. After entering, the people in each camp will receive the main task. After completing the main task, the assessment will be passed. System: in the assessment task, the people participating in the assessment will not really die. After suffering fatal injuries, they will retain the last bit of blood value and be in an invincible state. Then they will be teleported out of the assessment world. After being teleported out of the assessment world, the assessment fails. At the bottom of a series of introductions to the third-level combat power assessment content, there is a line of light green fonts, and the content above seems to be only for Song Jian. System: Song Jian, a third-level combat power assessor. Your luck value is 120 points, and you will automatically obtain the hidden title of Son of Luck, which cannot be worn. System: you get the title of Son of Luck and will obtain the basic foreknowledge authority of this assessment. System: you will have 30 seconds to choose a camp after entering the third-level combat power assessment world. Other assessors have 10 seconds. System: you will obtain the basic content of this assessment world. Other assessors can only explore the world by themselves. System: the basic information of the assessment world is as follows. Song Jian was stunned, and when he saw the assessment content clearly, he couldn't help but smile. Unexpectedly, the luck value he gained from planting the Tree of Life in the real world could actually affect the game world. Although the hidden title of Son of Luck has no specific attributes, it is obvious that obtaining priority permissions is one of them. This alone has made Song Jian very satisfied. In addition, when choosing a camp, other assessors only have 10 seconds to choose, while he has 30 seconds, which means that he can make a choice after everyone else has chosen, so that he can choose the side with more people, and the success rate of passing the assessment will be greatly improved. And sometimes, he can even win directly. Knowing the basic information of the assessment world in advance is particularly important. This directly makes Song Jian and other assessors have a big gap. Others are completely in the dark. After obtaining the main task, they must first spend a certain amount of time and energy to collect information about the assessment world, while Song Jian saves this time and energy and can directly choose to complete the main task. After reading the assessment world information given by the system, Song Jian showed a thoughtful look on his face. Thinking in his heart, this assessment world looks so familiar. It seems to be somewhat similar to the content of a movie. At this time, an option appeared in front of everyone. System: you have applied for the third-level combat power assessment. The number of participants is 50. Please select the camp you want to join. Human/Inhuman. Afterwards, a 10-second countdown appeared in front of everyone, and the countdown in front of Song Jian was 30 seconds. If no choice was made within the specified time, the assessment would end in failure. If you want to participate in the third-level combat power assessment again, you must wait 3 months. Soon, the assessors made their choices one by one. After making their choices, several Inhumans even sneered at Song Jian and gestured at their necks with their fingers, full of malice. Brother, choose humans. Although it may be a bit disadvantageous, there is always a chance of success. Tyr patted Song Jian on the shoulder and said, if you choose the Inhumans, you will be killed by them as soon as you come out, and it is impossible for you to successfully complete the assessment. Tyr, what is there to say to this rookie? There are many Inhumans this time, and we will be at a disadvantage. There must be some Inhumans who are forced to choose the human camp. We should enter in advance to make arrangements, so as not to have traitors drag us back. A woman in colorful clothes said unhappily. Doya, we must unite every bit of strength to have a chance of winning. Tyr said seriously. Doya, I can feel that Song Jian has a strong power in his body, and is qualified to be your and my companion. Powerful strength? Doya's eyes showed a trace of caution, looking up and down at Song Jian. Although they were both at the peak of the second-level combat power, Doya didn't think that Song Jian, who had just been promoted to the peak of the second level, could be compared with him. Most of them stayed at the peak of the second-level combat power for a few years. During this time, they were constantly honing their combat skills. Therefore, whether in terms of combat skills or combat experience, Doya believed that they could leave Song Jian behind by several streets. However, Tier's words also attracted Doya's attention. You know, Doya knew that Tier had a special ability, which was to be able to feel whether other people were powerful without making any sound. Since Tier said that Song Jian had a powerful force in his body, it was an admission that Song Jian's strength was similar to his, which made Doya pay attention to it. After staring at Song Jian for a while, Doya shook her head and whispered, I still can't feel that he is any different from other gods. Let's go in. Tier greeted and entered the teleportation light gate first. Doya glanced at Song Jian and followed him silently. The other human examiners looked at each other and saw a hint of disappointment in each other's eyes. After sighing slightly, they also chose to enter. Song Jian looked expressionlessly at the number of people in the two camps that kept jumping in the information bar in front of him. The number of people in the alien camp has exceeded 30, while the number of people in the human camp is only 11. It seems that this time, the number of people in the human camp is probably the smallest. A human assessor looked at the number of people in the camp and sighed. What should we do? Should we continue to wait for 3 months? How do you know that the number of humans in the next assessment will be more than now? A human next to him smiled bitterly. Forget it. Let's go in. At least we can accumulate more experience. If this goes on, humans. Hi. After the two people entered, the number of people in the human camp increased by 2, reaching 13, which was the final number. Even with Song Jian, there were only 14 people, while the number of aliens was 36, almost 3 times that of the human camp. 10 seconds later, all the NPCs who applied to participate in the 3rd level combat power assessment entered the portal, and only Song Jian remained. Seeing the final number of people, Song Jian was stunned. He found that the option of the alien race had turned gray and could not be selected. This is... Song Jian couldn't help but be curious. He gently clicked the gray alien race option with his consciousness. Soon, he received a system prompt. System, in order to ensure the balance of strength between the two camps, you can only choose the human camp. Song Jian smiled slightly, chose the human camp, and stepped into the teleportation light gate. After he entered the teleportation light gate, which was originally shining with a light golden light, suddenly turned gray and became unusable. After Song Jian entered the teleportation light gate, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. After a dizzy moment, the whole person seemed to float in the air. At the same time, a series of system prompts appeared in the darkness, sliding through his eyes like a waterfall. Chapter 1347 Main Mission. In the darkness, Song Jian saw lines of white characters flowing past his eyes. This was an introduction to the background and content of this assessment world, which could be seen by all assessors. Although Song Jian had obtained a lot of information in advance, it didn't hurt to read more. So he still read it carefully word by word. The 3rd level combat power assessment world is being generated. Begin to match data. The assessment world has been built. Begin to simulate the assessor's aura and assimilate it into the assessment world. Begin to enter the world. World background introduction. Meteors fall and shatter in the sky. Fragments of death and hope are scattered on the blue planet. Peaceful life continues, and it is unknown when it will be broken by terror. Parasitism. Mutation. Strengthening. Devouring. Changes are taking place quietly, and the whole world has become unrecognizable. This is a paradise and hunting ground for the strong, but a hell for the weak. The flower of terror blooms brilliantly in an instant, but it will wither in a very short time. If Song Jian had not obtained the background information of this world in advance, he would have been confused when he saw the introduction in front of him. This information stayed in front of all the examinees for less than 10 seconds before slowly dissipating, and everyone also found that their 5 senses were recovering rapidly, just like waking up from a dream. Song Jian saw that he was in the living room of a high-end villa. It seemed that a party had just ended here. Beer bottles and pizza wrappers were scattered everywhere. The surroundings were in a mess. The examinees who chose the human camp with him were lying on the floor of the living room and snoring, as if they had vented their energy all night and fell into a deep sleep exhausted. But soon, these people woke up one by one. After opening their eyes, they first checked their equipment and then observed the surrounding environment. How could it be? Why are there no inhumans in the human camp this time? Suddenly, a small young man shouted with a panic expression. Inhumans? Song Jian frowned slightly and turned to look at Tier. Among so many people, Song Jian was only slightly familiar with Tier. There are indeed no Inhumans. Tyr looked around and frowned slightly. Seeing Song Jian looking at him, Tyr smiled bitterly and explained, generally speaking, the human camp is a weak team, because the assessment requires a balance of strength. So every time there will be some Inhumans forced to choose the human camp. But I don't know why. This time, not only are there no Inhumans, but we will enter this assessment world 3 days later than the Inhumans. Doya, who was standing next to him, looked even uglier after a careful inspection. What? We only have 14 people, and the other side has 36. We are clearly at a disadvantage. So why are we entering this world 3 days later than them? Almost everyone exclaimed. Most of the examinees who chose the human camp had participated in the 3rd level combat power assessment more than once. So they were familiar with some basic rules, seeing that they were at a disadvantage, but entered the Inhuman camp 3 days later. They all had inexplicable expressions on their faces. There is only one possibility. That is, the system determines that the combined strength of our 14 people is stronger than the 36 people in the other Inhuman camp. In order to balance the strength, we are allowed to enter the assessment world 3 days later. One of the middle-aged men stared at his companions around him, and said word by word, "This is the only good news I have heard since I participated in the assessment." Ha ha. A dark-skinned young man next to him shrugged and laughed, seeing that the others were all pale, and did not respond to him. The young man rubbed his nose awkwardly, and kept silent. Let's see what the main task is first. Let's look for it together. We should be able to find clues around. Tyr looked at Song Jian thoughtfully, clapped his hands, and spoke after attracting everyone's attention. Because most of the people who took the test had gone through many 3rd level combat tests, and were familiar with each other. No one raised any questions after hearing what Tyr said, and they began to search on their own. Just then, a telephone rang in the living room, startling everyone. Ding-ling-ling, ding-ling-ling. Everyone's eyes were on a small coffee table next to the sofa, where an old-fashioned black telephone was placed. It needed a long telephone line to connect, and when it was used, it had to fluctuate the phone number on a digital disc one by one. Everyone looked at each other, and no one was willing to go forward to answer the phone. Tyr took a deep breath, took off the triangular shield that had been hanging behind him, and carefully walked towards the black phone. Just as he approached the coffee table and was about to answer the phone suddenly stopped ringing and made a harsh beep sound. Then, as if the hand-free mode was connected, a hoarse voice came out of the phone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I didn't disturb your sweet dreams. You must have had a great time at the party last night." The phone rang for 30 seconds, and no one answered it. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have some bad news to inform you. Your vacation is over from now on. According to satellite monitoring, a meteorite fragment with a diameter of more than 30 centimeters has fallen in a desert in the west. Your mission is to bring this meteorite fragment back to the company. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. It's not just our company that has detected the meteorite fragments. There are other powerful competitors who are also heading to that area. They are best at using bullets and knives to talk to you. Be careful. In addition, you'd better get to the Eagle Airport before 10 o'clock. Those who are late will lose this exploration opportunity." The voice on the phone stopped abruptly. Everyone received several system prompts, which showed the main tasks of this assessment world. Only by completing the main tasks can you pass the assessment. System, you have entered the assessment world. Please adapt to the identity of this world as soon as possible. System, you have automatically obtained the main task of the assessment world. If you complete the main task, you will pass the 3rd level combat power assessment. If you fail the main task, you will fail the assessment. Main task, boarding. Task introduction. Please arrive at the airport within the specified time and board the plane to the western desert area. After completing this task, the subsequent tasks will appear. Task prompt. The Handak company you belong to has monitored a meteorite fragment falling into the western desert area. You need to find this fragment or discover all valuable information. Task prompt. Meteorite fragments may contain special energy that can cause mutations in surrounding plants and animals. Be careful of these mutants. They are often more powerful than you think. Mission tips. Kill these mutants caused by meteorite fragments to obtain some precious body tissues and organs from them, which can greatly improve your assessment pass rating. Mission failure. Failure of the 3rd level combat power assessment. You are not allowed to apply for the 3rd level combat power assessment again within 3 months. Chapter 1348. Each shows his special abilities. After reading the main mission, Song Jian found that other companions actually started discussing this mission. I feel that this assessment mission is quite simple. If you are careful, it is still possible to complete it. Not necessarily. The number of Inhumans is 3 times ours. They must play the role of competitors. We can't be careless. Yes, this time we just need to get the meteorite fragments before them. There is no need to confront them head-on. The situation is actually in our favor. Hearing these people's discussions, Song Jian didn't think it was meaningful. He opened the taskbar and took a look. He found that the mission map was a city map. One of the locations in the suburbs was flashing and emitting a faint red halo. The flashing place is the Eagle Airport that needs to be reached in the first level of the main mission. Song Jian looked at their location and found that it was about 20 kilometers away from the Eagle Airport. If there was no traffic jam, it would take at least 20 to 30 minutes. Thinking of this, Song Jian was suddenly startled and looked at the only clock in the living room. The voice on the phone before asked them to get to the airport before 10 o'clock. But now the clock shows that the time is already 9:30. Song Jian clapped his hands quickly. When he saw everyone looking at him, he pointed to the clock hanging in the living room and said, "Everyone, before you discuss the mission content, please check the time first. We have to get to the Eagle Airport before 10 o'clock. And we are now 27 kilometers away from there. We must get there within 30 minutes. Everyone, should we solve this problem first?" After hearing Song Jian's reminder, everyone was shocked. But soon they showed a look of relief on their faces. The short man said with a proud look, "It's only 27 kilometers. 30 minutes is enough for me to run 3 round trips. My Pegasus can carry 2 people and guarantee to arrive at the mission location within 10 minutes. Is there anyone willing to go with me? It would be best if it is a lady. Everyone, I will go first. Speed is not my forte. I must guarantee at least 20 minutes." For a while, more than a dozen examinees showed their magical powers. Some summoned a Pegasus and jumped directly into the air. Some were like the Flash, leaving a series of afterimages when running. It seemed that everyone could guarantee to arrive at the airport within 30 minutes. Song Jian saw that Due directly used the transfiguration spell to transform herself into an eagle, then tilted her head to look at him, spread her wings and flew into the sky. After a while, she turned into a small black dot and disappeared. Soon, only Song Jian and Tyr were left in the room. We have all experienced several third-level combat power assessments, and each time we encounter different situations, so everyone is well prepared. Tyr smiled slightly, took out a light golden token from his arms, held it high in his right hand, and shouted, "Soaka, my partner. Tyr needs your help." Boom! A ball of fire appeared out of nowhere and burned fiercely in front of Tyr. After a while, a group of red horses came out of the flames. This horse was more than 1 person tall and very majestic. Its eyes were like rubies, crystal clear and shining. On the forehead of this horse, there was a 3-inch long spiral horn, on which a ball of lightning flashed from time to time. Tyr patted the horse's back and said to Song Jian, "This is my fighting partner, Soaka. It has the blood of the lightning unicorn. It can not only fight side by side with me, but also is good at long-distance raids. Song Jian, if you have no other way to travel, I think Soaka won't mind taking you for a ride," Tyr said with a smile. Soaka seemed to understand what Tyr said. He snorted in displeasure and arched his head towards Tyr. His eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Song Jian. "Thank you. I think I should be able to get to the airport within the specified time." Song Jian rubbed his nose and said, "In the game, he did not learn riding skills. For a mount like this warhorse, you must have a very high riding skill. Otherwise, you can't control it at all, even if you ride with Tyr." Hearing Song Jian say this, Tyr nodded and didn't continue to invite him. After all, deep down, he was unwilling to share his warhorse with others. Tyr climbed on his horse, glanced at the mission map, waved to Song Jian, and rode away directly. Song Jian glanced at the battle pet space. At this time, the black dragon was still in a sleep state after the upgrade. There was no time reminder as to when it would wake up. However, even if the black dragon had successfully upgraded, Song Jian did not intend to ride it to travel. This was too ostentatious. "I have ridden the black dragon more than once. Why haven't I learned some riding skills?" Song Jian whispered to himself, and at the same time closed the battle pet space. With a thought, a flying sword appeared out of thin air, circled around him for a few circles, and then quietly stopped in front of him. Song Jian leaped up and stood firmly on the flying sword. He turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the air. 10 minutes later, Song Jian appeared at the mission destination. There was a transparent halo that almost covered the entire Eagle Airport. Only the assessors could see this halo, and no one else could. As long as they entered this halo, they would have completed the first level of the mission. After Song Jian arrived at the airport, he found that there were already 7 or 8 people waiting at the airport. He was not the fastest, but not the slowest either. Seeing Song Jian flying over on the sword, Teal and Duoil looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. The sword-controlling sect? Duoil whispered. Teal didn't say anything, but just nodded slightly. The other assessors looked at each other, and the look they gave Song Jian also changed from indifference to eagerness. A few minutes later, the assessors from the human camp arrived at the airport one after another, and none of the 14 was late. It was 10 o'clock, and everyone received a reminder that the task was completed. Then, the content of the task changed, and everyone needed to take a plane to the western desert to find the meteorite fragment. After reading the subsequent task content, Song Jian suddenly had an idea, and couldn't help but open the task bar and read the task prompt again. Task prompt: the meteorite fragment may burn out in the atmosphere during the fall. If this happens, all camp assessment tasks will end in failure. Chapter 1349 Attack in the Air. Song Jian stared at the task prompt for a while, with a thoughtful look on his face. The prompt seemed to say that the meteorite fragments could also be destroyed. Once destroyed, everyone's combat power assessment task would fail. If getting the meteorite fragments is considered completing the assessment, then why is there an implicit condition of destroying the meteorite fragments? Song Jian thought to himself. However, at this time, he didn't even know what the meteorite fragments looked like, so it was useless to think about these things. Song Jian just turned it over in his mind and threw the system prompt behind him. After waiting for a while, they were led by one person, and they entered the airport directly through a special channel without even going through security check, and boarded a private plane. After everyone entered the plane began to take off slowly. Song Jian found that there was a small arsenal on the plane, which stored a variety of weapons, from tiger-tooth daggers to August submachine guns, high-explosive grenades, and Kevlar bulletproof vests, and it seemed that they were provided to them completely free of charge. However, the dozen people who boarded the plane with Song Jian only looked at the equipment warehouse with the door open for a few times, and then they all withdrew their eyes without interest, sat in their seats, and closed their eyes to rest. Song Jian also took a careful look at the small weapons depot on the plane, and found that the weapons provided for free were of average quality, equivalent to gray or white quality equipment. For ordinary people, these equipment are naturally rare and exquisite. But for this group of examiners at the peak of the second-level combat power, these equipment are a bit unimpressive. This flying prop is quite new. It flies quite high, and it looks like a mechanical creation. But the defense seems to be too weak. An examiner seemed to be riding a plane for the first time, and reached out to knock on the fuselage and whispered, "The flying speed is average. If I didn't know the destination, I would have to take it. I really want to find the mission items myself first." Another person stared out the window for a while, and said with a sneer, "It's okay. A little faster than my Pegasus. Now I just hope that the Inhumans won't be too fast. It was said in the previous mission that we have more than one competitor. Do you think it's possible that the Inhumans are too strong and are divided into 2 or even 3 teams, each belonging to a competing company? At that time, it won't just be the 2 camps of humans and Inhumans competing, but maybe 3 or even 4 camps competing." An examiner seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said with his eyes shining. His statement immediately shocked the others, and one of them said quickly, "Maybe that's the case. Otherwise, why are we only 14 people? But we are judged to be the advantage, and we were delayed for 3 days before entering the game. It would be great if that were the case. Then we can fish in troubled waters, and the possibility of completing the assessment task can be increased by at least 3 levels." On the plane, a group of people were talking about it. But Tyr was looking out the window with a serious face. He had gone through the 3rd-level combat power assessment more than 5 times, but all of them failed. The closest time was when the mission item was right in front of him, less than 10 meters away from him. But in the end, he still failed. On the other occasions, he didn't even make it to the last link of the assessment task, and was directly beaten to a near-death state by the opponent and kicked out of the assessment. I hope I can successfully complete the assessment task this time. Tears sighed in his heart, closed his eyes slightly, and took a rest. The plane flew for more than 2 hours, and everyone's taskbar vibrated slightly. Song Jian quickly opened the taskbar and found that a mark appeared on the originally empty task map. This mark was shining and constantly emitting a halo around. The task location has appeared, someone exclaimed. Song Jian felt relieved. It seemed that they were close to the scope of the task location. So the task location was marked out, so that even if everyone suddenly had an accident, they would not be separated. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt his heart tighten, as if some danger was rushing towards him quickly, which made him alert immediately. He stood up unconsciously and looked around. His eyes were like searchlights, checking the surroundings, trying to find the danger. Teal was stunned when he saw Song Jian suddenly stand up with a serious face. When he saw Song Jian looking around like he was investigating, Teal's heart suddenly tightened. Just then, Due next to him whispered, "No. I sense danger is approaching us." As soon as the voice fell, there was a muffled sound, and the plane shook violently. Many people were not aware of it for a while, and fell to the ground. Some even rolled directly along the aisle towards the tail of the plane like a rolling gourd. Only Song Jian stood there like a nail, with his eyes slightly closed, as if sensing something. Ouch! What's going on? Damn it! Enemy attack! Someone is attacking us! How can we get out? Doesn't this flying prop have any countermeasures? Why doesn't it fight back? Many of the examiners in the human camp were riding a plane for the first time, seeing that the outside was attacked. The flying prop was only taking the beating and not fighting back, and they were immediately furious. Some of the irritable ones even started to attack the plane directly, trying to get out of the plane. And the scene suddenly became chaotic. Calm down. Tyr took off the shield that had been on his back, held it in his hand, and shouted loudly, "It's useless to panic like this. Do you want the assessment mission to fail again and go back in disgrace again?" Tyr's words had some effect. The originally panicked crowd became a little quieter. The middle-aged man who kept smashing the window also stopped. However, a crack had appeared on the window at this time. As time went by, even if he stopped attacking the window, the crack began to grow larger and larger. At this moment, the plane suddenly shook violently, and after a short pause in the air, it suddenly began to fall rapidly. At this time, in Song Jian's perception, a huge eagle was flying in the sky. It was this eagle-like creature that had been attacking the plane before. In his mind, seeing this eagle looking at the smoke-filled, rapidly falling plane with a proud and malicious look, Song Jian suddenly opened his eyes and showed a shocked look on his face. In human camp. Chapter 1350 Pursuit. In Song Jian's perception range, the words opposing camp were clearly written on the head of this huge eagle. This kind of marking can only be seen by the examinees of the opposing camp, and cannot be seen by companions or other people in this assessment world. Seeing that both engines of the plane had already emitted thick smoke, and the plane fell to the ground out of control, the eagle in the air seemed unsatisfied. As its 2 wings flapped, thunderous forces began to spread between its wings. With a crisp hiss, the wings covered with plasma waved towards the falling plane with great effort. Boom! A low thunderous sound exploded in the air, and 2 thick lightning bolts bombarded the falling plane. With a loud bang, the plane shook violently again, rolling and falling to the ground. At this time, even Song Jian, who was originally standing very steadily, had to hold onto the seat and fasten the safety belt to ensure that he would not roll in the plane. After enduring this blow, the originally fragile shell seemed to be torn apart from the outside by a pair of big hands. The air pressure in the cabin suddenly became unbalanced and dropped rapidly. Some scattered things were sucked out from the cracks with a whoosh, and scattered in the air like flowers scattered by a fairy. Crack, crack, a series of teeth-grinding sounds rang in everyone's ears. The cracks that were originally created by the internal thunder force became larger and larger. After that, the entire plane was actually torn into 2 pieces and rolled down to the ground. If the plane with its engine destroyed had a 1 in 10,000 chance of making a safe emergency landing, then now, for the pilot and flight attendants on this plane, it would definitely be a 100% death. However, the entire crack of the plane was a good thing for the other second-level peak examinees. They broke free from the restraints of the plane. Although these examinees were falling quickly, no one showed a look of fear on their faces. Instead, they calmly began to use their skills to land safely. Some even rode their flying mounts and rushed towards the huge Thunder Eagle in the sky. Song Jian stepped on the flying sword and also targeted the aliens in the opposing camp, who had transformed into Thunder Eagles. They originally thought that the aliens would be a rival company competing with them for the meteorite fragment. Unexpectedly, the other party directly chose the monster that had mutated because of the meteorite fragment. However, this is not a bad thing for the assessors of the human camp. You know, hunting monsters that have mutated due to the radiation of meteorite fragments will obtain mutated body tissues and organs. These mutated body tissues and organs can improve the pass evaluation of the combat effectiveness assessment. Killing the assessors of the opposing camp and making them lose the assessment qualification can also improve the pass evaluation of the combat effectiveness assessment. This is equivalent to a battle with double the harvest. Moreover, it seems that the assessor of the opposing camp, who has turned into a strange beast, the Thunder Eagle, should have received the news and came to ambush them. He wanted to drive them all out of the assessment world by himself, so as to improve the pass evaluation of the assessment. Therefore, it is very likely that he is alone and has no teammates or reinforcements. In this way, in the eyes of some assessors of the human camp, the other party is a big gift package delivered to their doorstep. And it is the kind of double experience. Seeing 5 or 6 examiners from the human camp rushing towards him, the face of the alien who chose the mutant Thunder Eagle changed, snorted coldly, and spread his wings to escape into the distance. This alien originally had the bloodline of a vulture. After entering the assessment world, he was extremely lucky. After hunting a low-level mutant beast, he found a mutant Thunder Eagle's inner pill. This inner pill is also a body tissue organ. Carrying it on the body can improve the pass rating after the camp wins. However, he had a wild idea to refine this alien beast inner pill. Unexpectedly, he succeeded in refining it. Moreover, after the success of refining, he actually had another chance to choose a camp, and could choose the alien beast camp. After he mutated into a Thunder Eagle, he could no longer be accepted by the human and alien camps, and could only choose the alien camp. Now, whether he hunted the assessors of the human camp or the assessors of the alien camp, he could improve his pass rating, which was equivalent to becoming a third camp. At the same time, his main task also changed, from the original capture of meteorite fragments to guarding meteorite fragments. At this time, he was already very close to the landing site of the meteorite fragments. After seeing the sky full of planes of the human camp assessors, he hid in the clouds and wanted to sneak attack the assessors of the human camp. Originally, he thought that at least half of the human camp examiners could be killed this time. Unexpectedly, the other party was fully prepared. Even those examiners, who did not have flying mounts and flying abilities, had equipment and props to prevent falling from high altitudes. This made his sneak attack in vain, and also attracted the covetousness of several human camp examiners with flying abilities. Stealing a chicken, but losing a rice bowl became the true portrayal of this alien examiner. At this time, there were 7 human camp examiners chasing him behind him, and they looked like they would not stop until they killed him. Here, we have to mention the examiners of the human camp. If this sneak attack was placed on the examiners of the alien camp, he might really succeed. If there was a problem with the flying props in the high altitude, if there was no corresponding means, he would definitely fall to death. However, most of the examiners of the human camp had failed more than 4 or 5 times, and it can be said that they had a lot of experience in failure. After summarizing, they prepared many emergency props. In addition to the road to deal with high-altitude falls, most of the assessors in the human camp, except Song Jian, also have props to deal with emergencies in deep-sea diving, props to deal with sudden falls of volcanic magma, and props to escape from being surrounded by a large number of enemies. In short, as long as they can think of emergency situations, most of them have means to deal with them. On the contrary, most of the Inhumans are experiencing the 3rd level combat power assessment for the first time. In addition to crushing with the advantage of numbers, their response measures to deal with emergencies are far inferior to those of the human camp. Damn it. I actually encountered these maggots in the human camp. Patchogue gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. The Inhumans, who originally had the blood of vultures, became a mutant Thunder Eagle after refining the inner elixir of the Thunder Eagle, and joined the 3rd camp. However, this change of camp is a one-time change, and it cannot be regretted. Moreover, the change of the main task also made him become the opposing camp with the human camp and the Inhuman camp at the same time. If nothing unexpected happens, no matter which side wins, Patch's combat power assessment will end in failure. Only by kicking all the people from these two camps out of the assessment world can he win. This makes his combat power assessment more difficult than doubled. But if he can really pass it, the reward he gets is also extremely generous. Looking at the human examiners chasing after him, Patch's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. And he thought to himself, do you really think I am just one person without any reinforcements? Then follow me, and let me show you what true despair is. Chapter 1351, Inhuman Assessor. Pahat originally had an amazing flying speed. After becoming a mutant Thunder Eagle beast, his flying speed increased by more than double, so he was not very worried about the people chasing him. At this time, the human camp assessors chasing him found that although they could not catch up with Pahat, the direction in which Pahat fled was the direction of the meteorite fragments marked on the mission map. Naturally, no one was willing to give up, and they always stayed far behind Pahat. It's unbelievable that some Inhumans chose the alien beast camp. Do you think that all the Inhumans chose the alien beast camp, and the main task is to prevent us from obtaining meteorite fragments? An assessor from the human camp said in surprise after taking a look at the mission map. It's very likely. We should be careful. He might be luring us into the encirclement and trying to catch us all. Please, use your brain. We are in the air now. How can we be surrounded in the air? Then why do you think he forgot the direction of the meteorite fragments and fled? If he changed the direction with his speed, I'm afraid we would have given up chasing him long ago. Maybe that's the direction of his lair? The frightened beast chose to flee back home first. Is this strange? That's the Inhumans, not the beasts. Do you really equate the Inhumans with the beasts? I really don't know how you reached the peak of the second-level combat power. Although several examiners from the human camp were arguing, they still looked around with sharp eyes and a vigilant look. If Partha really wanted to lead them into an encirclement, it would be difficult for them to be fooled. After chasing for a while, several people seemed to enter a special area, as if they had plunged into a thin transparent membrane. Although it did not cause any harm to them, they could clearly feel that something had been pierced. Just as several people were in doubt, they received a system prompt at the same time. System, you have entered the special area where the meteorite fell. Please find the whereabouts of the meteorite fragments as soon as possible. You only have 72 hours to complete this task. If you fail to obtain the meteorite fragments within the time limit, the assessment task will fail. Note, as long as one person in the camp holds the meteorite fragments, the task will be considered completed by all examiners in the same camp. Time-limited mission? Someone shouted in surprise. Missions with a time limit are called time-limited missions. The difficulty of such missions is much higher than that of ordinary missions. In addition to the difficulty in terms of time, the mission itself will be at least twice as difficult as that of ordinary missions. The human camp examiner, who was originally somewhat relaxed, looked at Patcha, who had turned into a small black dot, and his heart suddenly became heavy. At this moment, an examiner from the human camp suddenly exclaimed and shouted, "You should take another look at the mission map." What the hell is this? Everyone opened the mission map and looked at it. After reading it, their faces changed drastically, and some of them began to curse. Song Jian opened the map and saw that the cursor that originally marked the meteorite fragment had turned into a light blue elliptical aperture. According to the map, the range of this light blue aperture is at least half the size of the North African rainforest. Searching for a meteorite fragment with a diameter of no more than 30 centimeters in such an area is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. The most important thing is that it must be completed within a limited time limit. This is better than directly judging that our mission has failed. Someone cursed angrily. In fact, in the minds of some people, this is no different from a mission failure. How about we go to the Inhuman's lair first? If he is really alone, we can catch him and ask him. If we find other Inhumans, we can also follow them and take advantage of them. After all, their number is almost 3 times ours. If they are also looking for meteorite fragments, they can find them faster than us. A human assessor suggested. Now, his method should be the best way to solve the problem. Others have no better method, so they can only try it according to his method. Therefore, these people split into 2 groups, leaving 2 people to wait for the people who didn't catch up, and the rest continued to chase the Thunder Eagle. However, what everyone didn't expect was that, after chasing for more than an hour, they didn't find the nest of the Thunder Eagle beast, but were attracted by the sound of fighting. At this time, the place where they were was a hilly area. The vast desert was almost entirely covered with gravel and sand. The occasional plants were some gray-yellow bushes and cacti. and green plants were almost difficult to appear in the field of vision. Such an environment would be fine if it was normal. But once a strong wind blew, it would be a disaster for the creatures in this area. These large and small gravels would roll at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour under the strong wind. Even if they were hit by a piece of gravel the size of a fingernail, the power would be no weaker than a small caliber pistol bullet. Therefore, it is difficult to see ordinary creatures living in this area. The only creatures that can appear here are those that have mutated due to the radiation of meteorite fragments. What Song Jian and his companions saw was a group of alien examiners besieging a mutated beast. The beast looked like a strong bison, with a layer of armor-like exoskeleton on its body. You can clearly see hard and thick white bones sticking out of its body, and then twisting and entwining with each other to form a thick and airtight shell. This beast is called Bone Bull, and its defense is extremely strong. Some alien attacks fell on its hard shell, and except for splashing some sparks, there was not even a trace of charring left. Moreover, its attack was not weak either. The two horns on its head were more than 1 foot long, and they stretched forward like sharp blades. Anyone who was touched by it would either die or be crippled. It was very fierce, and its running speed was not weak either. There were 11 or 12 aliens besieging it, but they had no means of restraining it, and could only wear down its blood value bit by bit. Hey! Look! That Thunder Eagle is also over there. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed assessor from the human camp suddenly let out a low cry, pointing to a place less than 10 meters away from the battlefield. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed, and sure enough, the Thunder Eagle that attacked them before was also lying on a small barren hill. Its body was constantly bleeding, and only half of one of its wings was left. The bright red flesh and white bone stumps were exposed to the air, and it seemed to have suffered serious injuries. However, even so, Pacha, the alien who had joined the alien beast camp, was full of energy and cursed at the aliens who were besieging the alien beasts. Smutin, you idiots! You dare to attack me! Wait until the assessment is over. I will make you look good. The aliens who besieged the bone cattle did not pay attention to Pacha. Instead, an alien standing outside the battlefield with a rocket launcher on his shoulder smiled and said, Pacha, the assessment is over. We are all strong men of the 3rd level combat power. But you failed the assessment. At that time, if you dare to appear in front of us, you will definitely be beaten to a pulp. Who will take your threat seriously now? I told you not to refine the alien beast inner pill a long time ago. But you didn't listen, and were forced to choose the alien beast camp. Who can you blame? Chapter 1352 Mutation. Pacha, who had become a mutant Thunder Eagle, struggled hard to stand up again, but he was too badly injured. In addition to one wing, he had at least 5 or 6 bleeding wounds on his body, and one leg was bit at a strange angle. With his current injuries, if he was not treated immediately, he would bleed to death in a short time. The other alien examiners besieged the mutant bone cattle while looking at Pacha with mocking eyes. Although they were all aliens, Pacha chose the alien beast camp, which was tantamount to betrayal in their eyes. For them, it was a camp with only one person, and it was a good thing to kill him. Not only could they obtain the items dropped by Pacha, but they could also improve their pass rating. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Pacha was no longer their companion, but prey. As Pacha chose the alien camp, he naturally knew that this place belonged to the alien territory. He led the examiners of the human camp here with bad intentions, wanting to use the power of the aliens to deal with them. However, Pacha did not expect that the examiners of the alien race also set their sights on these aliens, wanting to hunt more aliens before completing the main task to improve the pass rating. After all, in their opinion, the human camp, which has only 1/3 of their number of people, is not a threat at all. Ha ha ha. You bastards. Do you think you have won this assessment? Pacha suddenly laughed crazily. He could feel that the examiners of the human camp had already caught up nearby, and they must have discovered this group of aliens. Roar. The mutant bone bull suddenly roared and rushed towards an inhuman assessor. The man was not careful, and was directly knocked away by the bone bull. The 2 horns of the mutant bone pierced his chest like a sharp blade. After staring at him and rushing for more than 10 steps, the head suddenly swung to the side, throwing the unfortunate inhuman directly more than 10 meters away. He fell to the ground fiercely, choking on blood, with a pale and weak face. This blow directly injured him severely, and lost his ability to fight. This made the other inhumans suddenly feel a chill in their hearts, and the atmosphere became solemn. the Inhuman who had been standing outside the battlefield in the distance, carrying a rocket launcher, shouted, "Stop playing around. Let me blow it up to the sky." As he said that, he turned on the safety switch of the rocket launcher, aimed it at the mutant bone cow, and prepared to pull the trigger. "Oh, God. Kata. Don't. If you do it, our spoils will be greatly reduced, and our previous efforts will be in vain." Seeing that he was about to join the battle, the other Inhuman screamed and tried to stop him. "Asshole. I'll give you another 10 minutes. If you still can't kill it, I'm going to take action." Kata hesitated for a moment, spat and cursed fiercely, then put down the rocket launcher with a little reluctance and locked the safety switch again. This rocket launcher was not brought from the game world, but was a reward for completing a hidden mission in the assessment world. It was far more powerful than ordinary long-range firearms, and it did not fire ordinary rockets, but a subsonic bomb for sonic attacks. In addition to causing explosive damage to the target, it could also trigger sonic attacks for the second time, which was extremely powerful. This weapon had the attribute of cannot be taken out of the assessment world. As compensation, although it was only a silver quality weapon, its power was not much worse than that of an epic weapon. Previously, Kata used this weapon to kill 2 alien beasts in seconds, which could be called the nemesis of alien beasts and a powerful weapon. If it is used only to hunt alien beasts, the body of the alien beast will be torn into pieces. At the same time, the sonic attack will cause secondary damage, resulting in damage to the body tissues and organs of the alien beast, which greatly reduces the benefits. This is also the main reason why others unanimously asked Kata to stand aside and not take action when hunting alien beasts. In fact, Kata, who only had 1 subsonic bomb left, was unwilling to use this weapon again. On the one hand, it would greatly reduce the benefits. On the other hand, it was because the replenishment of rockets was too difficult and expensive, and he could not afford it. The alien who was seriously injured by the mutant bone bull struggled to take out an injection from his arms, then stabbed it hard in his neck, and slowly pushed the medicine in the injection into his body. After that, his injuries began to recover rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. He felt relieved and lay limp on the ground, breathing heavily. On the other side, the examiners from the human camp saw a group of Inhumans hunting mutant bone cattle, and there were casualties. They suddenly became excited and exchanged glances with each other, as if they wanted to do something. There are only 12 of them now, and one of them is seriously injured. Should we kill them all? In this way, the gap in numbers will be narrowed, and we will not be so passive. A examiner from the human camp whispered, "You can try, but it's not the right time yet. It won't be too late to take action when they and the mutant beast are both injured." Where did the other aliens go? Why didn't they act together? Who knows? Maybe they were temporarily separated because of uneven distribution? There is only 1 mutant beast and 12 people. I think it's a bit too much. It will be difficult to distribute the spoils when the time comes. Perhaps because Song Jian is a God-favored person. The other examinees are somewhat repulsive to him and deliberately ignore his existence during the discussion. Song Jian glanced at the group of aliens, but his attention was more focused on the injured but slightly crazy mutant Thunder Eagle in the distance. He led us here, and he definitely didn't think that just a mutant bone bull would make us suffer a big loss. And there are only a dozen Inhumans here. Where did the others go? Is it really as they guessed, that the Inhumans are scattered? Song Jian thought to himself. At this moment, a roar suddenly sounded from farther away, and a dark red mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The huge roar made the ground where Song Jian and his team were standing tremble slightly. It is conceivable how shocking the explosion there is. Oh! My God! That's Duowa. What did they encounter? Why did they use the thunder magnetic cloud bomb? Did they encounter the assessors of the human camp? The Inhumans who were besieging the mutant bone bull all looked at the dark red mushroom cloud rising in the distance with fear on their faces, as if they had forgotten that their opponent at this time was a ferocious mutant bone bull. Opportunity! Song Jian's eyes lit up. The location where the mushroom cloud exploded before was more than 10 kilometers away from where they were now. It would take at least 10 minutes to support here. And looking at the current situation, it was questionable whether the other party could spare a hand to support. Now was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Just when the assessors from other human camps were still hesitating, Song Jian suddenly soared into the air, and the wings of the sky spread out behind him, bringing him to the air. Nearly 1,000 spiritual swords burning with dark red flames filled the entire sky. In an instant, all the spiritual swords fell from the sky like raindrops, covering all the aliens who were surrounding and killing the mutant bone cattle below. Chapter 1353 Attack. Song Jian's 10,000 Swords Art has devoured the souls of the 3 demons. The 10,000 Swords Art, which was originally at level 12, has also been upgraded to level 14 after entering the Combat Power Assessment world. The number of spirit swords has directly jumped 2 levels from the original 600 to 900. And the power of each spirit sword has also increased by 20%. For a moment, the falling spirit swords are like a meteor shower, dragging long dark red tails, falling towards the group of aliens besieging the mutant bone cattle. Boom boom boom. A series of deafening roars sounded, and explosions occurred one after another within a radius of hundreds of meters. The smoke and dust were released, and the specific situation on the ground could not be seen at all. The examiners of the human camp stared at the battlefield in the distance, with a look of fear on their faces. How is this possible? How can the peak strength of the second level combat power be so strong? An examiner of the human camp couldn't even believe his eyes. After rubbing his eyes hard, he screamed in horror. Too scary. Are all the gods so strong? Damn. What kind of moves is this? Who knows? Also, who has the information of this god-favored person? The examiners of the human camp looked at Song Jian's figure in the air, as if looking at a god. At this time, they finally understood why the human camp was judged as the superior camp after the assessment began, and the real reason why it was delayed for 3 days to enter this world. This time, can we win without doing anything? A human examiner suddenly whispered, with a look of surprise on his face. You know, in this assessment, after knowing that the number of people in the Inhumans camp was almost 3 times theirs, many human examiners had already given up the possibility of winning in their hearts. They only wanted to gain more experience or get more points in this assessment. But now, Song Jian's strong fighting power made them suddenly think of we can win. And their morale was boosted for a while. We have to do our part too. And we can't be looked down upon. A human examiner suddenly stood up, holding the weapon in his hand tightly, and shouted loudly, "Yes, kill them. I have long disliked this group of aliens. Kill them!" Others responded. In their opinion, this is the best time to beat the drowning dog. And it is also the best time to improve the pass rating. This time, Song Jian did not intend to use the Karma Fire Red Lotus Sword formation. He only used the ordinary Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art, which consumed less than 800 points of sword energy. But at this time, the level of the Karma Fire Red Lotus 10,000 Swords Art has been upgraded to level 14. Even if it is not fully exerted, the number of spirit swords has reached more than 800. Each spirit sword can cause more than 6,000 points of damage. In addition to the attached flame damage of the Red Lotus Karma Fire, the damage of each spirit sword easily exceeds 10,000. For these aliens who are only at the peak of the second level combat power, it is like being washed by missiles. The explosion roared for more than 3 minutes before slowly dissipating. After a long time, the dust fell to the ground, and the entire ground sank more than a foot deep. There were big pits everywhere on the ground. The mutant bone cow lay in a big pit, and its skeleton armor was all broken. It lay in a pool of blood. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of its body, others would have thought that the mutant bone cow had been killed instantly. Song Jian was floating in the air, high above. At this time, the system prompt information in front of him flowed down like a waterfall, making him feel a little overwhelmed. System, you killed the Inhuman Toluca of the opposing camp, and got 3 points of camp points. And the pass evaluation was slightly improved. System, you killed the Inhuman Castelladan of the opposing camp, and obtained 5 points of camp points. And the pass evaluation was slightly improved. System, you killed the Inhuman Unima of the opposing camp, and obtained 2 points of camp points. And the pass evaluation was slightly improved. System, you killed the Inhuman Zolacadi of the opposing camp, and obtained 6 points of camp points. And the pass evaluation was cumulatively improved by 1 level. Song Jian looked at the system prompt. This attack allowed him to kill 8 Inhumans of the opposing camp in seconds, and the rest were seriously injured or dying, and had lost the ability to continue fighting. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly felt a creepy feeling, as if someone was holding a long red-hot needle only 1 millimeter away from his eyes. Song Jian almost subconsciously used the Sword Shadow Clone skill, leaving the clone in the original place, and he quickly used the abyss concealment technique to fall to the ground. This action was completed almost instantly. Not even a second was used. Just when he had just fallen 5 or 6 meters, there was a sudden roar above his head, and a huge explosion resounded through the sky. Song Jian immediately lost contact with the Sword Shadow clone. You know, the Sword Shadow clone at this time inherited more than 80% of his strength, and could kill the Sword Shadow clone's attack in seconds. Even if it couldn't kill Song Jian himself, it would definitely seriously injure him. Song Jian was hit hard on the ground by the air wave that exploded above his head. A damage of more than 2,000 points floated above his head, which shocked Song Jian. Just the aftermath of the explosion caused me more than 2,000 points of damage. Song Jian was surprised. However, just as he was struggling to get up, a sharp hissing sound suddenly exploded in his ears. The sound was like countless thin and sharp wires piercing his ears. Song Jian, who was not careful for a moment, was knocked to the ground again by this sound wave attack. His head was buzzing and blank, and even his 2 ears slowly seeped a trace of blood. A damage number of more than 5,000 points floated up from his head. At this time, Song Jian's health value was directly lost by more than half. If he hadn't acted decisively, this attack would probably kill him instantly and trigger the passive skill of Death's enemy. In the distance, an alien assessor was covered in blood, one leg kneeling on the ground, and the other leg was 5 or 6 meters away from him. He carried a rocket launcher on his shoulder, and smoke came out of the muzzle. Obviously, he fired the attack at Song Jian just now. No, not dead? He stared at the explosion in the air, and his eyes, which were originally full of hope, showed a look of despair after waiting for a moment. He did not receive a system prompt for killing the opponent and getting a higher pass rating, so he naturally understood that he did not kill the opponent. Unfortunately, there is only one shell left. If there is one more, he spurted out a mouthful of blood, slowly fell to the ground, stopped breathing, and his body turned into dots of white light and disappeared. Chapter 1354. The camp changes again? 7 or 8 alien assessors were killed in one move, and the remaining ones, who were not dead, were also seriously injured and lost the ability to continue fighting. Song Jian's strength surprised the NPCs in the human camp, but also made them feel threatened. After the initial surprise, the eyes of several human NPCs looking at Song Jian became complicated, which was a mixture of awe, envy, jealousy, and desire. Ha! Ha! You idiots! Let you be hostile to me. Let you besiege me. Die. If you want to complete the assessment, you have to wait another 3 months. Ha ha! On the side, the mutant Thunder Eagle Patshaw, who was blown away by the aftermath of the battle, laughed wildly. His body was covered with blood, and he was stained with mud and sand during the rolling, looking very embarrassed. Some human examiners saw several Inhumans in a dying state, and their eyes suddenly lit up. They took a few steps forward and wanted to finish them off. After all, killing them could improve the pass rating. Improving the pass rating by 1 level could increase more than 10 free attribute points. They had just taken 2 steps when they were stopped by their companions. They shook their heads slightly at them and signaled Song Jian in front of them. These people were Song Jian's spoils of war. If they just went forward to take advantage of them, they would inevitably offend Song Jian. If they were killed by Song Jian again, it would be a bit uneconomical. Song Jian felt a palpitation in his heart, and thought to himself, I was still too careless. I was almost killed by him, and triggered the enemy of the God of Death. The power of that weapon was a bit too great. It simply destroyed the balance of the game. After killing all the remaining alien examiners, Song Jian walked towards the mutant Thunder Eagle Patshaw. Patshaw was already seriously injured, and he was able to survive the attack of the 10,000 swords technique because he was on the edge of the battle and was not affected much. On the other hand, Song Jian did it on purpose, and the attack range did not cover him. Although Patshaw looked very embarrassed at this time, he had already drunk the potion to stabilize his injuries. He would not die from bleeding, but it would take a long time to fully recover. After all, in addition to the bad condition of bleeding, he also had 5 or 6 bad conditions such as fractures, serious injuries, and weakness. Hee. Are you here to kill me? Patshaw laughed. He originally regretted switching to the alien camp, but now he was relieved. With Song Jian's presence, the alien camp had little chance of winning this time, especially after the other side killed 1/3 of the alien camp. Answer me a few questions, and I won't kill you. Song Jian walked up to Pat Shaw and said. Patch's eyes lit up. But then he understood, and a mocking smile appeared on his face and said, Do you want to get information about the meteorite fragments? Haha. Don't dream. I won't tell you. If you have the guts, just kill me. At worst, I will apply for the assessment again in 3 months. Song Jian suddenly felt a headache. The assessment world would not really die, which made him unable to threaten Pat Shaw with his life. However, the other party entered this assessment world 3 days in advance and transformed into the alien beast camp. His familiarity with this area must be much better than those who just entered the game. Do you want to pass this combat power assessment? Song Jian suddenly asked. Pat Shaw was stunned. He really hadn't thought about this, since he changed to the alien beast camp and found that the original alien race began to be hostile to him, and his sneak attack on the human camp failed. Pat Shaw knew that his assessment might end in failure. Switching to the alien camp was originally a gamble for Pat Shaw. If successful, he could get at least an S-level rating in this assessment. Unfortunately, the facts prove that he lost the gamble. Now both camps regard him as an opponent and do not give him any chance. Hee. The main tasks of the 3 camps are all competitive tasks. The tasks of your human camp and the alien camp are to obtain meteorite fragments, while the main task of the alien camp is to protect meteorite fragments. The tasks of the 3 camps are basically competitive and conflicting. As long as one side wins, the other 2 sides will fail. Are you willing to let your assessment task fail? Ha ha ha. Pat Shaw felt that Song Jian seemed to treat him as a fool and wanted to deceive him with a few words. You didn't enter the game as a monster, did you? Song Jian said calmly. Song Jian's words were like a bolt of lightning that hit Patch's head. He stared at Song Jian blankly, and a glimmer of hope once again emerged in his heart that had been desperate. You know, who would choose to wait another 3 months if they could successfully pass the assessment? Who knows what will happen after 3 months? There are many people who have not passed the assessment for several years, and those who pass the assessment in advance have soared in combat power, and their strength has long surpassed Pat Shaw. If he wants to catch up with them again, he may only be able to advance to the legendary realm. You? What do you mean? Pat Shaw asked in a trembling voice. Since I can switch camps once, why can't I switch camps a second time? Song Jian said with a smile, although this was just a guess in his mind. His face was full of confidence. Can you really let me pass this assessment? Pat Shaw asked with an expectant look. Who do you think has a greater chance of winning if a fight really breaks out between the Inhumans and the humans? Song Jian asked with a smile. Pat Shaw suddenly became silent. If it were before, he would definitely say the Inhumans without hesitation. After all, the Inhumans have an innate advantage over humans. In addition, the number of Inhumans in the assessment world is almost 3 times that of the humans. This advantage is simply a crushing victory in the previous assessment world. But now, Pat Shaw had to admit that if a fight really broke out between the 2 sides, Song Jian alone might be able to wipe out the Inhumans. Now I finally understand why the Inhumans have 3 times as many people as humans. But they are still judged as a weak camp by the system. Pat Shaw shook his head and smiled bitterly. Tell me, how can you guarantee that I can pass this assessment? As long as you can guarantee that I pass the assessment, I will tell you everything I know. Pat Shaw struggled for a moment, and the hesitant look on his face gradually became firm. He stared at Song Jian and asked word by word. Ha ha ha. If your camp becomes a human camp, will the chance of successfully passing this assessment be greatly increased? Song Jian laughed, took out a light golden scroll from the parcel column, tore it open and threw it at Pat Shaw. Chapter 1355 Signing the Contract. Battle Pet Contract Scroll. When a golden light enveloped Pat Shaw immediately understood what type of scroll it was. At the same time, several system prompts appeared in front of him in bright red font. Battle Pet Contract Scroll? Pat Shaw was stunned. But then a deep sense of humiliation surged into his heart. He actually dared to capture me as a battle pet, Pat Shaw said furiously in his heart, his whole body trembling violently. A binding force gradually surged into his body, making him involuntarily resist and struggle hard. The golden light turned into a rope that bound Pat Shaw. But soon, because of the fierce struggle, the golden rope began to tremble. After a while, with a puff, the golden rope collapsed and dissipated in the air. Capture failed. Song Jian saw the system prompt in front of him, and his brows frowned. and his eyes looking at Pat Shaw became unfriendly. You actually treated me as a battle pet. Pat Shaw struggled hard and wanted to stand up. But he couldn't stand up anyway, and could only look at Song Jian with angry eyes. You don't want to transform into the human camp. You don't want to pass this assessment smoothly? Song Jian's eyes became sharp. And he asked, this is the only chance for you to transform into the human camp. If you give up, then I can only kill you. At least it can improve some pass ratings. Pat Shaw shuddered. The shadow of failure in the assessment once again enveloped him, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face. But if I become your battle pet, then even if I pass the assessment, I will pass with the worst evaluation. Pat Shaw hesitated. That's better than failure. Right? Song Jian smiled and said. Besides, there are so many people in the Inhumans camp, and you should be familiar with the location of the Inhumans in this area. Don't tell me that you led us here because you knew that the Inhumans were here. If that were the case, you wouldn't have been beaten so miserably. Then, if you kill a few more Inhumans and a few more Inhumans, won't your passing evaluation be improved? What you said sounds so reasonable. I don't know how to refute it. Pat Shaw showed a helpless look on his face, thinking in his heart. Seeing Patch's silence, Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and a faint murderous intent suddenly emerged from his body. He had said everything he should say. If the other party still didn't know how to appreciate it, he could only kill him and improve his pass rating first. Feeling the murderous intent on Song Jian's face, Pat Shaw suddenly panicked and said quickly, I am willing to join the human camp. Song Jian stared at Pat Shaw expressionlessly for a long time. Just when Patch's face turned pale, and he thought Song Jian was going to chop him, he saw him take out another battle pet contract scroll from the parcel column and said to Pat Shaw, this is the last one left. Relax your mind and sign it successfully. If you fail again, I can only kill you. The battle pet contract scroll can only be signed with monsters in the game. The aliens are NPCs in the game and cannot sign battle pet contracts. They can only sign follower contracts. However, now in the battle power assessment world, Pat Shaw has changed the alien beast camp. In this world, he is just an alien beast, no different from the monsters in the game world, and naturally within the scope of the battle pet contract. When Song Jian's scroll failed before, it only prompted contract signing failed instead of being unable to sign a contract. This shows that in the battle power assessment world, alien beasts can also be signed successfully. This time, after Song Jian tore open the battle pet contract scroll and threw it at Pat Shaw, Pat Shaw no longer dared to resist like before. After all, once people have hope, they will never give up and will hold on to the last straw. Feeling the restraint of the power of the contract and slowly integrating into his body, Pat Shaw felt humiliated from the bottom of his heart. What is a battle pet? To put it nicely, it is a combat partner. To put it bluntly, isn't it just a pet and cannon fodder? As an alien, he is particularly sensitive to this aspect. I just endured the humiliation to pass the combat power assessment. Pat Shaw gritted his teeth and said in his heart. After a while, the power of the contract was like a golden chain, locking Patch's soul. At the same time, Song Jian also felt that the contract was successfully signed. At the same time, Patch's transformed Thunder Eagle attribute also appeared on Song Jian's battle pet interface without reservation. A temporary battle pet is only effective in the battle power assessment world. Song Jian glanced at the new battle pet interface, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. The intimacy is only 30 points. Haha. It is on the verge of defection at any time. Song Jian glanced at the seemingly submissive Pat Shaw, and did not care about the intimacy between the two. After all, once they leave this battle pet world, the contract will automatically become invalid. Okay, can I ask you a few questions now? Song Jian said with a smile. Of course, as long as I know. I will not keep anything from you, Pat Shaw said respectfully. At this time, he had become Song Jian's battle pet. In the battle, if Song Jian wanted him to be cannon fodder and rush up to die, he must also rush up. Otherwise, there is only one way to go, which is to betray. But being a cannon fodder is a life and death struggle, and there is still a glimmer of hope to survive and complete the mission. If you betray, that is really a dead end. Tell me where the meteorite fragments fell, Song Jian asked. This question is the most critical. The other assessors of the human camp breathed a little deeper and surrounded Song Jian involuntarily. The meteorite fragments are in a valley less than 100 kilometers away from here. There is an underground base of the Kablan Company. They have obtained the meteorite fragments in advance and are studying them in the underground base. Pacha said without reservation. Kablan Company? Song Jian frowned. It has been acquired by a company. What's the point of searching here? You know, they are now representing Handak Company. And the Inhumans belong to another competitor, Shiwelan Company. The business scope of these companies includes biotechnology. After entering the combat power assessment world, Song Jian also briefly understood the background of this world through the internet, especially the information of their Handak Company and several companies that can compete with him. If Handak and Shiwelan are companies ranked in the top 300 or 400 of the Fortune 500, then Kablan is definitely a company that can be ranked in the top 10 of the Fortune 500. The two are not at the same level at all. This is a bit tricky, Song Jian said to himself. At the same time, he also understood why the Inhumans, who had entered this world earlier than them, were not in a hurry to find meteorite fragments, but instead set their sights on these alien beasts. Chapter 1356 Rejection. Looking for meteorite fragments in the wilderness depends on luck. While going to the underground base of another multinational company to look for meteorite fragments depends on absolute strength. Damn. This is called searching for meteorite fragments? Song Jian glanced at the main task and cursed. This should be called snatching meteorite fragments. The Inhumans have discovered the underground base. But the base is heavily guarded, and they dare not alert the enemy. They can only collect information about the Kablan Company and this underground base to see if they can get in. Pacha continued. Almost half of the Inhumans are doing this, and the rest are not idle either. They are divided into two groups to hunt alien beasts to improve their pass rating. Pacha told Song Jian all the information he knew, but he had been away from the Inhumans for a while, so he didn't know whether the Inhumans had reached that point. But seeing that they were still hunting the alien beasts, there was probably no progress. After listening, Song Jian nodded slightly and said to Pacha, "Tell me about the situation of the alien beasts nearby. You should have wanted to use their power to deal with us before, right?" Patch's eagle eyes showed a complicated look. After a long silence, he nodded slightly and said, "This area is most affected by the meteorite fragments, and there are the most alien beasts. The closer to the meteorite fragments, the stronger the alien beasts are. A little further ahead is the territory of an alien beast, the Destroyer Crocodile Lord. It has the strength of the peak of the command level. Any creature that enters its territory will be attacked by it." But Pacha glanced into the distance. The dark red mushroom cloud had begun to dissipate slowly, but there were still traces in the air. The place where the explosion just now happened is the territory of the mutant crocodile lord. I'm afraid that the other team of alien examiners have already confronted it. Hearing Pacha say this, several examiners from the human camp were immediately excited and wanted to go over and take advantage. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. Soon, a group of people appeared in front of everyone. They were the remaining examiners from the human camp. Song Jian. Tyr held a shield and greeted Song Jian. He looked at the ground where Song Jian and the others were with a surprised look on his face. Just looking at the bumpy terrain, one could imagine how fierce the previous battle was. What a big monster! Is this the alien beast? One of them looked at the mutant bone cow lying in a pool of blood in the pit and shouted in surprise. You encountered the alien beast and killed it? Tyr said in surprise. The bodies of the aliens had turned into white light and disappeared. So Tyr misunderstood. But soon someone explained everything to them. After hearing that Song Jian killed more than a dozen aliens and an alien beast, Tyr and Doyle looked at each other and saw deep fear in each other's eyes. Yes, it was not surprise, but fear. If Song Jian was just stronger than them, they would only want to make friends and win him over. But Song Jian showed too much strength. So strong that he could kill more than a dozen aliens who were equally strong as them with just one move. And their attitude towards Song Jian began to change. However, they hid this emotion in their hearts and did not show it. Tyr said to Song Jian with a smile on his face, I finally understand why the human camp is the dominant camp this time. This assessment, I will ask you. Song Jian. Let's work together. Song Jian said with a smile. Tyr, there was a big explosion there just now. It should be another team of Inhumans fighting with a top-level beast. The battle was very fierce. Maybe now? An Inhuman next to him repeated Patch's words. And Tyr's eyes lit up after hearing it. From entering the assessment world to now, although the main task is continuing. Tyr has not received any opportunity to improve the pass rating. It must be a lie to say that he is not anxious. Looking at Song Jian, Tyr's eyes turned and he smiled at Song Jian. Song Jian, why don't we split up now? You go explore the underground base to see if you can find a way to sneak in and find the meteorite fragments. And we go to deal with those aliens. Song Jian looked at Tyr and other assessors in the human camp, and it was obvious that they were afraid. Although they were in the same human camp, Tyr and his team were the natives of the game world after all, and they were wary of the gods. After Song Jian showed such a strong fighting power, they naturally didn't want Song Jian's assessment to be too high. Song Jian looked at Tyr and the others, smiled slightly, said nothing, and turned to walk in another direction. Seeing Song Jian walking away, Tyr and the others breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk towards the place where the explosion had occurred. Since Song Jian was in the same camp as them, as long as Song Jian successfully passed the assessment world, they would naturally pass it successfully. The most important thing now was to suppress Song Jian and not let his passing evaluation be too high. Song Jian naturally understood the little thoughts of these people. Before entering the assessment world, the assessors of the human camp were somewhat repulsive to his identity as a god-favored person. Although Tyr showed a certain degree of friendliness, Song Jian also understood that because the number of people in the human camp was too small, compared with the alien camp, it was at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, Tyr just wanted to win him over. Once the interests of both sides diverged, Tyr would abandon him without hesitation. Just like now, after killing more than a dozen examiners from the Inhumans, Song Jian's pass rating was raised by 1 level. If the pass rating of others was B, Song Jian's pass rating was not B+, but A, which had left the others far behind. It must be hard to be abandoned by your companions, right? Patch's injuries had almost recovered. He looked at Song Jian with some mockery and sympathy. After all, he was abandoned by his fellow Inhumans once. Although he chose the Inhumans camp first, he did not think he had done anything wrong. He just felt that others had abandoned him. They are not my companions. Song Jian turned his head and looked at Patcha, and smiled. I am a god-favored one, and they are not. Patcha was speechless. In fact, there is no difference between the Inhumans and humans in their attitude towards god-favored ones. In many cases, they even stand in the same camp as the human NPCs in the game to resist god-favored ones. What are you going to do now? Patcha asked curiously, although I know where the underground base for studying meteorite fragments is. I'm afraid you can't break in and take away the meteorite fragments by yourself? Patcha admitted that Song Jian was strong, but he didn't think that he could break into the heavily guarded underground base by himself. That would be a suicide. Who knows? We have to see first. Song Jian shrugged and said, Take me there to get to know the surroundings and see if there is a chance to sneak in. You must be crazy, Patcha said speechlessly. There are several thieves in the Inhumans who have reached the maximum level of stealth. Even they can't go deep. It's impossible for you to sneak in alone. How do you know if you haven't tried yet? Do you still need to try? Others have failed. I'm not like others. One man and one eagle walked towards the underground base built by Cobbling Corporation while bickering. Under the setting sun, their shadows were stretched very long. Chapter 1357 Entering. 2 hours later, the man and the eagle arrived in front of a mountain valley. There was a very obvious crack in this mountain valley, which looked like a sharp blade had directly split the mountain. And even on the ground, there was a long crack. Patcha pointed to the front and said, It is there. The underground base built by Cobble and Company here has been at least 20 to 30 years. Otherwise it would not have formed such a scale. Song Jian squinted his eyes and looked forward. The entire mountain valley had been built into a fortress-like building with reinforced concrete soil. Black artillery barrels could be seen on the mountains on both sides. If a wall was built in front of the mountain valley to block the entire mountain valley, it would be a small military town. Why don't they build a wall? Song Jian asked, pointing to the front. Who knows? Patcha combed the feathers on his shoulders with his long beak and said nonchalantly, It's already strict enough. If we build a wall, will it leave any chance for others to survive? Song Jian frowned and shook his head slightly. Could it be that when Cobble and Company built this place, it expected that it would obtain meteorite fragments in a few decades, and then a group of examiners would come here to rob them? In order to make them succeed in robbing, they deliberately lowered the difficulty and did not build a wall. How is this possible? If he was the owner of this base, Even if the internal facilities of the base were not perfect, a defensive wall would still have to be built. As the owner of a city, Song Jian knew that the wall was the most profitable defensive building among all the defensive facilities. It seems that there are no people in the base? Song Jian suddenly found that the surroundings were very quiet, and there was no movement coming from the base. Could it be that this base had specially made soundproof facilities? All the automatic defense facilities installed here. Maybe their people are inside the base. And the security force on the ground is very weak. Pacha shrugged and said, when we approached, we were warned and didn't dare to go deeper. We had to retreat. Even those who had full stealth skills only approached the buildings above the ground. They found a passage leading directly to the underground crack. But as soon as they approached that passage, they were discovered. The other party seemed to have very high-tech scanning equipment. Song Jian nodded. To put it bluntly, stealth is just hiding your body, using light to deceive other people's eyes. There are many things including sound, smell, and temperature that cannot be hidden. In modern society, it is also very easy to prevent it. Moreover, in this assessment world where technology is obviously much higher than that of modern society, a simple infrared detection can make the stealth that the thief profession has worked hard to practice useless. Does it mean that you can't go deeper? Song Jian asked. No way. Pacha shook his head and said, but I just heard it from others. You know, I don't have a high status in the inhuman camp. They won't tell me some particularly important information. Song Jian nodded and said to Pacha, wait for me here first. I'll go in and see. You also know stealth? Pacha was a little surprised. You know, stealth is the core skill of a thief. Other skills and medicine such as secondary invisibility and invisibility potion can never be as effective as a thief's full-level stealth. Try it. I'll withdraw if it doesn't work, Song Jian said, and his figure slowly disappeared in front of Pacha. Abyssal concealment, in terms of stealth effect, is not as good as the full-level stealth, but its principle is to create a cloud of abyssal breath, wrapping the user up. Not only can it deceive people's eyes from the light, but also the smell and body temperature will be hidden very deeply because of the existence of the abyssal breath. However, the most suitable place for the abyss concealment technique is the abyss hell, where the abyss is everywhere. Using the abyss concealment technique is like a fish in water, and there will be no flaws. However, in the environment outside the abyss hell, the abyss aura can actually be detected by many professions. They do not need to be able to see through the invisibility, but only need to be able to feel the existence of the abyss aura to determine Song Jian's position. This is the biggest flaw of the abyss concealment technique. However, for such a completely high-tech base in front of them, Song Jian believed that they had no way to detect the existence of the abyss aura. Entering the hidden state, Song Jian easily approached the base. He found that there was a wall built outside the base. There were many materials for building the wall, which were obviously placed under the mountains on both sides. It was obvious that they were going to build a wall from the two sides of the mountain. But for some reason, they were delayed. Beep beep. Just then, Song Jian heard a burst of electronic startup sounds from the base. And soon, a mechanical synthesized sound sounded around the entire base. This is the underground base of Koblon Corporation. All unauthorized intrusions will be actively attacked by Koblon Corporation. According to Article 367 of the Defense Law, the attack does not require advance warning. Song Jian's movements suddenly froze. But soon he continued to move forward. Pacha told him that this kind of warning should be set in advance and would be automatically played every once in a while. Not because someone really broke in. After approaching, Song Jian saw that there were many naturally formed stone pillars in the valley. These stone pillars were smooth and straight, and there were traces of carving on them. But these traces had been artificially erased, leaving only some faint marks, and the content of the carvings could not be seen at all. Continuing forward, under the rocks of the mountain, Song Jian saw a huge artificial cave. The edges of the cave were very smooth, and the walls inside were all built with hollow cement bricks, which looked rough and solid. This cave is at least 5 meters high and 10 meters wide, which can easily allow a loader to enter and exit. In addition, there are obvious defense facilities on both sides of this artificial cave. 2 machine guns are still on standby at any time. The electronic equipment that controls the machine guns is still shining, but there is a thick layer of dust on it. It seems that it has not been maintained for a long time. There are even some traces of rust on the barrel. Song Jian frowned slightly, as if he had a bad premonition. After observing for a while, he continued to walk inside. Walking further, He had already entered the mountain. Soon, Song Jian came to a hall. This hall looked very wide, as if the mountain was hollowed out. There was a hard metal bottom plate under his feet. There were many material boxes parked around, some of which were opened, and some were tightly tied. Continuing forward, Song Jian saw a slope about 5 or 6 meters wide, leading straight to a deeper underground. At this time, the hall was still illuminated by emergency lights. Although the light was dim, it was barely possible to see the surroundings clearly. But there was no light under the slope. It was pitch black, and no one knew where it led. Song Jian thought about it, and continued to move forward. Just as he stepped onto the slope, a sudden alarm sounded. At the same time, several defensive machine guns suddenly appeared on the walls on both sides of the slope, and red laser sights shot towards Song Jian. Chapter 1358 Supply Box. Song Jian felt that he was locked. And it was a mental lock. This kind of mental lock was only available for those spells above the legendary level. Now these high-tech things could actually lock the mind, which surprised him. The Abyss concealment technique was actually ineffective in front of these defense facilities, which made him, who was originally full of confidence, suddenly show a trace of panic on his face. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Several machine guns fired at the same time, and the finger-long bullets hit Song Jian, splashing sparks. Song Jian hurriedly retreated. When he hid in the blind spot of the artillery, he found that he had lost nearly 5,000 points of chi and health in just a few seconds. Isn't this damage a bit too high? Song Jian said in surprise. What surprised him the most was that these technologically inspired defense facilities could actually detect the presence of the Abyss. Or rather, these facilities could ignore the presence of the Abyss and detect Song Jian approaching. No. With the range of those artillery pieces just now, they don't need me to get so close to warn them. They can warn me from 30 meters away. Song Jian thought to himself. In other words, the defense facilities here have a very short range of detection. After waiting for a while, Song Jian didn't find anyone coming up to check. You know, an alarm was sounded just now, and the people in the base must have noticed that someone wanted to break in. No matter what, someone would come up to check. As a result, Song Jian waited for a long time, but no one came up, as if there was no one in the underground base. How could this happen? We were so well prevented, but no one was there. Song Jian was puzzled. It seemed that some idea was forming in his mind, but it seemed as if there was a layer of mist between them. Let's get through this first, Song Jian thought to himself. After drinking 2 bottles of advanced healing potions, Song Jian maxed out his chi and health again, and then approached the ramp step by step, until he stood in front of the ramp. There was no warning sound. There was silence all around, and even the machine guns in the passage were hidden in the wall. Sure enough, the detection range is very short, Song Jian thought to himself, and then carefully stretched out one foot and stepped on the ramp. In an instant, the feeling of being locked in the mind came back to him. The piercing alarm sounded again, and at the same time, the machine guns around the wall turned out again, aiming at Song Jian. Song Jian immediately retracted his foot and stood where he was. The alarm stopped in an instant, and countless red aiming rays swept around, as if they had lost their target. A smile appeared on the corner of Song Jian's mouth, and his eyes looked towards the ground of the ramp. Gravity sensing? Song Jian smiled. As he said that, he tried to put one foot on the ramp again, but there was no force, just gently placed on it. Sure enough, as Song Jian guessed, no alarm sounded. Then, Song Jian began to gradually exert force. When he almost reached the weight of an adult, the alarm sounded suddenly, and Song Jian also retracted his feet at this time. It is indeed gravity sensing, Song Jian nodded. But there may be multiple detection methods, but they are all blocked by the Abyss concealment technique, and only gravity sensing cannot be blocked. Song Jian thought to himself. It's a pity that I'm not a magician. Otherwise, a light body technique can solve it. Song Jian sighed and said to himself. After thinking about it, Song Jian turned and left. At this time, he found that Thunder Eagle Patshaw had also entered the periphery of the base, and was struggling to untie the ropes of the supply boxes outside. It seemed that he wanted to see what was in these supply boxes, and whether there was any bargain to be taken. But it was funny to see an eagle trying to move a large box by pecking at the rope with its beak and tearing it with its claws. Song Jian stood aside with a smile, looking at Patshaw, and had no intention of coming forward to help. Patshaw was concentrating on pecking at the rope, tried to break it. At first, he didn't notice Song Jian. But soon, he looked up and found Song Jian standing aside with a smile, looking at him like a clown. Patch's movements froze, and he said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Come and help. Anyway, you can't get in. It's better to take the supplies outside than go back empty-handed." "Are you sure these materials can be taken out of the assessment world?" Song Jian asked with a smile. "You know, most of the items in the assessment world cannot be taken out. If they can be used on the spot, they will generally be used on the spot. For example, these materials in front of us are probably related to the construction of underground bases, or some supplies. They should not be of much value, and it is impossible to take them out of the assessment world. How do you know if you don't take a look?" Patshaw rolled his eyes and said. Song Jian then stepped forward and cut these ropes with a sky-breaking sword. It can be clearly felt that these ropes are particularly tough, and there seems to be metal wire mixed in them. You can feel obvious resistance when chopping. It is no wonder that Patshaw has been trying for a long time, and has not broken a single one. The ropes wrapped around the supply box were all cut off, and the military green curtain covering it also fell down, revealing a metal box more than 2 meters high inside. On one side of the metal box, there is a switch device with a red light flashing continuously. It looks like a password is needed. "Do you know?" Song Jian turned his head and asked. "Damn it. I was wondering why those people didn't take these supply boxes away. It turns out that a password is needed to open them." Patshaw spat in hatred and said disappointedly. The Inhumans had come here to explore before, but they stopped in front of the ramp passage. But these supply boxes were all outside the base, and they should have been moved away by the Inhumans who explored before. Patshaw was surprised before, but now he finally understood that all these boxes were locked with passwords. Why not just crack them with brute force? Song Jian was a little surprised. Although these boxes were made of metal, it was not difficult for a person with the peak of the second-level combat power to open them with some effort. "How did you pass the previous assessment? You don't even know this?" Patshaw looked at Song Jian in surprise. Seeing that he really didn't understand, he could only explain, in the real world, treasure chests can still be dismantled violently. But in the assessment world, as long as there is a password in a locked treasure chest, if you dare to dismantle it violently, it will explode. Song Jian glanced at Patshaw and realized that the real world he was talking about was actually the game world. After all, NPCs like them would not think that the world they live in is a game. Will our real world also be seen as a game world by people in higher dimensions? Such a thought suddenly emerged in Song Jian's mind, but he quickly put it behind him. After looking around the supply box and knocking on it with his hands, Song Jian stared at the combination lock for a long time and asked Patshaw, "Will violent disassembly really explode?" "Of course. 100%. I have seen it with my own eyes more than once," Patshaw said firmly. "Oh, that's good." Song Jian nodded, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Chapter 1359. Entering the passage. Song Jian picked up a supply box and walked towards the ramp. The total weight of a metal supply box, plus the supplies inside, exceeded 1 ton. But with Song Jian's strength attribute of nearly 300 points, it was no problem to pick it up. When he walked to the ramp, Song Jian threw the supply box towards the ramp. With a boom, the supply box landed steadily on the ramp and began to slowly move downward. At this time, Song Jian saw that on both sides of the ramp and the metal walls above, every meter, there would be 7 or 8 machine guns flipped out of the wall. The red aiming light was locked on the metal supply box, and the piercing alarm sounded again. As the supply box slowly slid down, the alarm sounded more urgently. In just 3 seconds, the muzzles of all the machine guns began to glow red. Tut tut tut. Finger-long bullets shot towards the supply box like a rainstorm. Sparks on the surface of the supply box even shot up to more than 1 meter high. As it slowly slid down, the surroundings and the top were all covered by artillery bullets. After a while, the metal box on the surface of the supply box became bumpy and uneven. Song Jian could hear that after enduring nearly 10 seconds of shooting. The electronic lock of the supply box also issued a series of rapid electronic sounds. But this sound was covered by the alarm and gunfire in the passage. If Song Jian had not had superior hearing, he would probably not have heard this rapid electronic sound at all. Inexplicably, Song Jian felt a little nervous, and he took 2 steps back from the ramp. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly heard a pop sound. as if a bullet had penetrated the metal shell of the supply box and drilled in. Soon, red lines appeared on the surface of the entire supply box. And from a distance, it looked like a huge red-hot iron. Song Jian felt something was wrong and continued to retreat. At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from behind him, accompanied by a strong air wave surging out of the ramp. Song Jian looked back and saw a dark red air wave several dozen feet long, almost filling the entire ramp, spraying out, mixed with countless red-hot or even melted metal fragments. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and the ground began to tremble slightly. A crack spread directly from the ramp passage and extended to the periphery of the base. Some buildings built on the ground shook violently, and some even collapsed directly. Those that did not collapse also had huge cracks on the walls, making it impossible for people to live there. When Song Jian lifted the box and walked towards the ramp passage, Pasha knew what Song Jian wanted to do. But neither he nor Song Jian could have imagined that once the supply box triggered the self-destruct system, the explosion would be so powerful that it would almost shake down all the base buildings on the ground. With such a terrifying self-explosion power, there must be a lot of good stuff in the supply box. All wasted. Patch's eyes flashed with a look of pain. But then his eyes fell on several other well-packed supply boxes. There are at least 7 or 8 intact supply boxes outside the entire base, which makes Pasha full of expectations. Song Jian didn't know when he had fallen to the ground. He was still too close to the entrance of the slope passage where the explosion occurred. In order to avoid being hurt by the ejected fragments and flames, he fell straight to the ground. Pooh! When the air wave generated by the explosion subsided a little, Song Jian raised his head, shook his head, spit out the sand and dirt in his mouth, and turned his head to look at the slope passage. At this time, the ramp passage was still dark red, as if the burning coal was about to go out. Song Jian smiled. In this situation, even the most powerful electronic equipment would probably be ruined. Pasha came over at some point and looked at the ramp passage with a surprised look on his face. Standing in front of the passage, the rolling heat wave made his feathers dry and curled, and he could not help but retreat, looking at the dark passage where the defense facilities were almost completely destroyed. Pasha turned his head and asked, "Do you really want to continue? We don't know what is down there, although all signs indicate that the meteorite fragments are in this underground base. No one has really seen it." Song Jian said straightforwardly, "Of course we have to go down and take a look. Even if there are no meteorite fragments, we have to explore such a large base. Maybe we can trigger side quests or hidden quests." Side quests or hidden quests can also be triggered in the assessment world, but it is difficult. However, once triggered and completed, it will definitely greatly improve the pass rating. Pasha showed a hesitant look on his face. In his current condition, if he enters the underground base, he may only be able to exert 50% to 60% of his strength. He is now best at the vast and flat area, and the sky is his home field. Seeing that Pasha was hesitant and didn't want to go in, Song Jian said to him, "Otherwise, you can guard outside. There must be many dangers in the underground base. You can keep watch outside and pay attention to the movements of the assessors from other human camps and the inhuman camps at any time. If there is any situation, notify me immediately. At that time, you will also have a share of the credit for completing the main task. If Song Jian really finds the meteorite fragments and completes the assessment task alone, Pasha will definitely get a much higher pass rating than other human camp assessors who have never even been here." Song Jian's arrangement is still in line with Patch's wishes, so he nodded and said nothing more. At this time, Patch's mind was all on the supply boxes outside the base. It was a good opportunity to see if he could crack the password on the supply box and open it to see what was inside. At this time, all the light sources in the slope passage had been destroyed, and it was pitch black, and it was impossible to see the situation inside. After the temperature of the explosion dropped a little, Song Jian slowly moved in alone. He had a dark vision, and he could see as bright as day even in an environment without a trace of light. After entering the passage, Song Jian found that the previous explosion had caused a section of the passage to collapse. The end of the passage should be a fork in the road, but the passage on the left had been blocked by huge rocks. In this blocked passage, some signs for cars can be vaguely seen on the wall. There is also a circuit box in the corner. At this time, the circuit box has been smashed open by rocks, revealing the cables inside. 2 cables have been broken, and sparks are constantly emitting from the broken parts, making a hissing sound. Song Jian searched carefully and found that this side was already blocked tightly. If he wanted to go down from this passage, it would take at least several hours to open the road. It was a waste of time. Shaking his head, Song Jian turned and walked towards another passage. Chapter 1360 Defeat. Song Jian walked along another passage fork and walked inward. After walking a few dozen meters, he turned a corner and suddenly saw a door with a metallic luster in front of him. This steel door was more than 5 meters high and embedded in the rock wall on all sides. It looked very heavy. Song Jian estimated that if he wanted to destroy it violently, at least 3 or 4 previous supply boxes would need to explode together. Why hasn't anyone come out yet? It's so weird. Song Jian frowned slightly. He had originally prepared for a big battle, but now he had already gone deep into the underground base. But no one came to stop him, as if everyone in the underground base had evacuated here. When Song Jian thought about this happening, he felt like a big stone was pressing on his heart. He was not afraid to fight with the people in this underground base. Even if they had so many high-tech weapons, Song Jian was not afraid. But if they really evacuated here, they would definitely take away such precious things as meteorite fragments. At that time, Song Jian's search range would have to expand from this western wilderness to the whole world, which was really a headache. Song Jian walked in and found that the steel door in front of him was a hole. If you want to open and close it, you have to slide the whole door to one side. And there is no electronic device around the door to identify the password and unlock it. It uses a hydraulic device to open and close. On one side of the door, there is a huge red wrench. Hey, the gate is not closed tightly. Song Jian suddenly found that there was a gap on the side of the gate wrench. Walking over to take a look, Song Jian found that a basketball-sized stone was stuck on the sliding track under the gate, causing the entire gate to not be closed tightly, revealing a gap that could barely accommodate one person in and out. At this time, a stream of cold and gloomy air with the smell of rust was constantly blowing out from this gap. Are you leaving so hastily? You didn't even check it? Song Jian looked at the rock on the gate slide, and his worries became heavier. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian stepped forward and entered the underground base. Just after walking a few steps forward, Song Jian suddenly heard a faint sound in the darkness ahead, and a creepy feeling suddenly surged into his heart. Looking around, the dark space behind the gate was like a messy battlefield. Several mecha-like wreckages were piled up on the road. Their metal bodies were covered with traces of sharp blades. Not only that, there were many scattered weapons and protective clothing on the ground. And there were also a lot of fragmented bones in these protective clothing. Song Jian carefully examined these bones and felt a chill. Most of these bones were broken, and there were traces of being gnawed on the bones. They are not only studying meteorite fragments, but also studying those strange beasts. Song Jian was surprised, in the end. They were attacked by the strange beasts, leading to the destruction of the entire underground base? Although this is just Song Jian's guess, Song Jian feels that this is probably the guess closest to the truth. After searching around, there was no new discovery or gain. So Song Jian decided to continue moving forward. Soon, he officially entered the working area of this underground base. This place looks like an ordinary office building company, surrounded by transparent plexiglass to separate offices. Usually, through these glasses, you can see the staff working inside. But now, most of these plexiglasses have been broken, and some are even stained with black and brown stains. There are also a lot of corpses left in these offices, and there are scattered documents on the ground. Song Jian picked up a few files at random and glanced at them. These files were all research summary reports or research application reports for a certain project. The contents were almost all about various kinds of strange beasts. It can be seen that this underground base once captured a large number of animals and plants that had mutated due to meteorite fragments. They dissected these strange beasts, studied their body composition and structure, and analyzed the entire mutation process. It seemed that they wanted to thoroughly study the entire process of mutation due to meteorite fragments and master it in their own hands. There are already thousands of strange beasts captured for research, and the methods are extremely cruel. Song Jian looked at the bloody pictures in the research reports, and his stomach twitched, throwing the research materials on the ground. Song Jian stood up, looked around, and thought to himself, this should be the office area. If you want to find meteorite fragments, you should go to the experimental area or the snow storage area. From entering the underground base to the current work area, Song Jian found that everything was very messy. The disaster seemed to have happened very suddenly, and the people in this underground base were not prepared at all. If this is true, then the meteorite fragments are likely to be in this underground base and have not been taken out. This is also good news for Song Jian. Just as Song Jian was about to go deeper and continue to look for meteorite fragments, he suddenly received a system message. System: Human camp assessor Tyr died and left the assessment world. The power of the human camp was weakened again. Tyr is dead? Song Jian was stunned. You know, Tyr's profession is a sword and shield warrior. Among all people, it is the profession with the strongest defense, second only to the heavy shield warrior who holds the shield with both hands. Moreover, Tyr is a thoughtful and scheming person. Song Jian thinks that even if all other assessors in the human camp die, Tyr may survive to the end. Unexpectedly, the first person to die in the human camp was him. Just when Song Jian was stunned, a series of system prompts appeared on his retina. System: Human camp assessor Mosito died and left the assessment world. The power of the human camp has been weakened again. System: Human camp assessor Kawakuchi died and left the assessment world. The power of the human camp has been weakened again. 7 or 8 system prompts appeared in a row, which means that 7 or 8 people in the human camp died. The human camp, which was originally at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, slowly caught up after Song Jian killed a team. But now, it has directly lost about half of its manpower and has fallen into an absolute disadvantage for a while. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly received a call request. The applicant turned out to be Doya, who was good at transformation magic and had always been beside Tyr. Song Jian hesitated for a moment and chose to agree. Soon, a panting and hurried voice sounded in Song Jian's ears. Song Jian, we encountered an ambush by the alien camp. They found a relic and are exploring it. As long as you get close to the relic, you can get a gold side quest. As she said, Doya sent the content and rewarded the gold side quest she received and shared it with Song Jian. Song Jian, the human camp is finished. Almost everyone is dead. The rest are running away. Take care of yourself. Doya hung up the communication. Song Jian looked at the gold side quest shared by Doya, stood there and pondered for a while, and finally sneered, and continued to walk towards the depths of the underground base.